So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 769 to Chapter 823. Chen Mengyan hesitated and was nervous. After a long time, she pressed backspace a few times and erased the words that she had just entered. Chen Mengyan didn't know if this sentence should be asked. She was also very conflicted. As Yang Ming's girlfriend, she was very sensitive to this kind of thing. If the other party was really Suya, and Chen Mengyan exposed this matter, it would be really difficult to end it. In her heart, she didn't want Suya to return to Yang Ming's side. Chen Mengyan was very clear about Suya's position in Yang Ming's heart. Chen Mengyan didn't know who was more important between her and herself, but at least she knew that Suya was definitely not inferior to her. This made her have some confidence. She was afraid. She was afraid that once Suya returned to Yang Ming's side, Yang Ming would no longer spoil her. Suya would replace her. Chen Mengyan struggled. She stared at the computer screen and breathed quickly. She didn't know what to say. However, Chen Mengyan was also very conflicted. If she knew these things, but she hid it from Yang Ming, or pretended not to know for her own personal benefit, then what would Yang Ming think of her when he knew the truth one day? As a matter of fact, paper can't always cover the fire. With Suya's infatuation, sooner or later, she would confess to Yang Ming. At that time, wouldn't she become a villain? Thinking of this, Chen Mengyan gritted her teeth and re-entered the sentence just now in the chat box. She closed her eyes and clicked on the shortcut key to send. Shuya, who was on the other side of the computer, saw the message sent by Chen Mengyan, and suddenly her face changed. She looked at the message in front of her with some horror and disbelief. My identity has never been told to anyone. How did this netizen opposite me know my true identity? Shuya was very confused and surprised. Even Yang Ming didn't know his identity, so how could this netizen know? However, Shuya immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In many places where Mandarin was not standard, the shu in her Shuya was a retroflex sound, but it was often pronounced as a flat tongue sound. In other words, shu was pronounced as su. When using the pinyin input method, it was easy to type Shuya as Suya. As for that online friend of his, there's no true love in this world, didn't he say that he wanted to attend his concert? Then, what I said at the concert must have made him understand that the netizen called I'm a superstar was Shuya. Therefore, it wasn't strange for him to tell his girlfriend about it. Hence, Shuya replied, yes, I am Shuya. When Chen Mengyan saw that the other party didn't admit it, she frowned. However, since it had already been revealed, there was no turning back. She had to continue to ask, not Shuya, but Suya. Can you understand what I mean? Chen Mengyan was also very nervous. On the one hand, she wanted Shuya to continue to deny this fact so that she didn't have to worry anymore. On the other hand, she was very sure that the other party was Suya. Because a woman's sixth sense was often very accurate. Who are you? Shuya looked at the message sent by Chen Mengyan. The degree of shock could be imagined. This was her secret, a secret that few people knew. But, how did the other party know? How is this possible? This made Shuya doubt the identity of the other party. You admit it, right? Chen Mengyan didn't answer but continued to ask. What is your purpose? Shuya was actually not afraid of her identity being exposed, but her father's identity would inevitably be exposed. Although he was far away in Hong Kong, it was difficult to guarantee that the enemies of the past would find him. Therefore, Shuya must be cautious. Half an hour later, let's meet at the coffee shop at the entrance of Heavenly World. You will know by then. Chen Mengyan calmed down her very excited emotions and said. Okay. Shuya finally typed out a word. This involved her biggest secret, and this matter was now known by others. How could Shuya not be nervous? When Shuya wore big sunglasses and entered the coffee shop, she found that Chen Mengyan was actually sitting at a table not far away, drinking coffee alone. Shuya was a bit puzzled why Chen Mengyan didn't come with Yang Ming, but since she saw her, she still politely went over to say hello. Sister Mengyan, what a coincidence. You are here too? Shuya concealed the panic in her heart and greeted Chen Mengyan. Sit down, Sister Su. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Mengyan put down the coffee cup and smiled at Shuya. What? Shuya was stunned, and then she looked at Chen Mengyan with some horror. The 3 words Sister Sue were like a sharp sword, stabbing Suya's eardrums. My online name is There Is No True Love in This World. We just chatted. Sister Sue, don't you remember? Chen Mengyan was actually pretending to be calm. She must maintain her calm image. She couldn't let Xuya, who was Suya, look down on her. If she really came together with Yang Ming, if she lost her momentum, wouldn't she be bullied in the future? It's you? Xia looked at Chen Mengyan with some disbelief. You are There Is No True Love in This World? Chen Mengyan nodded. It's me. Then, there is no true love in this world. Xia couldn't imagine it. It's Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan smiled and said, Now, do you know why I guessed that you are Suya? Xia's expression became a little pale for a while, but in the end, she sighed and sat opposite Chen Mengyan. Her momentum was a little weak. What do you want? Xia naturally thought that Chen Mengyan came to find her. After all, Chen Mengyan was now Yang Ming's real girlfriend, and she was just a memory. He still likes you. After a long time, Chen Mengyan finally said something that was neither a question nor an answer. Chen Mengyan's heart at the moment was also very bitter. She had indulged Yang Ming again and again, letting the women around him continue to increase. She had no other choice but to tolerate and acquiesce. Although she didn't want Suya and Yang Ming to recognize each other, Chen Mengyan was also very clear about Yang Ming's character. If she concealed such a big thing, then Yang Ming would blame her when he found out. Moreover, Chen Mengyan couldn't stop Suya and Yang Ming from meeting again. In this case, it was better to let nature take its course. Even if Yang Ming had Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, and even Zhou Jejia, Chen Mengyan never thought that they would shake her position in Yang Ming's heart. This time, the appearance of Suya made her feel a sense of crisis for the first time. Chen Mengyan wasn't stupid. She knew that blindly resisting would only add trouble to herself. After all, Suya and Yang Ming knew each other much earlier than her. Therefore, Chen Mengyan decided that since they were opponents, she didn't have the confidence to defeat Suya, so it was better to be friends. This way, she could maximize her position in Yang Ming's heart. Chen Mengyan didn't say who he was specifically referring to, but she and Xuya both knew who this person was, so there was no need to say it. Why are you telling me this? Xuya had some doubts. Aren't you afraid that my appearance will bring you trouble? To tell the truth? Chen Mengyan smiled with some self-deprecation. To tell the truth, I'm very afraid. Then why did you come to me? Xuya was somewhat puzzled. Because he can't let go of you in his heart. Chen Mengyan said with some helplessness, Sister Sue, am I very realistic? Silly sister. Xuya was suddenly moved. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Chen Mengyan's delicate face. You are Yang Ming's girlfriend. Even if I really come together with him, with my identity, how much time do you think I will have to accompany him? Xuya said this with the intention of probing. The meaning vaguely revealed in her words was that she was willing to share Yang Ming's love with Chen Mengyan, but she wouldn't reject Chen Mengyan. I didn't mean that. Chen Mengyan listened to Xuya's words and was somewhat relieved. What Xuya said was true. As a big star, how could she have so much private time? Thank you. Xuya's expression suddenly turned serious as she sincerely said. This had always been Xuya's biggest worry, which was Chen Mengyan's attitude problem. But today, it seemed that Chen Mengyan didn't have much hostility to her. Chen Mengyan smiled shyly. She didn't know whether what she did today was right or wrong. However, she had to admit that Chen Mengyan had grown up. She had become much more mature than a year ago. Why are you so sure that I am Suya? This was what Xuya found very strange before. Why didn't Yang Ming know about it after being in contact with me for so long, but Chen Mengyan guessed it immediately? It's just a feeling. The story you told me, Yang Ming also told me. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Chen Mengyan smiled and said, I am also a woman. When you looked at Yang Ming, I saw the things that you inadvertently revealed in your eyes. Also, the songs that you sang, were they all about him? Xuya nodded. But, I don't look the same as that Suya. Are you really so sure? What's so strange about the appearance being able to change? Maybe you are wearing a human skin mask, said Chen Mengyan. Speaking of Yang Ming, the reason why he wasn't as sure as Chen Mingyan was because of his special ability. This was the case of success and failure because of the same person. The special ability brought great help to Yang Ming. At the same time, it was because of the special ability that Yang Ming believed that Xianxia and Suya were two people. Xianxia smiled unnaturally. She didn't confirm nor deny it. She just said, there are some twists and turns in this. It can't be finished in a few words. Chen Mingyan didn't ask. She wasn't very concerned about this kind of thing. Knowing that the person in front of her was Suya was enough. What are you going to do? Chen Mingyan felt that some things had to be faced in the end. Only by daring to face it could she get the most favorable conditions for herself. I'll take one step at a time. She sighed and said, but you can rest assured that I won't do anything to let you down. Chen Mingyan nodded silently. After several contacts, Chen Mingyan felt that Xianxia wasn't an overbearing person, so when Xianxia said this, Chen Mingyan didn't think that Xianxia would lie to her. Do you need me to help you talk to him? Chen Mingyan was sometimes impulsive and would do things that would harm her own interests, but she was willing to do so. Thank you, but I want to talk to him personally. Xianxia hesitated and said. Okay, then I won't interfere. Chen Mingyan nodded and suddenly remembered something, so she said, Zhou Jiejia, do you still remember? Zhou Jiejia? Xianxia was stunned, then she said with some suspicion, of course, I remember. What about her? If she is now Yang Ming's girlfriend, will you be angry? Chen Mingyan suddenly felt that the grievances between Zhou Jiejia and Yang Ming and Xianxia should be resolved by Xianxia, but she made the decision without permission. She didn't know if it would make Xianxia feel uncomfortable. Her? With Yang Ming? Xianxia was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Zhou Jiejia would become Yang Ming's girlfriend. Moreover, in these few meetings, she already knew Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, but she didn't see Yang Ming bring Zhou Jiejia out. Anne, it's her. Chen Mingyan said affirmatively. But, why have I never seen Yang Ming bring her out? Xianxia asked, baffled. Because, she can't come out. As Chen Mingyan said this, she sighed sadly. Can't come out? What do you mean? Xianxia didn't understand. She's injured. Chen Mingyan said, let's go. I'll take you to see her. I'll tell you the details on the way. Although Xianxia didn't hate Zhou Jiejia, she definitely didn't have a good impression of her. Although Zhou Jiejia's complaint was because she also liked Yang Ming, this approach hurt Xianxia a lot. Therefore, at this moment, when Chen Mingyan proposed to meet Zhou Jiejia, Xianxia couldn't help but hesitate. After all, the meeting between the two might bring a lot of awkwardness. Seeing that Xianxia was a little hesitant, Chen Mingyan pondered for a moment and roughly understood, she's injured and hasn't woken up yet. There's no harm in taking a look. Ah. Xianxia was shocked. He's injured and hasn't woken up yet? Then. She was injured because of Yang Ming. She took the bullet for Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan originally wanted to talk about it while walking, but seeing that there seemed to be some estrangement between Xianxia and Zhou Jiejia, she simply said it. First. She took the bullet for Yang Ming. Xianxia never thought that Zhou Jiejia would give up her life for Yang Ming. Although she could do it, Xianxia felt that at least she and Yang Ming had a pure relationship, but Zhou Jiejia didn't have anything. Yeah, on the way to the hospital, Yang Ming promised her to be her boyfriend and take care of her for a lifetime. Chen Mingyan's voice was a little bitter when she said this. She wasn't jealous of Zhou Jiejia, but she was moved. When Xianxia heard this, her expression became dignified. In the years that she was away, many things happened around Yang Ming. These were not what she knew. Can you tell me in detail? What the hell is going on? Xianxia was eager to understand what happened to Yang Ming over the years. Well, let's talk about it while walking. Chen Mingyan found the waiter, paid the bill, and walked out of the coffee shop with Xianxia. Do you have a car? With your current identity, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to take a taxi, right? Chen Mingyan was afraid that others would recognize Xianxia. Yes, wait a minute. I will call the driver. Xianxia came here. Although it was inconvenient to bring a car, she could bring a driver. In the hotel here, she could just rent a car for emergency use. Xianxia made a phone call. Soon after, a middle-aged man in his 40s came out from heavenly earth and came to Xianxia and Chen Mengyan. "Miss Xu, are you going out?" asked the middle-aged man. "Yes, Uncle Tao." "Can you give us a ride?" said Xianxia. "Miss Xu, do you need to call a bodyguard?" asked the middle-aged man called Uncle Tao. "That's not necessary. I have some personal matters to attend to," said Xianxia. "Okay." Although Uncle Tao was old, he wasn't old-fashioned. He knew that everyone had some personal matters, so he didn't say anything more. Anyway, they were driving the hotel's car. Who would know that the big star Xianxia was sitting inside? Xianxia and her group rented a Hummer in the hotel. In fact, it was rented, but there was no charge. Because Heavenly Earth and Mingyang Entertainment were one company, they were all Yang Ming's businesses. The cockpit of the Hummer was separated from the box at the back, so Xianxia and Chen Mengyan were talking at the back, but Uncle Tao couldn't hear them. Therefore, Chen Mengyan told Xianxia about the things between Zhou Jiejie and Yang Ming. Naturally, it included Zhou Jiejie's regret for Xianxia and Yang Ming, and it was also full of this young girl's infatuation. Listening to such a sad and moving love story, Xianxia, who didn't have much affection for Zhou Jiejie, couldn't help but be moved at the moment. Yes, although from the perspective of my own interests, Zhou Jiejie hurt me and Yang Ming, Zhou Jiejie was also pursuing her own love. This was understandable. Moreover, in that era where love and life were hazy, how many people could do something that wasn't childish? Xianxia nodded. She no longer had any prejudice against Zhou Jiejie in her heart. After all, if she changed her perspective, if she were Zhou Jiejie, she might really do the same. Then, when did the doctor say that she would wake up? Xianxia asked with some sadness. I don't know. The doctor didn't say it well. Chen Mengyan shook her head. In fact, she is really pitiful. You don't have to say it. I understand. Xianxia waved her hand. Chen Mengyan didn't say anything more. Since Xianxia didn't object, it meant that she also acquiesced in this matter. She didn't know why, but Chen Mengyan felt that she seemed to have changed a little. Originally, this kind of thing should be decided by her at home. She was Yang Ming's legitimate girlfriend, but because of the appearance of Xianxia, she began to care about Xia's opinion. According to Chen Mengyan's intention, the car was parked at the inpatient area of the First People's Hospital. Although the new house had been cleaned up, Chen Mengyan was afraid that the decoration materials inside would still have an impact on Zhou Jiejie's health, so she planned to let it be ventilated for a few days. She took Xianxia to Zhou Jiejie's ward with ease. She just saw the special care staff responsible for taking care of Zhou Jiejie, Auntie Li, pushing the door out. She was holding some garbage and preparing to throw it away. Auntie Li. Chen Mengyan called. Oh? Mengyan, you are here? Auntie Li suddenly showed a smile because she knew that the person in front of her was the one who really paid her. Auntie Li, I brought a friend to see Jiejie. How is she? Chen Mengyan asked with a smile. Fortunately, you also know, her current situation is like this. Auntie Li said with some sadness, you go ahead. I will go and throw away the garbage. Okay. Chen Mengyan nodded and went into the ward with Xianxia. The environment in the ward was very good. It gave people a pleasant feeling of brightness, but at the moment, Chen Mengyan and Xia's mood wasn't good at all. Zhou Jiejie? Xianxia looked at the thin girl on the bed with some uncertainty. Her face was a little pale. She still looked the same, but at the moment, she was more beautiful. Even though Zhou Jiejie was sick in bed, she was still very beautiful. Xianxia couldn't help but be jealous of Yang Ming. Xianxia, who was extremely confident in her own appearance, couldn't help but feel a little sour when she saw that Yang Ming had so many beautiful women around him. Not to mention Zhou Jiejie, Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun were first-class beauties. They weren't inferior to her. Especially Chen Mengyan, she could become a celebrity with a little makeup. Did you see it? Chen Mengyan said with some helplessness, Zhou Jiejie is like this now. She may lie in the bed for a lifetime. In an instant, all the unhappiness in Xia's heart disappeared. Yes, what's the use of arguing with a patient? What's more, who can say clearly about the things that happened to children in the past? The two people stayed quietly in the ward for a while until Auntie Li came back. Chen Mengyan stood up and said, let's go back. It's late. Don't disturb Auntie Li and Jejia's rest. N. Xia nodded and looked at Zhou Jejia again. Then, she left with Chen Mingyan. On the way back, Xia was very silent. The former love rival and classmate is going to lie in the bed forever in the future? Is there any possibility of her waking up? Xia was somewhat concerned about Zhou Jejia. Yes, the doctor said that Zhou Jejia may have something that she couldn't achieve, so she locked herself up. Yang Ming and I tried many times, but we couldn't untie her knot. Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly. The key problem is that Yang Ming and I don't know what her knot is. There is no way to treat the problem. So that's the case. Xia nodded. As long as there is hope, it's fine. Anyway, there is time. We can try slowly. Yeah, Yang Ming and I bought a villa. We plan to take Zhou Jejia over after school starts. When we have nothing to do, we can spend more time with her. Maybe there will be a miracle. Chen Mingyan said. This is also good. Xia suddenly moved in her heart. She seemed to have vaguely guessed what Zhou Jejia's so-called knot was, but she wasn't sure. Chen Mingyan's mood was also very low now. She didn't notice Xia's strangeness and continued, right, you haven't said it yet. How did you suddenly change your appearance? You know, I have also seen your photos. No matter how a person changes, they won't become the same as two people, right? This? Xia hesitated and said, there are some secrets in this. I can't say it. You won't blame me, right? Chen Mingyan shook her head and said, it's nothing. I'm just curious. You don't have to worry about it. Thank you. Xia smiled at Chen Mingyan's understanding. After all, this matter was related to her biggest secret. Even if Chen Mingyan was a person around Yang Ming, Xia didn't want to talk about this matter to her casually. Originally, Chen Mingyan was just curious, but since Xia had a secret, Chen Mingyan couldn't force her to ask. Because of Xia's identity, the two people couldn't be out for too long. Xia still had to rehearse tomorrow morning, so after coming out of the hospital, the two parted at the entrance of Heavenly Earth. Originally, Chen Mingyan wanted to tell Yang Ming about Xia's identity, but since Xia wanted to say it personally, then she didn't have to do it. Even if Yang Ming knew the truth in the future, he wouldn't blame her. Today, the happiest person was Xia. From Chen Mingyan's mouth, she learned about Yang Ming's feelings. Although she didn't know if Yang Ming's so-called unforgettable memory was because he missed her, or if he really still had feelings for her, this was already a big gain. At least, her hopes were great. Moreover, after Chen Mingyan recognized her, she didn't have any hostility to her. This also made Xia really excited. Xia was very clear about the reality in front of her. Chen Mingyan was already with Yang Ming. This was an established fact that couldn't be changed. No matter how good Yang Ming and I were in the past, it's different now. Therefore, the possibility of Xia wanting to squeeze Chen Mingyan away from Yang Ming was simply slim. Moreover, Xia also felt that Yang Ming wasn't a person who could be easily controlled. Yang Ming's cold-bloodedness when killing people and his overbearing attitude of having two girlfriends at the same time made Xia lose all confidence. The best solution now was for Chen Mingyan to recognize him, just like how she recognized Lin Jiyun. It was enough for him to stay by Yang Ming's side. However, he didn't expect that his wish would come true so easily. Xia felt that she would laugh out loud even in her dreams tonight. However, Chen Mingyan wasn't so relaxed. Chen Mingyan was a little confused. Xia's appearance made her feel a great sense of crisis. This was also the reason why she drew Xia in from the beginning. Chen Mingyan didn't have the confidence to fight against Xia, so she could only adopt the means of peaceful coexistence. These were all secondary. What troubled Chen Mingyan the most was Yang Ming's intention. Without the appearance of Xia, Chen Mingyan was very sure that she would be Yang Ming's bride. No matter how many girlfriends Yang Ming had, the one he would officially marry would definitely be her. Now the situation was a bit different. Xia also had this opportunity. Although Xia had already expressed her attitude today that she wouldn't do anything wrong to her, and because of work, she couldn't always be by Yang Ming's side. However, Chen Mingyan was still a little worried. When she returned home, she turned on the computer unhappily and surfed the internet. She was a little uneasy, but Chen Mingyan didn't care. She thought that she was worried because of Xia's matter. Although this time was busy, Yang Ming still didn't forget the task that Lan Ling's grandmother gave him. In his spare time, he would monitor the old gatekeeper of Red Flag High School, Uncle Ma Xiaoyao. Even if Yang Ming didn't find anything unusual, since Lan Ling's grandmother had instructed him, then he must pay attention. However, the boring record every day made Yang Ming really impatient. Today, he just happened to pass by Red Flag High School. Yang Ming decided to go to Ma Xiaoyao's place again. Now was the time when the students were on holiday. There was no one in the empty campus. Yang Ming got out of the car and came to the locked gate of the school. He knocked twice. Not long after, he saw Uncle Ma come out with drunken eyes. He shouted as he walked, "Who is it?" "Uncle Ma, it's me, Yang Ming." Yang Ming smiled. "Oh? Yang Ming." Uncle Ma narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Ming. Then he opened the door lock. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" "I was passing by here, so I came to take a look." Yang Ming said. "No way? What do you want from me?" Uncle Ma didn't believe it. "This time, there really isn't." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "I'm just passing by. I have nothing to do, so I came over to sit." "I knew it. You have nothing to do. Otherwise, why would you come to see an old man like me?" Uncle Ma said suddenly. "Why? Don't you have anything to do?" "That's not it. I just came to thank you for the matter of Wu Qiren last time." Yang Ming said, "Thank you for the clues, but in the end, I couldn't solve the problem." "Why? You haven't found your little girlfriend yet?" Uncle Ma sat back at the table and asked. "No." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Forget it. This kind of thing needs fate. Sometimes there is no result if you deliberately look for it. It's good that you can think about it. Come, drink with me?" Uncle Ma pointed to the wine and dishes on the table. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. "I just haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." In fact, Yang Ming wanted to see if he could get some information from Uncle Ma when he was drunk. Unfortunately, Uncle Ma didn't reveal any useful information except for some family matters and anecdotes in school. Although the two chatted very happily, Yang Ming still didn't know much about Uncle Ma. Judging from Uncle Ma's speech and behavior, this was a completely comfortable old man who drank a little wine every day and enjoyed life. After this meal, Uncle Ma was still drunk. It was almost the same as before. There was no sign of drunkenness. However, Yang Ming was a little dizzy. He was swaying a little when he walked. It seemed that this ergotu was strong. Yang Ming was known to not be drunk even with 100 bottles of beer. He actually began to be confused after drinking 2 bottles of ergotu. The car definitely couldn't be driven. Yang Ming didn't want to harm others and himself. Standing in the middle of the road, Yang Ming waited for a taxi, but this road wasn't the main street. Moreover, it was a school holiday. Usually, very few people would take a taxi in this section. There were not many taxis that would detour here to pick up passengers. Occasionally, there would be a few who would pass by here to send off other guests. After Lu Shaoxing sneaked back to Songjiang, he waited for an opportunity to kill Yang Ming. However, there were too many people around Yang Ming every day. It wasn't easy for him to make a move. Moreover, Yang Ming's skills were good. Lu Shaoxing was afraid that he would go for wool and come back shorn. He would be beaten up by Yang Ming. Today, Lu Shaoxing just found a place to eat some food. He had nothing to do, so he was going to find a place to have fun with a prostitute. He stopped a taxi and was preparing to go to a bath center in the city. When he passed by Red Flag High School, he suddenly found Yang Ming's BMW parked at the door. Lu Shaoxing suddenly became spirited and shouted to the driver, "Stop the car! Stop the car!" Although the driver didn't understand what was going on, since the guest asked him to stop, he couldn't say anything. He had to stop the car on the side of the road. Lu Shaoxing threw a 20 yuan bill to the driver and got out of the car. He didn't bother with the change. Originally, the driver thought that Lu Shaoxing was crazy. Why did he come to this inexplicable place? However, at this moment, after he got the money, he felt that Lu Shaoxing was very pleasing to the eye. He hummed a song and left here. Lu Xiaoxing was looking for opportunities to make a move on Yang Ming every day when he was alone, so he wouldn't let go of any possibility. Seeing that there was no one in the car, Lu Xiaoxing found a big tree and hid behind it. This wait was more than 3 hours. Lu Xiaoxing was so cold that he shivered. His whole body was stiff, but in order to meet Yang Ming, Lu Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and held on. Finally, when Lu Xiaoxing was about to lose all hope, Yang Ming came out swaying. Lu Xiaoxing smelled the smell of alcohol from afar. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. God is really helping me. The opportunity that I couldn't find finally came. This Yang Ming is drunk now, so it's easy for me to make a move. Lu Xiaoxing tiptoed behind Yang Ming. He took out the voodoo tool that was prepared by Yin Guangdou and was ready to cast voodoo on Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming drank too much, his mind was still sober. This was what Fang Tian taught him on the first day. An assassin must always be sober. Otherwise, it would be easy to be killed. Who is it? Yang Ming felt that someone came from behind and suddenly shouted. Lu Xiaoxing was shocked. When he saw that Yang Ming discovered him, he quickly activated the voodoo in his hand according to the method and cast the voodoo on Yang Ming. Then, his head was punched, and he didn't know anything in a daze. Yang Ming intuitively felt that the person had a dangerous breath. He was afraid that it would be unfavorable to him, so he made the first move and knocked the person to the ground. Sure enough, he saw that the person was holding an inexplicable thing in his hand and pointing it at him. Yang Ming wanted to check it out, but he suddenly felt a heartache. Bean-sized sweat immediately rolled down. This was definitely not a normal physiological reaction. Yang Ming knew that his body was very healthy. There was no disease like heart disease, so it was impossible for him to suddenly feel heartache. However, at this moment, he was in so much pain that he couldn't describe it. Yang Ming frowned. He couldn't help but wonder if this person did something to him, but the severe pain made his will become more and more faint. His vision became a little blurred. Yang Ming covered his chest and knelt on the snow by the roadside, gasping for breath. Finally, Yang Ming couldn't hold it anymore. He fell down and soon lost consciousness. Lu Xiaoxing, who was beside him, also fainted quietly there. After sending Yang Ming away, Ma Xiaoyao sighed and said, "This is dangerous. Ordinary people can't easily get involved. I didn't say anything to you because it's for your own good." Ma Xiaoyao cleaned up the garbage on the table and threw it into the trash can. He picked up the key to the door and walked out to lock the door. As he walked to the gate, he couldn't help but be stunned. Not far from the gate, there were actually 2 people lying down. One of them was Yang Ming, who had just drunk with him. Could it be that he drank too much and fainted here? Ma Xiaoyao didn't take it seriously. He quickly walked to the front of Yang Ming. As he was about to help Yang Ming up, he suddenly saw something that he was familiar with. It was quietly thrown on the ground. Ma Xiaoyao frowned and picked up the voodoo utensil on the ground. He looked at it carefully and smelled it. Then, he quickly turned Yang Ming's body over. When he saw Yang Ming's pale face, he was shocked. He quickly carried Yang Ming and ran back to the hut where he was on duty. After a little groping on the wall, the wardrobe by the bed made a slight caw-caw sound. The wardrobe slowly moved to the side. Behind the wardrobe, there was a small door. Inside the small door was a staircase that led to the underground. Ma Xiaoyao carried Yang Ming down and came to a long and narrow room. He put Yang Ming on the bed in the middle of the room. After testing Yang Ming's breathing, Ma Xiaoyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out a small box from under the bed and hurriedly opened it. He took out a bottle of potion and sprinkled it under Yang Ming's nose. After doing all this, Ma Xiaoyao returned to the school gate. His intuition told him that this voodoo utensil was brought by the other young man lying on the ground. Ma Xiaoyao picked up Lu Xiaoxing from the ground and carried him into the room. Then, he tied him with a rope and threw him in a corner. Just now, the potion that Ma Xiaoyao sprayed on Yang Ming could only provide relief. It couldn't really detoxify the voodoo. It still required a lot of effort to detoxify the voodoo. Ma Xiaoyao carefully examined the remaining things in the container and poured a few unknown potions into it. After that, he carefully examined Yang Ming's body and couldn't help but sigh, so vicious. Fortunately, he was poisoned by another type of goo poison previously. The two types of goo poison played a restraining role. Otherwise, even a golden immortal wouldn't be able to save him now. Since he knew the type of voodoo, it was easy for Ma Xiaoyao to solve it. After all, he was an expert in this field. Although it was laborious, after more than an hour of treatment, Yang Ming finally spat out some black and smelly things. Ma Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Yang Ming was saved. He found a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he laid him flat on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Ming slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the situation in front of him in surprise. This is a strange place. Yang Ming suddenly remembered what happened before. I was attacked from behind. I don't know what that person did to me. Although I gave him a fierce blow afterward, I couldn't hold on and fainted. Where am I? Could it be that I have been caught by someone? Thinking of this, Yang Ming struggled to get up from the bed. You're awake? Ma Xiaoyao walked in from outside the house. He just went to check on Lu Xiaoxing's situation. He was afraid that Lu Xiaoxing would wake up, so he gave him some knockout pills. It was estimated that Lu Xiaoxing wouldn't wake up for at least 10 hours. When Yang Ming heard a familiar voice, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He looked up and saw Uncle Ma smiling at him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that Ma Xiaoyao found out that I was monitoring him and took measures against me? Thinking of what Grandma Lan Ling said before, he couldn't help but be shocked. If Ma Xiaoyao is really a bad guy, then am I not in danger? Yang Ming secretly began to be alert. Seeing Yang Ming's nervous look, Ma Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile and said, You just had voodoo. Although it was removed, you'd better rest at this moment. Voodoo? Yang Ming was stunned, then he recalled the situation just now. It seems that it is really possible. However, did Ma Xiaoyao save me? Yang Ming wondered, did you save me? Now, some things couldn't be hidden, so Ma Xiaoyao didn't hide it anymore. Yes, I saved you. You saved me? You know how to detoxify voodoo? Yang Ming looked at Ma Xiaoyao in surprise. Ma Xiaoyao nodded affirmatively and said, I know how to detoxify voodoo. That is one of the reasons. However, the voodoo that you have today is very strong. If you didn't have another voodoo in your body that formed a restraint with it, you would probably die on the spot tonight. Ah. Yang Ming's heart trembled. Only Lan Ling's grandmother, and a few people around him knew that he was poisoned with another voodoo. Ma Xiaoyao couldn't know. So now there was only one possibility. That was, Ma Xiaoyao really knew voodoo, and he was really poisoned with voodoo. He wasn't lying to him. You have been monitoring me for a long time, right? Ma Xiaoyao said with a smile. How do you know? Now Yang Ming didn't know whether Ma Xiaoyao was an enemy or a friend. Although he detoxified voodoo, who knew if he had any ulterior motives? I can naturally see it. Ma Xiaoyao smiled and said, but you don't have to worry. I have no malice to you. Who are you? Yang Ming was still very vigilant. It's fine to tell you now. It seems that you have been involved in the dispute of that force. Ma Xiaoyao sighed. I didn't want you and Ling Ling to participate in the grievances of our older generation, but it is impossible. Ling Ling? Are you talking about Lan Ling? Yang Ming looked at Uncle Ma in front of him inconceivably. Who are you? How do you know Lan Ling? My real name is Lan Hai. Who do you think I am? Ma Xiaoyao changed his sleepy appearance and replaced it with a shrewd and capable look. His eyes were full of vigor. He was a different person from before. Lan Hai. Yang Ming was surprised. He stared at Uncle Ma in front of him inconceivably. This person is actually Lan Hai? Isn't that Lan Ling's grandfather? Ma Xiaoyao nodded and said, That's me. You are Lan Ling's grandfather. Then, why did Lan Ling's grandmother ask me to monitor you? Yang Ming still didn't believe Uncle Ma's words. The Miao people are proficient in voodoo, but our branch is also proficient in disguise. My current appearance isn't my original appearance. It's just an image that is smeared with flour, said Ma Xiaoyao. Yang Ming frowned and looked at Ma Xiaoyao's face with his special ability. Indeed, there was another face before his current face. It was exactly the same as the photo that Yang Ming saw in Lan Ling's grandmother. Yang Ming believed Ma Xiaoyao's words and determined that the person in front of him was Lan Hai. If it were other people, they might not believe it because Ma Xiaoyao's disguise was too realistic. There were no flaws at all. If he didn't have special abilities, it wouldn't be so easy to see it. After confirming the true identity of Ma Xiaoyao, Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect. He quickly said humbly, "Grandpa Lan." Lan Hai smiled and said, "I will tell you sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I was afraid that the forces over there would be unfavorable to you and Ling Ling, so I have been hiding it. Now it seems that it is time." "Then why didn't you tell Lan Ling's grandmother that you were here? She thought that you..." Yang Ming paused for a moment before falling silent. "It's not that I didn't want to tell, but the people over there have never stopped chasing me. I was afraid of implicating Lan Ling's grandmother and Lan Ling, so I had to lurk here secretly and wait for the opportunity to give a fatal blow to the enemy." Lan Hai sighed. "Although the preparation is not very good, it is almost done. I also probably determined the person who provoked the internal strife in our tribe." "Is there anything I can help with?" asked Yang Ming. "The people I want to deal with are not ordinary people. They are proficient in voodoo. I'm afraid you can't deal with them." Lan Hai shook his head. "It's good that you have the heart. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Fortunately, you are lucky today. Otherwise, you would die in front of my door. My precious granddaughter will never forgive me in this life." Yang Ming listened to Lan Hai's words and could only nod helplessly. Indeed, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't deal with voodoo that he wasn't proficient in. Suddenly, he remembered the person who attacked him before. Yang Ming quickly asked, "Grandpa Lan, is the person who attacked me still there?" "I caught him back. He is in the next room," said Lan Hai. "I suspect that this person is the force of the other side. The voodoo method he used is the method of our tribe. I am very sure of this." "And?" Yang Ming was stunned because he vaguely saw the face of the person who attacked him. It was an acquaintance. It was Yun Guangdou's driver, Lu Xiaoxing. How did he become a person of another force? "Do you know that person?" Lan Hai asked in his heart. Maybe he could find out all the forces of the other side in Songjiang by following this clue. "This person is the driver of Yun Guangdou, the owner of Yun Jewelry Company. He had some conflicts with me before," Yang Ming said truthfully. "Yun Jewelry? Driver?" Lan Hai was also stunned. He originally thought that the people of that force found out about the relationship between Yang Ming and himself. They wanted to make a move on Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that things didn't seem to be like this. There were other secrets. "Yeah, I beat up that Lu Xiaoxing before. He was the person who used voodoo on me. This time, he probably came to retaliate against me." Yang Ming said, "What's more, my company is also in the jewelry business. There are some business conflicts recently. So, he is targeting you. It's not because of Ling Ling?" Lan Hai also fell into contemplation. Yang Ming didn't expect that Lu Xiaoxing was actually a person from Lan Hai's hostile forces. He only thought that he was sent by Yun Guangdou. Probably not. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "If I didn't hear you say that there was such a relationship, I wouldn't have thought that Lu Xiaoxing had other identities. It turned out to be like this. Maybe I thought too much. So, you go back first and take Lu Xiaoxing with you. See if you can get some useful information from his mouth." Lan Hai said, "However, no matter what you can ask in the end, this person can't be left alive. If you can't do it, send him to me." Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. "I can't do it?" If it were an ordinary person, there might be some concerns, but killing a person had no psychological burden for Yang Ming, not to mention this person who wanted to kill himself. Yang Ming would not be soft-hearted. Yang Ming didn't say much. He just nodded. After such a struggle, even the alcohol in his stomach was spat out. Yang Ming was sober and no longer drunk. "Today's matter, don't tell Ling Ling's grandmother. She came to see me early, and it was easy to expose the target. If the opponent found out, it would not achieve the effect of a surprise victory." Lan Hai said. "I understand. I will treat it as if nothing happened." Yang Ming said. Well, if there is something, you can come to me. I don't think anyone will be suspicious. Next time, bring me a few bottles of good wine. Lan Hai said. Don't worry, Grandpa Lan. I will get you a box. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Dragging Lu Xiaoxing, who was tied up like a dumpling, Yang Ming said goodbye to Lan Hai and left the secret room. Lu Xiaoxing was thrown into the trunk, and Yang Ming drove to the nightless club. Although Yang Ming now had a lot of places to go, he still habitually went to the nightless club to interrogate someone. On the way, he called Bao Sanli and asked him to send someone to pick him up. However, when Yang Ming arrived at the nightless club, he saw Bao Sanli standing at the door. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless, but he couldn't help it. This represented Bao Sanli's respect for him, and he couldn't say anything. Brother Yang, you are here. Bao Sanli saw that Yang Ming had parked the car, so he walked over. Well, there's a person in my trunk. Get one of your men to carry him up and find a room. I want to interrogate this person. Yang Ming instructed. All right. For Yang Ming's instructions, Bao Sanli would not ask much. He simply called an underling to carry the people in Yang Ming's trunk and prepared an empty room. There were many such rooms in the nightless club. There was nothing inside, only a sofa. Yang Ming sat on it, while Lu Xiaoxing was casually thrown on the ground. Brother Yang, do you need to find a basin of cold water to wake him up? Bao Sanli asked in a low voice. No need. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. He was drugged. He can't wake up without the antidote. As Yang Ming said this, he took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket and handed it to Bao Sanli. Go and give him the pill inside. This was the antidote that Lan Hai gave him before he left. After taking it, Lu Xiaoxing could wake up immediately. Bao Sanli took the medicine bottle, poured out the pill inside, and fed it to Lu Xiaoxing. After a while, Lu Xiaoxing woke up in a daze. When he looked up, he saw Yang Ming sitting opposite him and looking at him with a smile. He couldn't help but be shocked. You, why aren't you dead? Yeah, I'm not dead. Isn't it strange? Yang Ming snorted. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? How is it possible? How can President Yan's voodoo have no effect? Logically, you should have died long ago, right? Lu Xiaoxing still had an inconceivable look as he muttered to himself. Yang Ming listened to Lu Xiaoxing's words and couldn't help but be amused. This kid is really stupid. Although he didn't answer the question directly, he knew from the side that Yun Guangdou sent him to kill him. Don't worry about whether it's possible or not. I'm not dead now, and you fell into my hands. What do you think will be waiting for you? Yang Ming interrupted Lu Xiaoxing's words. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Lu Xiaoxing suddenly became dispirited. He was very clear about what was waiting for him. He didn't succeed in killing the other party. How would the other party let him go easily? However, Lu Xiaoxing still had a glimmer of hope. He was a timid person. Naturally, he didn't care about loyalty, so he immediately said, Brother Yang, you are a great person. Can you not kill me? It's President Yun. President Yun ordered me to kill you. Why do you want to kill me? Asked Yang Ming. Because you and President Yun snatched a woman, and then you became a competitor of Yun Jewelry, so President Yun hated you to the bone and wanted to get rid of you quickly. Lu Xiaoxing said quickly. Oh? Just because of this? Asked Yang Ming calmly. Yeah, it's because of these. Lu Xiaoxing nodded. Looking at Lu Xiaoxing's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he guessed correctly. Yun Guangdou dealt with him only because of Sun Jie's matter and business. It had nothing to do with Lan Ling and Lan Hai. You used voodoo on me before, right? Yang Ming suddenly asked. I heard that voodoo can't be used on ordinary people casually. Also, how do you know these things? Who are you? This. Lu Xiaoxing listened to Yang Ming's words, but he hesitated. After all, he was now a traitor like Yun Guangdou. Even if Yang Ming didn't kill him, Elder Yu wouldn't let them go if the matter was exposed. Why? You don't want to say it? Yang Ming frowned. No, no. Seeing that Yang Ming was angry, Lu Xiaoxing was shocked. His life was now in the hands of others, and he couldn't help but say it. If he didn't say it now, Yang Ming might kill him immediately if he was angry. But if he said it, Elder Yu might not find him. So, he clenched his teeth and said, "Yes, I am from a tribe in Yunnan's Miaojiang, but I have now betrayed the tribe." "Oh? Betrayal? What do you mean? Tell me what you know, and I may let you live. Otherwise, I will directly ask someone to throw you from upstairs." Yang Ming said. Which floor is this?" Lu Xiaoxing didn't know if he was humorous or slow-witted, but he actually asked such a question. "The third floor," Bao Sanli replied. For some topics that were not very sensitive, Yang Ming didn't hide it from Bao Sanli. After all, he now regarded Bao Sanli as his own confidant. The more Bao Sanli knew about him, the more he wouldn't dare to have any disloyalty. Lu Xiaoxing's eyes turned, and his heart began to move a little. "The third floor, I don't think I will die from falling, right?" Bao Sanli looked at Lu Xiaoxing's shifty-eyed look. How could he not know what he was thinking? "So," he added coldly, "if you don't die from the fall, then fall again until you die." "Oh my God!" Lu Xiaoxing was shocked. "How can it be like this? If I don't die from the fall, then fall again?" He shivered and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He replied carefully, "President Yun and I were sent to Songjiang by the tribal elders to secretly investigate some things here." "What's the matter?" asked Yang Ming. "Investigate whether the original patriarch of our tribe is alive or dead." Lu Xiaoxing didn't hide it and said directly. Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that this Lu Xiaoxing was still honest and didn't hide anything. However, the things that Yang Ming knew were limited. It was better to return him to Lan Hai and let Lan Hai get some valuable things from his mouth. Bao Sanli was confused. What tribe? What elder? These things that were far away from him made him feel like he was listening to a book. Bao Sanli thought that Yang Ming was just asking casually, and he didn't care about these insignificant things. "Well, I will take you to see a person. Whether you can leave here alive or not depends on whether you are honest or not." Yang Ming said to Lu Xiaoxing. "I will be honest. I will be honest," Lu Xiaoxing said quickly. Yang Ming shook his head funnily. "This guy is a coward. His courage is pitiful." He sent him back to Lan Hai. As for how Lan Hai would deal with him, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. When he returned home, Yang Ming took a shower. When he took off his clothes, he saw a text message on the phone. It was sent by Chen Mingyan. "Yang Ming, where are you?" Chen Mingyan just felt that her chest wasn't very comfortable, so she called Yang Ming, but no one answered. She sent a text message to Yang Ming. Looking at the messages and missed calls, they were probably from when he fainted. Yang Ming returned a text message to Chen Mingyan, telling her that he was at home. He just fell asleep and didn't hear the phone call. Fearing that she would be worried, Yang Ming didn't say anything about the attack before. It didn't take long for Chen Mingyan to reply. She said that since Yang Ming was fine, then she was relieved and wanted to sleep. Yang Ming said goodnight and went to take a shower. Yang Ming quickly put Lu Xiaoxing's matter behind his mind. Now he was worried about Valentine's Day. Since Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun got along well, it was okay to go out together on Valentine's Day. But what about Xiaoqing? What about Sun Jia? Sun Jia was fine. She wouldn't care about these. However, although Xiaoqing didn't say it, Yang Ming knew that she still cared about it. This made Yang Ming a little troubled. He couldn't divide it into a few days like Chinese New Year. It seemed that if it really didn't work, he could only accompany Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun first. As for Xiaoqing and Sun Jia, he could only think about it another day. Yang Ming sighed and thought that he hadn't contacted Xiaoqing for a while, so he picked up the phone and dialed Xiaoqing's cell phone number. "Hello?" After a while, Xiaoqing's lazy voice came from the phone. She should be resting now. "Sister Xiaoqing, I am Yang Ming." Yang Ming said apologetically, "Am I disturbing your rest?" "Oh? Yang Ming, it's so late. Why are you calling me? What's the matter?" Xiaoqing's voice became a lot more energetic. "Nothing. I just missed you, so I wanted to hear your voice." Yang Ming said. "Really? Xiaoqing obviously didn't believe it. You called me so late just for this? What else? Yang Ming smiled. I have been very busy after Chinese New Year. I didn't go to see you. What are you talking about? I'm not a child. If you have something to do, just do it. I saw a lot of unfavorable news about the jewelry company recently. Dad also asked me to ask you what happened when I was free. Do you need his help? I didn't expect you to solve it yourself. Xiaoqing said. Right, Sister Xiaoqing, how do you want to spend Valentine's Day? Asked Yang Ming. Valentine's Day? Hee hee. Xiaoqing smiled after listening. Do you really want to ask me how to spend it? Yang Ming was also afraid that Xiaoqing would feel uncomfortable in her heart, so he asked this question. However, he also knew that it was impossible to leave Chen Mingyan alone and go out with Xiaoqing. After listening to Xiaoqing's question, he couldn't help but be embarrassed. He said, yeah. You don't have enough confidence. Hee hee, you should accompany Chen Mingyan. I don't want to be scolded by the world. Besides, can't we go out together at any time? Why do we have to spend such a conspicuous holiday like Valentine's Day? Do you want your parents to know? Xiaoqing said. Hee hee. Yang Ming's heart was relieved. He thought that Xiaoqing understood him, but his mouth said, what are you afraid of? Okay, I won't argue with you. I really have an appointment on Valentine's Day. Even if you ask me out, I'm not free. Xiaoqing said. Ah? You have an appointment? This time, it was Yang Ming's turn to be stunned. Although he felt guilty that he couldn't accompany Xiaoqing on Valentine's Day, if Xiaoqing went out with others, how could Yang Ming feel good in his heart? Yeah, you can't spend Valentine's Day with me. Can't I spend it with others? Asked Xiaoqing. You, who are you going with? Asked Yang Ming nervously. I won't tell you. Xiaoqing deliberately angered Yang Ming. I have to have some privacy, right? Besides, I'm your godsister now, not your girlfriend. Yang Ming shook his head. It was rare for Xiaoqing to complain to him. However, Yang Ming knew Xiaoqing's character. He knew that she was still quite rational. It was impossible for her to casually go out with a man. Could it be that she was accompanying godparents? Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly asked, are you going to accompany godfather or godmother? Of course not. Xiaoqing denied, well, stop guessing. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Okay. Then you rest. Yang Ming had a question mark in his heart. He reluctantly hung up the phone. Valentine's Day. Last night, Yang Ming confirmed with Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan that he would pick them up early in the morning, and then the three of them would go to the beach together. Unexpectedly, Tian Donghua called and asked Yang Ming what arrangements he had for Valentine's Day. He wanted to come and join in. Since Tian Donghua had asked, Yang Ming couldn't refuse. Besides, even if he said that he didn't have any arrangements for Valentine's Day, Tian Donghua had to believe him. It was better to tell him the plan generously. Anyway, it would be more lively with more people. Tian Donghua naturally shamelessly wanted to go with them. Yang Ming could only count him in. First, he drove to Chen Mingyan's neighborhood. Chen Mingyan appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood on time. Today, Chen Mingyan wore a high school woolen coat. When she was chatting with Yang Ming a few days ago, Yang Ming accidentally mentioned that Chen Mingyan's coat was very beautiful. At that time, Chen Mingyan only wore it for a few days and never wore it again. Yang Ming wondered why. Chen Mingyan explained that this coat looked a bit mature and didn't look like a student's, so she didn't wear it after that. But now that she was a college student, there was no need to worry about it. So, at Yang Ming's request, Chen Mingyan went home and found this coat. Chen Mingyan trotted to Yang Ming's car, opened the door of the passenger seat, and sat in. Anyway, she didn't get in the car with Lin Jiyun today. Chen Mingyan didn't deliberately sit in the back. Does this coat look good? Chen Mingyan asked Yang Ming after getting in the car. What's so good about this coat? Yang Ming snorted. Chen Mingyan was almost mad when she heard it. She was about to explode on the spot, but Yang Ming continued, the key is that the person looks good. My Mingyan looks good in any clothes. You are sensible. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. However, you look better without wearing it. Yang Ming added another sentence. You go to hell. Chen Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. Yang Ming's mouth was flirtatious. He used to be like this when he was in school. When they arrived at Lin Jiyun's door, Yang Ming called Lin Jiyun and wanted to tell her that they were almost there. However, the person who answered the phone was Xianxia Ping. Hello, Yang Ming, I'm your Auntie Shen. Auntie Shen, where is Jiyun? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Why would Xianxia Ping answer the phone? Yang Ming, Yun Er suddenly had a stomachache this morning. I'm afraid she can't go out with you, said Xianxia Ping. Ah? Stomachache? What happened? Is it serious? Wasn't she fine yesterday? Yang Ming was shocked and asked with some surprise. It's okay. It's the kind of pain that girls feel. Xianxia Ping hinted. Yun Er just fell asleep. She said that if there was a phone call, she asked me to help her answer it. If that's the case. Yang Ming frowned. Well, then tell Jiyun to have a good rest. Definitely. When Yun Er wakes up, ask her to call you. Xianxia Ping said. Okay then. Yang Ming sighed and hung up the phone. What's the matter? Chen Mingyan also heard the general idea. Sister Lin has a stomachache. Let's go and see? It doesn't seem to be the case. Yang Ming frowned and guessed Lin Jiyun's thoughts. Jiyun probably doesn't want to come out with us on Valentine's Day. Why? I'm very good to her. Chen Mingyan was afraid that Yang Ming would think too much, so she quickly explained. I know, but Lin Jiyun's character. Yang Ming hesitated. Forget it. Let's go. I will ask her alone another day. Sure enough, Yang Ming's guess wasn't wrong. After a while, Lin Jiyun sent a text message. The text message said, I'm fine. Don't worry. Have fun with Sister Mingyan. Yang Ming handed the phone to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was also silent. She knew that Lin Jiyun was afraid that it wasn't good for the three of them to spend Valentine's Day together, so she deliberately found an excuse not to participate. Then, when we come back, you take Sister Lin out to play alone. Chen Mingyan said apologetically. I know. Yang Ming nodded. Well, Jiyun is like this. Let's be happy. Tian Donghua and the others have probably arrived. He let Tian Donghua rent a small yacht in advance. Although it was winter and the sea breeze was still a bit cold, it was also very enjoyable to look at the sea in the yacht. When Yang Ming came to the seaside pier, he saw that Tian Donghua's car had already stopped there. Tian Donghua drove a Toyota Land Cruiser with a Donghai license plate. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in Japanese cars, but this car was relatively good. I don't know how the matter between Tian Donghua and Wang Shui was resolved, but today, the two people at least didn't have any difference on the surface. They had a loving expression. Yang Ming. Tian Donghua got out of the car and waved to Yang Ming. You came quite early. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's hand and walked to Tian Donghua. He nodded politely to Wang Shui. No matter what, she was Zhou Jiejia's good friend. Moreover, even if Wang Shui went behind Tian Donghua's back to have an affair, it was Tian Donghua's family matter. It had nothing to do with Yang Ming. The four people walked in the direction of the pier and came to the boat rental office by the pier. I am Tian Donghua. I rented a boat here yesterday. Now we are ready to board. Tian Donghua said to the staff at the rental office. Wait a minute. Let me check. The staff nodded and began to check on the computer. After a while, he said strangely, Sorry, sir, this is not registered for you. Not registered for me? How is it possible? Tian Donghua was stunned. He took out the receipt from his pocket when he booked the boat yesterday and handed it over. You check it again carefully. Okay. The staff glanced at the order number and then checked it again. However, after checking, he said, Sir, the boat you rented was registered on the computer by someone else. It is not in your name. Tian Donghua frowned and pointed to the receipt in his hand. My receipt can't be fake, right? Did you make a mistake? The staff carefully looked at the receipt in Tian Donghua's hand. There was the seal of the rental office on it. It should not be wrong, but why didn't the computer show it? The staff turned and went into the inner room and called the manager out. Manager, there is a customer here who rented a boat that is not displayed on the computer. What do you think? Asked the staff. Oh? Let me see. A middle-aged man with a big belly came out and took the receipt handed over by Tian Donghua. He looked at it and said, "This, I know. His boat was rented to someone else. You return the deposit to him." When Tian Donghua heard it, his face immediately pulled down. The boat was rented by him. Now, in front of so many people, especially Wang Shui, he couldn't back down. How could he just let it go? Although the temper of the Tian family's eldest young master was not as arrogant as the second son, Tian Dongguang, it wasn't very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seriously injured others because of a woman. Returning the deposit is fine? I booked the boat first, and you rented it to someone else. Is there first come, first served? Tian Donghua was unhappy at the time and asked with a sullen face. Renting or not renting is up to me. The boat is mine. What can you do if I don't rent it? The manager didn't take Tian Donghua seriously. Indeed, it's your business whether you rent it or not, but you shouldn't have rented it to others after renting it to me yesterday. Tian Donghua's tone had revealed his anger, and he was about to lose his temper. Humph, forget it. I know what you mean. Don't you want more money? Alright, Xiao Zhang, you refund him double the deposit. Just treat it as a breach of contract. The manager said indifferently. I don't want any breach of contract. If you don't get me a boat today, this isn't over. Tian Donghua stared at the manager coldly. F***ck. The manager cursed impatiently and said, what can you do if it's not over? I have refunded you double the breach of contract according to the contract. Even if you sue me, it's useless. Why should I sue you? Tian Donghua said disdainfully, I'll put it here. If you don't solve it within 10 minutes, let's wait and see. Tisk, am I afraid of you? Am I scared? The manager looked at Tian Donghua mockingly. You can do whatever you want. But I can tell you that I'm in a good mood now. I'll refund you double the deposit. If you don't want it, then you can't blame others. After that, the manager no longer bothered with him and turned to enter the inner room. Only the staff member was left with a troubled look. All right. Tian Donghua took out his cell phone angrily and began to flip through the phone book to make a call. Yang Ming looked at Tian Donghua with interest. He transferred troops from Donghai obviously because he couldn't make it in time. But did he know any other forces in Songjiang? When Tian Donghua was on the phone, a few young men dressed in colorful clothes came from not far away. When the leader saw Tian Donghua, his face suddenly showed a strange expression. Yo, isn't this the young master of the Tian family? How do you have time to come here? Tian Donghua turned his head and glanced at the person. He frowned, but he didn't have time to care about him. The family of the person who came was also involved in the underworld, but they had always been at odds with the Tian family. Of course, the Sun family was involved because the person who came was Ouyang Junyuan, whom Yang Ming had seen in Donghai. The young master of the underworld in Province P. Maybe it was because Yang Ming was now wearing a student outfit, and Sun Jia wasn't following him, so Ouyang Junyuan didn't notice that he was the person who embarrassed him in the Sun family. It's none of your business. Go do what you need to do. Tian Donghua was thinking about how to solve the problem of the ship at the moment. He was not in the mood to argue with Ouyang Junyuan. Ouyang Junyuan came to Songjiang this time, naturally, to see Xia's concert. He had nothing to do, so he started a film and television company. He wondered if he could use this opportunity to build a relationship with Xia and get close to her. However, after contacting the staff around Xia a few times, he didn't find any good opportunities. Nothing to do with me? Haha, are you worried about the ship? Ouyang Junyuan looked at Tian Donghua jokingly. Then, he took out a receipt from his pocket and said, I have booked your ship. Ha 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 ha. When Ouyang Junyuan came to rent a ship, there was no ship. However, he wasn't very interested in taking a ship. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly saw Tian Donghua's name on the registration sheet on the table. He immediately found the manager and gave him a lot of benefits in private. Then, he successfully bought the ship that Tian Donghua rented. When Tian Donghua heard Ouyang Juanyuan's words, his face turned green. After a long time, it was this kid who made trouble. However, he couldn't make the call no matter what. Ouyang Juanyuan's identity was very special. It could be said that he was similar to Tian Donghua. Although Tian Donghua didn't deal with him, it wasn't to the point where they had to shed all pretense of cordiality. What's more, this was Song Jiang, not Dong Hai. If they really made trouble, Tian Donghua couldn't take much advantage. Ouyang Juanyuan also expected this, so he seemed to be a little unscrupulous in his actions and words. He whistled and looked at Tian Donghua proudly as he stomped his feet. Whether the Sun family instructed the Tian family to go to Province P to fight the Ouyang family, or the Ouyang family dispatched troops to Dong Hai, they wouldn't get any benefits. After all, it was the other party's territory. Their own battlefront, supply lines, and interpersonal relationships couldn't keep up. It was difficult to do anything. It was because of this that the two families only had small frictions and didn't really have a large-scale conflict. Ouyang Juanyuan's finger was cut off by Yang Ming. Although he wanted to retaliate, he wasn't stupid. He knew that the power of the Ouyang family wasn't enough to penetrate here, so he could only endure and find another opportunity. However, Ouyang Juanyuan also understood that he had offended Sun Hongjuan's daughter, Sun Jia, last time, so one of his fingers was cut off. The Sun family didn't seem to dare to take his life, so Ouyang Juanyuan forgot the pain after the scar healed. When he saw a beautiful woman, he ran out to show off. Ouyang Juanyuan was proud, but in a blink of an eye, he saw Chen Mingyan. When he looked closely, it was the girl who sang with Xianxia on the stage that day. His lust was suddenly aroused. The power of Ouyang Juanyuan's family couldn't penetrate here, so he didn't get the VIP ticket for the first concert. He watched from the back of the audience. As for the next few concerts, the VIP tickets weren't tight. Ouyang Juanyuan got a few. But the later concerts weren't as grand and interactive as the first concert. The program of singing with the fans didn't appear again. Hello, beauty. My name is Ouyang Juanyuan. I have seen you and Xianxia sing together. Ouyang Juanyuan turned his head and began to strike up a conversation with Chen Mingyan. Oh, hello. Chen Mingyan didn't know the conflict between Ouyang Juanyuan, Yang Ming, and Tian Donghua, but it could be seen from the incident of robbing the boat that there was a conflict between this person and Tian Donghua, so Chen Mingyan was particularly cold. Beauty, he can't do it anymore. Now the boat is booked by us. How about it? Are you interested in playing with me? Ouyang Juanyuan looked at Chen Mingyan lecherously and sized her up. Her figure was really good. Her chest was just right. It was neither too big nor too small. It was the best. Chen Mingyan saw that this person couldn't be reasoned with at all. She simply didn't bother to say anything to him. She turned her head and ignored him. However, Ouyang Juanyuan didn't have any self-awareness. Seeing that Chen Mingyan ignored him, he still shamelessly approached. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the chairman of Xianxia Film and Television Culture Company, Limited. I see that beauty has the potential to be a star. I can guarantee that I can make you an international superstar no less than Xianxia. Save it, idiot. Yang Ming coldly interrupted Ouyang Juanyuan's words. Can you change to something else besides this set of words? Don't you know that you can easily get beaten up for what you say now? You mother ****. When Ouyang Juanyuan saw that someone dared to scold him, he suddenly became angry. However, after seeing Yang Ming's face, he was suddenly shocked. He pointed at Yang Ming and opened his mouth. How come it's you? Because Sun Jia wasn't here, Ouyang Juanyuan didn't think that Yang Ming would be here. After all, today was Valentine's Day. They were all couples. Yang Ming also had girls around him, so Ouyang Juanyuan didn't pay much attention to Yang Ming. At this moment, when he saw Yang Ming talking, he looked carefully and was shocked. To be honest, Ouyang Juanyuan was still quite afraid of Yang Ming. Although he swore in his heart that he would tear Yang Ming into pieces one day, that was one day, not now. I think you don't have a good memory. Do you feel that you have too many fingers and want to lose a few? Yang Ming looked at Ouyang Juanyuan's hand that was missing a finger with some mockery. Ouyang Juanyuan's face immediately became very bright. He wanted to tear Yang Ming into pieces on the spot, but he had suffered a loss last time. This time, although he also brought people, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Ming and Tian Donghua didn't have people around them. If they really fought, it probably wouldn't end well. After weighing the pros and cons, Ouyang Juanyuan snorted coldly. He said to the few followers behind him, "Let's go." "Wait." Yang Ming waved his hand in front of Ouyang Juanyuan. "What do you want?" Ouyang Juanyuan was secretly alert. The person in front of him was like a madman. Ouyang Juanyuan was alone. It wasn't a wise move to provoke him. Although Ouyang Juanyuan didn't have great wisdom and courage, he wasn't a fool. He had already suffered a loss last time. How could he suffer a second time? "Leave the boat, and you can go," Yang Ming said in a commanding tone, "otherwise, you have to bear the consequences." In the face of such a blatant threat, Ouyang Juanyuan's lungs were about to explode, but there was no way. His face was definitely lost today. He wanted to humiliate Yang Ming, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be here too. For Yang Ming, Ouyang Juanyuan was very afraid. He hesitated again and again. He put the bill in his hand on the window of the rental office, then he turned and left quickly. He was cursing in his heart. "Aren't you arrogant? Then I will let you be arrogant for a few days. After a while, I will show you. Although I can't trouble you openly, there will be assassins to kill you. No matter how good you are at fighting, you won't be the opponent of a professional assassin, right?" Ouyang Juanyuan's calculation was very good, so he chose to temporarily retreat. Tian Donghua was a little surprised. Why was Ouyang Juanyuan so afraid of Yang Ming? He left with a few words and even left the boat ticket. To be honest, if it weren't for Yang Ming, Tian Donghua would really be embarrassed today. Tian Donghua was also impulsive just now, so he put down the ruthless words. However, when he really picked up the phone, he realized that this was Song Jiang, not Dong Hai. Even if he called someone, it would take a long time for them to come over. At that time, half of Valentine's Day would have passed. Fortunately, Yang Ming came forward to solve it, so that Tian Donghua wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. The manager who was in the inner room was naturally called out by the employee, Xiao Zhang, to watch the previous scene. He found that the young master who gave him money yesterday had left, and he was shocked. Yesterday, Ouyang Juanyuan was a rich and powerful young master. Now that he had suffered, wouldn't the two in front of him be even more untouchable? The manager secretly regretted that he had just misjudged. This manager wasn't a fool. He understood the key to the whole thing after thinking about it. It must be that these young masters didn't deal with each other. This Tian Donghua was probably evenly matched with that Ouyang Juanyuan. They couldn't do anything to each other, so Ouyang Juanyuan spent more money to snatch Tian Donghua's boat yesterday. Today, Ouyang Juanyuan couldn't afford to offend this person, so Ouyang Juanyuan left with his tail between his legs. Thinking of this, the manager quickly smiled and said to Yang Ming and Tian Donghua, "Both of you, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have rented your boat to others, so I decided to waive the bill to compensate for my previous mistakes." "That's it?" Yang Ming didn't look up and asked faintly. Then, the manager knew that Yang Ming wasn't a good person, and he suddenly hesitated. It seemed that today's matter wouldn't be over so easily. "What do you think?" Yang Ming didn't have any interest in dealing with such a small character. He spoke just now because he saw Ouyang Juanyuan. Tian Donghua's anger at the moment had disappeared. Like Yang Ming, he didn't want to bother with this small character, so he asked Wang Shui, "What do you think?" "Then forget it." Wang Shui didn't want Valentine's Day to become a fight. Seeing that these people didn't intend to bother with him, the manager suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you have fun. I won't bother you. In addition, I will give each of you a VIP card. You can enjoy a 20% discount when you book a boat at any time." Yang Ming nodded and waved his hand. "You find someone to take us on board." The manager quickly found the best pilot under him and boarded the boat with Yang Ming. Yang Ming learned how to drive a boat when he was in Europe, but at this moment, he was here to enjoy, so he wouldn't take the initiative to drive the boat. What's more, if he drove the boat, what would Chen Mengyan do? Maybe it was because the manager and the pilot had instructed something, so the pilot was respectful since he boarded the boat. He was even very careful when he spoke. Yang Ming couldn't get over it, so he said, "Buddy, you don't have to be like this. I don't like your manager. That's a matter between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. You can do what you want to do. Don't be so restrained. It makes me a little uncomfortable." When the pilot started, he didn't dare to. He answered whatever Yang Ming asked. Of course, Yang Ming asked more about the knowledge of boat driving. Although Yang Ming learned how to drive a boat, he didn't learn it carefully because of the hurry. He just took advantage of the time to ask about some practical things. Seeing that Yang Ming was very easygoing, the pilot also became bold and began to talk and laugh. The cruise ship gradually sailed to the depths of the sea. "Let's go to the deck and look at the sea?" Chen Mengyan suggested as she looked out of the window with some fascination. "Okay." Wang Shui was the first to respond. Girls were always very emotional. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua were more inclined to look outside from the cabin. After all, it was very warm inside, and the sea breeze outside was bitterly cold. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua, of course, couldn't ignore the nature of the beauties. The four of them went to the deck outside the cabin. The blue of the sea in winter was extraordinarily pure. Walking on the deck, Yang Ming really admired Chen Mingyan's suggestion. Looking at the sea here was really different. Regardless of whether it was his senses or his mind, there was a sense of relaxation and relaxation. The slightly salty air made Yang Ming have a feeling of returning to nature. "The feeling here is so good," Chen Mengyan said sincerely. "After living in Songjiang for so many years, this is the first time I came to see the sea in winter. Yeah, it's different from the noise in summer. The sea in winter has its own benefits." Yang Ming turned his head and saw Chen Mingyan's little face that was flushed by the sea breeze. He couldn't help but feel a little restless. Yang Ming gently hugged Chen Mingyan. He thought, no wonder the two people on the Titanic had sex directly. The state of mind here is really different. Chen Mingyan didn't refuse and closed her eyes slightly. She knew what Yang Ming would do to her. Even if she didn't know, with the two examples of Yang Ming, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui, she understood everything. The two guys had already hugged and kissed each other, ignoring Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled slightly. He gently held Chen Mingyan's face and kissed her. Chen Mingyan's breathing immediately became rapid. After a long time, the two separated. Their eyes met, and they smiled knowingly. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan knew in each other's hearts that if Lin Jiyun came together, then the three people wouldn't be able to let go. Tian Donghua and Wang Shui weren't afraid of fainting. They actually kissed together. Yang Ming coughed twice, but it didn't have any effect. He couldn't help but shake his head. He took Chen Mingyan's hand and walked to the other side of the deck. With a whistle, the cruise ship slowly stopped. The pilot ran from the cabin to the deck and shouted to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, the offshore club is in front. Do you need to eat?" "Offshore club? What is that?" It was the first time Yang Ming heard of this thing. It is a place where a businessman from Macau invested in and built a place that combines leisure, dining, and entertainment. In fact, it is a giant cruise ship that is parked in the middle of the sea to provide these services. The pilot introduced. "Oh? Then let's go and have a look." Yang Ming was a bit curious. He had seen a cartoon called One Piece. There was a restaurant on the sea in it. He didn't expect there to be such a thing in reality. Okay. The pilot ran back to the cockpit and started the cruise ship again. It didn't take long for the outline of a giant cruise ship to appear not far away. As Yang Ming and the others got closer, the face of the giant ship was completely revealed. What a luxurious and majestic cruise ship. On one side of the cruise ship was the dock for docking. At this moment, there were many large and small yachts and motorboats docked. When Yang Ming's ship approached, there was immediately a security guard who took the microphone to give instructions. At this time, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui had just recovered from the kiss. They looked at the giant ship in front of them and wondered, how did we come here? Mengyan and I are starving. We planned to eat something, but I guess you two are full from eating each other's saliva. Yang Ming teased. Tian Donghua and Wang Shui immediately felt a little embarrassed. Wang Shui immediately blushed. Let's go and eat something together? Yang Ming greeted the pilot. No, brother Yang. I have burger here. The company has regulations. We can't leave the ship. The pilot waved his hand and said, thank you. Yang Ming no longer forced it because every industry had its rules. Since the pilot said so, he didn't have to force anything. Welcome to the Sea Club. When Yang Ming and the others boarded the deck of the giant ship, the waiters standing on both sides immediately bowed and greeted them. From the deck to the interior of the cruise ship, even Yang Ming, who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help but be moved. The decoration inside was too luxurious. It was just like a palace. He didn't know where the design was, but it had a strong European style. Sir, madam, are you here for dinner or entertainment? As soon as they entered the door, a full-time private waiter came over. Let's eat first. We'll talk about the rest after the meal. Yang Ming didn't eat in the morning, so he was hungry at this time. Okay, please come with me. The waiter said. Right, is there a single room? Yang Ming asked casually. Sir, please wait a moment. I will help you ask. The waiter took out the walkie-talkie and said something. After a while, there was an answer. The waiter said to Yang Ming after listening, there are still single rooms, but there are only a few luxurious ones left. The ordinary small rooms are occupied. No problem. Take us there. Yang Ming was not sensitive to the price. Valentine's Day couldn't be too shabby, right? Okay. The waiter nodded and took Yang Ming and the others to an elevator. The elevator was transparent inside and outside. They could see the sea view outside and the facilities in the cabin. However, the elevator went down, not up. When the elevator completely descended, Yang Ming and the others were already in the deep sea. Through the glass of the elevator, they could see the sea scene outside. There were even some sea fish swimming around. The luxury private rooms were similar in design. They could directly see the sea view outside. A group of sea fish swam around, making the people in the room feel like they were in the sea. This design really gave people a novel feeling. It's like an aquarium here. Chen Mengyan curiously leaned on the wall of the private room and looked at the small fish swimming in the sea. She praised, it's so beautiful. Yeah, the environment here is really good. Wang Shui couldn't help but nod. What would you like to eat? The waiter saw that Yang Ming and the others were very satisfied, and he was very happy. After all, the satisfaction of the guests was directly related to his bonus. It's our first time here. Get us some special dishes. Yang Ming was already very hungry, and he was too lazy to look at the menu one by one. Even if he looked at the menu, he didn't know what was good and what wasn't. It was better to let the waiter recommend. In order to make Yang Ming and the others become repeat customers, the waiter couldn't simply recommend some rubbish. The waiter nodded and left the room to prepare. Yang Ming and Tian Donghua sat on the sofa. Chen Mengyan and Wang Shui were still looking at the swimming fish outside curiously. Yang Ming, can we also build an apartment on the sea in the future? Chen Mengyan had fallen in love with the environment here. Okay, but isn't it a bit too lonely for the two of us? Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mengyan was stunned, and then she understood Yang Ming's meaning. She complained, I didn't say that others can't live here. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan were naturally talking about Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, Lan Ling, and the other girls, but Tian Donghua didn't know. He said shamelessly, me and Wang Shui also benefit from it? Yang Ming was speechless, but looking at his face full of expectation, he didn't want to discourage him too much. He had to say, okay, no problem. Anyway, who didn't know how to draw a pie? Let's talk about it when it's built. Sure enough, the dishes recommended by the waiter were good. They looked, smelled, and were very unique. Yang Ming and the others couldn't stop praising them. After the meal, the four of them had nothing to do, so they decided to stroll around the cruise ship to see if there was anything fun. The waiter here was the kind of person who worked from the beginning to the end. From the time he received Yang Ming and the others, he was responsible for all the services for Yang Ming and the others in the offshore club until Yang Ming and the others left. What do you all want to play? Asked the waiter. What is here? You also know that we are here for the first time. We are not familiar with this place. Why don't you introduce it to us? Said Yang Ming. There is a bowling alley, a gym, an electronic game hall, a billiard room, a swimming pool, and a deep-sea diving pool, etc. The waiter introduced. I heard that you have this here. Tian Donghua suddenly interrupted and made a dice-throwing action. The waiter's face changed, but then he returned to normal. Sir, what are you talking about? Casino. Don't tell me that you don't know. Tian Donghua smiled. Sir, are you kidding me? How can we have a casino here? The waiter shook his head and said with a smile, we are not a gambling ship. Maybe you have watched too many Hong Kong movies. Okay, don't play dumb with me. You ask your boss if he knows Tian Dongguang. Tian Donghua also heard his brother mention this place by chance. He said that there was a casino here. It was very cool. It was similar to the Macau casinos on TV. Although Donghai also had some underground casinos, Tian Donghua had not been to a large scale. After listening to Tian Dongguang, his heart was naturally itching. How could he not take a look this time? The waiter was stunned and did not dare to neglect. He quickly took out the walkie-talkie and said a few words to it. Then, he transferred it to the manager of the club. President Nya, I am Xiao Lu, the receptionist in the hall number 063. A guest asked me to ask you if you know Tian Dongguang. The waiter reported. Oh? Second young master Tian? When the lobby manager heard the name of Tian Dongguang, he immediately said, of course, I know him. What's the matter? President Nya, he said that he wanted to go to the casino. The waiter lowered his voice. If it weren't for Yang Ming's good eyesight, he really couldn't hear what he said. Oh? Wait for me. I will go and see it myself. Where are you? President Nya didn't dare to neglect. After all, not just anyone could enter the casino. Otherwise, if everyone knew about it, it would be over sooner or later. Although the Tian family's power was in Donghai, and President Nya's offshore club was in the Sea of Songjiang, President Nya would never offend the local power. After all, he came here to make a fortune. If he really provoked these underworld people, then his business would definitely not be peaceful. Therefore, when the second young master of the Tian family came to play, President Nya not only waived the bill, but also gave Tian Dongguang some casino chips for his entertainment. For the local power of Bao Sanli, President Nya was even more careful. Not only did he give a lot of monetary gifts every year, but he also often sent some VIP cards and reception vouchers. However, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't have the leisure to take a boat to his place for entertainment. Now, he didn't know what the relationship between the person below was with the second young master of the Tian family, Tian Dongguang. President Nya didn't dare to neglect. He went down to see it personally to make a decision. Soon, President Nya came to the private room. He glanced at the waiter and looked at Yang Ming and the others present. He smiled and said, I am the general manager here, Nya Dayu. May I ask how many of you? My name is Tian Donghua. I am Tian Dongguang's brother. Tian Donghua said directly. Just now, when he was renting the boat, Tian Donghua felt that he lost face in front of Wang Shui, so he quickly found a way to get it back. Ah. Nya Dayu was stunned, and then immediately smiled. It turns out to be young Master Tian. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Why didn't you say earlier that you were coming? I would have welcomed you personally. No need. I just heard from little Guang that the casino here is very cool. I want to see it, said Tian Donghua. Sure. I will send you there. Nya Dayu said quickly. For Yang Ming, he didn't ask much. He thought that Yang Ming was a friend with Tian Donghua, but his identity was definitely not as powerful as Tian Donghua. Otherwise, why did he only mention Tian Dongguang before? Yang Ming didn't know that Nya Dayu would send a lot of gifts to the Mingyang Security Company during the holidays, so he wouldn't say much. He wasn't a person who liked to show off. Nie Dayu personally sent the 4 people to the casino on the top floor. From the outside, it looked like the office of the offshore club's management. In fact, more than half of it was the casino, and a small part was the office. Yang Ming wanted to exchange chips, but Nie Dayu quickly said that it was not necessary. He directly took out 1 million chips and gave them to the few people. Although 1 million wasn't a big amount, it wasn't small either. Yang Ming secretly thought that Nie Dayu knew how to conduct himself. Coming here isn't very good, right? After all, Chen Mengyan had a strict upbringing since she was a child. Because of Chen Fei's special identity, she was somewhat unnatural when she entered the casino. Just treat it as accompanying Tian Donghua and the others. If you don't like it, just watch for a while. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mengyan was very repulsed by these things, so he smiled and persuaded her. Okay. Yang Ming said so. Chen Mengyan didn't want to be too maverick and dampen the mood of others. Tian Donghua didn't care. He pulled Wang Shui to play roulette. Yang Ming only left a few chips, and the rest were given to Tian Donghua. Are there any games that aren't very gambling? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mengyan wasn't interested, so he asked the waiter next to him. There is real-time Liuhe lottery and Hong Kong horse gambling over there. Sir, you can go and see. The waiter pointed not far away. Oh? You can bet on horses here? Yang Ming was stunned. He said to Chen Mengyan curiously, do you want to go and see? Horse gambling? Chen Mengyan was very repulsed by gambling, but she was relatively less repulsed by horse gambling. After all, in the Hong Kong TV series, horse gambling appeared as a legal thing. Since it was legal, then Chen Mengyan didn't have so many thoughts in her heart. What's more, Chen Mengyan also wanted to see what horse gambling looked like, so she nodded and said, okay, then let's go and see. Please come with me. The waiter accompanied Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan to the horse gambling table. This might be a branch of a peripheral dealer of the Hong Kong horse farm, so they could directly bet. How is it? Are we betting? Yang Ming looked at the live TV screen and asked Chen Mengyan. Let's see first. Chen Mengyan shook her head. Chen Mengyan was a more rational person. She wouldn't lose her mind because of these things. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, Yang Ming didn't have the certainty to win. His current ability was X-ray vision. He couldn't predict the future. For gambling like horse racing, Yang Ming was basically the same as others. It was purely a guess. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of one thing. That was, when he saw Wu Ming destroy the BMW's brake system, he seemed to have foreseen the future. Also, at that time, when he was at Chen Fei's house, he suddenly saw Su Daji being killed with blood all over his body and abandoned on the abandoned construction site. Yang Ming also knew a little about his own potential ability, but he couldn't use it skillfully. Therefore, this special ability was the same as not having it. Number 3, number 3, number 3, number 3. Number 8, number 8, number 8, number 8. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise around him. It turned out that this round of horse racing had begun. Those who had bet were cheering for their favorite horses. Looking at the noisy scene around him, Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Gambling can actually make a person so excited and happy. If I can't win in many gambles, will I be like them and have this kind of gambler's mentality? Before Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan bet, there was a burst of exclamations not far away. Yang Ming wanted to look up, and the waiter next to him said to Yang Ming, Mr. Tian is playing with others. Oh? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Tian Donghua to actually be playing with others. It seemed that the scene wasn't small, so he said to Chen Mengyan, let's go and see? Okay. Chen Mengyan was originally curious about horse racing, but after watching for a while, she found that it was just so. She lost interest. Anyway, she would do whatever Yang Ming said. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan walked over to the noisy people. They saw Tian Donghua and a young man sitting on both sides of the gambling table. The young man looked very calm with a smile on his face, while Tian Donghua was a little excited and anxious. Yang Ming could tell at a glance that the young man was a veteran at the gambling table, and Tian Donghua, a rookie, lost to others in terms of momentum. Your chips are gone. Do you still want to compete? The young man smiled and said calmly. Of course, why not? Do you think I don't have money? Tian Donghua frowned. He didn't want to lose in front of Wang Shui, so he wanted to win to save his face, but he lost a few rounds in a row and lost all the chips in his hand. I didn't mean that. I just think that gambling is fun, but it's not interesting if you gamble until your eyes are red. The young man shrugged. Although what he said was very reasonable, Tian Donghua felt that it was unusually harsh. He said with a red face, don't say that. I will call someone to send the money. Let's continue to play. Nie Daiyu was on the side. How could he call Tian Donghua's people to send money? He smiled slightly and said, Young Master Tian, I will call someone to bring another 1 million chips. Tian Donghua nodded and accepted Nie Daiyu's kindness. However, he also understood in his heart that the power of the Tian family couldn't affect Song Jiang, so Nie Daiyu was completely taking care of the Tian family's face. However, this 1 million was the limit. If he lost again, Nie Daiyu wouldn't give him any more money. Yang Ming didn't know why Tian Donghua was competing with the young man, but it seemed that the two people didn't seem to know each other, and there was no resentment or hatred. Soon, 1 million chips were placed on the table on Tian Donghua's side. After Tian Donghua got the chips, he said, let's continue. Okay, but let's make a deal. We have chips on each other's table. Whoever loses all of them will end the bet. I didn't come here to gamble. I came here to relax. The young man spoke very appropriately and politely. Tian Donghua looked at the chips on the young man's side. In addition to the chips that he had just won, there were still more than 1 million, which meant that the other party's chips were twice as much as his own. After hesitating, Tian Donghua nodded. Let's play big or small this time. How about it? They were just playing 5-card stud, but Tian Donghua saw that the other party had more chips than him. He was afraid that the other party would use this to suppress him from betting, so he proposed to change the game. The young man on the opposite side didn't care. He shrugged and said, it's up to you. Anyway, it's just a game. The rules of the big or small game were very simple. Each person drew a card from the deck, and then turned it over to see whose card was bigger. Each bet was 100,000. What's going on? Yang Ming whispered to Wang Shui on the side. Wang Shui was also very helpless. She shrugged and said with a helpless expression, when we were playing roulette, the young man was also there, but the young man's luck was very good. He won a few rounds. I just casually said that his luck was better than yours. As a result, Tian Donghua was narrow-minded. He wanted to compete with that person to see whose luck was better. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be because of such a small matter. In this regard, Tian Donghua was really not very manly. He was really narrow-minded. However, this also reflected that Tian Donghua cared about Wang Shui very much. Perhaps it was because Tian Donghua's luck was not good today. Ever since he had trouble renting the boat in the morning, he started to have bad luck. He lost more than he won. In the blink of an eye, he only had 200,000 chips left. At this moment, Tian Donghua's face was flushed. It was obvious that he was nervous. Yang Ming found it funny. The Tian family was also a big family. The Tian family's young master was actually flushed with embarrassment because of this little money. However, according to Tian Donghua's prideful character, he would not give up even if he lost these chips. Yang Ming shook his head and decided to help him. He patted Tian Donghua's shoulder from behind and smiled, Old Tian, let me play a few rounds for you. Tian Donghua was depressed. Why was his luck so bad? He suddenly turned around and saw Yang Ming. When he heard that Yang Ming wanted to replace him, he nodded and agreed without thinking. Tian Donghua was also afraid that he would lose all his chips. When the time came, his face would be ruined. However, it was nothing if Yang Ming replaced him. If he lost, it would be Yang Ming's loss. Tian Donghua would not be too embarrassed. If he won, it would be better. Anyway, they were on the same side. They would share glory together. So Tian Donghua stood up and gave his seat to Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and sat down. He said to the young man opposite him, I will play a few rounds for my friend. Do you mind? Of course. The young man nodded. Your friend is a little excited. He should calm down. Although the young man was telling the truth, Tian Donghua was still very upset after listening. He snorted and hoped that Yang Ming would defeat him. The dealer brought a new deck of poker cards and opened it for Yang Ming and the young man to check the cards. Then, he began to shuffle the cards. After that, the back of the poker cards was spread on the table. Why don't you go first? The young man said to Yang Ming. In this kind of competition, the person who drew the cards first had a higher chance of winning than the person who drew later. After all, the biggest ace of spades was only one. The first round was purely for Yang Ming to test his hand. He didn't take it seriously at all and didn't use his special ability. Anyway, he still had 200,000 yuan in his hand. Even if he lost 100,000 yuan, he still had a chance to win it back. Yang Ming drew a poker card and put it in front of him. The young man was surprised by Yang Ming's decisiveness. He nodded approvingly and drew a card. The two people turned over the cards in front of them almost at the same time. As a result, Yang Ming had a 3 of grass in his hand, and the young man got a 10 of hearts. The young man won. Yang Ming only had 100,000 yuan of chips left. The second round began. Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect this time. This time, he let the young man draw first. Yang Ming saw that he drew a jack of clubs, so Yang Ming casually drew a king of diamonds. Naturally, Yang Ming won. In the next few rounds, Yang Ming began to maintain the momentum of winning more and losing less. In the blink of an eye, there were more chips in front of him. Yang Ming wasn't a fool. He wouldn't win every round. If that was the case, it wouldn't be luck, but a problem. However, Yang Ming now won twice and lost once. No one would doubt anything. Let's do this. Now that the chips in both of our hands are about the same, let's just decide the winner in one round. If we play like this, it is estimated that one day is not enough. Yang Ming played for a while and was a little annoyed, so he suggested. The young man also saw that Yang Ming's luck was much better than the previous one. It wasn't easy to beat Yang Ming, so when Yang Ming made this suggestion, the young man hesitated and nodded. Well, let's decide the winner in one round. No matter who wins or loses, let's not play anymore, okay? Of course, no problem. Yang Ming shrugged and said, you should see that I'm not a gambler. Okay, then who will draw first? Asked the young man. It doesn't matter. You go first. Yang Ming said to the young man. Well, since the rules are set by you, then I will draw first. The young man didn't refuse. Because the suggestion to decide the winner in one round was put forward by Yang Ming, it was normal for him to draw first. This time, the young man was obviously more cautious than the previous few times. When the dealer shuffled the cards, he began to stare at the cards in his hand. When he drew the cards, he was also very careful. After fumbling for a while, he drew a card from the deck. Because it was the last round, there was no need to hide it, so after the young man drew the card, he directly showed it on the table. The audience was in an uproar. Even Chen Mengyan, who didn't care much about this, couldn't help but let out an ah sound. Tian Donghua even showed a helpless expression. It was because the young man actually drew an ace of spades. In other words, this was the biggest card in this deck. Nothing could be bigger than this. In other words, the winner of this game was already decided. There was no need for Yang Ming to draw any more cards. Seeing his own card, the young man smiled and said, sorry, thanks for letting me win. Yang Ming didn't expect the young man's last luck to be so good that he could draw such a card. He secretly regretted why he didn't draw first. However, when Yang Ming wanted to give up, he suddenly saw a card in the deck. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So, Yang Ming casually drew a card from the rest of the cards. Yang Ming's action made everyone think that he had given up. Tian Donghua was even more depressed as he scolded, it's really bad luck. He actually still lost. Yang Ming glanced at the card in his hand. Although he didn't have to do this at all, he already knew the content of the card. However, he did this to deceive the others. After Yang Ming looked at the card, he slammed it back on the table. He turned his head and said to Nye Dayu on the side, "President Nye, is there any music?" President Nye was stunned and said, "What music?" "It's the music when the god of gamblers, Gao Jin, won the World King of Gamblers tournament." Yang Ming said seriously, "The specific point is that when everyone thinks that the god of gamblers has lost, he will turn the tables and then start to play that piece of music." "What?" President Nye had an inexplicable expression. "Why play this music? You don't understand this, right? If you play this music, I can win." Yang Ming had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Nye Dayu listened to Yang Ming's inexplicable request and was suddenly in a dilemma. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant. Was he joking, or did he really want to do this? In other words, Yang Ming's mental state was not normal. The others also looked at Yang Ming as if they were looking at a fool. The outcome was already decided. They didn't know what Yang Ming was still doing. They thought that Yang Ming was making a last-ditch effort, and they couldn't help but look at him with contempt. However, they didn't know that the more he acted like this, the more they looked down on him. "Forget it. If there isn't, I will do it myself." Yang Ming stood up and said, "Actually, I am the apprentice of the god of gamblers, Gao Jing." "Ah?" Everyone was in an uproar. "I have two senior brothers, Dao Zi and Xing Zi. You can call me Yang Zi." Yang Ming didn't stop until his words were shocking. "In a while, you can shout, Yang Zi, I love you." Everyone was stunned. Even the young man on the other side had a stunned expression on his face. "Okay, everyone look carefully." Yang Ming suddenly stood up and turned the poker card in front of him. The poker card was turned over, but the audience was frighteningly quiet. They looked at the card that Yang Ming turned over inconceivably. Because this card was actually the substitute card in the poker card. The so-called substitute card was actually a white card with the 4 colors of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds printed on it. There was an empty space next to the colors for the players to fill in the numbers. This was prepared by the manufacturer so that if a player accidentally lost a certain card in the deck, they could use it as a temporary replacement. Every deck of cards would have one of these cards. When the cards were shuffled just now, although the dealer had already taken out the substitute card and the king and queen, there were actually 2 substitute cards in this deck due to the carelessness of the worker. Yang Ming saw the substitute card in a desperate situation, so he didn't hesitate to draw it. From the perspective of the use of the substitute card, this card could represent any card. The young man was the ace of spades, so Yang Ming's card could also be the ace of spades. From the perspective of the rules, if the card that Yang Ming drew was a discarded card, then this game naturally didn't count. "President Nye, who do you think won this game?" Yang Ming looked at President Nye, whose jaw almost dropped. "This?" President Nye also began to be troubled. "How do we determine the winner? Yang Ming's substitute card shouldn't have appeared here, but now it appeared, then the game was really a bit difficult to determine." Then he turned to the dealer with a sullen face. "What's going on?" The dealer also looked troubled. "Boss Nye, I've already removed the 3 extra cards." Who knew that there would be an extra substitute card in the deck? President Nye glanced at the 3 cards on the left-hand side of the dealer. They were all placed there quietly. He also knew that this couldn't be blamed on the dealer. It could only be blamed on the carelessness of the factory's workers. Songjiang didn't and couldn't have a poker card manufacturer that specialized in supplying casinos, so the poker cards purchased by casinos were only purchased in bulk from a popular card factory, so it couldn't be blamed on others. Hee. Seeing that Nye Dayu was troubled, Yang Ming smiled indifferently. This isn't the dealer's fault, but the carelessness of the card factory's workers. Then this game is invalid. Let's play another game. The young man on the other side also had a helpless expression on his face. What was supposed to be a sure-win game had actually turned out to be such a rare and strange situation. However, there was no other way. Now, he couldn't say that he had won. The other party had a substitute card, so it was what it was. It could also be used as the ace of spades, so this game could only be cancelled. The young man nodded and smiled bitterly. "Okay, then let's play another round. I hope it won't be the same situation again." The dealer was much more careful this time. When he checked the cards, he carefully checked them. After making sure that there was nothing unusual, he began to shuffle the cards. After shuffling them a few times, he put the cards on the table for the two of them to choose from. "Why don't you go first?" Yang Ming made an inviting gesture. He didn't believe that a person's luck could be good enough to draw the ace of spades twice in a row. If that was really the case, then Yang Ming was willing to admit defeat. Because he had to admit that the young man opposite him was the god of gamblers. Sure enough, this time the young man's good luck was gone. He drew a card that almost made Yang Ming cramp from laughing. It was actually the smallest card in the deck, 2 of diamonds. These 2 rounds were really extreme. It turned from the biggest to the smallest in an instant. However, this time, the young man didn't rush to open the cards. He didn't look at the cards after he drew them. He just put them on the table. It was probably because he was too proud of the previous round, but he didn't win in the end. He lost some face, so this time he simply kept a low profile. Yang Ming smiled slightly. His bad taste rose again. He reached out and touched a 2 of clubs, then he turned it directly on the table. Ah! The audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Yang Ming's card could be said to be one of the best small cards in the deck. Yang Ming also showed a disappointed look. This round was the same as the previous round. This was the same as the previous round, if there was no accident like the previous round. However, that kind of accident couldn't happen every time. Not to mention that this time, Yang Ming turned the cards first. Even if there was an accident, this accident could only appear on the young man's side. However, just when everyone thought that it was impossible, this accident happened. Even the young man himself had a slight smile on his face, thinking that he was going to win this time. The young man leisurely turned the card in front of him, and everyone suddenly showed a strange expression. The young man was shocked and quickly looked down at his card. As a result, his jaw almost dropped. How is this possible? What he had gotten was actually the card with the smallest suit in the deck. The young man almost went crazy. Although Yang Ming's card was very small, it happened to be bigger than the only one in his hand. Everyone, don't be too surprised. I have just said that my true identity is actually the disciple of the god of gamblers. Yang Ming boasted shamelessly. Everyone naturally didn't believe it, but because of these 2 coincidences, they also sighed in their hearts that Yang Ming was so lucky that he could win like this. Among them, the most helpless one was the young man himself. If Yang Ming's card was slightly bigger, then his loss would not be unjustified. However, Yang Ming's small card restrained him, making him really depressed to his grandmother's house. You won, I lost. However, the young man's self-restraint was still very good. He didn't forget what he said before. Regardless of the outcome, this was the only round. He pushed all the bets on the table to Yang Ming and said, "You are a very interesting person. If you don't mind, how about becoming friends? The disciple of the god of gamblers, Gao Jing, Yongzai?" Hee. Yang Ming's impression of the young man was also very good. If he didn't cheat, he would have lost the previous round, so Yang Ming's heart was still slightly guilty. He stood up and reached out to the young man. "What god of gamblers?" "I just said it casually to adjust the atmosphere. My name is Yang Ming. Nice to meet you. Huang Rongjin, from Singapore." The young man smiled and shook hands with Yang Ming. "I'm also very happy to meet you. Anyway, your gambling skills have opened my eyes." Seeing that the outcome was determined, and the 2 were still talking and laughing, Nie Dayu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not uncommon for 2 groups of people to fight at the gambling table, but it was rare to see such harmony. "I'm just lucky." Yang Ming waved his hand. "I don't know how Mr. Huang appeared here. Are you traveling?" One of my good friends is a fan of Xianxia. He took me to watch the concert, but my musical talent is not good, so I can only spend time alone in this C club." Huang Rongjin spread his hands and said. "I see, but I have to leave with my friend now. I'm afraid I don't have time to talk to Mr. Huang." Yang Ming said apologetically. "It's okay. This is my business card. If you have time to go to Singapore, I will be a good host." Huang Rongjin politely handed over his business card. Yang Ming took it and glanced at it. The title on the business card was a company's consultant. With Huang Rongjin's generosity, it was estimated that this was his family's business, and Huang Rongjin was just a name on it. I'm a student. I don't have a business card, but I still know some friends in Songjiang. If Mr. Huang has something, you can call me. As Yang Ming said this, he used his mobile phone to dial Huang Rongjin's mobile phone number. Okay, sure. Huang Rongjin saved Yang Ming's number. He didn't doubt what Yang Ming said. Since Yang Ming could enter this casino, it meant that Yang Ming couldn't be just an ordinary student, so it was normal for his family to have some power in Songjiang. However, you don't have to call me Mr. Huang. That is too distant. Since you are still in school, then I must be a few years older than you. I will call you little brother Yang. You can call me brother Huang or just call my name directly, Rongjin. Brother Huang is too polite. I will call you brother Huang. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. The reason why Huang Rongjin said so much to Yang Ming was that he had a good impression of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was different from the previous Tian Donghua. Although his behavior was a bit weird, he didn't really take winning or losing the gambling game as a matter of fact. Huang Rongjin could still see this, and Yang Ming's unruly character was also very suitable for him. Huang Rongjin was also such a person. Otherwise, he couldn't ignore his family business and prefer to collect rare items. For Huang Rongjin, see Chapter 255, Auction, Part 2. After chatting for a while, they left. For the chips on the table, when Nye Dayu asked Yang Ming if he wanted to convert them into cash or store them in the card, Yang Ming smiled and said, "Forget about it. The capital was originally taken by President Nye, and the income belongs to the casino." After saying this, Yang Ming remembered that this gambling game was originally made by Tian Donghua, so he turned back and said, "Old Tian, you won't blame me for making a decision on my own, right?" "How can I?" Tian Donghua shook his head. Yang Ming finally won the gambling game. Tian Donghua also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his group didn't lose face, and he could get out of the embarrassing situation. At this time, Nye Dayu couldn't help but look at Yang Ming a lot more. Although the 3 million yuan on the table was nothing to him, it was an astronomical figure for an ordinary family. Yang Ming didn't care at all. Recalling the calmness at the gambling table before, Nye Dayu increasingly believed that this Yang Ming's family was definitely not ordinary. Listening to his words to Huang Rongjin, it could be understood that he was a native of Songjiang, and he had some power. Nye Dayu's nature as a businessman immediately wanted to see if he could get closer to Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming said that he didn't want it, how could Nye Dayu be so inconspicuous? He gave a look to his underling, and someone was responsible for this matter. Not long after, a bank card was handed to Nye Dayu. "Mr. Yang, this is what you just won. At the same time, this credit card is also a membership card of our offshore club. With this card, you can enjoy VIP treatment here." Nye Dayu handed the bank card to Yang Ming. The same card was also handed to Tian Donghua, but there was no money in it. Yang Ming saw that the other party had already done it properly, so he couldn't not give face. He took the card, thanked, and put it in his pocket. "That's it. Thank you for President Nye's warm hospitality. We still have something to do, so we will leave first. Brother Huang, call me if you need anything." Yang Ming smiled and said goodbye to President Nye and Huang Rongjin. As they were talking, Huang Rongjin's phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming didn't care. He made a gesture to Huang Rongjin and prepared to leave, but he saw Huang Rongjin's face change. "What? You said that little Ji was caught? What happened?" Yang Ming lifted his leg and was about to leave. When he heard Huang Rongjin say this, he couldn't help but slow down and look back. Obviously, Huang Rongjin's friend was in trouble. Since Yang Ming had a good talk with him, it was not good to leave immediately. He was going to wait and see if there was anything he needed help with. "I got it. Don't worry. I'll be there right away," Huang Rongjin instructed on the phone. "What's wrong? What happened?" When Huang Rongjin hung up the phone, Yang Ming asked with concern. "Sorry, brother Yang. My friend has a problem. I have to go there quickly." I don't have time to accompany you. Huang Rongjin said anxiously. Do you need help? Asked Yang Ming. My friend is a fanatic fan of Xia. Isn't today Valentine's Day? As a result, he bought a large bouquet of roses with his follower early in the morning and went to the hotel where Xia stayed to wait. He thought that Xia would not come out, but Xia came out. My friend ran up to give the flowers. As a result, he was pulled away by the security guard next to him before he saw Xia's face. My friend had a bad temper, so he had a physical conflict with the security guard. As a result, he was detained and threatened to be sent to the police station. Huang Rongjin smiled bitterly. His follower called me. I'm going to see if I can spend some money to settle the matter. I don't want the other party to make a big deal out of it. It's not a big deal, so I won't trouble Brother Yang. After all, it was the first time they met. Although the two people got along well and felt that each other's character was good, Huang Rongjin couldn't trouble others directly. If that's the case, then that's fine. If you really can't do it, then you can call me again. Yang Ming thought that this wasn't a big deal. He probably didn't need to show up to solve it. Huang Rongjin nodded and left in a hurry. On Valentine's Day, Xia didn't arrange a concert. In this special festival, although Xia wanted to spend it with Yang Ming, she also understood that Yang Ming must be accompanying Chen Mengyan at this moment. How could he accompany her? It was meaningless to stay in the hotel. She suddenly thought of Zhou Jejia, her former love rival. However, since she met Zhou Jejia with Chen Mengyan that day, Xia had no prejudice against her. Xia wouldn't care about a person who was sick in bed, but she was somewhat envious of Zhou Jejia. In any case, Zhou Jejia would eventually win Yang Ming's love through her own efforts, but what about herself? It seemed that he was not as good as Zhou Jejia. Xia shook her head with some self-deprecation. She suddenly had the urge to go to the hospital to accompany Zhou Jejia. The former love rival, maybe after she woke up, the two people would become good friends. After all, if they lived under the same roof in the future, friends were always better than enemies. Undoubtedly, Yang Ming was a very overbearing person. Although Yang Ming's character was not so clear in junior high school, now Xia really realized Yang Ming's overbearingness. Therefore, Xia wouldn't be stupid enough to do anything to be jealous. It would only make her more passive. Yang Ming would be very disgusted with a girl with such a character. Xia found her agent, Suli, and told her that she was going to the hospital to visit a friend. Suli naturally couldn't interfere with Xia's itinerary. She was just busy helping Xia prepare the car and found a few bodyguards to accompany her. Ji Xiaohe was a fanatic fan of Xia, and he had reached the point of madness. Of course, his fanaticism for Xia wasn't because he wanted to possess Xia, nor did he have any improper thoughts about Xia. Ji Xiaohe's feelings for Xia were the kind that came from the heart. She was like a goddess that couldn't be profaned. He bought this bunch of roses for Xia today without any other intention. He just wanted to express his love for Xia. For his young master's crazy fan behavior, Ji Xiaohe's follower, Wang Xili, couldn't do anything. He had to accompany the young master to wait at the door of the hotel. Young master, how can Xia just go out casually? Let's not wait. Wang Xili advised. How do you know? Are you Xia's agent? Ji Xiaohe glared and said disapprovingly, if you are not happy, you can go back first. I'll wait here by myself. Wang Xili smiled bitterly. Why should I go back? Am I not afraid that the cold weather will freeze you? At that time, the master will scold me for not doing my best. However, since the young master said so, Wang Xili couldn't say anything more. After a while, he didn't expect Xia to really come out of the hotel. Although she was wearing sunglasses and a big hat, Ji Xiaohe still recognized her at a glance. Ji Xiaohe was excited. He rushed over with the roses. When Xia went out, the security guards at the door naturally paid extra attention. They immediately found Ji Xiaohe, the restless factor. Before he ran to Xia, Ji Xiaohe was stopped by a few black-shirted men who came out of nowhere. What are you doing? Who are you? Get out of the way. Ji Xiaohe said impatiently. Seeing that Xia was going to get into the car, if he didn't go over, he wouldn't be able to make it. We are the security guards of the hotel. "Sir, your behavior is very suspicious, so we have to carry out the necessary interrogation." The security guard was very polite. "Interrogation? What interrogation? Do you think I look like a bad guy?" Seeing that Xianxia was about to get into the car, Xianxia was anxious. He pushed away the security guard and rushed over. When the security guard saw Xianxia's posture, how could he let him go? He quickly grabbed him. Xianxia was so angry that he turned back and punched the security guard in the face. The security guard was immediately anxious. "Originally, we can talk about it." "What do you mean by hitting me?" However, due to the rules, the security guard didn't immediately fight back. Instead, he stared at Xianxia. "Why are you hitting people?" "I'm hitting you." Xianxia punched again, and the security guard immediately became bruised. This time, the security guard waved his hand, and the other security guard next to him quickly controlled Xianxia. Although Xianxia was quite fierce, he was also fierce. He wasn't the opponent of the two trained security guards. "First, take him back to the security room, and then ask the manager whether to call the police or not," the security guard who was beaten said bitterly. It wasn't good to hit people at the entrance of the hotel, but when they returned to the security room, they could do whatever they wanted. "Let me go. Do you know who I am? Why do you want to catch me?" Xianxia was also a pampered person since he was a child. His family was also very rich, otherwise, he couldn't mix with Huang Rongjin. Why would the security guard care who he was? Even if he was a character, the manager had to make a decision personally. Anyway, take him back to the security room first. Seeing that Xianxia was caught, Wang Shili instinctively wanted to rush over, but when he just took a step, he hesitated. After weighing the pros and cons, he stopped. After all, it was impossible for him to grab Xianxia from those people. Instead, he might put himself in danger. It was better to contact Huang Rongjin and see if he had any good ideas. Huang Rongjin's temperament and character were much calmer than Xianxia. This time, Huang Rongjin was also the leader. As a result, the scene from before occurred. How would Xianxia notice these little things? She didn't even see Xiao's shadow. When she got in the car, she instructed the driver to go to the Songjiang City First People's Hospital. "Auntie Li, I came to see Xianxia." Xianxia came back once, and Auntie Li also saw her. Auntie Li wasn't a groupie. She just thought that Xianxia, this girl, was beautiful, but that was it. "You're here. You go ahead. I'm going to wash a rag and wipe the floor," Auntie Li said with a smile. Xianxia nodded and entered Zhou Jiejia's ward. Zhou Jiejia was the same as when she came last time, lying on the bed calmly. Her face was still so peaceful, without a trace of fluctuation. Xianxia gently sat on Zhou Jiejia's bed and held Zhou Jiejia's hand. For a time, she was filled with emotions. She didn't know what to say. "Jiejia, it's me. Can you hear me?" After a while, Xianxia calmed down. After all, she came here with a purpose. She didn't just come here casually. The more she knew about Zhou Jiejia, the more Xianxia suspected that Zhou Jiejia's so-called note was related to her. After all, Zhou Jiejia's biggest wish had been achieved. Yang Ming had accepted her. What other worries would she have? The only possibility was that Zhou Jiejia felt that she was impulsive and broke up Yang Ming and her. She was very guilty about this matter, so even if she was with Yang Ming, she would still be brooding about what happened in the past. Therefore, since Xianxia thought of this possibility, it was necessary to try it. "I know you're listening. I'm Suya. Do you remember me?" Xianxia whispered in Zhou Jiejia's ear, "I know you like Yang Ming, so I don't blame you for what happened in the past. Fortunately, we have met him again, so there is no regret. If you can hear me, then get better quickly. I think we will become good sisters." Originally, Xianxia also had an attitude of giving it a try, but she didn't expect that Zhou Jiejia's EEG, who had always been calm, changed and became active. Xianxia was shocked, but she didn't expect her words to really work. Xianxia looked at the equipment beside her in astonishment. Although Xianxia was not a doctor and had never learned how to use medical equipment, she still understood this common sense. The EEG that was calm just now suddenly became active. Anyone would be shocked by this. Xia quickly stood up and wanted to run out to call someone. She just saw Auntie Li coming from outside the ward with a basin of water. She quickly said, "Auntie Li, Jiejia's situation seems to have changed. Hurry up and call the doctor." "What? There is a change?" Auntie Li was also shocked after hearing it. She quickly put aside the basin in her hand and ran out of the ward. It didn't take long for two doctors in white coats to rush in. They pushed open the door of the ward and asked, "What happened to the patient?" "This is the case. I was talking to the patient just now. Suddenly, the patient's EEG seemed to have changed." Xia explained to the doctor. "Oh? Is that so?" The doctor's expression became dignified. He walked quickly to Zhou Jiejia's ward and carefully observed the waveform display on the bedside instrument. After the doctor finished looking, he operated the instrument again and called up the waveform chart from a few minutes ago for comparison. Then, he discussed something with the other doctor next to him in a low voice. After a while, both of them nodded at the same time. Auntie Li didn't know what was going on. She had been worried. After all, as Zhou Jiejia's special caretaker, she was obligated to take care of Zhou Jiejia. If Zhou Jiejia had an accident, how could she explain it to the boss who hired her? "Doctor, how is it?" Auntie Li saw that the two doctors were just talking to each other. She didn't know what happened to Zhou Jiejia, so she couldn't help but ask. "This is the case." The doctor who spoke just now said, "From the patient's current EEG, the waveform is very active. This is a good sign. In and out of the country, many similar patients will have this sign before they wake up." Ah. Auntie Li was happy after hearing it. "That is to say, Jiejia is going to wake up?" "In theory, yes." The doctor nodded. "Maybe tomorrow, maybe we have to wait for a while, but compared to before, this is already a big leap. For example, the patient now has almost walked out of herself. The current state is almost the same as sleeping. When she has enough rest, she will wake up by herself. Then, how long will it take?" Auntie Li was a little anxious when she saw the doctor was ambiguous. "This, we can't say for sure. After all, from our medical point of view, the patient's body fully recovered. In our opinion, the patient is no different from a normal person. But to wake up." Since Zhou Jiejia was hospitalized, these attending doctors had also received a lot of benefits from Yang Ming. Although the hospital regulations did not allow them to accept red packets, Yang Ming's cigarettes, alcohol, and shopping cards were endless. There was no harm in accepting such personal gifts. If they did not accept them, the patient's family would think that they did not want to treat the patient seriously. Therefore, these doctors were very concerned about Zhou Jiejia's condition. "I see." Auntie Li was a little disappointed. However, this is a good start. The conversation between this lady and the patient may have touched the knot in the patient's heart, so the current result was produced. The doctor said, "In this case, we have to rely on this lady. You'd better recall what you just said to the patient. Then, when you have time, talk to the patient about similar topics. Maybe you can let the patient wake up as soon as possible." "Okay, I got it." Xia nodded. "That's great. We will go first. If you have anything, call us at any time," the doctor said. After that, he left the ward. Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two doctors didn't recognize her. Otherwise, if this was publicized and the reporters learned about it, they might dig up some old news. The two doctors didn't recognize Xia just now because they didn't expect that the celebrity, Xia, would come to the hospital. Secondly, their minds were on the patient, and they didn't look at Xia carefully. However, Xia couldn't continue to stay here. After all, once or twice was nothing. After a long time, someone would definitely recognize her. At that time, it would be really troublesome. Xia stood up and said to Auntie Li, "Auntie Li, then I will go back first." "Oh? Right, miss, I still don't know your name. I forgot to ask last time." Auntie Li patted her head and asked. "Oh. I." Xia hesitated, and then said affirmatively, "My surname is Suya." "My name is Suya." "Suya. Not bad. This name is very nice. It is as beautiful as you." Auntie Li wasn't a groupie. Naturally, she didn't know Xianxia, so she didn't think much about it. Xianxia, the reason why she told Auntie Li her real name was also after a mental struggle, but in the end, she said it. If Yang Ming accidentally learned her identity from Auntie Li, it would be good. In these 2 days, Xianxia had a headache about how to confess to Yang Ming. In this way, it would save her a lot of trouble. At that time, it would depend on Yang Ming's attitude. If Yang Ming accepted her, it would naturally be good. If Yang Ming really didn't accept her, it wasn't that there was no room for redemption. At most, she could bite the bullet and deny it. She would say that Auntie Li heard it wrong. She said Xianxia, and Auntie Li misheard Su and Shu. Auntie Li was very excited. She wanted to tell this good news to Miss Chen and Mr. Yang, but after thinking about it, Zhou Jieji hadn't woken up yet. She just got better. Even the doctor couldn't give a definite time, so she gave up. It was better to wait for a while. In fact, Xianxia really guessed it right. Zhou Jieji's knot in her heart was indeed the incident in the past. This could be seen from Zhou Jieji's diary. In the past, she was impulsive. As a result, Suya transferred schools, and Yang Ming also became depraved. This incident made Zhou Jieji really regret it for a long time. Until now, she was still brooding about it. Although she got Yang Ming's forgiveness, she didn't know how Suya was now, so this became a worry in Zhou Jieji's heart. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, this injury became a knot in her heart. Zhou Jieji subconsciously wanted to wake up, but she didn't want to wake up. Yang Ming promised her that he would accept her after she recovered, but when the moment came, Zhou Jieji didn't know how to face Yang Ming. Especially in the past, she caused Suya and Yang Ming to be separated. Until now, there was still no news of Suya, which made Zhou Jieji feel very guilty. This happiness that originally belonged to Suya, how could she accept it with peace of mind? Therefore, Zhou Jieji closed herself in a small box, delaying as much as possible. Suya, who was now Xianxia, changed her appearance, but Zhou Jieji couldn't see it in a coma. Moreover, people in a coma had a strong sixth sense to the outside world. Even though Suya's voice had changed, Zhou Jieji could sensitively capture the similarity of the sound waves, which made her sure that the person who was talking to her was Suya. This involved some very mysterious things. There were many similar cases in the world. For example, a girl heard that her husband had died on the battlefield, and she suddenly fainted. No matter how the people around her called her, she just didn't wake up. It wasn't until many years later that her husband returned. It turned out that her husband hadn't died, but had been captured by the enemy. Later, when the war was over, her husband was sold as a slave. After many years of hard work, he finally redeemed himself and returned to his hometown. When he found his wife, he found that his wife was lying quietly on the hospital bed. At this moment, both his appearance and voice had changed a lot. Even his younger brother didn't recognize him. It wasn't until he took out the keepsake that his younger brother confirmed his identity. After he came back, he spent every day talking to his wife. Then, a miracle happened. His wife woke up one day, and she immediately recognized her husband the moment she woke up. This magical phenomenon that modern science couldn't explain could only be attributed to the sixth sense. This was a very famous and ordinary anecdote that everyone knew. There were many similar anecdotes. But in any case, Zhou Jieji heard Suya's voice. Maybe she was really not far from waking up. Huang Rongjin originally thought that it was just a small security guard of a hotel. This was not a big deal at all. It should be easy to solve by spending some money to compensate. But when he arrived at the place, he found that his idea was wrong. Things were unexpectedly tricky. He ran back and forth for several laps, but he didn't even see the face of the person in charge. Not to mention the manager, he didn't even see the manager of the security department. After a while, the people of the security department gave face to Ji Xiaohe, a foreign guest, and didn't do anything to him. They just didn't let him go. They threatened to send Ji Xiaohe to the police station after the manager came back. Beating a hotel staff in public was a crime that could be big or small. Huang Rongjin said a lot of good words, but they didn't care about him at all. Especially the security guard whose face was swollen, he looked at Huang Rongjin with evil intentions. Huang Rongjin was so angry in his heart. What are you so arrogant about? Isn't it just a small security guard? Look at how arrogant you are. But now, after all, it was someone else's territory. Huang Rongjin didn't dare to do anything. Holding back his anger, he walked out of the hotel. Huang Rongjin sighed and took out the phone. Fortunately, his family's company had business dealings with a trading company here. The relationship between them was good. Huang Rongjin decided to find this company to help. "Hello, is this Brother Song?" Huang Rongjin said very politely. "Oh? I am. Who are you?" Song Heng leaned on the boss's chair and touched the female secretary's chest very comfortably. Recently, Song Heng was a lot more low-key. He just played some shady business between the boss and the secretary in the office. He didn't dare to go out and cause trouble. Yang Ming didn't find trouble with him again. However, Song Heng's modesty earned him a lot of popularity. In the business world of Songjiang, Song Heng's reputation was quite good. "I am Huang Rongjin, the second son of Singapore's Huang Hantian." Huang Rongjin quickly introduced himself. "It's younger brother Huang." "Hello, hello." Song Heng naturally remembered it all of a sudden, but Song Heng's age wasn't that old, so he was on the same level as Huang Rongjin. "I heard from Director Huang that younger brother Huang came to Songjiang. I wanted to be a good host, but younger brother Huang didn't give me this opportunity. Brother Song, let's talk about these things when we have time. I have something to trouble you this time." Huang Rongjin hesitated and said. The cooperation between the two was quite pleasant, so it was normal for Huang Rongjin to ask for help. "Oh? What is it? Let me hear it. If I can do it, I will try my best." Song Heng asked after listening. "This is the case. Ji Xiaohe, does Brother Song know him?" asked Huang Rongjin. "Oh, I have heard that the Ji family also has a big consortium in your place. Their strength is also very strong." Song Heng nodded and said, "Ji Xiaohe is the young master of the Ji family. I heard Director Huang briefly introduce him. Ji Xiaohe beat someone up today, and the other party was unforgiving." Huang Rongjin sighed and said, "Beat someone up? Who did he beat?" Song Heng also put away his smile, and his tone became serious. After all, beating someone up seemed to be simple, but the most important thing was who the person was. "A hotel security guard," replied Huang Rongjin. "What? Security guard?" Song Heng suddenly said, "Isn't it fine to just pay some money? What is there to be unforgiving about?" "But the other party." "Brother Song, can you come forward and help to mediate?" asked Huang Rongjin. "What hotel?" Song Heng asked casually. In his opinion, this was not a big deal. If he could help, he would naturally help. "Heavenly Earth," said Huang Rongjin. "Heavenly Earth? What? You said Heavenly Earth?" Song Heng was shocked after listening. "Beat their people up? Then it's over." "Over?" Huang Rongjin was stunned. He was somewhat surprised by the change in Song Heng's attitude. "Brother Song, what the hell is going on? What do you mean it's over?" "Brother Huang, I really can't help with this. I can't afford to offend this Heavenly Earth. Even in Songjiang City, there aren't many people who can offend them." Song Heng carefully persuaded, "I'm really sorry. Brother Song, does this Heavenly Earth have a strong background? Why is it like a tiger's but that can't be touched?" Huang Rongjin was very puzzled. "Forget it, I will tell you the truth." Song Heng sighed. The security guards of this Heavenly Earth belonged to the Mingyang Security Company, and the predecessor of the Mingyang Security Company was a gangster. Do you understand what I'm saying? Gangster? Gang organization? Huang Rongjin was shocked. He didn't expect Ji Xiaohe to provoke the local gang. You think about it. Although you only beat a security guard, which boss doesn't want to lose face? You beat his people, which is equivalent to making him lose face. Will he let it go? Song Heng explained, this Heavenly Earth and the Mingyang Security Company have the same boss. They are also the bosses of Songjiang. It's not that I don't want to help, but they won't even bother with me. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Song. I will think of a way myself. Huang Rongjin listened to Song Heng and understood everything. Ji Xiao's trouble this time is really big. Huang Rongjin suddenly thought of something and asked, right, Brother Song, do you know this person, Yang Ming? Huang Rongjin originally didn't want to trouble Yang Ming, but after thinking about it, he really didn't know anyone in Songjiang. However, since the people Ji Xiao had provoked were so powerful, even Song Heng, the local tyrant, couldn't do anything. Thinking about it, Yang Ming, who he just met, couldn't do anything. However, with an attitude of giving it a try, Huang Rongjin still asked a question. Let's explore the details of Yang Ming first. What? Song Heng was almost scared to death when he heard the name. His butt seemed to be loaded with a spring. He bounced up from the chair with a whoosh. What did you say? Yang Ming? Did you piss him off again? Oh my God, listen to my advice. You should run away quickly. Run away? What do you mean? Huang Rongjin was somewhat inexplicable. You provoke the people of Heavenly Earth and the Mingyang Security Company. You will definitely suffer a little, but they may not do anything to you. But if you provoke Yang Ming, then you can only wait for death. Song Heng's hand holding the mobile phone trembled a little. When he thought of the situation when Yang Ming came to him last time, Song Heng almost peed his pants. Brother Song, what are you talking about? What happened to Yang Ming? Which Yang Ming are you talking about? Huang Rongjin thought that Song Heng had misheard. The Yang Ming I'm talking about is a young man in his 20s. He has a crew cut and is very tall. He is about 183 meters. Why do you say it like he is a demon? It's him. Song Heng was shocked. You didn't really provoke him, right? Then it's over. Huang Rongjin was really a bit confused this time. What the hell is going on? But he still said, I didn't provoke him. I just know him. He left me his phone number. He said that if there is something in Songjiang, I can look for him. I just want to confirm his identity. Ah. Song Heng listened to Huang Rongjin and was stunned, but then he said happily, it turns out to be like this. That's great. You can look for him for this. If he is willing to help you, it may work. Huang Rongjin asked more, but Song Heng refused to say more. It was no wonder. How could Song Heng's shocking history be casually told to people? Huang Rongjin thought that Song Heng didn't dare to talk about it, so he no longer asked. He thanked him and hurriedly hung up the phone. However, Huang Rongjin didn't see how scary Yang Ming was. He was a very approachable person with a strong sense of humor. Recalling Yang Ming's behavior on the boat before, Huang Rongjin was a bit amused. He opened the phone book and dialed Yang Ming's phone number that he had just saved today. Yang Ming had just returned to the small yacht at this moment. He was playing Titanic with Chen Mingyan, but the phone rang, destroying the romantic atmosphere just now. Glancing at the caller ID, it was a bit familiar. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello. Hello, is this Yang Ming, my younger brother? Huang Rongjin asked tentatively. I am. Who are you? Asked Yang Ming. It was somewhat inexplicable to call Yang Ming as a younger brother because few people would call him that. I am Huang Rongjin. I met you on the boat. Huang Rongjin said quickly. Oh, it's Brother Huang. Hello. Yang Ming thought, I was wondering why this phone number was so familiar. It turned out that I had dialed it before. Younger brother Yang, I'm a little embarrassed to ask. Huang Rongjin hesitated. After all, it wasn't right to ask for help when they just met. Is it because the matter over there is not easy to solve? What help do you need? Just say it. Yang Ming smiled and probably guessed it. Because Huang Rongjin left because of something, now he called Yang Ming, it must be that the matter over there was troublesome. Younger brother Yang, you are right. It is indeed like this. Huang Rongjin smiled bitterly. My friend beat up the security guard of Heavenly Earth. He has a bad temper. As a result, the other party's people didn't give up. Oh? Why? Why? Yang Ming didn't take it seriously and asked indifferently. Huang Rongjin was shocked. Sure enough, there is hope. Yang Ming didn't question the background of Heavenly Earth, but directly asked why. That showed that Yang Ming's background may be stronger than Heavenly Earth. My friend is a fan of Miss Xia. He didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to send a bouquet of flowers to the goddess in his heart. As a result, the security guard stopped him and didn't let him go. When he saw that Miss Xia was going to leave by car, he was anxious and fought with the security guard. Now they are going to send him to the police station. I'm afraid that it won't end well if things get out of hand. Huang Rongjin was very fair. He didn't distort or favor. Because he knew that if he wanted to solve the problem, he couldn't just shirk the responsibility. Only by objectively narrating the process of the matter, people could help. Oh. Is this the case? Is it serious? Yang Ming continued to ask after listening. Half of the security guard's face was swollen. Huang Rongjin replied. This way. Yang Ming hesitated. Although it was only a matter of a sentence for the hotel to release the person, wouldn't it be too much to do so? After all, Huang Rongjin was just a friend that he just met, and it was his friend who had an accident, not him. If all of his friends' friends came to him through relationships, where would the dignity of Bao Sanli's side be? Seeing that Yang Ming just said, this way. Huang Rongjin immediately became nervous. He didn't know if Yang Ming would care about this matter. After hesitating for a while, Yang Ming said, let's do this. After all, it was your friend who started it first. This is his fault. Let him apologize to the other party and compensate more for the medical expenses. Do you think this is okay? Huang Rongjin was stunned. Yang Ming actually discussed with me? Moreover, isn't this solution what I want? However, Huang Rongjin was somewhat hesitant. I wanted to talk to them like this before, but they didn't accept it at all. I will make a phone call, and then you can go directly. Yang Ming said very casually. Ah. This? Huang Rongjin had some doubts, but when he remembered Song Heng's reaction before, he suddenly calmed down. It seems that this Yang Ming is really a big shot in Songjiang. So he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yang. It's just a small matter. Also, tell your friend that it's okay to chase stars, but pay attention to the method. Don't be too excited. Yang Ming smiled. Sure. Huang Rongjin said quickly. This time, things became unexpectedly smooth. When Huang Rongjin returned to the security room, Ji Xiaoboxen was already standing at the door with his head down. Apparently, he was frightened just now. The manager of the security department also came back. When he saw Huang Rongjin, he said, hello, you are Brother Yang's friend. I am the manager of the security department. Just call me Shaoli managerly, hello. Huang Rongjin hurriedly stepped forward and said, sorry to trouble you. How could Huang Rongjin not see it? This matter is really going to be resolved. Since they brought Ji Xiaohe out, it means that they are ready to settle this matter. Look at this matter. We are all family. There is no need to say so much. Manager Li waved his hand and said, I also troubled Brother Yang to call me. I'm really sorry. You could have just said it before. Huang Rongjin didn't expect Yang Ming's face to be so big. The manager of the security department seemed to be older than him. He actually called Yang Ming Brother Yang. Then, the power of Yang Ming could be imagined. Little Ji, apologize to him. Huang Rongjin glared at Ji Xiaohe. Sorry. I was anxious just now. Ji Xiaohe also calmed down at the moment. He also felt a little guilty about his previous irrationality. I was also a bit rude at the time. The security guard who was beaten had a smile on his face at the moment. There was no hostility like before. Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. That's fine. Since everyone is so straightforward, then I won't say anything. Huang Rongjin quickly took out the prepared envelope of money. He withdrew 20,000 yuan. He thought that it was enough. This is the medical fee. It is my little compensation. How can this be? Manager Li took the lead and refused. You are Brother Yang's friend. I can't accept the money even if you give it to me. This is a separate matter. Huang Rongjin looked at Manager Li's bright smile and sighed. It seems that Yang Ming is really a capable person. I met a noble person today. However, Yang Ming's face was just face. Huang Rongjin wasn't the kind of person who didn't know when to back down. He knew that if he didn't give the money, it would be Yang Ming owing him a favor. So, he stuffed the money in his hand into the hand of the security guard who was beaten. This is also Yang Ming's intention. The security guard looked at Manager Li and didn't dare to accept Huang Rongjin's money. Forget it. If this is the case, you take it first. Manager Li waved and said. Huang Rongjin didn't know that Yang Ming was actually the big boss behind these people. He thought that Yang Ming wanted to owe him a favor. Seeing that the money was given out, he was relieved and said, "Then I won't bother you. My friend and I will go back first." "Okay, I will send you." Manager Li nodded and said. "How can I trouble you?" Huang Rongjin waved his hand. The two people declined for a while and came to the door of the hotel. Huang Rongjin and Xianxia had got in Wang Shili's car, and Manager Li also went back. "You really don't let me have peace of mind. If I didn't just meet a powerful friend today, today's matter would definitely not be so easy." Huang Rongjin scolded Xianxia angrily. "I'm sorry, brother Huang." Xianxia also saw the attitude of the security department people to Huang Rongjin before and after. He was also impulsive. At that time, he only had Xia in his eyes. He didn't consider others at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. I will call Yang Ming and thank him. Huang Rongjin took out his mobile phone and dialed Yang Ming's number. In the Heavenly Earth security room, the security guard who was beaten saw Manager Li come back. He quickly handed over the envelope with the money and said, "Manager Li, this is the money just now. Why are you giving it to me?" Manager Li waved his hand and said, "This is for you. You just take it." Brother Yang also means the same. Brother Yang said that you did the right thing. This money should be taken. Really? After the security guard heard it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although they were not very clear about the identity of Yang Ming's name in the security company was still very famous. The instructors who were sent to train them were said to be Brother Yang's apprentices. So how could these people not worship Yang Ming? In particular, the relationship between Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Ho Zhenhan was also very good. He was also their leader, so Yang Ming's praise made these lower-level people suddenly happy. It's just that this money is too much. My face is just swollen. I will go back and put a hot towel on it. There will be no problem. The security guard said with some difficulty. That's it. If you think the money is too much, you can treat our security department to a drink after work. Isn't that fine? Manager Li smiled. Of course, no problem. Let's do it today. Everyone has time, right? The security guard quickly responded. Yes. Great, let's not go home until we are drunk tonight. Everyone said happily. In a blink of an eye, they forgot the previous unpleasantness. Yang Ming, you carry me. Chen Mingyan glanced at Tian Donghua who was holding Wang Shui intimately. She was a little jealous in her heart. She actually took the initiative to speak to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was stunned. Looking at Chen Mingyan's appearance, he knew that she was angry because of the previous 2 phone calls. Well, don't talk about carrying. You can carry me too. Yang Ming smiled and picked up Chen Mingyan and spun her around in the air. Yeah, you scared me. Chen Mingyan closed her eyes. Be careful. Aren't you afraid of throwing me into the sea? Throwing you into the sea is good. It just so happens that it's winter. If you fall into the sea, I will jump in. We will be the real Titanic. Yang Ming said with a smile. Stop it. Isn't that stupid? If I fall into the sea, you don't save me. Instead, you want to jump in. What's wrong with you? Chen Mingyan complained. Hee, isn't it just a casual remark? With me here, how can you fall into the sea? Yang Ming laughed. You are so talkative. Chen Mingyan tapped Yang Ming's forehead with her hand, but suddenly Chen Mingyan looked around strangely. She frowned and said with some surprise, Yang Ming, why are there no boats near us? Because there was a special pilot, Yang Ming did not care about the route of the boat. Now that he heard Chen Mengyan say so, he paid attention. Sure enough, Chen Mengyan was right. All around them was the vast and endless sea. There were no boats passing by. Before, although they couldn't see the coast, they often saw boats passing by. After all, these yachts were all owned by the same company. They would go back and forth in the specified area, so it was normal to encounter each other. But it would never be like now, where they couldn't see a boat for so long. Yang Ming frowned and looked around with his special ability, but he found that there was really no boat nearby. The nearest boats were near the offshore club. And they were already far away from the offshore club. Yang Ming was shocked. Although he had special abilities, and his skills were first class, in this unknown sea, it was inevitable that he would be a little flustered. After all, if there was a situation, it was definitely not something that could be controlled by human factors. Yang Ming quickly looked at the cockpit, but he saw a scene that shocked him. The previous pilot was gone. Seeing Yang Ming frowning, Chen Mengyan was also a little flustered. Yang Ming, what's wrong? Nothing. Afraid that Chen Mengyan was worried, Yang Ming forced a smile, but he said, you wait for me here. I will be back soon. Fortunately, he had learned how to drive a boat, so he didn't panic. With his extraordinary eyesight, it was difficult to get lost. He just had to look at the direction of the shore and go straight. As for reef, that was nothing in Yang Ming's eyes. So although Yang Ming didn't know what was going on, he wasn't too worried. After all, the situation was still okay. Yang Ming walked quickly to the cockpit, but unfortunately found that the fuel gauge had reached the red line. In other words, there was no fuel in the boat. Obviously, it was impossible to drive it back. What the hell is going on? Yang Ming couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If the disappearance of the pilot was an accident, then the fuel in the fuel tank was also gone. How could this be explained? All this made Yang Ming suspicious. There seemed to be a huge conspiracy in this. On this yacht, except for the cockpit, there was no place to hide at all. The pilot must have slipped away somewhere in the middle. Yang Ming quickly returned to the deck and shouted to Tian Donghua, "Old Tian. Come here, there is something important." Ah. Tian Donghua was being intimate with Wang Shui. When he heard Yang Ming's shout, he turned around with some dissatisfaction. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you wait? You have no eyesight at all. Wait. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm afraid the situation will be worse if we wait for a while. Looking at the boat drifting along the sea, God knew where it would drift to. What do you mean? Tian Donghua was stunned. What are you talking about? What's worse? What happened? Wang Shui and Chen Mengyan on the side listened to Yang Ming's words, and their faces suddenly showed doubts and anxiety. The pilot disappeared. No one is controlling the boat now. Yang Ming sighed. He knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from Chen Mengyan and Wang Shui, so he simply said it. How was Lin Jiyun feeling unwell? She just felt that it was inappropriate for her to be with Chen Mengyan on Valentine's Day. Although Chen Mengyan wasn't hostile to her, Lin Jiyun wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Therefore, Lin Jiyun thought about it again and decided to give Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan a chance to go out alone. Lin Jiyun sent a text message to Yang Ming. Just as she put down the phone, she saw her mother come in. Yunair, how is it? Does your stomach still hurt? It's okay. Lin Jiyun saw her mother come in and pretended to be in some pain. In fact, Lin Jiyun's stomach didn't hurt at all. It wasn't so serious that she couldn't get out of bed. It's not time yet. Why is your menstruation so messy? Xin Yueping handed the hot water bottle in her hand to Lin Jiyun and said, Yunair, did you take any medicine? Ah. What medicine did I take? Lin Jiyun was stunned. It's that. Xin Yueping was an experienced person, and her daughter was now a woman, so she didn't avoid it. Contraceptive pills. Lin Jiyun recalled. After she did it with Yang Ming last time, she did take emergency contraceptive pills. The description of the pill also said that it would bring forward the time of menstruation. Looking at her daughter's appearance, Xin Yueping didn't doubt it anymore. She said seriously, that thing can't be taken casually. Did you take a long-acting one or an emergency one? Emergency. Lin Jiyun whispered with a blush. That's good. Mom can tell you that you and Xiaoyang can't be satisfied. Using those long-term contraceptive pills is not good for your body. It may seriously affect your fertility. Xin Yueping said, did you forget to take safety measures? Lin Jiyun was a little embarrassed. Just that one time. When you go to the supermarket in the future, buy some condoms. You can also put one in your bag. Although you are a girl, don't be shy. This is also because I'm afraid that you and little Yang will have thoughts on the spur of the moment, and it will be too late to take precautions. Xin Yueping read a report a while ago on how parents treated female education, so at this moment, it was clear and logical. Although Xin Yueping's thoughts were somewhat conservative, she wasn't the kind of person who desperately wanted to stop something from happening. It was better to let it go. She still understood this principle. The most important thing was to correctly guide her daughter's sexual concept. Lin Jiyun's face was burning as she listened. Mom, don't say any more. Alright, I'm doing this for your own good. Then you rest. I'll go out first. Xin Yueping stood up with a smile and left the room. Lin Jiyun quickly covered her head with the quilt. The pilot disappeared? What do you mean? Tian Donghua was baffled by Yang Ming's words. That is, the pilot driving this ship has disappeared. Yang Ming explained with a wry smile, did I not make it clear enough? Ah? Tian Donghua was stunned. The pilot disappeared? How is it possible? Don't joke around. Where can he go on this sea? Did he jump into the sea? I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, you can go and look for him yourself. Yang Ming pointed to the direction of the cockpit and said, I just went there. There's no one there. Can we go to the toilet? Chen Mengyan hesitated and asked. Of course, this possibility exists, but the current situation is that the fuel gauge on the ship has reached the bottom. That is to say, even if we find the pilot, it is useless. Besides, I have already looked. There is no one else on this ship except us. Yang Ming said helplessly. Ugh. Tian Donghua quickly ran to the cabin to take a look, then looked around for a while. He finally confirmed that Yang Ming was telling the truth. The pilot was gone. Tian Donghua was a little anxious. Mother ****. What kind of charter company is this? The quality of the pilot is really good. Scolding people can't solve the problem. Yang Ming spread his hands and said, now think of a way. What should we do? Yang Ming was the calmest person. After encountering a problem, he would think about how to solve the problem instead of worrying blindly. Where are we now? Tian Donghua frowned and looked at the endless sea around him and asked. I don't know, but for such a long time, there is no ship passing by. We may be far away from the coastline. Yang Ming told everyone his guess. Then if we continue like this, wouldn't we not know where we are going? Asked Tian Donghua. That's hard to say. Maybe we can be washed to the shore by the current. Of course, it is also possible that we are on the shore of an isolated island. That is a bit ****. Yang Ming shook his head and said. Although Yang Ming said so, he secretly observed the expressions of Tian Donghua and Wang Shui. It was because things were too strange. It was strange to the extent that it was a little strange. Why did the pilot disappear for no reason? And the fuel tank just happened to be out of gas? This made Yang Ming wonder if someone deliberately did it. Moreover, this ship was rented by Yang Ming. Yang Ming had to wonder if Tian Donghua was involved. But after thinking about it, Tian Donghua had no reason to harm him. The pilot and the charter company had no reason to harm him. The ship was rented by Tian Donghua, and he had never shown up. So even if someone wanted to target him, it was impossible to predict in advance. Not to mention that if he didn't appear today, this ship would have been taken away by others. Could it be that all this is really just a coincidence? Yang Ming thought for a long time and couldn't think of a reason. Look over there. What happened there? Yang Ming was pondering when he suddenly heard Wang Shui exclaim loudly. N? Yang Ming raised his head and looked in the direction that Wang Shui pointed. He was suddenly shocked. He didn't know when the deck at the stern was gone. The billowing seawater was pouring into the ship along the stern, and the stern was gradually tilting. What's going on? Yang Ming was shocked. If the ship only ran out of gas, it was still okay. At least there was still hope for survival. If the ship capsized, then survival was uncertain. I don't know. I just turned my head and suddenly saw the deck at the stern collapse. Wang Shui said in panic. Amen, I can't be so unlucky, right? Yang Ming knew that it was useless to be anxious now. Although he could swim, he was thousands of miles away from the shore. Even if his legs were to cramp, it was impossible to swim back. Everyone, hurry up and split up. Look for life jackets or something like that in the cabin. Yang Ming knew that it was useless to complain. The most important thing was to see how to save his life first. Okay. Tian Donghua wasn't a fool. The panic just now was because he was too shocked. Now, he had recovered his calm demeanor. He pulled Wang Shui and ran in the direction of the cabin. Let's go to the cockpit and look. Yang Ming pulled Chen Mingyan's hand and said. If we can't find life jackets, are we going to die? Chen Mingyan's body was trembling. After all, it was difficult for a girl to calm down in this situation. What are you afraid of? At most, we can play the Titanic once. Didn't I just say it? You can rest assured. Even if I die, I won't let you die. Yang Ming didn't have confidence in his heart, but in order to let Chen Mingyan feel at ease, he still smiled and comforted her. His tone was very relaxed. Nonsense. If you were going to die, what should I do? Chen Mingyan was very stubborn as she straightened her neck. Anyway, if we are going to die, we will die together. Okay. But aren't we not dead yet? Let's see if we can survive together. Yang Ming smiled. Hee. Chen Mingyan also smiled. Yes, living together is much better than dying together. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan came to the cockpit. Yang Ming saw a few sets of life jackets under the cockpit seat. He quickly found them, but he found that there were only 3 sets of life jackets. Now there were 4 people on board. In other words, one of them was destined to not have a life jacket. Yang Ming looked at the life jackets and smiled bitterly. At this time, isn't it time to show off my style? What's wrong? Seeing Yang Ming in a daze, Chen Mingyan quickly asked, didn't you find the life jackets? But there are only 3 sets. Yang Ming took out the life jackets and shook them in his hand. Then, I won't wear it. Chen Mingyan didn't even think about it and blurted it out. Don't joke around. You guys wear it in a while. I'm good at swimming. I'll think of a way. Yang Ming shook his head and ran out with Chen Mingyan. This wasn't a place to stay for a long time. After all, at this moment, they were in danger. If they were one step late, their lives would be in danger. When they came to the deck of the ship, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui just came back. Tian Donghua looked dignified. I only found a life buoy. You can use it. Huh, are you serious? Yang Ming was stunned and then said happily, just in time, I found 3 sets of life jackets. You, Wang Shui and Chen Mingyan have 1 each. I'll use the life buoy. How can this be? The sea is so cold. Tian Donghua immediately said after listening, why don't I use it? Okay, you don't have to waste time with me. I'm good at swimming. I naturally know what to do. Don't all of us die. Yang Ming gave the life jackets in his hand to Tian Donghua, Wang Shui and Chen Mingyan without any explanation, but he grabbed the life buoy in Tian Donghua's hand. This? Tian Donghua saw that Yang Ming was very determined, so he couldn't refuse anymore. After all, time was tight now. He reluctantly took the life jackets. The 3 people just hurriedly put on the life jackets. Yang Ming was also checking whether the life buoy was strong. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a motorboat motor accompanied by a person's laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ming, oh, Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? You also have a day like this? The voice on the motorboat was very familiar. Yang Ming looked up and saw Wang Jitao, who had disappeared for a long time, standing on the motorboat. Wang Jitao? Yang Ming frowned. It seemed that all of this should be his doing. However, it seemed a bit impossible for Wang Jitao to make such a big move with his personal strength. Was Wang Jitao really so powerful? Could it be that there was a mole on my side? Otherwise, things were too coincidental. The stern just leaked, and Wang Jitao appeared? If he didn't predict the future, then he also had special abilities that could remotely control everything here. However, this was obviously impossible. If Wang Jitao had this ability, he didn't have to go through so much trouble. He could also kill Yang Ming on land. Hehe, Yang Ming, have you ever thought that one day, you will also die? Wang Jitao's voice was a little hoarse, and it seemed particularly sharp in the whistling sea breeze. His messy hair was blown up, making him look like a madman. Wang Jitao, what do you want to do? Are these things all caused by you? Yang Ming was surprised by Wang Jitao's sudden appearance, but he still asked calmly. So what? Yang Ming, you ruined my family. I will kill you today. Wang Jitao shouted. You want me to die? Not necessarily. Even if the boat capsizes, we may not die. Yang Ming said faintly. Then let's try. As Wang Jitao finished speaking, he took out a pistol from his pocket. The black muzzle pointed at Yang Ming. This time, I want to see if you will die or not. Yang Ming's cold sweat suddenly came out. This guy is purely a madman. Although Yang Ming could be very sure that he could avoid Wang Jitao's gun, he couldn't guarantee that Chen Mengyan, Tian Donghua, and Wang Shui could also avoid it. At that time, if there was a heroic scene of a beauty blocking the gun for him, then Yang Ming would really be better off dead. Ha ha ha, why? Are you scared? Wang Jitao sneered. I will give you a chance. It's too boring to kill you with one shot. How about this, you jump into the sea. I will watch you sink to the bottom and feed you to the sharks. Then, I will let your peoples? Not only will I not kill them, but I will also bring them back to the motorboat, and send them back. Can I believe you? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming really didn't dare to compliment Wang Jitao's character. Believe it or not, it's up to you. However, if you don't jump, then you all have to die. Wang Jitao widened his eyes, and his expression was very ferocious. Who should I start with first? Wahahaha, it's better to kill someone familiar. Chen Mengyan. He, I'm sorry, dear study commissary. Who asked you to follow Yang Ming, this bastard? Don't blame me when you die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing Yang Ming. Wait. Yang Ming saw Wang Jitao raise the pistol and quickly stopped him. For a madman like Wang Jitao, Yang Ming was really afraid that he could do anything. Even if he was good at fighting, it couldn't be compared to a random gun. If Wang Jitao really shot randomly for a while, then Yang Ming really couldn't handle it. If I jump down, will you hurt others? Yang Ming asked after a moment of hesitation. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. You can choose not to jump, but when I kill them one by one, you will also die. Wang Jitao coldly snorted. Okay, then I will jump. I hope you will keep your promise. Yang Ming nodded and said very solemnly. Ha, you jump, hurry up and jump. Maybe I will change my mind in a while. Wang Jitao laughed. Yang Ming, don't jump. Chen Mengyan listened to Yang Ming's words and suddenly became anxious. She pulled Yang Ming's hand and didn't let go. It's okay, don't worry. Yang Ming said softly in Chen Mengyan's ear. But Chen Mengyan naturally didn't want Yang Ming to be in danger. No buts. If I don't jump, we will all die. Don't you see that he has a gun? Yang Ming held Chen Mengyan's hand. Let's discuss with him, persuade him. Chen Mengyan didn't give up and said. It's useless to say anything to this kind of madman. Yang Ming said, believe me, I won't die. Okay, don't waste time. F***ck. Wang Jitao scolded impatiently, why are you still being so lovey-dovey at this time? Hurry up and jump, or I will blow your head off. Yang Ming turned around and looked at Wang Jitao. Remember what you said, or you will regret it. After that, Yang Ming jumped into the sea. Damn, are you threatening me? Wang Jitao said disdainfully, hee, I will watch you die. Yang Ming struggled in the sea. After a while, he choked on a mouthful of water and coughed loudly. Not long after, he sank into the sea. Wahahaha, I sank. It's so cool. Wang Jitao looked at Yang Ming's appearance and shouted with joy. After waiting for a long time, he said, who knows if you are really dead or not. As he said that, he picked up the pistol and fired 2 shots at the place where Yang Ming sank. No. Chen Mengyan was shocked, but it was too late. Red threads floated up from the sea. Obviously, Yang Ming was shot. Ha 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 ha. The sharks will come in a while. You all wait for death together. It's so King cool. Wang Jitao laughed crazily. You don't keep your words. Are you King man? Yang Ming has already jumped into the sea, and you still shoot? Tian Donghua was angry and pointed at Wang Jitao and shouted. Hey, why can't I shoot after jumping into the sea? If I don't shoot, how can I attract sharks? Wang Jitao said disapprovingly. At this moment, Chen Mengyan was completely dumbfounded. She knelt on the deck of the ship and looked at the deep sea. I will fight with you. Tian Donghua was immediately furious. He picked up a leisure chair on the deck and threw it at Wang Jitao. Io? You still dare to be cocky with me? Do you want to die? Wang Jitao quickly leaned back to avoid the stool. He raised his hand and shot, hitting Tian Donghua's leg. Tian Donghua squatted down while covering his leg. Blood overflowed from his fingers. Wang Jitao, what are you doing? How can you shoot my husband? Wang Shui saw that she was shot, and her eyes widened. She questioned Wang Jitao. Shoot? I already gave you a lot of face by shooting. You hit me with a stool. It's good that I didn't shoot him to death. Wang Jitao said indifferently. Wang Jitao, you are really good. Wang Shui was so angry that she pointed at Wang Jitao and couldn't speak. Sister, you slowly play with my brother-in-law. I am leaving. I wish you a good time with the sharks. Wang Jitao blew the barrel and said proudly. What did you say? You are leaving? What should we do? Wang Shui suddenly became anxious. You do what you have to do. Wang Jitao said indifferently. You are shameless. You want to leave me alone? Wang Shui looked at Wang Jitao angrily. Che, I am too lazy to care about you. Wang Jitao was already crazy. Family and friendship were nothing in his eyes. Brother, I will make you regret it. Wang Shui stared at Wang Jitao fiercely. She didn't know when, but there was a smart remote control in her hand. I have already guessed that you are an ungrateful person. Fortunately, I was prepared. Then let's die together. After that, Wang Shui pressed the red button on the remote control. However, for a long time, nothing happened. What happened? Why didn't your motorboat explode? Wang Shui looked at Wang Jitao and his motorboat in amazement. You are still too inexperienced to play with me. Wang Jitao smiled coldly. Fortunately, Brother Huang helped me check the motorboat and found that there was a time bomb installed on it. You are ruthless. It is said that the most vicious thing is a woman's heart. You still have a trick up your sleeve for your brother, then I don't have to be merciful to you. You know? Wang Shui suddenly knelt on the deck in despair beside Tian Donghua. She looked at the injured Tian Donghua and muttered to herself, I am sorry, husband, it is all my fault. Although Tian Donghua was injured, his life was not in danger. The conversation between Wang Shui and Wang Jitao made him suddenly dumbfounded. He didn't expect Wang Jitao to be Wang Shui's brother. Chen Mengyan on the side also looked at everything that happened in front of her. The secret in the middle was so amazing. Wait for death. In a while, Yang Ming's blood will attract the sharks. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jitao laughed wildly and was ready to start the motorboat. The thing that attracted the sharks is probably your own blood, right? A voice as cold as an iceberg suddenly sounded in Wang Jitao's ears. Wang Jitao was so shocked that he almost dropped the gun in his hand. However, it didn't matter whether he held it firmly or not. In the next moment, the pistol had fallen into the hands of someone else. This person was naturally Yang Ming. Looking at Yang Ming standing beside him, Wang Jitao was shocked. How are you not dead? Yeah, of course, I am not dead. Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao with some ridicule. I just said that if you don't keep your promise, then you will regret it. You. Wang Jitao didn't expect that Yang Ming would suddenly appear on his motorboat. What about me? You are surprised, aren't you? I wasn't shot to death by you? Yang Ming looked at Wang Jitao with a smile. Wang Jitao didn't speak, but his expression meant that. Well, then I will let you solve your doubts before you die. See, you didn't shoot me. The blood in the sea was from me cutting my arm with a knife. I did this to make you feel at ease. Yang Ming stretched out his arm. There was a big wound on it. But it wasn't a gunshot wound. You cheated. Wang Jitao was angry and shocked. He didn't expect his plan to be ruined in the end. It's just that you were too stupid. Yang Ming snorted. However, I didn't expect that Wang Shui was actually your sister. Yang Ming really didn't expect that Wang Shui was actually Wang Jitao's younger sister. Yang Ming also investigated Wang Jitao's family in advance, but he didn't find out that Wang Jitao had a younger sister. There must be some secrets in this that outsiders didn't know. However, these were not important. Yang Ming had long suspected that there was a spy between Tian Donghua and Wang Shui, or that the two people were simply in cahoots. Because he wouldn't be a spy, Chen Mengyan would definitely not join forces with Wang Jitao to harm him. After Yang Ming jumped into the sea, he deliberately pretended that he was not a good swimmer and drowned in the water. He took the opportunity to attack Wang Jitao. But he didn't expect that Wang Jitao wasn't stupid. He was actually afraid that he wouldn't die, so he shot into the sea. Thanks to Yang Ming's special ability, after closing his eyes, he could see the 6 directions. He saw the direction of Wang Jitao's gun and quickly hit aside. In order to not let Wang Jitao doubt, Yang Ming used the dagger that he carried with him and cut his arm. He let the blood flow to the sea to confuse Wang Jitao. Although he was injured, this small injury was nothing to Yang Ming. Yang Ming wanted to swim to the back of the yacht to attack Wang Jitao, but he didn't expect that Tian Donghua would stick up for him, which led to Wang Jitao's crazy shooting. Yang Ming wanted to stop it, but he couldn't do anything underwater. However, the next thing also let Yang Ming figure out who the spy on his side was. Originally, Yang Ming still didn't understand why Wang Shui would be a spy, but after listening to Wang Jitao's words, all the answers came out. Perhaps it was for kinship, or perhaps it was for revenge. Since Wang Shui was Wang Jitao's sister, Wang Shifan was Wang Shui's father. It was reasonable for Wang Shui to help Wang Jitao deal with him. However, what happened next was rather dramatic. Perhaps it was because Wang Jitao had promised Wang Shui that he wouldn't hurt anyone except for Yang Ming. After the matter was over, Wang Jitao used the motorboat to bring the rest of the people back to shore. However, Wang Jitao did not keep his promise. Not only did he hurt Wang Jitao, but he also did not intend to save Wang Shui. Wang Shui seemed to not trust Wang Jitao. She also left something on his motorboat and installed a time bomb. Yang Ming couldn't help but admire the depth of this woman's scheming. However, that Huang Yukai seemed to be more talented. He actually anticipated something in advance and removed the time bomb on the motorboat. As a result, Wang Shui's plan to blow up Wang Jitao failed. Therefore, it made Wang Jitao even angrier. However, Wang Jitao's madness also created a good opportunity for Yang Ming. If Wang Jitao wasn't distracted, he really couldn't make a move. So, there was the previous scene. Yang Ming put a gun against Wang Jitao's head. I admire you. Your every plan seems to be perfect. It's a pity that I'm not the original Yang Ming. Do you think that you can harm me a second time after you hurt me once? D***MN, the winner is the king, and the loser is a thief. I'm in your hands now. You can say whatever you want. Wang Jitao didn't think about it this time. Anyway, it was either you die or I die. He didn't think that Yang Ming would let him go. Hurry up and give me a quick death. D***MN, if you want to give birth to Tao, why give birth to Ming? After listening to Wang Jitao's genteel and generous words, Yang Ming wanted to laugh, but he held it back. If he laughed, he would inevitably sympathize with him, but this person was not worthy of sympathy. Although it was his right to like Chen Mengyan and Zhou Jieji, and Yang Ming couldn't interfere, since Chen Mengyan and Zhou Jieji had chosen to be with him, then Wang Jitao should recognize the reality and give up those illusory fantasies. However, it was obvious that Wang Jitao was too stubborn. He turned love into crazy revenge. Yang Ming shook his head. Although he wanted to torture Wang Jitao and then kill him, he looked pitiful enough. Yang Ming hesitated, but he suddenly heard Wang Jitao say ugh. Then his eyes bulged, and his mouth was wide open. After taking 2 deep breaths, he fell to the edge of the motorboat and slid into the sea. Wang Jitao saw that there was an iron target on his back, something like a flagpole, and Wang Shui looked at this side with some panic. Obviously, Wang Shui found something from somewhere and inserted it into Wang Jitao's back. Looking at Wang Jitao's miserable appearance, Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little moved. This woman, Wang Shui, is really ruthless. Didn't I just shoot Tian Donghua? It actually led to such a crazy counterattack from Wang Shui. However, it could be seen that Wang Shui's feelings for Tian Donghua were real. No matter who it was, once they touched her lover, she would retaliate crazily without hesitation. Yang Ming sighed, but then again, such a woman, although her character was strong, there was nothing wrong with it. This kind of character was somewhat similar to Sun Jia. Yang Ming also believed that if one day Sun Jia really became his woman, then if something happened to him, this woman could turn Song Jiang upside down. Yang Ming. This time, Chen Mengyan recovered from her panic. She opened her eyes wide and saw that Yang Ming was fine. Her eyes were full of joy. Just now, Chen Mengyan was almost scared to death. When she saw Wang Jitao shoot into the sea, Chen Mengyan almost jumped down. If it weren't for Yang Ming telling her firmly that he would be fine, Chen Mengyan really couldn't hold on. However, later, when she saw Yang Ming magically appear on Wang Jitao's motorboat again, Chen Mengyan was really surprised and happy. Because the final result was finally the same as those on TV. The good people did not die, but the unlucky ones were still the bad guys. However, was Yang Ming a good person? At least, Chen Mengyan thought so. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Jitao's body with some pity. In the end, the one who attracted the sharks might be himself. Yang Ming leaned the motorboat against the sinking yacht and said to Chen Mengyan and Tian Donghua, "Get on the boat. We are saved." Chen Mengyan was the first to run onto the motorboat. She suddenly jumped into Yang Ming's arms. Although the scene just now was less than 10 minutes, Chen Mengyan was scared into a cold sweat. Okay, it's okay. Didn't I say that nothing happened? Nothing happened. Yang Ming patted Chen Mengyan's back to comfort her. Let me see the wound on your hand. Chen Mengyan also remembered that Yang Ming's arm was still injured. She quickly pulled Yang Ming's arm. At that time, in the water, Yang Ming didn't take off his clothes in a hurry. He directly cut the sleeve of his coat. It's okay. It's just a small injury. It will be fine in a while. It's more important to go back to the shore and find a place to dry the clothes. Yang Ming's whole body was wet. It must be known that this was winter. It wouldn't take long for him to freeze. At this time, Tian Donghua also stood up and staggered to get on the motorboat. Wang Shui wanted to support him, but Tian Donghua angrily shook his hand and said, "Don't touch me." Now, if Tian Donghua couldn't see that all this was done by Wang Shui, then he was a fool. Especially when he remembered that Wang Shui and his half-brother had met privately several times, his heart was even more angry. These two people were actually plotting to harm Yang Ming. Didn't she know that Yang Ming was his good buddy? She could actually do this kind of thing. It was simply inhumane. Husband. Wang Shui saw that Tian Donghua shook her off and would rather limp. She was very wronged. Who is your husband? Tian Donghua glared. Who are you? I don't know you. When Tian Donghua said this, he was so angry that he trembled. He was unstable and almost fell into the sea. Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He quickly went up and helped Tian Donghua onto the motorboat. Wang Shui was about to follow him onto the motorboat, but she heard Tian Donghua say, "Yang Ming, start the boat. Don't worry about her." This? Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed. Although he was quite critical of Wang Shui's approach, how should he say it? Wang Shui avenged her father. This made sense. It was reasonable no matter where she went. From his point of view, Wang Shui was his enemy, but from the point of view of a daughter, what Wang Shui did was not wrong. Not to mention that she was not the kind of person with a vicious heart. Although she was vicious, she was also targeting someone. At least, she did not vent her anger on Chen Mingyan. After Wang Jitao broke his promise and hurt Wang Jitao, Wang Shui turned against Wang Jitao for her lover. Therefore, this woman was not so hopeless. But now it was other people's family matter. Yang Ming was not good to intervene. However, if they really started the boat and left Wang Shui here alone, then Wang Shui would definitely die. Forget it, old Tian. You let her come up first. If you let her stay there, she will die. Yang Ming finally opened his mouth. When Wang Shui heard that Yang Ming actually spoke up for her, she couldn't help but be stunned. She looked up with some surprise and saw that Yang Ming's expression was very normal. He didn't seem to be saying sarcastic words, so she quickly said, "So, sorry. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about it after we get on the boat. Don't dawdle. Now I'm the one driving the boat. I have the final say. You don't have to care about what old Tian says." Yang Ming saw that Wang Shui was looking at Tian Donghua. Tian Donghua didn't speak, and Wang Shui didn't dare to move, so he spoke. "What are you looking at? Just come up when I ask you to." "Humph." Tian Donghua glared at Wang Shui and said coldly, "Don't you see that Yang Ming and I are injured? Do you want to kill us all by dawdling?" Wang Shui was shocked and quickly got on the motorboat. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Wang Shui is still a little woman. Forget it. I don't intend to pursue this matter anymore. Let bygones be bygones. Yang Ming estimated the remaining amount of oil in the motorboat and estimated the distance from here to the Songjiang dock. It seemed that the remaining oil was not enough to support the return trip. Wang Jitao shouldn't have come from Songjiang. Wang Jitao didn't come from Songjiang, right? Yang Ming turned and asked Wang Shui. I don't know. I gave him the motorboat, but I don't know where he is. Wang Shui whispered. Humph. Tian Donghua glared at Wang Shui. If it weren't for Yang Ming's pleading, Tian Donghua would have really left her alone. Yang Ming didn't ask any more. He looked around with his special ability and found the nearest island. He estimated that they could probably hold on until there. When they reached the shore, he would find a way to study the problem of coming back. The island was an island near Songjiang. It was developed into a tourist attraction. It could still be a temporary place to stay. Because of Yang Ming's special ability, even on the endless sea, he could still accurately find the direction of navigation. He didn't take unnecessary paths. Soon, the outline of the island appeared in front of everyone. "We are saved!" Chen Mingyan exclaimed excitedly as she pointed to the front. Tian Donghua and Wang Shui were also excited. Among them, only Yang Ming knew what was going on. The others thought that Yang Ming was just driving aimlessly. Yang Ming couldn't tell them this in advance, so he could only let them be nervous for a while. Soon, the motorboat approached the dock of the island. The receptionists of several resorts on the island were waiting here. When they saw the motorboat coming over, they surrounded it and began to solicit business. "Come to our house to play. Our environment is good, and the price is good." As soon as this person finished speaking, he saw Yang Ming and Tian Donghua, who were covered in blood. He couldn't help but be shocked. You were robbed?" In particular, Yang Ming's body was like a drowned rat with ice shards. It was like he had just escaped from death. "Kind of. We encountered pirates. Can you take us to the nearest hospital first?" Yang Ming said as he took out 100 yuan from his pocket and gave it to the person who spoke. All right, no problem." This person was a resident of the small island. Usually, his job was to attract customers. He could get a commission of 10 yuan for each person he pulled in. Yang Ming and the other 4 people only cost 40 yuan, but Yang Ming offered 100 yuan, which was equivalent to pulling in 10 guests. How could he not be willing? However, were there pirates nearby? This person was very surprised, but looking at the appearance of this group of people, if they didn't encounter pirates, how could it be explained? When other people saw that he got 100 yuan, they were very envious. However, these people were local residents, and they knew each other. They were just envious, and there was no competition for business. After parking the motorboat, Yang Ming and the other 3 followed the local to the shore. The local was usually responsible for picking up guests, so he had a van assigned to him by the resort. After welcoming Yang Ming and the others into the van, they drove to the only hospital on the island. However, even though it was the only hospital, it was very big. Thinking about it, it took more than an hour to get from the island to Songjiang. If the people on the island had to go to Songjiang because of a minor illness, wouldn't it be torturous? After the 2 surgical appointments, Yang Ming and Tian Donghua entered the clinic. Yang Ming's injury was easy. After disinfection, some medicine was applied and bandaged, but Tian Donghua's injury was a bit complicated. Because it was a gunshot wound, according to the regulations, they must first call the police. Yang Ming knew that if the police came, the investigation wouldn't be finished in a short time, and it also involved some secrets of Wang Shui. Before discussing with Tian Donghua, it was best to be cautious. So, he winked at Chen Mengyan, and then whispered, "Call your dad and let him talk to the police here. Let's treat old Tian first." This island also belonged to the scope of Songjiang, so Chen Fei's words were quite effective. After Chen Fei talked, the police here naturally didn't want to be meddlesome. After all, the city bureau said that it was involved in an important case and asked them not to participate. Moreover, Chen Fei was indeed right. Wang Jitao was also a person who was monitored by the police. The injuries of both of them were not vital parts, so they could be discharged after simple treatment. The person who solicited customers had been accompanying and helping, which made Yang Ming feel that this person was really good. The local residents on the island were very simple. This person thought that he had taken 100 yuan from Yang Ming, so naturally, he had to be worthy of the money. So, even if there was nothing for him to do, he would accompany until the end instead of going back to continue soliciting customers. Go to your resort and rest. Yang Ming was also a little tired. Seeing that this person was really good, he let him earn more extra money. "Ah, okay, thank you." The person was overjoyed. In this way, 40 yuan was in his hands. This person thought, "It seems that being kind has good karma." I followed him from the beginning to the end. As a result, Yang Ming went to my resort to rest. If I wanted to leave after sending him to the hospital, would I still be able to earn 40 yuan more? This place was really good. At least from the outside, it was still very classy. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this. He booked 2 rooms. Tian Donghua rushed to pay the deposit and took the room card. The 4 people took the elevator upstairs. Although during this period, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui didn't say a word, they also adopted a tacit attitude toward her existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask her to support him. At the door of the room, Yang Ming glanced at Wang Shui and looked at Tian Donghua. Then he said, "Old Tian, don't talk about Wang Shui. I will talk to you slowly after we go back." "Okay." Tian Donghua nodded, then he turned his head to Wang Shui and said, "Let's keep this account for the time being. Why don't you thank Yang Ming? Otherwise, I will kill you directly." Thank you." Wang Shui said hurriedly. "Ai." Yang Ming looked at Wang Shui, who was like a punching bag and was very helpless. However, all of this was what she asked for. Yang Ming had done his best. After entering the room, Yang Ming sat on the bed. Along the way, he was tired. Especially after soaking in the cold sea, his body was frozen. At this moment, he just wanted to take a bath and rest. "Chen Mengyan, turn on the hot water. I want to take a bath. I can't take it anymore. My body is full of the smell of the sea." Yang Ming said as he smelled his sleeves. "Ah, you are injured. How can you take a bath?" Chen Mengyan said quickly, "Don't get infected again." "It's okay. If I don't take a bath, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Yang Ming said, look, there are salt particles all over my body. Is that okay? Chen Mingyan was very concerned about Yang Ming's injury. She was afraid that he would have an accident or something. I will be fine as long as I am careful. Yang Ming said, okay, quickly turn on the water. I can't stand it anymore. Okay. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was determined. She had no choice but to get up and walk quickly to the bathroom and start to turn on the water. However, seeing the bathtub in the bathroom, Chen Mingyan had a flash of inspiration. She thought of an idea, but she was a little shy. Yang Ming meant to take a shower, but Chen Mingyan thought that if the bathtub was filled with water and Yang Ming sat in it, his injured hand could be placed outside. However, in this way, it was definitely inconvenient for Yang Ming to take a shower with one hand. She had to help. But thinking about it, with the current relationship between herself and Yang Ming, there was no need to care so much. The two of them were about to break through that layer of defense several times. However, due to a combination of circumstances, they were caught up with other things midway. Therefore, there was nothing to be shy about helping Yang Ming take a bath. So Chen Mingyan filled the bathtub with water and returned to the room. She said, Yang Ming, how about you take a bath? Isn't that the same? Yang Ming wondered, if my arm is always soaked in water, wouldn't it be better to take a shower? No. I mean. Chen Mingyan said this and hesitated. What? Yang Ming didn't understand. When he saw Chen Mingyan stop talking halfway, he was still puzzled. I mean, I can help you. Chen Mingyan said with a red face. Help me? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's appearance. Suddenly, his heart moved. Could it be that Chen Mingyan wants to help me take a shower? Yang Ming was suddenly overjoyed and said, well, this time my arm won't be in the water. After that, he didn't wait for Chen Mingyan to explain. He stood up directly and walked to the bathroom. Chen Mingyan was helpless. Initially, she still wanted to retreat, but at this moment, she couldn't. She had to say shyly, then you take off your clothes and go in first. Take off my clothes and go in first. Why does this sound so ambiguous? Yang Ming smiled and went into the bathroom. He quickly took off his clothes. When it came to his underwear, he hesitated and finally took it off. Yang Ming thought in his heart, anyway, Chen Mingyan will be down sooner or later. It's better to take this opportunity to train this little girl's visual impact ability. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing if she is too shy at that time. In contrast, Yang Ming preferred Lan Ling's boldness. Thinking of this, some parts of Yang Ming's body began to be restless again. Among the many women, only Lan Ling was the boldest and the one who liked to try new things the most. Yang Ming sat in the bathtub and then shouted to Chen Mingyan outside, Mingyan, I am ready. Oh. Chen Mingyan felt like a year outside. She was very nervous. When she finally heard Yang Ming's voice, she was relieved. What am I afraid of? I'm his girlfriend. What's the big deal about helping him take a bath? Chen Mingyan cheered herself up. Then, she gritted her teeth and went to the bathroom. But first, she knocked on the door. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Mingyan, I can't go out and open the door for you even if you knock on the door. Can't you just come in directly? Chen Mingyan's action was subconscious. Now that Yang Ming said this, she reacted. She couldn't help but blush and carefully opened the bathroom door. Although she knew that she had to face it sooner or later, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but close her eyes. However, Chen Mingyan didn't have Yang Ming's special ability. She couldn't see the way with her eyes closed. This bathroom was narrow, so it was easy to fall. Chen Mingyan had no choice but to open her eyes again. She saw that Yang Ming was completely sitting in the bathtub. Only his upper body was exposed, so she was relieved. Chen Mingyan found a towel and then moved a small stool. She sat on the edge of the bathtub and tested the temperature of the water with her hand. Then, she said, is this temperature okay? Very good. Yang Ming grabbed Chen Mingyan before she took her hand out of the water. He said, do you want to come in, too? What are you talking about? You're so annoying. Chen Mingyan said, if you continue to be so indecent, I will leave. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled and let go of his hand. Okay, then I won't move around. This is how it should be. Your hand is injured, and you still move around. Although Chen Mengyan pretended to be calm, she was very nervous in her heart. She didn't dare to look under the water. Why are you looking up? Are you tired? Yang Ming saw Chen Mengyan's appearance and found it funny. Can't my neck hurt? Chen Mengyan certainly wouldn't admit that she was shy. That would make her seem too useless. Lin Jiyun wasn't shy. Isn't it more painful to look up? Yang Ming knew what Chen Mengyan was thinking, so he deliberately said it. Chen Mengyan was interrupted by Yang Ming. She made up her mind. What's wrong? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Ugh, it seems that I haven't seen it before. Even when I was in high school, that time in the movie theater, it was dark. I couldn't see anything. I just touched it. However, I have touched it before. Am I still afraid of looking? Chen Mengyan immediately lowered her head. It didn't matter if she didn't look, but when she saw it, she was shocked. How could it be so big? Chen Mengyan had been a good girl since she was a child. Naturally, she hadn't watched any porn. Although she occasionally read some novels with some sex scenes, the novels were written very vaguely. It was impossible for there to be a specific description. Surprised, he couldn't help but frown. If such a big thing entered his body, wouldn't it stab him to death? Chen Mengyan was scared when she thought about it. She didn't know how Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling could stand it. They even enjoyed it. What are you looking at? Yang Ming followed Chen Mengyan's gaze and then finally fell on his own body, so he asked somewhat amusedly. Nothing. Chen Mengyan naturally refused to admit that she had seen anything. Yang Ming didn't ask any more, but closed his eyes. He seemed to be a little tired. Chen Mengyan breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Ming kept staring at her, it would be awkward. Seeing that Yang Ming closed his eyes, Chen Mengyan simply let go. She carefully wiped Yang Ming's upper body where the water in the tub couldn't reach. Especially the part where Yang Ming was injured, Chen Mengyan was even more careful. However, Yang Ming's body wasn't dirty. It was just a little uncomfortable when the seawater touched it, so Chen Mengyan only needed to do a simple wipe, and it was done. Okay. Chen Mengyan patted Yang Ming's back and said, I will give you a towel to wipe your body, and then you come out. I will use this hot water to wash your clothes. Ah, it's so comfortable. Yang Ming stretched and then stood up from the water. Yeah, what are you doing? Chen Mengyan didn't expect Yang Ming to stand up. She was shocked. It was one thing to see in the water, but it was another thing to see Yang Ming stand up naked. Chen Mengyan was scared by Yang Ming, and her hand unconsciously moved forward to block. Yang Ming suddenly had a plan in his mind. With Chen Mengyan's push, Yang Ming took advantage of the situation and slipped into the tub. Hearing Yang Ming's exclamation, Chen Mengyan quickly used her hand to support him. Oh my god, Yang Ming was already injured. If he fell like this, wouldn't it be terrible? So, Yang Ming grabbed Chen Mengyan's hand and then sat down in the tub. How could Chen Mengyan have more strength than Yang Ming? She was dragged into the tub by Yang Ming all of a sudden. Yang Ming was naturally prepared. He wouldn't let Chen Mengyan fall directly into the tub. Otherwise, with her head down, wouldn't she become a fool? Chen Mengyan didn't expect that when Yang Ming fell, she would immediately lose her balance and fall directly into the tub. She still didn't react. She felt that she had fallen into the water. Fortunately, the water was relatively shallow, and Yang Ming was sitting in it. Chen Mengyan didn't choke on the water, but... Chen Mengyan shook her head. Why is there a hard object next to my mouth that I don't know what it is? At first, Chen Mengyan thought it was Yang Ming's leg, but later, she felt that something was wrong. Why is it so hot? Chen Mengyan got up from the tub and looked down. She blushed immediately. That unknown object is actually the thing that I just saw. I actually had intimate contact with it. This is too embarrassing, right? Very cool. Yang Ming looked at the embarrassed Chen Mengyan lecherously. You still dare to say it? If you say it again, I will bite it off. Chen Mengyan said angrily. Okay, then you bite. Yang Ming smiled. You're not afraid? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to really dare to ask her to bite him. What am I afraid of? Why should I be afraid? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and asked. You're not afraid of pain? Chen Mingyan asked curiously. Biting doesn't hurt. Yang Ming said inexplicably. How is it possible? Chen Mingyan wondered. You take the word bite apart and see what it is. Yang Ming smiled slyly. Mouth, you go to hell. Chen Mingyan said halfway and immediately understood what Yang Ming said. I actually stupidly asked him for a long time. This guy is really annoying. Hee, I'm just kidding. But now, you should take a bath together. Just treat it as a couple bath. Yang Ming picked up Chen Mingyan and carried her into the bathtub. I'm wearing clothes. What are you doing? Chen Mingyan was shocked. Although she just fell into the water, only her top was wet. Now, with Yang Ming's action, her whole body was wet. Anyway, it's already wet. Let's ask the resort staff too. Pick it up and wash it. Yang Ming smiled. Chen Mingyan was helpless. Anyway, she had slept in the same bed with him. Now, it was nothing to take a bath together. It was just that now it was daytime. Chen Mingyan was still a little embarrassed. Unlike at night, when the lights were off, they couldn't see each other's expressions. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan took off her coat. Now, she wasn't wearing much. Yang Ming reached out to take off Chen Mingyan's clothes. Chen Mingyan struggled twice and didn't resist. She let Yang Ming take off her clothes. How was this a bath? Chen Mingyan endured Yang Ming's touch. She wiped her body with water and jumped out like she was escaping. Then, she ran to the bed, got into the quilt, and didn't come out again. Yang Ming smiled. Today is a good opportunity. This is the first time he observed Chen Mingyan's body so closely. Although Chen Mingyan always hid it, Yang Ming saw it clearly. Yang Ming had a special ability, but he still disdained to do things like peeping. Otherwise, he would have seen Chen Mingyan's body in high school. Yang Ming quickly dried himself with a towel and followed Chen Mingyan back to the room. He saw Chen Mingyan wrapped herself tightly on the bed like a mummy. Yang Ming was amused. He didn't know how this little girl did it. She looked like a burrito. Give me some quilt. Yang Ming pulled the quilt, but it was tight. Chen Mingyan closed her eyes and didn't speak. She pretended to be asleep. Hurry up and give it to me. I'm going to freeze to death. Yang Ming pulled again, but he didn't dare to use too much force. He was afraid that Chen Mingyan would fall to the ground. Chen Mingyan still didn't move. Yang Ming had an idea. He pulled again, and then he screamed, it hurts. I used too much force. The wound is bleeding again. Yang Ming, are you okay? This time, Chen Mingyan sat up from the bed and looked nervously at Yang Ming's arm. But she saw that the gauze on it was intact. There was nothing at all. You are lying again. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming angrily. Hee, but it will be soon. If you pull a few more times, the wound will really burst. Yang Ming pretended to pull the quilt again. Chen Mingyan was helpless. She flattened her mouth and pulled out half of her quilt to give it to Yang Ming. Okay. You can come in. After that, Chen Mingyan turned around and didn't dare to face Yang Ming directly. Yang Ming certainly didn't decline this time. He used the advantage of being an assassin and got into the quilt with lightning speed. He took the opportunity to pick up Chen Mingyan from behind. Chen Mingyan's body trembled. She could guess what would happen next. However, Chen Mingyan was not afraid. She was just a little nervous. The two of them had been together for so long. It could be said that they should have done it a long time ago. It was just a strange combination of circumstances. Every time they were not disturbed, there were other accidents, or they were on their period. That was why they kept pushing it. In fact, Chen Mingyan had already made up her mind to give herself to Yang Ming. So at the moment, although she was nervous, she was still slightly happy. This moment was finally coming. Chen Mingyan was somewhat unbalanced in her heart. Why would Lan Ling and Lin Jiyun be ahead of me? If it was Shuya, then she would accept it. However, even Shuya didn't. You, be gentler, okay? I'm a little nervous. Chen Mengyan said softly. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood what Chen Mengyan said. Originally, Yang Ming also had this intention. Now that Chen Mengyan didn't object, it couldn't be better. However, Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan and found it funny. He couldn't help but want to tease her. Did I hug you very hard? Then should I be gentler? As Yang Ming said this, he loosened his arms. I'm not talking about this. Chen Mengyan was almost angered to death by Yang Ming today. How could such a smart person be so stupid today? Then what is it? Yang Ming continued to ask. You're a fool. Chen Mengyan was mad. Such a good atmosphere was ruined just like that. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. How did being a proper person make me a fool? It seems that it's better not to be a proper person in the future. Otherwise, I will become a fool. Since Chen Mengyan called him a fool, if he didn't take any action, then he was really a fool. Yang Ming smiled and turned Chen Mengyan over from the bed. Chen Mengyan made an sound, and then her lips were sealed by Yang Ming. The matter between the two people was not rushed, but it was the kind of thing that happened naturally. Therefore, Chen Mengyan's heart at the moment was also a little calmer. There was no initial nervousness. She closed her eyes and let Yang Ming do what he wanted. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mengyan was not nervous, and he was emboldened. Chen Fei was fine, which made Chen Mengyan completely relieved. This opportunity was just right. It was better to help Yang Ming. Otherwise, it would be a worry in her heart. Speaking of it, Yang Ming was also a veteran. He was not inexperienced at all. Seeing that Yang Ming was familiar with it, although Chen Mengyan was faintly uncomfortable in her heart, she was also somewhat fortunate. If it was the first time for both of them, Yang Ming would be dull and have no skills. Wouldn't it hurt to death? Yang Ming gently kissed Chen Mengyan's body all the way, from top to bottom, all the way to between her legs. Chen Mengyan pushed Yang Ming away and whispered, "Don't, it's so dirty." "What's dirty? Didn't you already take a shower? Besides, you just bit me. Now it's my turn to bite you," said Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan still wanted to say something, but her whole person was filled with a strange feeling that she had never had before. Her mind also became blank. Can I? Although Yang Ming didn't say it so clearly, at this moment, Chen Mengyan definitely understood. Who? Chen Mengyan took a deep breath. She was almost killed by Yang Ming just now. Now, her whole body was still trembling. Then, you be gentler. Yang Ming nodded. With Chen Mengyan's words, it meant that she acquiesced. Perhaps the feelings in the two people's hearts had been suppressed for a long time. Finally, it was time to explode. Everything seemed so natural. When Yang Ming really entered Chen Mengyan's body, 2 crystal tears fell from Chen Mengyan's face. Yang Ming, you have to cherish me in the future, said Chen Mengyan as she cried. I will. Yang Ming nodded solemnly. Then, will you marry me in the future? Chen Mengyan, like all girls, became sentimental. Yang Ming nodded again. Yes, I have so many women. Only my first time with Chen Mengyan happened when both of us were awake. Thinking of Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, and even Xiaoqing and Sun Jia, it happened when I was in a daze or when they were in a daze. Thinking of this, Yang Ming really felt that he owed them. Oh, even if you are lying, I am very happy. Chen Mengyan smiled. It was the kind of smile that came from the heart. I won't lie to you. Yang Ming gently kissed the tears on Chen Mengyan's face. What if Suya comes back one day? Chen Mengyan actually didn't say if, but definitely. However, now only she knew that Suya was Suya. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Chen Mengyan to ask this question at this time. Even if you marry her, I won't blame you, but you can't abandon me. Chen Mengyan clenched her teeth and said, otherwise, I will die in front of you. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he didn't know what to say. Chen Mingyan seemed to have finally put down the jealousy in her heart and was determined to be a docile wife. But the more she was like this, the more uncomfortable Yang Ming's heart was. Everything that Chen Mingyan changed was all for him. If I want to marry, I will marry both of you. If I can only marry one, it must be you. Yang Ming said with certainty, I promised you, and I will do it. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and closed her eyes, but her expression was very gratified. She whispered, I believe you, but it really hurts. Yang Ming quickly stopped the movement of his lower body and waited for a while before continuing. However, because it was Chen Mingyan's first time, Yang Ming didn't dare to take too long. Although he wasn't done, he still pretended to be very satisfied and ended this battle. Why don't you continue? Chen Mingyan suddenly asked. I can bear it. It's over. Yang Ming lied to her. I don't believe it. You are lying. Chen Mingyan mercilessly exposed Yang Ming's lie. Yang Ming suddenly blushed and said, how do you know? Humph, I helped you twice with my hands. Do you think I don't know anything? Chen Mingyan snorted. Yang Ming had to smile bitterly. Mingyan, it's your first time. It can't be too long. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Oh. Chen Mingyan had some complaints, but she was very happy to see that Yang Ming cared about her. Chen Mingyan had some complaints because how did Yang Ming know that she wouldn't be able to walk tomorrow? He must have tested it with Lin Jiyun or Lan Ling to know. The two people were whispering sweet nothings. Suddenly, the phone in the room rang sharply. Yang Ming was shocked. Chen Mingyan was closer to the phone. She picked up the phone unhappily. Before she spoke, there was a delicate female voice on the phone. Sir, do you want special service? Want my head? Chen Mingyan was furious and hung up the phone directly. What's wrong? Seeing that Chen Mingyan was so angry, Yang Ming didn't understand. What was said on the phone? She asked if you want special service. Chen Mingyan frowned and said, why are the hotels like this now? I can't let you stay in the hotel by yourself in the future. As soon as her voice fell, the phone rang again. Chen Mingyan didn't want to pick it up this time, but the phone kept ringing. She had no choice but to pick it up again. This time, the voice on the phone changed to a more charming one. Sir, do you want a massage? Chen Mingyan was so angry that she dropped the phone, but then she picked up the phone and dialed the number of the service desk. Tell those indecent people not to call my room. My dad is the captain of the criminal police. If they call again, I will ask my dad to seal your hotel. The receptionist at the reception desk was shocked and quickly reported the matter to the lobby manager. The lobby manager was also shocked after hearing this. He couldn't offend people. If the hotel was really closed down because of this, wouldn't the resort's boss kill him? The lobby manager quickly found the maid in charge here and scolded her. He told her not to ask anyone to call that room again. Since then, Yang Ming's room was quiet. Yang Ming didn't expect such a quiet girl like Chen Mingyan to be so angry. She actually thought of using her family's power to attack others. However, Chen Mingyan's next words let Yang Ming know why she was angry. No wonder you met Lan Ling when you went out. It turned out to be like this. I really have to talk to my dad. This can't go on. I have to check these entertainment venues. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to offend someone to cause a storm. Yang Ming thought, it seems that I have to tell Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli when I go back. I have to tell them to be careful with their properties. Don't get into trouble. Isn't that because you misunderstood me? I feel bad in my heart. Yang Ming said, otherwise, why didn't I look for a prostitute when our class went camping? Okay, but you are absolutely not allowed to look for those indecent women in the future. Otherwise, if you bring back an infectious disease, I will ignore you again. Chen Mingyan warned. With you guys, do I still need to look for indecent women? Do I have that kind of leisure time? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. There are more and more women. In the future, I will be exhausted just by accompanying my women. How can I have the energy to look for prostitutes? Then, I feel better down there now. It's not very painful. Why don't we try again? Chen Mengyan took the initiative to say. Okay. Yang Ming had this intention, but he was afraid that Chen Mengyan wouldn't be able to stand it. He nodded, and the two quickly intertwined together again. This time, Yang Ming was finally free. Chen Mengyan was very aggrieved as she bit her lip. Apparently, it was painful. Should I go and wash the clothes? After resting for a while, Chen Mengyan suddenly remembered that her and Yang Ming's clothes hadn't been washed yet. If so, how can we go back at night? How can you move your body around now? I will call the waiter to get it dry cleaned. As Yang Ming said this, he got up and grabbed the internal phone next to Chen Mengyan. He dialed the number of the front desk and asked a waiter to come up and get the clothes. The front desk didn't dare to neglect the guests in this room. They quickly asked someone to go up and get the clothes. They carefully sent them to the dry cleaning department and ordered them to be washed as soon as possible. The sky outside gradually darkened. Chen Mengyan also rested enough. The dry cleaning clothes had already been sent up. Let's go back? Chen Mengyan looked at the time on the phone and said to Yang Ming. Oh? There's no hurry, right? We can stay here for the night. Anyway, there's nothing important. Yang Ming said with some surprise. No, we must go back today. Chen Mengyan said firmly. Okay. Yang Ming was helpless. He thought that Mother Chen probably didn't allow Chen Mengyan to spend the night outside and gave a death order. The two people got up and quickly cleaned up. Chen Mengyan's movements were a bit sluggish, but fortunately, it didn't affect anything. Yang Ming called Tian Donghua and asked him if he wanted to go back. Tian Donghua didn't even think about it and said that he wanted to go back. Obviously, during this time, nothing happened between Tian Donghua and Wang Shui. Tian Donghua was probably still angry with Wang Shui, so he didn't give her a good face. Out of the room, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui were already waiting there. Sure enough, Tian Donghua still had a gloomy face, and Wang Shui was cautious on the side. Yang Ming was helpless. It seemed that these two people still hadn't reconciled, but this matter couldn't be rushed. Let's talk about it slowly. At night, the wind at sea was colder than during the day. It was a bit thin to drive the motorboat back. Yang Ming found the lobby manager and asked him to help contact a big ship to Songjiang. The resort had connections with those who ran the boats. They helped each other to attract guests, so the lobby manager easily found an empty boat. However, because Yang Ming had too few people on his side, the other boat could carry 20 people. 4 people were equivalent to running an empty boat, and they had to pay for it. However, Yang Ming saw that Chen Mengyan was anxious, and he couldn't wait until the boat was full, so he negotiated with the owner of the boat to book a trip. The boss naturally agreed. Anyway, as long as there was money to be made, anything was fine. It was warm in the cabin. Yang Ming let Chen Mengyan lean on his body. The way the two of them snuggled up to each other was very warm. However, Tian Donghua and Wang Shui on the opposite side weren't so harmonious. Wang Shui lowered her head, but Tian Donghua looked up and didn't look at her. Wang Shui, you and Wang Jitao. Yang Ming took the initiative to find a topic. Wang Jitao is my half-brother. Wang Shui sighed and said, originally, I didn't have much to do with him since I was young. It was just a kind of familial love that was causing trouble. When Wang Jitao said that it was you who harmed my father and wanted me to take revenge on you, I unexpectedly agreed. You still have the cheek to say that. When Tian Donghua heard this, he raised his hand and slapped Wang Shui. He shouted, you know the relationship between Yang Ming and me. How does Yang Ming treat you? When has he ever mistreated you? Wang Shui lowered her head and dared not speak again. Old Tian, don't interrupt. Yang Ming waved his hand. Originally, this involved her own father. Wang Shui's actions were understandable. What's more, Wang Jitao hurt you. She changed her position immediately. Tian Donghua thought about it. It was indeed so. When Wang Jitao hurt him, Wang Shui went crazy and wanted to kill Wang Jitao. He felt a little comforted in his heart. Wang Shui, I will persuade old Tian about this matter. Wang Jitao is dead. This matter doesn't have much to do with you. You can forget about him. I won't pursue anything. Yang Ming said. Still not thinking? Tian Donghua's mood was a little better. He glared at Wang Shui. Thank you. Wang Shui was very grateful for Yang Ming's generosity. Yang Ming waved his hand. This matter was over. Yang Ming didn't want to continue to be entangled in this kind of thing. The speed of the boat was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the Songjiang Pier. Yang Ming thanked the boat owner and paid the fare. Then, he walked with Tian Donghua to the parking lot on the shore. Tian Donghua's leg was just an external injury. It didn't hurt his muscles or bones. After the bullet was removed, there was no big problem. He had no problem driving. After persuading Tian Donghua, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan got in the car and drove to Chen Mingyan's home. In a while, you pick up Sister Lin. Chen Mingyan suddenly said. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't quite understand Chen Mingyan's meaning. Today is Valentine's Day. Regardless of whether it is early or late, you go to her. Sister Lin will be very happy. Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming's heart trembled. He immediately understood why Chen Mingyan was so anxious to come back. It turned out to be because of this. He didn't expect that Chen Mingyan, who had always been narrow-minded, would become like this today. What's wrong? Are you too touched? Chen Mingyan smiled. Hey, if you aren't used to it, then I will return to my original state. NN. Yang Ming, you are not allowed to go. You can only accompany me tonight. Let's go, get a room. Chen Mingyan said this deliberately. Okay. Yang Ming knew that Chen Mingyan was joking, so he also joked with her. Forget it. I am scared of you. I will definitely not come today. It hurts. You go and destroy your sister Lin. Chen Mingyan shook her head quickly. How can this be called destroying? Yang Ming was a little depressed. At the entrance of Chen Mingyan's home, Chen Mingyan pushed open the door. As she was about to get off, she was pulled by Yang Ming. Why don't we go together? Jiyun is very happy to be with you. Hee, in fact, which girl likes to spend Valentine's Day with 3 people? Chen Mingyan smiled and broke away from Yang Ming's hand. I am leaving. Have fun. Text me when you are free. Do you want me to send you? Asked Yang Ming. No need. The people who live here are from the police system. Which bad guy dares to come here? Chen Mingyan waved her hand. Yang Ming nodded, but he still watched Chen Mingyan enter the unit door and go upstairs. After returning home, he started the car and left the community with peace of mind. Although it was winter, there were a lot of pedestrians on the road today. Almost all of them were couples. There were also those who sold flowers. Today's roses could always be sold at a good price, even if the roses in their hands weren't real. Yang Ming didn't call Lin Jiyun directly. Instead, he drove the car directly to her door and knocked on the door. Who is it? Shen Yueping's voice came out. It's me, Yang Ming. Auntie Shen, open the door. Yang Ming said. Oh? Shen Yueping was stunned and quickly opened the door. When she saw Yang Ming, she said happily, Little Yang, why are you here? I saw that there were a lot of couples on the street at night. It was very lively, so I wanted to find Jiyun to go out and have a look. I just don't know if her body is better. Yang Ming said. She's much better. I'm looking for information online. Shen Yueping said, come in. Yang Ming nodded and entered the door. He saw Lin Jiyun sitting on the sofa with a notebook looking for information. When Yang Ming came in, Lin Jiyun didn't look up. She just said, Mom, is Dad back? Are we eating now? Yang Ming smiled and sat directly next to Lin Jiyun. He directly held her slender waist with his hand. Lin Jiyun was shocked and found that something was wrong. She immediately looked up, but she saw Yang Ming looking at her with a smile. She was a little surprised. Hey, you, why are you here? Then, she looked at her mother, who was busy pouring water, and whispered, didn't you go with elder sister Yan? Your sister Yan insisted that I accompany you, hee. Yang Ming smiled. Really? Lin Jiyun was delighted. She didn't expect that Chen Mengyan would actually take the initiative to let Yang Ming accompany her. "And I'm very happy that both of you are so harmonious," Yang Ming said sincerely. At this time, Xianxia Ping came over. Yang Ming quickly changed the topic. "Jiyun, what are you looking at?" "Oh, I'm looking at some jewelry companies' marketing cases. When it comes to the actual company management, I find that my knowledge is too little. It's not enough, so I have to learn more," Lin Jiyun said with some worry. "Don't worry. Don't you have a dedicated manager? You just have to look at more. You don't have to worry too much about the management," Yang Ming said. "That can't be. I don't want to be a useless person. In the future, your business will get bigger and bigger. I can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor." Lin Jiyun sighed. Yang Ming didn't expect Lin Jiyun to have such thoughts. He was a little shocked, but this was also a good thing. Then, he encouraged, "It's good that you have this thought, but don't worry. Take it slow." Lin Jiyun nodded. "Jiyun, aren't you much better? Yang Ming picked you up to go out and play." "Can you go?" asked Xianxia Ping. "I should be fine, right?" Lin Jiyun was fine. Of course, she was very willing to go out with Yang Ming. How could Yang Ming not know the real situation of Lin Jiyun? So, he smiled and stood up. "Then let's go. It's still early. We can go to the amusement park." "Okay." Lin Jiyun was very happy to turn off the laptop. Then, she went into the house and put on her coat. "Mom, then I'm going out." "Go ahead. Have fun." Xianxia Ping wouldn't object. After they went out, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun got in the car together. Lin Jiyun asked, "Today, where did you and Sister Yan go?" Although Lin Jiyun wasn't jealous, she was still a little curious. "We took a boat to the sea." Yang Ming played it down and didn't mention Wang Jitao and the almost dangerous incident. "Oh, so that's it." Lin Jiyun didn't ask more. "Where do you want to go? Why don't we go to the sea?" Yang Ming naturally wanted to treat everyone equally. "I don't think so. The sea breeze is very strong at night. It's not safe." Lin Jiyun shook her head and said, "I can go anywhere with you. I'm very happy to sit in the car for a while." "Hee, you haven't eaten yet, right?" "It just so happens that I haven't eaten yet." "Why don't we find a place to eat first, and then we'll figure out where to go?" Yang Ming suggested. "Okay." Lin Jiyun would agree, but she said for the first time, "I kind of want to eat pizza. Is that okay?" Lin Jiyun generally didn't take the initiative to ask for something to eat. She was a very easygoing person. Today, she wanted to eat pizza because she saw a web advertisement when she was surfing the internet. The pizza on it was very good. "Okay, why not?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "Don't mention pizza. If you want to eat the Leaning Tower, I will cut it down." "Leaning Tower?" Lin Jiyun was stunned. "The Leaning Tower of Pisa," said Yang Ming. "Annoying." Lin Jiyun snorted and couldn't help but laugh. Yang Ming wasn't fond of Western food. He always felt that it wasn't enough, but today was Valentine's Day. Since Lin Jiyun liked it, it didn't matter what he ate. "Do you know where there is a pizza shop?" Yang Ming hadn't eaten any pizza before. "There is one in the commercial street and near our school. It is the Pizza Hut chain." Lin Jiyun had eaten it once and thought that the taste was okay. Gu Xingyao, who was her roommate, invited her to eat. Since Gu Xingyao knew that Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's girlfriend, she was very respectful to Lin Jiyun. She would ask Lin Jiyun out to eat when she was free, but Lin Jiyun refused most of the time. However, she couldn't stand the invitation again and again. Lin Jiyun had no choice but to agree once or twice occasionally. Gu Xingyao preferred Western food. KFC, McDonald's, and Pizza Hut were the places she often visited. Lin Jiyun went out with her a few times, and they went to these places. In fact, Gu Xingyao also wanted to follow Lin Jiyun's wishes, but Lin Jiyun was more easygoing. She never said where she wanted to eat, so Gu Xingyao had to make the decision herself. "Then let's go to the school to eat," Yang Ming suggested. Because there were too many people in the commercial street at this time, the restaurant might not have a seat. Okay. Lin Jiyun naturally didn't care. However, she didn't expect that the school was so lively. Thinking about it, school was about to start. Many students had returned to school. Even if they didn't want to come so early, they would return to school early to spend Valentine's Day with their lover. Yang Ming parked the car and got off with Lin Jiyun. They entered the Pizza Hut restaurant. Hello, sir. The seats in the restaurant are full now. You need to wait in line. Is that okay? As soon as they entered the door, the receptionist greeted them. Really? This place is full too? Yang Ming glanced at Lin Jiyun next to him and asked, do we wait? Since we are here, let's wait for a while, said Lin Jiyun. Okay, then let's wait for a while. Yang Ming nodded and said. Okay, please come this way. You can rest in the waiting area for a while, the waiter said. As he walked in, he saw Xianxia, who was putting salad on a plate. At this time, the plate had been stacked on top of each other. It was almost half a meter high. Seeing Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, Xianxia quickly waved the clip in her hand and shouted, Brother Yang, sister-in-law, you are here too? Xianxia. Lin Jiyun had a good relationship with her recently. When she saw Xianxia, she also smiled and greeted, we don't have any seats. We have to wait for a while. You guys eat first. Then, let's eat together. Just me and Bai Hai. Anyway, it's a table for 4. Xianxia said. Is it okay? Lin Jiyun turned to ask for Yang Ming's opinion. Of course I don't care. You decide, Yang Ming said with a smile. Then let's go together. We are familiar with each other anyway, said Lin Jiyun. Great. Then, I will take you there. Xianxia knew that her man usually didn't have a chance to curry favor with Yang Ming. At this moment, there was a good opportunity. How could she let it go? She quickly led the way with a tall salad plate. It's over there. Xianxia held the salad plate in one hand and pointed with the other. As soon as Yang Ming raised his head, he saw Bai Hai sitting at a 4-person table to rest. As he was about to go over, he saw a waiter walk over and say to Bai Hai, Sir, there is a table for 2 over there. Can you sit there? There are 4 guests waiting. What table? Bai Hai glared and said, How do you know that there are only 2 of us? There are 4 of us. But, sir, this meal card recorded that there are 2 of you. Sorry to trouble you. The waiter persuaded. Get lost. If you continue to dawdle, I will throw you out. Bai Hai scolded impatiently. Bai Hai was overbearing. How could he sit down and wait for another table? The waiter was helpless. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Looking at Bai Hai's dressing, he didn't look like a good person, so he didn't dare to offend him. I say, can you change that temper of yours? Next time, speak more nicely. Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai and found it funny. Is this guy able to predict? He actually predicted that there would be 4 people at this table in advance. Ah. Bai Hai was stunned. He looked up and saw that it was Yang Ming. He was shocked, but when he saw Yang Ming smile and didn't blame him, he was relieved. He smiled and said, I told him, but he didn't believe it. He was still dawdling, so I was a little impatient. Brother Yang, you are here. The waiter saw that it was indeed as Bai Hai said. There were indeed 4 people at this table, so he had to say sorry and then leave. There was no seat. I just happened to see Xiao Gu serving the salad, so I followed her. Yang Ming said, Am I bothering you? Of course not. How can that be? Brother Yang, since you're here, I can't wait to welcome you. Come and sit. Let's see what you and sister-in-law are eating. It's my treat today. Bai Hai was grinning from ear to ear at the moment. The longer he worked in the Ming Yang company, the more Bai Hai understood the importance of Yang Ming. Usually, many people wanted to treat Yang Ming to a meal, but they didn't have the chance. He was lucky this time. Yang Ming nodded. He was no longer polite. After sitting down, he handed the menu to Lin Jiyun and let her order. Lin Jiyun and Xianxia looked at the menu over there and chattered about what was delicious. Yang Ming casually talked to Bai Hai. How are you recently? What are you doing? Thanks to Brother Yang's recommendation, Brother Bao and Brother Ho are very fond of me. I am currently the security manager in the Huashang district. Bai Hai said. Oh? The security company's business has expanded to various residential properties? Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan had almost monopolized the Songjiang security industry. And, at present, the Mingyang Security Company is responsible for many high-end residential areas in Songjiang. Bai Hai said, for example, the Huashang district that I am responsible for has a lot of rich people, so the treatment is very good. The money I get is more than what I used to get in the bar. That's it. Yang Ming patted Bai Hai's shoulder and said, not bad. This is also a serious career. It sounds good when people talk about it. Bai Hai nodded. Yeah, if it weren't for Brother Yang's advice, I wouldn't have gotten such a good opportunity. Do it well. There will be opportunities. Yang Ming said, also, don't talk like a gangster in the future. You are also a manager. Bai Hai hurriedly smiled and agreed. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in the imported pizza. After coming up, he pointed and said, isn't this just a pie? Is it so delicious? Hee, Brother Yang is right. I don't like to eat it very much, but Xianxia likes to eat it. I am just accompanying her. Bai Hai smiled and said, I read in the book that when Marco Polo lived in China, he loved to eat the scallion pancakes from the north. After returning to Italy, he thought about scallion pancakes day and night, but he didn't know how to bake them. Later, he finally found a Neapolitan chef who was willing to make scallion pancakes for him at a party at a friend's home. However, scallion pancakes were not easy to make. The chef didn't know how to put the filling into the kneaded dough for a long time. At this time, everyone was hungry. So, Marco Polo proposed to put the filling on the pancakes and bake the pancakes before eating. Mistakes were made, and this new scallion pancake was unanimously praised by everyone. After the chef returned to Naples, he combined the scallion pancakes with Neapolitan cheese and ingredients to create a unique pizza. Not bad. You know how to read books. Yang Ming nodded, very gratified. If the people under Bao Sanli were like Bai Hai, then there would be nothing to worry about in the future. Usually in the security room, I have nothing to do. I go online and read books. Bai Hai smiled embarrassedly. It seems that you and Little Ge have a good relationship. Yang Ming joked, you eat according to her taste. Bai Hai smiled bitterly. He said in his heart, isn't her status because of you? If you didn't speak up for her, would I still want her? But now it seemed that the relationship between Ge Xinyao and Lin Jiyun was getting better and better. Bai Hai also took Wu Xingkai's previous matter lightly. It was fine after he thought it through. As long as Ge Xinyao was devoted to him in the future, it was fine. Anyway, it wouldn't hinder him from looking for other women outside, and Ge Xinyao wouldn't interfere. But he still said, yeah, Xinyao and I plan to get married after she graduates. Yang Ming nodded and didn't ask anything. He picked up the pizza on the table and ate it. Yang Ming was really hungry. Plus, he was injured, so he needed to replenish his strength. Although Yang Ming felt that this thing was really not as delicious as the scallion pancake, it had a unique taste. It was not bad to eat. He finished most of the pizza in one go. Ge Xinyao and Lin Jiyun preferred desserts like salads. As for the pizza, they couldn't eat any more after eating one piece. When paying the bill, Bai Hai asked Ge Xinyao to pay the bill, and Ge Xinyao pulled Lin Jiyun to accompany her to scratch the receipt. When they walked away, Bai Hai whispered, Brother Yang, Wu Xingkai's uncle came to Songjiang and threatened to retaliate against you. You should be careful. Wu Xingkai's uncle? Who is it? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. I'm not very clear, but I heard that his uncle opened a freight station in Guangzhou, said Bai Hai. Oh, don't worry about him. Where did you hear this? Asked Yang Ming. One of Wu Xingkai's mistresses said it. She is a little waitress in the bar. I have been paying attention to Wu Xingkai's movements from her. In fact, Bai Hai was also afraid that Wu Xingkai would retaliate against him, so he kept such an idea. However, he got something else from the waitress's mouth. He originally wanted to report it to Bao Sanli, but he happened to see Yang Ming today, so he directly told Yang Ming. I got it. You should be careful. Don't worry about me. Yang Ming decided to call Bao Sanli later and ask him to be careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to fight with these cats and dogs. Chen Mingyan hesitated for a long time about the death of Wang Jitao. In the end, she didn't tell her father. Because if her father intervened, it was likely to be unfavorable to Wang Shui. Wang Shui might be sentenced. This wasn't what Yang Ming wanted to see. Chen Mingyan didn't want to be a talkative woman. When she returned home, her mother was busy cooking in the kitchen. Chen Mingyan wondered, Mom, Dad isn't at home. Why are you preparing so many dishes? Isn't today Valentine's Day? Only you are allowed to celebrate, but I'm not allowed to celebrate with your dad? Mother Chen smiled and said, I'm making a few dishes. I'll take them to the hospital later. It's also romantic with your dad. Hee hee, Mom, I support you. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but laugh after listening. How was it? Did you have fun with Yang Ming? Why did you come back so early? Mother Chen had to go to the hospital to accompany Chen Fei, so she felt that Chen Mingyan came home too early. Usually, she would definitely ask Chen Mingyan to come back early. I'm very happy. I was just thinking that it was boring for you to stay at home. So I came back early. Chen Mingyan said, who knew that you also celebrate Valentine's Day? This child. Mother Chen touched Chen Mingyan's head and said, stay at home. I'm leaving. Chen Mingyan said goodbye to her mother and went back to the room. She felt a little lost in her heart because Yang Ming was accompanying another woman. Chen Mingyan sighed and turned on the computer. She was bored and planned to go online to pass the time. Hey! Chen Mingyan opened QQ and found that Xianxia was online. Immediately, she sent a message, are you there? Sister Suya. I'm here. Mingyan, why are you online? Where's Yang Ming? Xianxia was very surprised. Why is Chen Mingyan online at this time? Isn't it time for lovers to go shopping? Hee hee, I'm with him during the day. He's going to accompany Sister Lin at night. I can't be too overbearing. Chen Mingyan said. After this sentence was sent out, Chen Mingyan was a little surprised. Why did she start to play mind games? When Chen Mingyan sent this sentence, the implied meaning was to tell Xianxia that she would not monopolize Yang Ming, so she hoped that Xianxia would not become such a person. Very good. I think that sometimes a girl can't be too stingy. That will be disgusting. Xianxia was naturally not stupid. She immediately understood the meaning of Chen Mingyan's words, so she said this. Chen Mingyan saw that Xianxia said so, and she was relieved. She said, AI, but Yang Ming is really worrisome. Maybe he will have other girls in the future. Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's woman for the first time today, and her mood became a little sentimental. She was also very clear about how good Yang Ming was now. He was no longer the poor student Yang Ming. Hee hee, are you talking about me? Xianxia asked with a smile. Of course not. Then again, you are his first girlfriend. Even if I am jealous, I can't be jealous. Chen Mingyan quickly denied. The fact was indeed the case. Chen Mingyan was not so ambitious. This was not the harem of an ancient emperor. There was no point in scheming. Instead, it would be disgusting to Yang Ming. After reading Chen Mingyan's words, Xianxia was also very happy. She was happy to see that Chen Mingyan was easygoing. Otherwise, there would be a quarrel. Coming out of Pizza Hut, Bai Hai asked Yang Ming about the arrangement. If there was no arrangement, they would hang out together. Then let's just walk around the street. Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun and Gu Xingyao, who were holding hands and chatting happily, and nodded. Gu Xingyao, this woman, was not simple. She could actually find a common topic with Lin Jiyun. She was very attentive. Her skill in greeting others was not ordinary. However, Lin Jiyun did not have many friends. Even if Gu Xinyao's character was not good, she did not dare to lead Lin Jiyun astray. Let's walk around the commercial street. Yang Ming suggested. Okay. Bai Hai naturally agreed. Bai Hai also drove, but he drove a broken minivan. But no matter what, Bai Hai could be considered as a car owner. In the beginning, he was just a street punk. It was very good that he could have today's achievements. This car belongs to the property management. Now it is assigned to our security department. It is basically a scrapped car that has been eliminated. Seeing Yang Ming's puzzlement, Bai Hai explained, this car costs a lot of gas. Isn't it reimbursed by the property management? Yang Ming asked casually. No, 200 yuan of gas coupons are given every month. I will take care of the rest myself. Bai Hai said, the property management is not a fool. 200 yuan of gas is enough to patrol the community. You, kid, didn't take advantage of the public. Yang Ming smiled and said, how do you divide people? Look at the two of them chatting well. How about, Brother Yang, I leave my car here and take your car? Originally, Bai Hai wanted to say that he drove here as a driver, but when he thought that his car was too broken, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. How about this? Little Good can drive, right? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, she has already gotten her driver's license. Bai Hai nodded. That's fine. I will take your car and let little Ji drive my car. I can teach Ji Yun how to drive. I also plan to ask her to get a driver's license. Yang Ming said. Okay. Bai Hai quickly walked over and told Gu Xingyao about Yang Ming's intention. Gu Xingyao naturally accepted it. So, it was settled. Lin Jiyun and Gu Xingyao got into Yang Ming's BMW X5. Yang Ming and Bai Hai got into the minivan behind. Gu Xinyao's driving skills were good. She usually drove Bai Hai's broken bun. This broken car was just right for her to practice her driving skills. Now, it was more convenient to drive a BMW with better handling. Yang Ming felt that it was better for the two girls to teach each other how to drive than to teach by himself. Otherwise, he and Lin Jiyun might go to bed while teaching each other. Bai Hai's car was indeed broken. When it started, it emitted black smoke. When it was driven, it made a clanking sound. Can your car still be on the road? Why do I feel like it's falling apart? Yang Ming looked at the car that was leaking on all sides. He thought, it's really hard for him. It's really hard to drive this kind of car. However, Bai Hai seemed to enjoy it very much. It seems that one must be content with what one has. Gu Xingyao didn't drive for a long time. She got off halfway and let Lin Jiyun change to the driver's seat. It didn't take long for the car to start slowly. Although it wasn't very stable due to the swaying, it finally started to drive. Yang Ming asked Bai Hai to slowly follow behind them. He didn't overtake them so that at least he could take care of them if there were any problems. Lin Jiyun wasn't stupid. Besides, the automatic transmission car was easy to master. Gradually, she could figure out the rules and drive well. Just as Yang Ming was cheering in his heart, a Mercedes-Benz G55 off-road vehicle suddenly turned left from the fork in front. When did Lin Jiyun encounter such a situation? She accidentally bumped into the Mercedes-Benz with a bang sound. Your coach can't do it either. Yang Ming saw that it was just a slight collision, so he was relieved and said jokingly. Bai Hai was also shocked, but when he saw that Yang Ming wasn't angry and was just joking, he was also relieved. Before Lin Jiyun and the others got off the car, a fashionably dressed girl jumped out of the Mercedes-Benz. At first glance, she was a non-mainstream person. After getting off the car, she pointed at Lin Jiyun and scolded, "Do you know how to drive? Don't you have eyes?" Lin Jiyun got into trouble, and she was at a loss. However, Gu Xingyao had seen the world. When she heard the girl's unpleasant words, she was suddenly unhappy. She opened the door and jumped out. Do you know how to talk? If I hit you, I'll compensate you. King don't have eyes. Your eyes are on your ass. Lin Jiyun also got out of the car at this time. Seeing that Gu Xingyao and the person in the Mercedes-Benz were quarreling, she quickly pulled Gu Xingyao's hand and said, "Xingyao, don't quarrel. You are the one who drove the car, right? Do you know how to drive?" When the non-mainstream person saw that the culprit came down, she naturally wouldn't let it go. The door of the Mercedes-Benz was also opened at this time. A boy ran down quickly and angrily dragged the non-mainstream person to the side. He yelled, "When is it your turn to talk? Hey! Wu Zhongjie? Lin Jiyun looked at the person with some surprise. Sister Lin, I'm sorry. My girlfriend is not sensible. Don't mind her. After Wu Zhongjie finished, he turned to the non-mainstream person and said, Xiaoyan, apologize to Sister Lin. Sister Lin. I'm sorry. The non-mainstream person called Xiaoyan was reprimanded. Although she didn't know who this Sister Lin was, she obviously knew Wu Zhongjie, so she quickly apologized. Where is Brother Yang? Wu Zhongjie didn't bother with his girlfriend and asked Lin Jiyun with some concern. Wu Zhongjie really missed Yang Ming for a while. Since the last exam, Yang Ming had never tutored him again. He's behind. When Lin Jiyun saw that the car was Wu Zhongjie's, she was suddenly relieved. Otherwise, if she really met someone she didn't know, she really didn't know what to do. She said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry. It's my first time driving. It's okay. This is nothing. If it's broken, I will ask my dad to buy another one. Wu Zhongjie didn't care. In the eyes of his father, as long as his academic performance was good, other things weren't a problem. Yang Ming also got off at this time. When he saw Wu Zhongjie coming down from the car in front, he was suddenly relieved. Otherwise, Lin Jiyun driving without a license wouldn't be so easy to handle. Brother Yang. When Wu Zhongjie saw Yang Ming, he was suddenly happy and ran over. Are you okay? Although he was familiar with him, Yang Ming still had to express himself. What can happen? It doesn't matter. Wu Zhongjie said, Brother Yang, when will you come to my house again? I miss you so much. Yang Ming looked at the little non-mainstream Xiaoyan next to him with some suspicion. He felt a chill in his heart. Wu Zhongjie's words were a bit too ambiguous. Those who didn't know would think that he and I are. Yang Ming's face was immediately full of black lines. He said helplessly, Isn't it the same if Jiyun tutors you? I am too busy recently. So, don't you know my phone number? You can come to me when you have nothing to do. I will teach you some interesting things. Ah. Great. Wu Zhongjie was overjoyed. This was exactly the result he wanted. In fact, he didn't need Yang Ming to teach him any homework. If it was homework, Lin Jiyun was the same. He could learn a lot of interesting things from Yang Ming. What's the matter with you? At this time, a traffic policeman saw that the road here was blocked, so he came over and asked. We all know each other. We have nothing to do, so we bumped into each other for fun. Wu Zhongjie saw that Lin Jiyun was an unlicensed driver, so he quickly explained. What? Bumped into each other for fun? The traffic policeman was stunned and looked at the two cars in front of him. He thought, these rich kids, they have nothing to do but bump into Mercedes-Benz with a BMW. I don't know what they are thinking. But since they said so, he didn't want to care more. Then you drive the car to the side. Don't block the road. We will treat it as a private matter. Wu Zhongjie was afraid that Lin Jiyun would be exposed, so he didn't dare to stay. After a few words with Yang Ming, he got in the car and left. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to drive. Before Lin Jiyun completely learned how to drive, she didn't dare to drive casually. Yang Ming and his group came to the commercial street. After parking the car, the four people strolled on the street. Those children who wanted to come up to sell flowers saw Bai Hai's appearance and retreated. This guy wasn't a good person at first glance. Didn't anyone say that you look like a gang leader? Do you usually dress like this? Yang Ming looked at Bai Hai's appearance and smiled helplessly. Bai Hai smiled and said, If I don't dress like this, I can't suppress those little punks who are looking for trouble in the community. Forget it. Do whatever you want. But in your position, it's not bad to look fierce. Yang Ming said. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the billiard hall opened by Su Peng. Yang Ming looked at the familiar sign and felt a little sad. Once, he had unknowingly spent his high school years here. Throughout his high school years, except for the second half of his senior year, Yang Ming spent the rest of his time in a muddle-headed manner. If he wasn't skipping class with Li Dagong to play billiards here, he would be sleeping in class or fighting with others. Let's go and have a look. This is opened by a good friend of mine. Yang Ming pointed to the billiard hall. However, Bai Hai secretly remembered it in his heart. He planned to greet the local tyrant some other day and take care of him. Lin Jiyun and Xianxia whispered to each other. Wherever Yang Ming went, they would follow. Old Su, I'm here. As soon as Yang Ming entered the door, he shouted inside. However, the situation in front of him made him stunned. He saw 4 or 5 young men smashing the billiard table wantonly, and Su Peng stood aside like a good man. He carefully advised these people, big brothers, calm down. My girlfriend is not sensible. Don't take it to heart. F***ck your mother. A man broke the billiard cue and smashed it on the ground. Not sensible? Didn't I just touch it twice? She actually slapped me. F***ck, today's matter isn't over. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Su Peng quickly said. Old Su, what's going on? Yang Ming frowned. When he saw the submissive Su Peng, he couldn't believe his eyes. Is this my follower? In the past, I took him to sweep a lot of punks. Today Su Peng was pitiful. Yang. Brother Yang. Su Peng looked up and saw Yang Ming. He said somewhat unnaturally. F***ck your grandpa. Bai Hai picked up half of the billiard cue on the ground and smashed it at the leading man. With a bang, the man immediately held his head and squatted on the ground. Blood flowed out. Bai Hai was worried about not having a chance to show his loyalty. Just now, he heard Yang Ming say that the boss of this billiard hall was his friend. Now that he saw the boss being bullied, he immediately started to fight without saying anything. Bai Hai was a master of fighting. During this time, because he went to the security company, he received training from Li Chang's group. His skills were very good. With one hit, the man couldn't stand up anymore. Making trouble here? You don't want to live anymore, right? Bai Hai turned back and gave a stick to the man next to him who was also shouting happily but was now in a daze. The man's nose was also dented. His face was full of blood as he lay on the ground. When Su Peng saw Bai Hai's appearance, his eyes flashed with a long-lost light, but then it dimmed. He said to Yang Ming, Brother Yang, tell him to stop. I can't afford to offend this group of people. Su Peng, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Su Peng in surprise. I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Have you become so weak? Yang Ming really couldn't connect the current Su Peng with the Su Peng in his previous impression. Brother Su, what are you afraid of? In Songjiang, there is no one that Brother Yang can't afford to offend. Bai Hai heard Su Peng say so and quickly explained. You shut up first. Yang Ming glared at Bai Hai. Bai Hai didn't know about the past. He thought that Su Peng was so weak, but Yang Ming suspected that something had happened to Su Peng. You, who are you? The remaining 2 men who didn't lie down saw that Bai Hai was so brave, so they didn't dare to be careless. They first probed his background. I am from the Mingyang Company. My name is Bai Hai. If you have any opinions, you can come to me at any time. Bai Hai said indifferently. Ah. The 2 men's faces changed after they heard it. They looked at each other and quickly helped the 2 people on the ground up. They ran away quickly. When they ran, they kept apologizing, sorry. I didn't recognize you. Su Peng, you come with me. Yang Ming pulled Su Peng out of the billiard hall. He pulled him into the BMW and asked, Su Peng, what happened to you? Those people were making trouble. Why didn't you care? Su Peng was silent. He lowered his head and no one knew what he was thinking. Su Peng, what happened to you here? Asked Yang Ming. Brother Yang. We are not young anymore. We can't be as impulsive as before. These little punks, I hit them. If they come back and trouble me, then I can't do business. Su Peng sighed and said. Then you just let them make trouble? I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Why are you completely different? Yang Ming was surprised. Before you, no one dared to provoke you, right? Now, it's not the era of our time. The little punks that I knew are not here now. These little punks now don't give me face at all. Su Peng said sadly, what's more, these people can't be offended at all. What's going on in your family? Yang Ming frowned. Su Peng, do you still treat me as your boss? Can't you say something? Su Peng hesitated for a long time and finally told the truth of the matter. Last year, Su Peng's family introduced a girlfriend to him. The two got along well. They planned to register their marriage in 2 years when they reached the age. The girlfriend's family offended a local punk. After Su Peng learned about it, he went back and beat up the punk on impulse. The punk also promised at the time that he would not trouble his girlfriend's family. But who would have thought that when Su Peng came back, the punk took people to smash the grocery store opened by his girlfriend's family in the middle of the night, and then burned it down. The family suddenly lost their livelihood, and their life became difficult. Su Peng also felt guilty because of his own fault. He was responsible for the livelihood of his girlfriend's parents and his girlfriend's younger brother. Since then, Su Peng had become careful. He was afraid that if he was careless, his business would be over, and the family's life would immediately be in trouble. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh after listening. Life can change a person so thoroughly. Then, are you going to live like this for the rest of your life? Are you going to live so carefully? Yang Ming looked at Su Peng and asked. Otherwise, what else can I do? Su Peng showed a helpless look. It was the kind of bitter smile that showed after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Have you ever thought about continuing to follow me? Yang Ming looked at Su Peng and suddenly asked. Ah? Su Peng was stunned and said, Brother Yang, aren't you in college now? I am in college, but did you see it just now? The reaction of those little punks after hearing about the Mingyang company? Yang Ming said, what do you think is going on? That company is more powerful. Su Peng's eyes were hot, and then he recovered his calmness and said faintly. Yeah, but if you continue to mingle like this, it is estimated that even food and clothing will be a problem in the future. You will be bullied if you are weak. Yang Ming didn't say much and patted Su Peng's shoulder. Do you have my phone number? You think about it again. Call me when you have figured it out. Su Peng didn't speak, but he fell into contemplation. After a while, he said, Brother Yang, what are you doing now? Hee, it doesn't matter what I do. But you see, the attitude of the person who even the little punks are afraid of towards me. You should be able to understand that my current situation isn't worse than before. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, I understand. Let me think about it. Su Peng nodded. Yang Ming didn't say anything. He got out of the car with Su Peng, called Bai Hai, and left the billiard hall together. Yang Ming called Li Dagong and asked about Su Peng. Dagang, have you been to Su Peng's place recently? I have been there. What's wrong? Li Dagong was a little surprised that Yang Ming suddenly called to ask this. Then didn't you notice that Su Peng is not the same as before? Asked Yang Ming. Not the same? Li Dagong paused and said, after listening to you, it seems that he is indeed a little different. His personality seems to have become more amiable. But he is also a person who has a girlfriend. It is good to restrain his previous temper. Yang Ming listened to Li Dagong and knew that he didn't know much. He simply exchanged a few words and hung up the phone. Don't be so barbaric in front of Brother Yang. It makes people look down on you. Xianxia whispered to Bai Hai. Hey, did you forget that Brother Yang was in the bar at that time? He kicked Wu Xingkai away with just one kick. That's really fierce. Bai Hai said. That's right. You were so brave just now. Can Brother Yang talk to Brother Bao and promote you again? Xianxia's heart moved and asked. Okay, don't push your luck. Bai Hai glared at Xianxia and said, don't get involved in this matter. I am now doing much better than others. Look at the people in the bar. Who can do better than me now? That's true. This shows that I have a good eye. Xianxia was infatuated with herself. F***ck off. You have a good eye? You introduced Brother Yang's girlfriend to Wu Xingkai. Fortunately, Brother Yang is magnanimous and forgives me. Otherwise, we can't stay in Songjiang anymore. Bai Hai splashed a basin of cold water. That's also a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, Brother Yang wouldn't know you. Xianxia snorted. Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. Don't break off your relationship with Lin Jiyun. Then, both of us will be rich in the future. Bai Hai reminded. You can rest assured. I'm not a fool. Xianxia said proudly, speaking of it, you still have to rely on me. Under the proposal of Yang Ming, the four of them came to the amusement park. Bai Hai went to buy tickets. He bought the kind of pass that had 20 small vouchers on it. He could choose 20 kinds of rides in the amusement park. Of course, you could also play a ride 20 times. Yang Ming naturally had no interest in these seemingly childish rides, but Lin Jiyun and Xianxia's interest was very high. He didn't know if Xianxia was really interested, or she was just pleasing Lin Jiyun. However, Lin Jiyun really needed such a person to accompany her. Most of the more exciting rides were played by Xianxia with Lin Jiyun, but when it came to the more leisurely and romantic rides like the Ferris wheel, Lin Jiyun didn't want to do it with Xianxia. Looking at Lin Jiyun looking at him, Yang Ming immediately understood what she was thinking, so he smiled and said, let's play together. Okay. Lin Jiyun naturally agreed happily. However, there were more tourists today. A Ferris wheel room was arranged with 4 people. As a result, the romantic atmosphere was much less. Bai Hai was a person with a flexible mind. When he saw this situation, he quickly walked over and said to the staff who arranged the rooms, the 2 of them will sit in a room alone. This can't be done. There are so many people today. I can't even arrange everything. The staff saw that Bai Hai looked fierce. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. He didn't dare to offend him too much, so he had to explain carefully. Can I give you 2 more coupons? Just take it that I'm going up too. Bai Hai couldn't help but give the staff 2 coupons. This? The staff hesitated and wanted to object. After all, this seemed reasonable, but it was against the rules. However, when he saw Bai Hai's expression, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his mouth and changed his mind. Okay. Bai Hai nodded with satisfaction. He thought, you are sensible. Otherwise, Bai Hai can't do anything. I can't beat up this staff in public, right? Yang Ming would definitely not be willing to see it. At that time, I can only get on the Ferris wheel first, then jump down. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were arranged in a room alone, which attracted a lot of dissatisfaction from the people next to them. The staff gritted his teeth and said, they spent double the entertainment coupons. If you want, you can do it too. Sure enough, when this was said, most people closed their mouths. If they wanted to play all the projects in this amusement park, the 20 coupons on a ticket were far from enough. Therefore, no one would lose the opportunity to play other projects just because they were romantic for a while. However, there were still a few rich people who spent double the money, but that was only a few. It had no impact on the overall situation. The Ferris wheel gradually started to move. Yang Ming held Lin Jiyun's small hand and let her lean on him quietly. It's rare that only the 2 of us are left. This is Valentine's Day, but in the end, we are still with others. Yang Ming complained. Don't say that. Xianxia is a good person. Lin Jiyun quickly explained, why don't we play the next projects? She is a good person? Have you forgotten how she treated you before? Yang Ming chuckled. She is now pleasing you. Isn't it just for me to see? This kind of person, you can play with her, but don't be too open to her. Don't tell her about our family matters. I got it. When Lin Jiyun heard Yang Ming say the word our family, she suddenly blushed and nodded happily. Yang Ming's Ferris wheel room gradually rose, and the bright night of Songjiang City came into view. This scene of thousands of lights is really warm. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, it looks so carefree. Lin Jiyun couldn't help but be fascinated. Yang Ming, after we graduate in the future, we will be like the people in this city. Every day, go to work, go home at night, turn on the lights, watch TV, and talk for a while. That feeling is really good. Of course. Yang Ming nodded. It's just that we may be busier. Hee, that's right. You have to open a bigger company in the future. We will be busy. Lin Jiyun smiled. In the future, the company will be handed over to others to manage. We will go out and play every day. Yang Ming had no ambition at all. Now he just wanted to play in the world. You're not serious. Sister Yan won't agree. Lin Jiyun laughed and scolded. Yunair? Yang Ming suddenly said. En? Lin Jiyun was a bit puzzled. Why did Yang Ming call her? Why don't we kiss? Yang Ming said seriously. You're so annoying. Are you sick? Lin Jiyun was embarrassed. She thought, just kiss. Why did you say it out loud? Therefore, the following scenes were not suitable for children. In the next project, Xianxia accompanied Lin Jiyun to play. Because of those screaming games such as the Crazy Teacher and the Pirate Ship, Yang Ming didn't feel like screaming at all. The training in Europe was much more dangerous than this. Out of the amusement park, Xianxia and Bai Hai were also sensible. Bai Hai used Valentine's Day as an excuse. There were more people traveling. The young people in the community would probably come back in the middle of the night. Therefore, the security of the community was very important. As the security manager, Bai Hai must go back and take charge. Although Yang Ming knew that he was talking nonsense, he still nodded and said, "That's fine. Work is the most important. Then you can go back first." Lin Jiyun naturally didn't know. After Bai Hai left, she sighed, "Yang Ming, Bai Hai is really dedicated." Yeah, it's not easy to get to the position of manager. Naturally, I have to cherish it. Yang Ming nodded seriously. Yang Ming, I want to go somewhere. Can you accompany me? Lin Jiyun suddenly looked up and asked Yang Ming. What place? You tell me. As long as we can go, we will go. Don't go to the moon or Mars. I don't have money to buy a rocket. Yang Ming said. What? You are really? Lin Jiyun was dumbfounded. Why did you bring it to outer space? The place I am talking about is on Earth. Let's go. Yang Ming opened the door and let Lin Jiyun get in first. Then, he said, you lead the way. The place Lin Jiyun pointed to was rugged. If it weren't for Lin Jiyun's guidance, Yang Ming wouldn't even know that there was such a place in Songjiang. Fortunately, Yang Ming was driving an off-road vehicle. Many of the dirt roads could be easily passed. Where is this place? It seems that we are almost in the countryside, right? Yang Ming looked at the empty space on both sides of the road and asked. This is the countryside. The city hasn't been planned here yet. However, I lived here when I was a child. Lin Jiyun said. Oh? Yang Ming was stunned. Didn't your family always live in Shantytown? Yang Ming seemed to remember that Fang Tian said that Lin Jiyun's family had always lived here. This is my grandmother's house. Before I was 4 years old, I lived with my grandmother. Lin Jiyun said with some sadness, after my grandmother passed away, I came back to live with my mom and dad. Don't be sad. People will always die. As long as you are happy now, your grandmother's spirit in heaven should be very gratified. Yang Ming advised. Yeah, I just want to take you to my grandmother's house. Lin Jiyun nodded. When I was young, my grandmother often told me that when I grew up and got married, I should bring my husband to visit my grandmother's house. At that time, I was very silly. I would say that I won't get married. I will always accompany my grandmother in the future, and my grandmother would touch my head and say that I am a silly child. It is normal for girls to get married. She also said that I should give birth to a great-grandson for my grandmother. Okay, when we are free in the future, we will come back often, but, is the old house still there? Yang Ming was a little surprised. The old lady had been gone for so long. Was the old house still not sold? It has always been there. The land price in this area is very cheap. The government has no intention to develop here, so the old house can't be sold at a good price. So, my father and uncle discussed it and left the old house empty. We will come and clean it when we are free. Lin Jiyun explained. Hee, then we will complete this task in the future. Yang Ming said with a smile, you want me to go with you to see your grandmother so that you can fulfill her wish, right? No, I haven't married yet. Lin Jiyun meant this, but how could she admit it? Do you think that you can still choose others if you follow me? Yang Ming said shamelessly, I am a narrow-minded person. I have to keep my own woman by my side for a lifetime. Although Lin Jiyun was quite critical of Yang Ming's impure purpose of approaching her, she still felt warm when she heard his overbearing words. Lin Jiyun didn't care about her status with Yang Ming, and she didn't ask for anything else. She only asked Yang Ming to always be with her. This was a woman's little happiness. It's over there. Lin Jiyun excitedly pointed to a small village not far away. Yang Ming looked in the direction that Lin Jiyun pointed. Sure enough, there was a village not far away. This was a small village near Songjiang. Usually, Yang Ming couldn't come in contact with this place, and he had never been here before. Go in from this intersection? Yang Ming pointed to the fork in front and asked. It's there. Lin Jiyun nodded. Her eyes couldn't hide the excitement. The last time she came here was when she was in the first year of high school. Later, she was busy with her studies. Only a lot of things happened at home. Lin Jiyun hadn't come here for more than 3 years. Yang Ming slowed down the car and was preparing to drive the car into the fork on the side. Suddenly, more than 10 people with bright electric batons rushed out in front of the car and blocked the front of the car. Yang Ming quickly stopped the car. At this time, the leading man ran over and pulled the door of Yang Ming's driver's seat. However, before the car reached a certain speed, all the doors were automatically locked. The man naturally couldn't pull it open. Open the door. Get out of the car. The man couldn't pull the door open, so he slammed the window vigorously and shouted. The man's voice was very loud. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun heard it clearly. What's going on? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun puzzledly. He thought, could it be that we encountered a robbery? I don't know. Lin Jiyun was also very surprised, but she said, why don't you open the window, and I will ask them. It's better for me to ask. Yang Ming shook his head and pressed down the window on his side. As soon as the window was lowered, the man reached in and grabbed Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming was disgusted. He quickly closed the window again and clamped the man's hand. The man screamed and quickly retracted his hand. Yang Ming lowered the window again. The man immediately didn't dare to be rash, but he stared at Yang Ming fiercely. Yang Ming was a little unhappy. What did I do to offend you? What do you want? Yang Ming frowned and asked the people outside. Leave behind all your valuables. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today, the man threatened. Heh. Yang Ming laughed instead of being angry. Are you threatening me? Do you believe me if I say I can run you over with my car right now? If you dare, then you have to go to jail. The man glared at him and said, don't pretend. I know you rich guys the best. You're all very timid. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Quickly leave the money, and I won't make it difficult for you. Are you kidding me? You guys are a group of people. You are robbing people with iron wheels and shovels. You have threatened our lives and the safety of our property. Even if I kill you, it will be a waste. Yang Ming smiled and said, forget it. I am in a good mood today. I won't trouble you. You guys go. Don't wait for me to get out of the car. You all will have to crawl back. You have a big tone? The man obviously didn't believe Yang Ming's words. He thought that he was bragging. I tell you, our patience is limited. You only have one way to go now, which is to cooperate obediently. Don't say those useless things. Otherwise, we will kill you, and no one will know. Yang Ming was really too lazy to waste time with these people. He slowly drove the car forward. He wanted to force these people to retreat. If he couldn't force it, these people wouldn't really wait to be killed. Wait a minute. Lin Jiyun quickly stopped Yang Ming. I seem to know this person. What? Yang Ming stepped on the brake and stopped the car. Are you brother Xiaozhong from Grandma Zhang's family? Lin Jiyun asked hesitantly. And? Who are you? The man was stunned. He didn't pay attention to Yang Ming's co-driver. He just saw that it was a woman, so he didn't care much. He didn't expect this person to know him. I am Lin Jiyun. Don't you know me? When I came back 2 years ago, I went to Grandma Zhang's house to eat. Lin Jiyun said. Ah, it turned out to be you. Zhang Xiaozhong also felt that Lin Jiyun was familiar at this time. When he heard her, he immediately remembered. You are the little granddaughter of old Lin's family. Yeah, it's me. Lin Jiyun opened the door and got off the car. Yang Ming was not assured, so he also got off the car. When Zhang Xiaozhong saw Lin Jiyun clearly, he waved to the group of men in front of the car. Everyone, get out of the way. I am from the same village. I know her. Oh. After listening to Zhang Xiaozhong's words, these people dispersed. Brother Xiaozhong, why are you robbing people? Do you know that this is against the law? If Grandma Zhang knew, would she agree? Lin Jiyun asked. Hey, robbery? What is robbery? Zhang Xiaozhong sneered indifferently. We are robbing people. What are those big bosses? They have worked for more than a year, and they are not paid a penny. What is the difference between this and robbery? Yang Ming sighed and shook his head secretly. This Zhang Xiaozhong's idea is a bit reasonable, but there is an essential difference between these two things. Others can only be called delinquent of wages, but this is obviously a vicious criminal case. Then you can't rob people. Lin Jiyun couldn't understand Zhang Xiaozhong's approach. How can I live if I don't rob people? Everyone has worked for the big boss for a year. It's Chinese New Year, but the big boss doesn't give us money. We haven't had a good Chinese New Year. Our wives and children at home are still waiting to live. Zhang Xiaozhong said bitterly, your Grandma Zhang is old. She needs money to see a doctor. You tell me, if I don't rob people, what should I do? Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun turned her head and looked at Yang Ming. She wanted to say something, but she stopped. Yang Ming knew that Lin Jiyun wanted to ask if he could help these people, but it wasn't easy to ask. Although this matter didn't have much to do with him, Yang Ming had been cultivating Lin Jiyun's habit of coming to him first when something happened. Therefore, Yang Ming naturally couldn't disappoint Lin Jiyun's heart, so he said, let's get in the car together, and then we can talk about it slowly. Seeing Zhang Xiaozhong's strange expression, Yang Ming smiled and said, I'm Jiyun's boyfriend. You tell me the details of the matter. I'll see if I can help. Zhang Xiaozhong was very surprised. He naturally didn't believe that Yang Ming, a person he didn't know, could help him solve the problem. In his opinion, most rich people were heartless. Not to mention the big boss that they were working for. In the village, there was a girl who married a rich boss in the city. At that time, her brother wanted to ask her to help and see if she could speak for the boss that they were working for. As a result, the girl's husband flatly refused at the time. In fact, Zhang Xiaozhong thought too simply. For this kind of thing, who could speak for him? Even if they could speak, they wouldn't do it. How big of a favor was this? If the big boss really agreed to give money, the money given would be more than tens of thousands. It would be hundreds of thousands or millions. Seeing that she didn't need to speak, Yang Ming understood her meaning. Lin Jiyun was very happy. This feeling of tacit understanding was really wonderful. Yang Ming readily agreed to help. Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming was pampering her. Brother Xiaozhong, Yang Ming said that he can help, then there must be a way. Get in the car. Lin Jiyun waved to Zhang Xiaozhong. Although Zhang Xiaozhong didn't believe it, it was always good to have hope, so he quickly got into the back seat of the car. It was his first time sitting in such a high-end car, so he looked around curiously. Yang Ming started the car and asked, what the hell is going on? Tell me about it. Zhang Xiaozhong didn't expect Yang Ming to be more anxious than him. He was a little scared. He knew that Yang Ming's car was a BMW, so he also realized that Yang Ming was a rich person. Otherwise, he wouldn't rob him. But in his impression, those rich people were very arrogant when they talked, and they wouldn't take the initiative to take on these troublesome matters. Seeing that Zhang Xiaozhong was stunned, Lin Jiyun was a little anxious. Brother Xiaozhong, you say it. Lin Jiyun was afraid that Yang Ming would be impatient and change his mind. Then I will say it. In fact, the matter is very simple. Some young people from the same village, and some neighboring villages went to work at the construction site. Originally, we were promised a salary of 20,000 yuan a year, but when we went home for the Chinese New Year, each person was only given 2,000 yuan. The remaining 18,000 yuan was never mentioned. We wanted it, but they didn't give it to us. They even found someone to drive us out and threatened us. If we dared to make trouble again, they would kill us. Zhang Xiaozhong briefly described his experience. You say, isn't this also considered robbery? He robbed so much money from us, and nothing happened. We robbed 3,000 or 2,000 yuan. What's the problem? This is not the same. The nature is far different. Yang Ming shook his head and said, before it causes any bad consequences, don't do this kind of thing in the future. As for your livelihood, I will think of a way. Can you talk to the boss? Give us a salary? Zhang Xiaozhong listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately became excited. I can't say if I can talk to you. I don't even know who your boss is, but I can solve your work problems this year. Yang Ming said. Zhang Xiaozhong couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. It was good to solve the work problem, but the key question was how to survive the current days. Now, almost every family had no surplus food. They were borrowing money from their relatives, but their relatives weren't rich. It was okay to borrow once, but how could they survive if they borrowed more? What's wrong? You don't want to? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Xiaozhong strangely. No. Zhang Xiaozhong shook his head quickly. It's just that we are now in debt. I'm afraid we can't find a new job. This is simple. I will introduce you to a formal security company. After signing the contract, you can get the first 2 months' salary in advance. Do you think this can solve the problem? The security company was Yang Ming's own, so Yang Ming had the final say. Yang Ming considered that the current security company's business was getting bigger and bigger, and the need for more and more employees would be increasing. These people could take up some ordinary security posts after some simple training. How much can I get a month as a security guard? This was the question that Zhang Xiaozhong was concerned about. About 2,000 yuan. Yang Ming didn't know the specifics. He could only give a general idea. He remembered that Bao Sanli had said that he didn't know if there was a raise now. Really? Zhang Xiaozhong was delighted. That's great, but you didn't lie to me, right? Zhang Xiaozhong calculated. I can actually get more than 2,000 yuan as a security guard. This job is too good, right? If I work hard, I can't even earn 2,000 yuan a month. Moreover, the most important thing is that I can get the first 2 months' salary in advance, so I don't have to worry about being cheated again. But can this person's words be trusted? As a matter of fact, if I'm alone, it's okay to arrange a job, but for a large group of people, isn't it a bit unrealistic to arrange a job? Brother Xiaozhong, you can rest assured. Yang Ming has never lied. Lin Jiyun saw that her lover was doubted and quickly explained. The security company I mentioned is hiring. I can only speak up and give you a chance to get a job. Yang Ming said, however, if you are fired because of your laziness, then I can't care about it. That can't be. Zhang Xiaozhong quickly said, our rural children are the best at enduring hardships, not to mention that being a security guard is much easier than working hard in the company. The car entered the village. Yang Ming asked Zhang Xiaozhong to tell others what he just said. If they were willing, they would report to the Mingyang Security Company tomorrow. If they weren't willing, it didn't matter. Zhang Xiaozhong's family lived next door to Lin Jiyun's grandmother's house. After Zhang Xiaozhong went back, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun also entered the small courtyard. The furnishings in the small courtyard were very neat. Lin Jiyun skillfully opened a small transformer box and pushed the switch. Suddenly, the small night light on the door of the courtyard lit up. Oh, fortunately, there is still electricity. It must be second uncle's family who often comes over to take care of it. Lin Jiyun said. Oh? Your second uncle? Yang Ming really didn't know that Lin Jiyun had a second uncle. My second uncle's family is in the village next door. They rely on farming for a living. They aren't rich, so when my family had an accident, it wasn't easy to borrow money. Their family's living expenses are 10 or 20,000 yuan a year. Lin Jiyun explained. Yang Ming nodded. What Lin Jiyun said was true. Now, relying on farming near the city didn't make much money. Now, the ones who made money were those specialized greenhouses or farms. Come on. Lin Jian opened the door with the key and said to Yang Ming, I am going to light the stove. Let me help you. Although Yang Ming didn't live in the countryside, he had seen similar situations on TV, so he said, should I move some of these honeycomb briquettes into the house? Be careful. Don't dirty your clothes. Lin Jian nodded and said. It's okay. Yang Ming took 2 pieces of honeycomb briquettes and went into the house with Lin Jian. Putting the honeycomb briquettes into the stove, Lin Jian found a few old newspapers and lit the fire. The honeycomb briquettes were lit, and there was heat in the house suddenly. Who? Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief and then said happily, okay, I will take you to my childhood room. On the right side of the door, there was a small house. Lin Jian pushed open the door of the house. It was a very small room, but it was still tidy. There was a small bed with no bedding on it. Not far from the small bed, there was a small table with an old radio on it. In the past, there were a lot of toys that my grandmother sewed for me, but later they were gone. Lin Jian said with some regret, how is it? Is it okay? The small space is good. I didn't expect that you spent your childhood here. Yang Ming said, take me to see your grandmother. She will be your grandmother in the future. Lin Jian corrected him. Yeah. Yang Ming nodded. Then let's go and see my grandmother together. You come with me. Lin Jian took Yang Ming out of the small house and walked to the innermost room. She pushed open the door and said, this is my grandmother's previous room. Yang Ming followed Lin Jian into the room. He saw an old woman's portrait and a ranking on the coffee table at a glance. Yang Ming took a deep breath and stood respectfully in front of the coffee table. He bowed 3 times in a row and then said, Grandmother, I am Jian's boyfriend, Yang Ming. Jian brought me to see you. Lin Jian saw Yang Ming's meticulous and serious expression. She was very pleased. She lit the incense next to her and bowed 3 times. She said something silently in her heart. I can see that your second uncle is also a filial son. This place is clean. Obviously, it is the result of frequent cleaning. Yang Ming touched the coffee table and then said with admiration. My second uncle's house is closer to here. I will take care of it more. Lin Jian nodded. My second uncle is very good. I will take you to his house to play when there is a chance. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. As the two were talking, they heard a loud noise outside the house. The lights in Grandmother Zhang's house were all lit up. What happened? Lin Jian asked, puzzled. I don't know. Let's go out and see. Yang Ming had actually seen it, but he couldn't say it. Otherwise, if Lin Jian asked him how he knew, he wouldn't be able to explain. Xiaozhong, it's not good. Your brother and a few people from the neighboring village went to the boss to ask for wages. They were beaten and sent to the hospital. A woman said to Zhang Xiaozhong with sweat. Auntie Wang, lower your voice. Don't wake up my grandmother. What happened? Why was Xiaoi beaten? Zhang Xiaozhong asked in a hurry. It's because he thought that it wasn't good for you to rob a car, so he acted on his own initiative and went to the boss with a few kids from the neighboring village to ask for money. As a result, the boss asked his men to beat them up. Their injuries weren't light. Auntie Wang said. I will fight with him. At most, I will exchange a life for a life. Zhang Xiaozhong was so angry that he trembled. His face was pale and he wanted to find the guy. However, he was stopped by a few villagers next to him. Xiaozhong, calm down. How are you going to fight with people? They are all underworld. You are just going to die if you go. That's right. It's better to go to the hospital quickly. Auntie Wang also said. Zhang Xiaozhong gradually calmed down at this moment. He also knew that it was useless for him to go. He couldn't be the boss's opponent. He sighed helplessly and asked, Where is my brother? In the town hospital. I will take you there. Auntie Wang said. Okay, I will stop a car. Zhang Xiaozhong said quickly. Brother Xiaozhong, take our car. Lin Jian said under Yang Ming's instruction. This. I really thank you so much. Zhang. Xiaozhong was surprised and happy. He also thought that Lin Jiyun had a car here, but it wasn't good to trouble others. At this time, Lin Jiyun took the initiative to say it. He was naturally grateful. This is. Auntie Wang looked at Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming strangely. The people in the nearby villages basically knew each other. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming, these two strangers, obviously hadn't seen each other before. My neighbor, old Lin's granddaughter, just came back today. Zhang Xiaozhong explained. Ah, I remember. Is it Lin Jiyun? Auntie Wang's memory was good. That's right. Your uncle's child also went and was injured. Ah? My brother was also injured? Lin Jiyun was shocked and looked at Auntie Wang. How did my brother participate? We are all working together. Zhang Xiaozhong said helplessly, it's just that my brother and your brother worked for half a year. It's already a lot to get 2,000 yuan. I didn't think that they could also cause trouble. Isn't it because of you? Otherwise, why would your brother go? Auntie Wang complained, okay, don't talk about it. Let's go to the hospital. Seeing Yang Ming's car, Auntie Wang was a little surprised. Why is Lin Jiyun's boyfriend so rich? Then why are they still causing trouble? However, because they weren't familiar with each other, it was inappropriate to ask more. According to Auntie Wang's guidance, they came to a small hospital. The four people hurriedly got off the car and ran to the emergency room. Several people's injuries weren't very serious. After they were bandaged, they were getting a tetanus injection in the ward. Xiaoyi, how are you? Lin Jiyun saw her brother as soon as she entered the ward. His arm was wrapped in a large circle of gauze. When Linny heard Lin Jiyun's voice, he was stunned. He looked up and was even more surprised. Sister, why are you here? What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to ask second uncle not to worry? Are you okay? Lin Jiyun looked at Lin Yi's current appearance and was relieved. I'm fine. Linny lowered his head. Sister, can you not tell my dad? He will definitely be angry if he knows. If I don't tell second uncle can't see it? Lin Jiyun shook her head and said helplessly. Seeing the usually docile Lin Jiyun suddenly put on the big sister's attitude, Yang Ming was very interested and looked at her with interest. On the other side, Zhang Xiaozhong also had a serious face and stared at Zhang Xiaoyi. How can you go to the boss? Don't you know how much you are worth? His men are all thugs. Aren't you going to die? Although Zhang Xiaoyi lowered his head, his face was full of dissatisfaction. He whispered, he owes us the wages. What's wrong with me asking for it? Instead, it's you who went to rob. That's against the law. If you are caught, you will go to jail. You still dare to talk about it. Zhang Xiaozhong said angrily, you don't have to worry about this. You will stay at home for me in the future. Well, Jiyun, don't talk about him. When I was his age, I was more impulsive than him. Yang Ming waved his hand and persuaded. Lin Jiyun rolled her eyes. She thought, you don't seem to be very stable now. Aren't you still impulsive? It's just that you are better than Lin Yi. Only you can bully others. Sister, who is he? Lin Yi really didn't appreciate it. He looked at Yang Ming with some vigilance. Little E, he is my boyfriend, Yang Ming. This time, he is going back to my grandmother's house with me. Lin Jiyun quickly introduced. Humph, you are not my brother-in-law. You have no right to talk about me. Obviously, Linny was very conflicted with Yang Ming's words. He was 3 years younger than Lin Jiyun, and Yang Ming probably looked the same age as his sister. Linny felt uncomfortable when Yang Ming used those old-fashioned words to talk about him. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little guy to be hostile to him. Lin Jiyun was also very embarrassed. She touched Lin Yi's head and said, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, your sister will be angry. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. But you don't know what's going on. Don't interrupt. Lin Yi snorted and said to Yang Ming. I don't know what's going on, but I know that it's very irrational for you to fight with your life on your own. Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with a child, so he wasn't angry. So what? If others owe you wages, I don't believe that you won't do it. Lin Yi retorted. Yes, if others owe me money, of course, I will get it back. Yang Ming smiled and said, however, sometimes you have to measure your own strength first. When your strength is not enough, suffering a loss is equivalent to taking advantage. Yang Ming also used his own experience to warn his younger brother, Lin Jiyun. When he was dealing with Wang Jitao, how long did he have to endure before making a move? If it were someone else, Yang Ming wouldn't have bothered to say so much to them. Hey, I can't, but can you? Linny asked. Isn't it just a salary? Yang Ming smiled and said, is your injury okay? If you don't have anything to do, come with me to ask for money for you. Can you get the money back? Linny didn't believe it and looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. Probably. Yang Ming nodded and said, do you want to try? Then let's try. I want to see how you get the money back. Linny said, if you get the money back, I will admit that you are my brother-in-law. Yang Ming listened to Lin Yi's words and was a little dumbfounded. He thought, do I need you to admit it? However, for this stubborn child in front of him, Yang Ming was also helpless. No matter what, for Lin Jiyun, he must help. Let's go. Yang Ming stood up from the rest chair next to him and said, Jiyun, look after him. Don't let him move. Okay. Lin Jiyun knew that Yang Ming didn't make a move, but once he made a move, it would be a big move. Fortunately, Lin Jiyun was also used to it. She knew that Yang Ming was absolutely strong, so she didn't worry that Yang Ming would suffer. Do you want to go together? Yang Ming turned to Zhang Xiaozhong and Zhang Xiaoyi and said, the back of the car can be squeezed. It's no problem to sit 3 people. Aunt Wang, you have to go back by yourself. I don't care. If you can help these guys get their wages back, then you will be the great benefactor of this village, said Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, this is 100 yuan. There is no bus at night. You can take a taxi back. Lin Jiyun took out 100 yuan and gave it to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang naturally didn't want it. She pushed it a few times, but Linny said, Aunt Wang, my sister gave it to you. Just take it. We are not outsiders. Aunt Wang kept it. Yang Ming walked in front, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Bao Sanli quickly picked up the phone. I didn't disturb your Valentine's Day, right? Yang Ming joked. Huh, why would I celebrate Valentine's Day? Bao Sanli smiled and said, I'm not as romantic as Brother Yang. I'm in the company. N. Yang Ming just asked casually. He also knew that Bao Sanli didn't like to talk about love. Do you know the 202, Provincial Road? Oh? I know. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Asked Bao Sanli. Do you know the town next to the 202, Provincial Road? Yang Ming continued to ask. I know. It's Xintong Town. Bao Sanli replied, Brother Yang, what's the matter? You bring people to this area. I will inform you about the specific location. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will leave now. Bao Sanli didn't ask what he was going to do. However, he was clear about Brother Yang's strength. If Brother Yang still wanted to call people, it must be a big scene, so Bao Sanli quickly gathered the leaders under him for a short meeting. Then, more than 30 Jinlong buses and more than a dozen cars drove from Songjiang to the 202, Provincial Road and went to Xintong Town. Yang Ming didn't expect Bao Sanli to make such a big scene. When he saw it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Linny and Zhang Xiaoyi's injuries were not very serious. They were all superficial wounds. The 2 people's bodies were relatively strong, so there was no big problem after bandaging. Under the guidance of Lin Yi, Yang Ming drove from the hospital to a nightclub. Although the scale was far worse than the nightclubs in Songjiang, it was still magnificent in this town. It's here. This is opened by Li Laohu. Lin Yi pointed to the nightclub. Li Laohu? Yang Ming felt a little funny when he heard the name. He is the boss of our contractor team. His nickname is Laohu. Everyone calls him Li Laohu. Lin Yi explained. Yang Ming nodded and said, okay. Then he dialed Bao Sanli's phone. Have you arrived? I'm here. Brother Yang, what's the order? Bao Sanli replied. Yang Ming told Bao. Sonly the approximate location of the nightclub, and then said, "Go in and catch the boss named Li Laohu." Both Linny and Zhang Xiaozhong looked at Yang Ming strangely. They didn't know who he called, but they didn't believe it. The entrance of the nightclub was full of security guards. How could they enter just like that? Not to mention catching the boss. However, the next scene made them stunned as if they were in a movie. More than a dozen black cars with emergency lights opened the road, followed by more than a dozen Golden Dragon buses. They were neatly parked in the square in front of the nightclub. Then hundreds of black-shirted macho men got off the cars. Many of them were holding long unknown objects wrapped in cloth. Those who knew them would know that they were blunt weapons. The security guards at the entrance of the nightclub simply existed in name only. They were completely frightened by this situation. Before they could react, countless black-shirted men had already poured into the entrance. The nightclub immediately exploded, and the guests ran out. After a short noise, it was restored to calm. After a while, a few people walked out of the nightclub with a fat man and came to bow Sonly in the square. Although Li Laohu was usually domineering, and he had dozens of people under him, compared with today's situation, his own power could be described as pitiful. Li Laohu was completely scared. He didn't know who he had offended. His legs were soft when he walked. He was dragged by others. When he came in front of Bao Sonly, these people let go. Li Laohu knelt on the ground with a putong sound. "You are Li Laohu?" Bao Sonly looked at Li Laohu's appearance and thought, "You are such a good-for-nothing who provoked Brother Yang?" I'm really puzzled. With Brother Yang's temper, why didn't he kill you directly? Brother Bao? Bao Sonly didn't know Li Laohu, but Li Laohu knew Bao Sonly. Xintong town was part of Songjiang. How could Li Laohu not know the boss of Songjiang? Compared with Bao Sonly, Li Laohu was just a little punk. However, Li Laohu didn't care so much because he couldn't remember how he had offended the first ruthless man of Songjiang. Is it him? Yang Ming pointed to Li Laohu, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked Lin Yi. Yes, it's him. Lin Yi was shocked at the moment. The boss, who was usually arrogant and overbearing, was kneeling on the ground like a dog. How could he not be shocked? Let's go. Let's go down. Yang Ming said plainly, I will let you see what is absolute strength. Only when you have absolute strength, you are qualified to despise people who are weaker than you. Otherwise, you are looking for death. Yang Ming pushed open the door and got off. Lin Yi and the Zhang Xiaozhong brothers followed behind. Yang Ming took Lin Jiyun's hand and walked over leisurely. Brother Yang. Bao Sonly saw Yang Ming coming over and quickly greeted him. Are you stupid? Why aren't you kneeling to Brother Yang? Bao Sonly saw that Li Laohu was indifferent. He was so angry that he kicked Li Laohu's butt, making Li Laohu scream. Brother Yang. Li Laohu quickly shouted, but he wondered in his heart. Why is there another Brother Yang? It seems that even Bao Sonly is very respectful to him. Do you know them? Yang Ming pointed to Lin Yi and the Zhang Xiaozhong brothers behind him and asked. Li Laohu didn't dare to delay. He quickly raised his head and looked behind Yang Ming. As a result, he immediately fell into doubt. Of course, he knew these three people. They just came to him to ask for wages. He sent someone to beat them up. However, how did these three people get together with Bao Sonly and Brother Yang? Li Laohu didn't believe that these three farmers had such great ability to know these powerful people. Otherwise, Bao Sonly just said a few words, and he didn't dare to owe these people wages. Tell the people to withdraw first. It is not good to stand here. Yang Ming looked at the dense crowd and said to Bao Sonly. Although it was a small town, it wouldn't be good for others to see such a big scene. Bao Sonly nodded and said, Okay, I will let them get on the bus. Bao Sonly called a follower around him and then told him Yang Ming's intention. He immediately started to arrange it. After a while, the people in the square got on the bus. Although more than a dozen Golden Dragon buses were eye-catching, they were much worse than before. People who didn't know would think that they were tourist buses or passenger buses. Brother Yang, how did this bare bun offend you? Bao Sonly felt that this Li Laohu was not a person who could offend Yang Ming. How could such a person dare to be cocky in front of Brother Yang? He didn't offend me, but he killed my wife's brother. Yang Ming pointed to Linny and said, "You come here. If you have any anger now, you can vent it on him." "Hey, you beat up Brother Yang's brother-in-law. I think you don't want to live anymore, right? I think your nightclub needs to change its appearance." Bao Sanli sneered after listening. "What?" Li Laohu suddenly took a deep breath. What did this Brother Yang do? Although he didn't know, Brother Bao was so respectful. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. How did I offend such a person? Moreover, this worker named Linny was really strange. He had such a strong relationship, but he actually came to ask for money? He just passed a message to Brother Bao. Not to mention a year's salary, even 10 years' salary would be given. Linny looked at Li Laohu, who was kneeling on the ground, and hesitated. After all, the contrast was a bit too big. Li Laohu, who was still majestic and threatened to kill his family, was now worse than a dog. However, Linny immediately returned to normal. With anger in his eyes, he raised his foot and kicked Li Laohu's head. The kick made Li Laohu's nose bleed. "Didn't you want to kill my family? Let me see how you kill them. I'll kill you first." Linny shouted excitedly. "Wait." Yang Ming waved his hand and stopped Linny. He frowned at Li Laohu and said, "You want to kill his whole family? That naturally includes me, right?" I just said it casually." Li Laohu's heart was full of regret. His words in a moment of anger actually caused trouble. "Then, do I have to kill you to prevent future troubles?" Yang Ming pretended to be hesitant. Don't. I really just said it casually." Li Laohu was shocked. Of course, he knew what kind of person Bao Sanli was. If he really wanted to kill him, it wasn't impossible. "Forget it, I don't think you have the guts. How much money do you owe? Hurry up and pay it back. I don't have time to waste with a nobody like you. I still have to celebrate Valentine's Day." Yang Ming impatiently waved his hand. Although Yang Ming's tone was impatient, Li Laohu's heart was at ease. It seemed that he had escaped a disaster. He had to thank this foreigner for the holiday. Okay, no problem. How much money do you owe?" "I will definitely pay it back. I will definitely pay it back." Li Laohu quickly promised. "Medical expenses and arrears of interest, you calculate these yourself. I don't care, but I will ask Linny later. If there is anything wrong, I won't be so nice next time." Yang Ming slightly threatened. Yes, I understand. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. I was blinded by money before. I wanted to drag this money to the bank to earn more interest. I will pay the worker's salary tomorrow morning." Li Laohu explained. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense, but he didn't expose it. He smiled and said, "Okay, then let's forget about this. You ask Linny to continue to beat you. He has to calm down." "Okay." Li Laohu agreed with a bitter smile. There was no other way. He had to agree. Li Laohu covered his head and curled up on the ground like a punching bag. "Brother Yang, I won't beat him." Lin Yi's anger at the moment was almost gone. Seeing Li Laohu like this, he had no interest in beating him. It was interesting to beat this kind of guy who was at the mercy of others. Hee, didn't you say that you want to call me brother-in-law?" Yang Ming smiled. "Brother, husband." Linny hesitated and said shyly. "Then let's go. I guess this guy won't dare to owe you money." Yang Ming glanced at Li Laohu and said with some disdain. Linny nodded. Although he didn't know what his brother-in-law did, he understood that his brother-in-law's strength was amazing. The two Xiaozhong brothers were completely shocked. In their opinion, things that were more difficult than reaching the sky were solved so quickly. Li Laohu didn't even dare to say no from beginning to end. "You can go back." Yang Ming said to Bao Sanli, "If this Li Laohu pays the overdue wages and medical expenses, then don't trouble him. Otherwise, you can do whatever you want." "Understood, Brother Yang." Bao Sanli nodded and said. "Get in the car. I will send you back." Yang Ming said to Linny and the Xiaozhong brothers. The three of them got in the car silently. Apparently, they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Until the Zhang Xiaozhong brothers got out of the car, the two of them were still in a daze. Where's your home? Yang Ming asked Lin Yi. I don't want to go back. I'm injured. My parents will scold me if they see me. Lin Yi said with some embarrassment. Then if you don't go back, where are you going? Lin Jiyun didn't listen to him. No, you have to go back. It's so late. Are you staying in a hotel? I can stay at my grandmother's house for the night, said Lin Yi. Go back. Just say that you were hit by a car on the road. I just happened to meet your sister and sent you to the hospital to bandage. Yang Ming looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Anyway, the wound is inside. Others can't see it. AI? This is a good idea. Lin Yi suddenly said happily, thank you, brother-in-law. Yang Ming. How can you be like this? You have led my brother astray. Lin Jiyun frowned after listening. Isn't this a stopgap measure? Why don't you tell your second uncle that he was killed? Isn't this worrying? Yang Ming said, what's more, it's fine now. It's better to have less trouble. Well, you make sense. Lin Jiyun flattened her mouth and had to agree with Yang Ming's words. Under the guidance of Lin Yi, Yang Ming drove to another village nearby. After the car entered the village, they just came to the door of Lin Jiyun's second uncle. They saw a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman standing at the door, looking around anxiously. When they saw a car stop, they were a little nervous. These two people were Lin Yi's parents, Lin Jiyun's second uncle and second aunt. They had just heard from others that their son went to the boss to ask for money, and he was beaten up. Yang Ming parked the car. Lin Yi didn't dare to get off. Lin Jiyun got off first. Second uncle, second aunt. Hey! Lin Yi's parents were stunned. They didn't see their son, but they saw their niece coming here. Jiyun, why are you here? My boyfriend and I went to my grandmother's house to see. As a result, we met Little Yi on the road. Little Yi was hit by a passing car, and his arm was scratched. My boyfriend and I sent him to the hospital for bandaging. Lin Jiyun reluctantly lied according to Yang Ming's plan. Ah. Is everything okay? Although they heard that their son didn't go to fight, it was still worrying enough that he got into a car accident. Lin Yi's father asked quickly. Dad, I'm fine. Lin Yi listened to his sister's explanation and got off the car. Little Yi, are you okay? That's good, that's good. Fortunately, Jiyun passed by and saw you. Otherwise, no one would care about it. Lin Yi's father breathed a sigh of relief. Jiyun, where's your boyfriend? Come and sit with us. Lin Yi's mother also breathed a sigh of relief and said enthusiastically. Second uncle, second aunt, hello. Yang Ming got off the car and said. Good young man. Are you classmates with Jiyun? Asked Lin Yi's mother. Jiyun and I are college classmates. Yang Ming replied. Lin Yi's mother didn't feel anything after listening. She felt that it was normal, but Lin Yi was very surprised. Why is he a college student? Then the strength that he showed before. Come in and sit down. I will buy you some delicious food. Lin Yi's father said. Second uncle, second aunt, it's very late. We won't go in. We will go first. We will come to see you earlier next time. Lin Jiyun said. Dad, Mom, today is Valentine's Day. Don't delay my sister and brother-in-law's holiday. Lin Yi was afraid that Lin Jiyun would spill the beans if she stayed, so he wanted them to leave first. Oh? Hee, so that's the case. Look, I don't remember these foreign holidays. Lin Yi's father said, then you should go. Are we going back to the old house of your grandmother's house? After getting in the car, Yang Ming asked. Let's not go. It's fine as long as the intention is there. Lin Jiyun said, let's go back. There is nothing fun here. The car gradually drove back to Songjiang City. The bustling roadside was completely different from the previous depression. Although it was now more than 10 o'clock, there were still a lot of people on the street. There were flowers and trinkets everywhere. Where else do you want to go? I am risking my life to accompany a beauty today. Yang Ming asked with a smile. how am I a beauty? Lin Jiyun said with some shyness, Sister Yan is beautiful. Both of you have your own characteristics. There is no saying who is more beautiful than who. Yang Ming said. Right, Yang Ming, little e, he. Lin Jiyun said until here, and she was a little hesitant. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. What else can't you say to me? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun's appearance and said quickly. Little E is now at the age to go to school. Because of the economic conditions in the family, he didn't go to school. Now, my family is much better than before. It is not a problem to support him to go to school. But, it doesn't matter. I don't know if I can arrange for him to go to university. Lin Jiyun said hesitantly. Arrange to enter the university? There shouldn't be any problem with this, right? Yang Ming thought about it and said, with my godfather's current position in the university, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange for a student to come in. Lu Weishan was promoted to the vice principal at the beginning of the year. He wanted to take over the principal's position, but Lu Weishan had been indifferent to everything since his son disappeared. It was also because he recognized Yang Ming as his godson a while ago that he had some hope for life again. So this time, when the higher-ups talked to him, he accepted the proposal. After all, with Lu Weishan's current position in academia, if he became the principal, the school's reputation would rise to a level. Songjiang Industry University was a university focused on science and engineering, but Lu Weishan enjoyed a high reputation in the academic circles of history, fine arts, and other subjects. As a result, it would also drive the number of applicants for these subjects in the school. That's good. In fact, Lin Yi's academic performance in junior high school was very good. He was not worse than me, but he didn't go to high school later. Lin Jiyun said, if it's too troublesome, then forget it. Don't make it difficult for your godfather. Wait for me to ask, but now the university can sponsor. We can spend money. Yang Ming smiled. Are you still afraid that I don't have money? Okay. Lin Jiyun knew that Yang Ming was very rich. Although she didn't want to spend his money, this was the only way now. Besides, now that she thought about it, since she had gotten Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan's approval, they were family. There was no need to be so polite. Xiaoqing didn't expect to suddenly receive a call from Sun Jia, asking her to come out on Valentine's Day. Knowing that Sun Jia and Yang Ming had the same relationship as her, Xiaoqing was relieved. She knew that Sun Jia would not continue that relationship with her, so she boldly accepted the invitation. Although there was no suspicion between the two, it was inevitable that it would be awkward when they met. The two changed from the initial lesbian relationship to the same man's woman. Things were too coincidental. Both of them betrayed each other at the same time, but they unexpectedly walked together again and became sisters. This was indeed a bit of a headache. Fortunately, both of them were very mature and rational women. After meeting each other, they were only slightly stunned, and both of them returned to normal. Xiaoqing got into Sun Jia's car and asked, why did you change your car? Aren't you driving your original Audi sports car? The original one? It was smashed into scrap iron by Yang Ming. It is now lying in the repair factory. Sun Jia didn't need to avoid anything. Anyway, Xiaoqing also knew Yang Ming. Oh? I remember that you never let a man touch your car. Xiaoqing smiled lightly. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Who doesn't know each other? Sun Jia said indifferently. During this time, although Yang Ming's flower attack was very fierce, Sun Jia wasn't a simple girl in school. She wouldn't be moved by it. It was just that the feeling of being with Yang Ming was good, so she was willing to accept the flowers he sent. Anyway, she had an inexplicable relationship with him. Her father also recognized him. Then, she would let nature take its course in the future. Sun Jia didn't want to think too much about it. With such an idea, Sun Jia naturally wouldn't deny anything. That wasn't her character. Xiaoqing licked her lips and didn't continue this topic. She just casually teased a few words to make the atmosphere more harmonious. Why do you want to spend Valentine's Day with me? Do you think Yang Ming has time to accompany us? Sun Jia said this, and she was a little angry in her heart. Why? Although I haven't officially established a relationship with him, at least you have to call and make an appointment, right? But Yang Ming didn't even call. It was the same for Xiaoqing. In fact, Xiaoqing was different. Yang Ming called Xiaoqing before. Although Xiaoqing knew that Yang Ming couldn't really spend Valentine's Day with her, her mood was very happy. For Sun Jia, Yang Ming was actually very embarrassed. Sun Jia didn't admit that she was his woman, so Yang Ming naturally couldn't save her. Then we'll spend the holiday together? Xiaoqing felt that this logic was a bit problematic. Even if Yang Ming didn't accompany them, why did it feel awkward for them to spend Valentine's Day together? Why can't we two old lovers spend Valentine's Day together? Sun Jia asked, could it be that you have a new lover, so you forget the old? Xiaoqing was speechless for a while. Sun Jia was still so bold, so she simply said boldly, isn't my new lover your new lover? The topic between women was always unexpected and unimaginable. Sun Jia smiled. Suddenly, the relationship between the two changed. It really made people feel uncomfortable. She began to be annoyed with Yang Ming. Why is this kid so fickle? When I first saw him, I thought he was a good boy. I didn't expect that the more I got to know him, the more wrong it became. I shouldn't have asked him to pretend to be my boyfriend. How did you and Yang Ming get together? Xiaoqing looked at Sun Jia, who was a little melancholy and knew that her heart must have some sadness. Last summer. You should be around this time, right? Sun Jia thought for a while. No wonder you didn't contact me, and I didn't think of contacting you. Hee, the two of us. Really, it would have been better if we had communicated earlier. Then, we wouldn't have been cheated by Yang Ming, this kid. He didn't cheat me. I know he has a girlfriend. I'm just his godsister. Xiaoqing shook her head. She never felt that Yang Ming cheated her feelings. You are really stupid. Sun Jia looked at Xiaoqing and shook her head. Originally, she wanted to form an alliance with her to deal with Yang Ming's little girlfriends. Now, it seemed that it was difficult to realize this idea. Could it be that you were deceived by her? Xiaoqing asked. Sun Jia hesitated. She thought, I really am not. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. I drank Gu Jianchao's drink, and I accidentally met Yang Ming, who was smoking in the toilet. Then. So, he didn't cheat us at all. It's just that sometimes, he can't help himself. Xiaoqing looked at Sun Jia and knew that she must be the same. Let's not talk about this. Let's go shopping, and then ask Yang Ming to pay the bill. Sun Jia still didn't know the true identity of Yang Ming, but she knew that he had a jewelry company. She thought that he was very rich. Although she was not short of money, asking Yang Ming to pay the bill was a different feeling. Are you still short of money? Sure enough, Xiaoqing asked. The two women walked together intimately. Naturally, it would not make people think too much. In the past, when the two of them were shopping, they held hands very intimately and leaned on each other. This time, there was still some gap between the two at first, but after talking a lot, it was nothing. Even if the relationship had changed, it had become a sisterly relationship. It was fine to be close. However, although the two of them were as close as before, there was a big difference in their mentality. The feeling of sympathy for Xiaoqing and the feeling of heartbeat for Yang Ming were two completely different concepts. Right, I heard that your former boyfriend returned to Songjiang. How is it? Sun Jia was very clear about Xiaoqing's history. She also accidentally learned that Song Heng had returned to Songjiang. In the beginning, he pestered me, but I don't know what Yang Ming said to him, and he disappeared. Xiaoqing said, however, according to Yang Ming's temper, it is likely that he beat him up. When Sun Jia heard this, she couldn't help but smile. She remembered that Yang Ming had beaten up the second young master of the Ouyang family at her house. Therefore, what Xiaoqing said was really possible. However, Sun Jia was curious about Yang Ming's identity. Some things couldn't be solved by fighting, and the strength behind Yang Ming was very questionable. She had asked her father, but her father always smiled mysteriously and said that she would know in the future. Therefore, Sun Jia wanted to see if she could get anything from Xiaoqing's mouth this time. What else does Yang Ming usually do besides running a jewelry company? Sun Jia asked casually. Usually? What else can he do? Xiaoqing was somewhat inexplicable. Why would Sun Jia ask this? Just asking. Sun Jia looked at Xiaoqing's expression. With her long contact with Xiaoqing, she knew that she was not lying. Even Xiaoqing doesn't know? Sun Jia shook her head. This man is really interesting. However, she was sure that her father must know something. Otherwise, his attitude toward Yang Ming wouldn't change so quickly. Originally, she still had a disapproving attitude toward the relationship between Yang Ming and herself. Suddenly, she strongly approved of it. If there was no secret, how could Sun Jia believe it? Xiaoqing didn't care. She just thought that Sun Jia was casually talking to her about Yang Ming. Little Jia, does your family know that you are with Yang Ming? They know. My dad has seen him. Sun Jia nodded. Then, what will you do in the future? It's impossible for Yang Ming to break up with his girlfriend. I've never thought of being together with him in a legitimate manner. Xiaoqing sighed and said, but you are different. If your family knows about Yang Ming, wouldn't it harm him? I'm afraid that in the end. Xiaoqing's worry was not unreasonable. What was Sun Jia's family background? How could Sun Jia's father allow his son-in-law to have other women outside? If he did something irrational in a fit of anger, what should she do? Sun Jia's previous boyfriend disappeared inexplicably. Xiaoqing couldn't ask where he went, but she was sure that the result was not very optimistic. My dad? Hee, I don't know what he said to my dad. My dad's attitude toward him has become better. Sun Jia said helplessly, I wanted to ask you what other advantages Yang Ming has. It seems that you don't know. Really? Xiaoqing was very surprised about this. Yang Ming actually got Sun Jia's dad? This is a bit too weird. The topic of conversation between the two was Yang Ming. As for their past, no one was willing to mention it again. After all, it was embarrassing to talk about it. Although Sun Jia said that they were going to spend crazily and asked Yang Ming to pay the bill, she still paid the bill in the end. Sun Jia was just talking nonsense. She wouldn't do anything irrational. What's more, Sun Jia hadn't decided whether to be with Yang Ming. In general, she had a good feeling about Yang Ming, but on the one hand, there was a gap between Yang Ming's age and hers. On the other hand, the most important thing was that Yang Ming already had a girlfriend, and it was more than one. Sun Jia naturally wouldn't think about this headache. Everything would be natural. Maybe it would be solved naturally in the end. Hey! Is this car Yang Ming's? Sun Jia had seen Yang Ming's BMW X5. She recognized the car number and pointed to the BMW in front of her. Is it? Xiaoqing couldn't remember so much. I'll overtake and see. Sun Jia said as she stepped on the accelerator. The car jumped out quickly. Although there were a lot of cars on this road, Sun Jia's driving skills were quite good. Soon, she was neck to neck with the BMW in front. It's really Yang Ming. Sun Jia glanced at Xiaoqing with a smile and asked, is the girl next to him his girlfriend? It seems like, not? Xiaoqing knew Chen Mengyan and Lan Ling, but she didn't know Lin Jiyun. So at this moment, when she saw that she didn't know the girl in the car, she had some doubts. Are you trying to tell me that Yang Ming, this kid, found another girlfriend? Sun Jia saw Xiaoqing's expression and said with a weird expression. Maybe not? Xiaoqing didn't care much about this. Sun Jia was a little annoyed. She thought, it's fine if you accompany your girlfriend on Valentine's Day, but you accompany others? He sends flowers to me every day, but he doesn't even call me on Valentine's Day. Sun Jia followed Yang Ming's car unhurriedly. Xiaoqing was also helpless. She persuaded Sun Jia several times, but Sun Jia didn't listen. They had to be paparazzi. How alert was Yang Ming? It was impossible for him not to notice that there was a car following behind him. Because Sun Jia didn't drive her original car today, Yang Ming didn't association with Sun Jia when he saw the car behind. He thought that it was another enemy who was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on him. It was no wonder that Bai Hai Gang had told him that Wu Xingkai's uncle wanted to take revenge on him. However, Yang Ming used his special ability to look at the people in the car. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was actually Xiaoqing and Sun Jia. Although Yang Ming didn't know how the two of them got together on Valentine's Day, he was sure that the two must have found him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been following him. Looking at Lin Jiyun next to him, Yang Ming hesitated whether to tell her about Xiaoqing and Sun Jia. According to Lin Jiyun's temperament, even if she knew about this matter, she wouldn't have any other thoughts, and she wouldn't do anything irrational. The key question was, could Lin Jiyun hide it? After she knew, would she tell Chen Mingyan? The relationship between the two was good now. If it was leaked, Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that Chen Mingyan would accept it calmly. The current situation was almost the limit that Chen Mingyan could bear. If 2 more people were added, would Chen Mingyan go crazy? Yang Ming didn't dare to try. There are 2 friends behind. I will go down in a while. You wait for me in the car. In order not to cause a family war, Yang Ming could only say this to Lin Jiyun. And, okay, you go ahead. Lin Jiyun didn't ask much. She was very well behaved. Yang Ming liked her uncompetitive character the most. Yang Ming turned a corner and came to a street with slightly fewer cars. He parked the car on the side of the road. Yang Ming quickly opened the door, got out of the car, and walked to the back. Sun Jia saw that Yang Ming stopped the car and walked to her side, so she also stopped the car. He found us. Xiaoqing sighed and said. In the end, they were still found out by Yang Ming. Xiaoqing was a little embarrassed. Previously, she said that she didn't care about anything, and she wouldn't go out with Yang Ming on Valentine's Day. Now, it seemed like they were deliberately entangled with Yang Ming. What would Yang Ming think? What are you afraid of? Sun Jia smiled slyly. She also opened the door and got out of the car. Why? I didn't ask you out on Valentine's Day. Are you angry? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia's smiling eyes and asked shamelessly. Why would I be angry? Do you think I am such a stingy person? Sun Jia smiled and pointed to Xiaoqing in the car. We are also celebrating Valentine's Day. We just happened to meet you on the road. You too. Don't tell me your old feelings have rekindled? Yang Ming was a little surprised by the 2 of them together. What do you mean by rekindling our old feelings? The 2 of us have never broken up. Sun Jia said naturally, if you didn't interfere, the 2 of us would be better. Really? I think it's better for the 3 of us to be together. Yang Ming said with a smile, are you 2 going to get a room later? If so, tell me the location, and I will look for you later. Okay. Sun Jia's eyes turned after listening, and then she quickly kissed Yang Ming's face. Then she whispered in his ear, then we will wait for you. After that, Sun Jia turned and got into the car. She no longer cared about Yang Ming. She put on the reverse gear and reversed the car directly. Then, she turned around and left. Xiaoqing kept her head down, afraid that Yang Ming would say something sarcastic. However, Yang Ming knew that Xiaoqing must have been dragged by Sun Jia to follow him, so he didn't think about anything else. Yang Ming touched the place on his face that was kissed by Sun Jia. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was still tricked by Sun Jia. Yang Ming knew that although Sun Jia sometimes spoke boldly, she would never take the initiative to use actions to tease him. The reason why she did this just now must be to let Lin Jiyun in the car in front of him see it. This was great. Originally, he wanted to hide it, but in the end, he was exposed. Yang Ming walked slowly to his car, thinking about how to explain it to Lin Jiyun. The best result was that Lin Jiyun didn't see it. In the car, Yang Ming smiled awkwardly at Lin Jiyun and said, let's continue. She is also your... Lin Jiyun hesitated and finally asked. Yang Ming was shocked. Lin Jiyun really saw it. In fact, it was normal. After Yang Ming got out of the car, Lin Jiyun's attention would naturally follow Yang Ming. It was not strange that she saw the scene just now. Kind of. Since Lin Jiyun saw it, it was useless for Yang Ming to hide it. It was better to just admit it openly. Then, you go and accompany her. Lin Jiyun said calmly, can you send me home first? Jiyun, are you angry? Yang Ming listened to Lin Jiyun's words and asked quickly. No, why should I be angry? I am very happy today. You accompanied me back to my grandmother's house and helped Linny solve the problem of salary. How can I be angry? Lin Jian smiled slightly. How can a person be selfish? She also wants you to accompany her, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't drive and follow us. Lin Jian didn't see Xiaoqing in the car behind, so she thought it was only Sun Jia. This feeling, I have also felt it. Just like today, although I know that I shouldn't fight with Sister Yan, I still feel a little uncomfortable being alone at home. I think she feels the same now, right? Yang Ming listened to Lin Jian's words, and he was a little embarrassed. He touched his chin and said, "Do you really think so?" Lin Jian nodded and said after a while, "I won't tell Sister Yan, but if there is a chance, you should tell her yourself." "Jian, thank you." Yang Ming listened to Lin Jian's promise and suddenly felt relieved. To be honest, Yang Ming wasn't worried about Lin Jian, but Chen Mingyan. "Why are you thanking me?" "I'm just putting myself in her shoes." Lin Jian shook her head. "Well, I have monopolized you for one night. I should be satisfied." Yang Ming was grateful, but he didn't say much. He drove in the direction of Lin Jian's home. However, he thought of a very important question on the way. "Right, Jiyun, your parents aren't at home. Then isn't it meaningless for you to go back? Why don't I accompany you?" "There's no need." Lin Jiyun said, "I will go to sleep when I get home. I'm a little tired after all this. Besides, I have my period, so I can't accompany you." Lin Jiyun didn't say the rest of the words, but she thought that Yang Ming would understand. "Okay, but if you can't sleep, call me at any time." Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun had made up her mind, so he no longer persuaded her. After sending Lin Jiyun back home, Yang Ming waited for Lin Jiyun to wash up, lie on the bed, and cover herself with a quilt before he left. The loss in Lin Jiyun's heart was also melted away by Yang Ming's gentleness at this moment. Coming out from Lin Jiyun's home, Yang Ming dialed Sun Jia's phone. Sun Jia saw Yang Ming on the caller ID, and she was a bit puzzled. Why did Yang Ming call her at this time? "Hello? Yang Ming?" Sun Jia was afraid that the scene just now had led to a war between Yang Ming and his little girlfriend. This call was from his little girlfriend. "Dear, have you chosen a hotel? I'm going to find you now." Yang Ming said straightforwardly. "Hey." Sun Jia was stunned. It was just a joke. How could she really look for a hotel? He didn't expect that Yang Ming had somehow managed to get his little girlfriend. Seeing Sun Jia's stunned expression, Xiaoqing smiled and whispered, "Is it Yang Ming?" Sun Jia nodded helplessly, then she covered the phone's microphone and said, "Yeah, he is coming to find us." "Oh, isn't that good?" Xiaoqing asked. Just now, Xiaoqing was in the car, so she didn't hear what Sun Jia and Yang Ming said. Not to mention, Sun Jia's voice was very small. She said it in Yang Ming's ear. Therefore, Xiaoqing didn't know the embarrassment in Sun Jia's heart at the moment. "I am shopping with Xiaoqing. If you want to come, then come." Sun Jia deliberately avoided answering and said to herself. "Hee, okay." How could Yang Ming not know what Sun Jia was thinking? This woman sometimes looked bold and hot, but in fact, she was still a bit conservative. Yang Ming knew that he hadn't completely conquered her, but it was probably only a matter of time. "Where are you?" "Commercial Street, Xinhing Department Store." Sun Jia said. 15 minutes later, Yang Ming came to the parking lot downstairs of the Xinhing Department Store. He parked the car directly and went to the elevator. He sent a message to Sun Jia and learned that they were looking at cosmetics on the third floor. Yang Ming went directly to the third floor. Although the mall was big, for Yang Ming, it was easy to find the location of Sun Jia and Xiaoqing. Yang Ming tiptoed behind Sun Jia and Xiaoqing. He wanted to scare them. As he was thinking about what to do, he suddenly saw that Sun Jia suddenly turned around and looked at him with a smile. Even with Yang Ming's strong psychological quality, he couldn't help but be shocked. "What are you doing?" Sun Jia looked up and down at Yang Ming and asked. How did you know that I was behind you?" Yang Ming asked with some wonder. Sun Jia didn't answer, but pointed to the dressing mirror next to her. Xiaoqing saw the two people asking and answering, and she couldn't help but reach out to cover the smile on her mouth. Yang Ming looked at the small mirror with some depression and sighed, "D***mn, this is also okay." I wanted to give you two a surprise. Then please come back next time when you are invisible. Xianxia teased. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly and said, do you want to buy cosmetics? Just looking around. I heard that there is a new brand here called Barbie Brown. There is free makeup training. Xiaoqing and I are going to sign up. Xianxia said, are you interested in going with us? Forget it. Xiaoqing. Xianxia and Xiaoqing registered their names and phone numbers. The other party said that they would call them once the training started. Yang Ming was very surprised. These two people seem to be very busy. How can they have the leisure to listen to makeup training? However, Yang Ming really underestimated the temptation of beauty to women. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun might not be as good. After all, they were at the most beautiful time in their lives. They didn't need makeup and maintenance, but Xiaoqing and Xianxia were different. Both of them weren't young anymore. They would gradually age soon. How could they not take care of their skin? Have you booked a hotel room? Today is Valentine's Day. The room should be very tight. Yang Ming pretended to be very kind and reminded her. Xianxia was so angry that her teeth were itchy. She said in a bad mood, no. Are you afraid? Are you regretting it? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia with a very irritating look. Xianxia was angry, but she didn't want to admit that she was afraid. She just said, it's still early. Why are you in such a hurry? After that, she began to calculate in her heart. How can I let Yang Ming take the initiative to give up that dirty idea? I just said it casually. I didn't think that Yang Ming would really get away. Take it. Xianxia handed a few bags in her hand to Yang Ming. Then, she felt that it wasn't enough. She also handed the bag in Xiaoqing's hand to Yang Ming. As a result, Yang Ming was reduced to the point of carrying someone's bag. Xiaoqing couldn't bear it. She wanted to take it back and carry it herself, but she was stopped by Xianxia. If we don't carry it with him now, he might have some dirty ideas in a while. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming helplessly and apologetically. She also agreed with Xianxia's point of view. If she was alone with Yang Ming, then she was willing to do whatever Yang Ming wanted to do to her. But now, the situation was that there were three people together. Moreover, the relationship between the three people was really weird. Any two of the three people had an extraordinary friendship relationship. They should be close to each other to a certain extent. Now that the three people were together, what if Yang Ming wanted to make a more absurd request? What should she do? In the final analysis, Xiaoqing was still the kind of woman who was more traditional. Otherwise, it was impossible to maintain her virginity before. As for Xianxia, although she seemed to be more bold, it was just a fake bold. So far, Yang Ming was her first man. Therefore, Xianxia was nervous in her heart. She deliberately wanted to suppress Yang Ming's unrealistic evil thoughts. Yang Ming didn't care. He laughed in his heart. Can this tire me out? The training in Europe was 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000 times harder than this. Sometimes, I even trained continuously without sleep for a few days. I survived it. What is this? Since you want to be tired, then be tired. Let's see who is tired in the end. When both of you are tired and can't move, aren't you still at my mercy? Therefore, the three of them had their own ulterior motives. Although Xiaoqing had some sympathy for Yang Ming, she thought that if the three of them were really lying on the bed and doing something shameful, she panicked and continued to insist. Xianxia, on the other hand, wanted to tire out Yang Ming. Don't underestimate Xianxia. Xianxia usually went to the gym, so her physical strength was still very sufficient. In this way, the three of them strolled around from the first floor to the top floor, and then from the top floor to the first floor. They bought more and more things, and they had to send them back to the car several times. This was not the end of it. There was really nothing to shop in the Xinheng department store. The three of them went to other stores on the commercial street. From clothing stores to glasses and watches, there was everything. Xianxia thought, how can I not tire you out? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia and Xiaoqing, who were obviously tired, and laughed in his heart. You two continue to play. I haven't warmed up yet. Xiaoqing's physical strength was not as good as Xianxia's. In the end, she really couldn't hold on. Xianxia was actually holding on. She looked at Yang Ming, who was still full of vigor and carrying big and small bags. She completely collapsed. This guy is really not ordinarily strong. No wonder every time I do it with him, it takes so long. Xianxia thought of this and blushed for no reason. Although her feelings for Yang Ming were somewhat unclear, it was really comfortable when she did it with him. Xianxia was also a woman with normal physiology. She usually had needs, otherwise, she would not be together with Xiaoqing. It was just that Yang Ming was too overbearing. Xianxia was a strong woman. Yang Ming's style made her somewhat uncomfortable. But there were also some contradictions. Xianxia subconsciously also hoped that her man was stronger than herself. However, she now found that Yang Ming had any real strength that convinced her. I'm a little hungry. Xiaoqing, what about you? Xianxia's physical strength was seriously overdrawn. She couldn't hold on. When she saw a restaurant not far away, her stomach suddenly began to protest. Wasn't Xiaoqing the same? She nodded and said, I'm hungry, too. Let's go and eat something first. How could Yang Ming not know the thoughts of these two people? However, he didn't say it out loud. He just followed them into the restaurant. Because today was Valentine's Day, although it was already very late, the restaurant was still very lively. When the three people came in, a table of guests had just left, so there were seats. Xianxia ordered a bowl of beef rice, Xiaoqing ordered a bowl of spaghetti, but Yang Ming was not very hungry. But thinking about it, maybe there were more exhausting things waiting for him at night, so he also ordered a bowl of chicken leg rice. Xianxia looked at Yang Ming gobbling up a bowl of chicken leg rice. She was very helpless. She secretly thought, it's not easy to waste some of his physical strength. Now it's all made up for. Xiaoqing and Xianxia ate and rested for a while. They felt better. The three people left the restaurant. Yang Ming looked at the time on the phone and said, it's late. Shouldn't we rest? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She said calmly, we just finished eating. Let's drink a cup of hot tea. What's the hurry? Okay. Yang Ming naturally agreed to her request. He thought, let's see how long you can persist with me. If I don't take you down tonight, how can I be worthy of little Yunyun's sacrifice? So, the three people found a bar on the roadside and went in. The atmosphere in the bar was obviously not as good as that in the restaurant. There were many men and women mingling in the underworld. After Yang Ming went in, he couldn't stand such an atmosphere. Although once upon a time, he was also one of these people, at this moment, he had already climbed to the top of the pyramid. When he looked at this life that had already passed away for a long time, he felt that it was distant, as if it was a lifetime ago. If it weren't for the deep pain of Suya's departure in his heart, he would have even forgotten those days. Is there a single room? Yang Ming asked the waiter at the door. Sorry, sir. Today's single rooms are full, said the waiter. Oh? Are there no reserved vacant rooms? Yang Ming knew that many bars would reserve a few vacant rooms just in case. Sometimes, when some underworld bosses came, they would be arranged there. The waiter hesitated. The scale of this bar wasn't small. Obviously, there were reserved single rooms. However, he didn't know Yang Ming. It was reasonable to say that the reserved private rooms were only open to some regulars and important people. He had been a waiter in this bar for more than a year. He felt that Yang Ming was unfamiliar. However, since Yang Ming knew that there were reserved private rooms in the bar, it meant that he knew this place very well, so he hesitated. In fact, how was Yang Ming familiar with this place? It was just that most bars in Songjiang City had such a habit. Please wait for a moment. I will ask for you. After the waiter hesitated, he felt that he couldn't make the decision. It was better to ask for instructions first. Yang Ming nodded and waved at him. Of course, this kind of thing didn't need to ask the boss. Generally, they would ask the people in charge of the bar. These people had more connections and knew what kind of people couldn't be offended. Brother Hui, there is a guest who wants an empty private room. The waiter asked Brother Hui who was in charge of the bar. Oh? Who is it? Asked Brother Hui. I don't know. I haven't seen him before. It's a new face. The waiter said truthfully. Take me to see. Brother Hui naturally wanted to go and get some information. Just as he walked to the door, Brother Hui was stunned and immediately ran over with a smile. Brother Yang, welcome, welcome. I will ask someone to prepare a private room for you. As he said to the waiter just now, go, open the door of room 1. I will personally take Brother Yang there. The waiter didn't dare to neglect. They were very clear about Brother Hui's background. A person who could make Brother Hui respect was obviously not simple. Fortunately, he didn't say anything offensive just now. You are. Yang Ming didn't know the person in front of him and looked at him suspiciously. Brother Yang, I am De Hui. Brother Hui quickly introduced himself. De Hui? Yang Ming still didn't remember when he knew such a person. Yeah, I am Bai Hai. Brother Hai's original subordinate, said De Hui. Oh, so you are Bai Hai's subordinate. You are here now? Although Yang Ming didn't know him, with such a relationship, Yang Ming still nodded to him and asked politely. Yeah, I am now responsible for the security work of this bar. Brother Hui nodded and said. Since Bai Hai met Brother Yang, his position rose like a rocket. In a blink of an eye, he became a governor. Although it seemed that both of them were similar, Bai Hai was in charge of the Huasheng Wenyuan, and he was in charge of the bar, but in fact, there was a big difference. Huasheng Wenyuan, whether it was in terms of treatment or the number of subordinates, was much better than here. Moreover, I heard that Brother Hai even got a car to drive. However, Brother Hui was also very satisfied. He had gone from a small hooligan to a big brother who could take charge of his own business. It was also very impressive. Of course, Bai Hai's recommendation was indispensable. Brother Hui's current job was actually to look after the bar, but it was very legitimate to say that he was the security captain of the bar from the Mingyang Security Company. He was in charge of the bar's security. There was a formal contract between the two parties, so it was legal work. In fact, the bar owner also preferred this method. Although it was still guarding the place, it was much more formal than before. Moreover, the discipline of these big brothers guarding the place was obviously better than before, so they wouldn't cause any trouble. Not bad. Work hard. There will be opportunities for you to succeed. Bai Hai's position is not the end. Yang Ming encouraged, you are still young. There are many important positions waiting for you in the future. Thank you, Brother Yang. I will work hard. Brother Hui said excitedly. When Yang Ming said this, he was a little surprised. When did I become so old-fashioned? Sun Jia and Xiaoqing were very surprised. How could Yang Ming say so many inexplicable words as if he was a big shot? Brother Hui took the 3 people to the number 1 private room. The private room was set up behind the bar. It was far away from the front hall, and the environment was very good. Brother Yang, what do you want to drink? Brother Hui didn't need the waiter. He personally took the menu. To serve. Give me some hot drinks. You can have the rest. Yang Ming didn't look at the menu and directly waved his hand. This is your territory. You make the decision. Then I will bring some of our bar specialties. Brother Hui nodded. The menu of each bar was not the same, so Yang Ming didn't know what was good here. Hey, Yang Ming, I really didn't see it. Your face is quite big. After Brother Hui left, Sun Jia asked with some surprise. My face? Yang Ming shook his head. How can it be as big as Miss Sun's face in Donghai? If it was in Donghai, the big boss would come forward to toast, right? Sun Jia smiled. Yang Ming was probably telling the truth. In Donghai, which bar didn't have people looking after it? Most of these people knew her, so it wasn't impossible for the bar owner to come and toast. As soon as his voice fell, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming said, please come in. After that, the door was pushed open. He thought it was a waiter who came in, but he saw that it was a fat man in his 30s who came in. He smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. As soon as he entered the door, he introduced himself. I am the owner of this bar. My surname is Zhu. This is Brother Yang. Welcome, welcome. All the expenses today will be on me. Brother Yang, this is a toast to you. If you need anything, you can find me at any time. Have a good time. After that, Boss Zhu drank the small wine cup in his hand and left the private room. I say, Yang Ming, did you say that deliberately? Sun Jiao looked at Yang Ming very strangely. Why did the boss come to toast just after he said that the boss would toast? This made people wonder if Yang Ming deliberately put gold on his face. Yang Ming also looked inexplicable and spread his hands. Don't look at me. I don't know him. I don't know why he toasted me. Really? Sun Jia obviously didn't believe it. She was wondering if this was deliberately done by Yang Ming, or deliberately showing his ability in front of her to win her heart. However, after thinking about it, it didn't seem to be so. Yang Ming didn't seem to be such a bored person. Moreover, today's incident was just a coincidence. Yang Ming couldn't have predicted their encounter in advance and arranged such a thing in advance. What's more, it was Sun Jia who proposed to drink hot drinks in the bar, not Yang Ming. Therefore, Sun Jia's mind immediately calmed down. Could this be the hidden strength of Yang Ming's identity? What other powerful identities does he have? Thinking of this, Sun Jia decided to investigate Yang Ming. Boss Zhu just went out, and Brother Hui came back again. Together with the waiter, they brought a lot of bar specialties and put them on the table. Then, he said, Brother Yang, these hot drinks and wine are specially made by the bartender. There are numbers on the cups. If you think the drink is good, just tell the waiter directly. Thank you. Yang Ming nodded and asked, Your boss, does he know me? Oh, our boss, he doesn't know you. I just said that you are very familiar with Brother Bao, so he came to toast, said Brother Hui. It turned out to be like this. Okay, I got it. Yang Ming understood why Boss Zhu came to toast. It turned out to be because of Bao Sanli. Brother Hui was very observant. When he saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, he quickly left the private room. After he left, Yang Ming shrugged. Look, I said that I don't know him. Sun Jia also shook her head. It seems that I am thinking too much. Yang Ming is just familiar with Bao Sanli, so he is more popular in Songjiang. Boss Zhu was a person who was better at currying favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open such a big bar. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to meet a big shot. He was worried that there was no excuse to get close to Bao Sanli. Now, he finally had an excuse. Boss Zhu picked up the phone and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Hello? Who is this? Bao Sanli just came back from Xintong town. When he saw an unfamiliar number on the phone, he picked it up directly. Hello, is this Brother Bao? Boss Zhu said carefully. It's me. Who are you? Bao Sanli was now a big manager, so he spoke politely. I am Little Zhu of the Demon Bar. In front of Bao Sanli, how could Boss Zhu dare to be arrogant? Although his actual age was older than Bao Sanli, this thing had nothing to do with age. In many cases, seniority was based on strength. Oh, what's the matter? Asked Bao Sanli. This is the case. There is a younger brother Yang. I heard that he is a friend of Brother Bao. He is in the bar. I just learned that he is your friend. Today, the bar is too busy. If there is anything that I don't take care of, please forgive me. Boss Zhu seemed to be asking for forgiveness in advance, but in fact, he wanted to build a relationship with Bao Sanli. Younger brother Yang? Bao Sanli was stunned. Oh, his name is Yang Ming. Boss Zhu was also stunned. He thought that Brother Hui was using the name of Brother Bao to swindle people. He thought, fortunately, I called. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. Bao Sanli's face immediately pulled down, and his voice became gloomy. Brother Yang is with you? The reason why Bao Sanli was angry was that Boss Zhu called Yang Ming as younger brother Yang. I have to call him Brother Yang. Who are you? You call him younger brother Yang? So what you're saying is that you're more capable than me. More capable than Brother Yang? Boss Zhu listened to Bao Sanli's words without any reason, and his heart suddenly thumped. He thought, this is bad. It seems that this Yang Ming is not someone that Brother Hui used to swindle people, but a person that Brother Bao respects very much. I actually called him younger brother Yang, but Bao Sanli called him brother Yang. Then, what position did I place myself in? How clever was Boss Zhu? He immediately understood the reason why Bao Sanli was angry. He quickly said, Brother Bao, I didn't know it was brother Yang. I will apologize now. I will apologize now. Treat him well. Otherwise, if you annoy brother Yang, no one can protect you. I can't, and President Ho can't. Bao Sanli warned with a lukewarm tone. Boss Zhu was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he called in time. Otherwise, if brother Yang really hated him, wouldn't he be finished? Boss Zhu took a deep breath and couldn't be bothered to wipe his sweat. He ran back to the number 1 private room. The waiters next to the private room wondered what happened to the boss, but no one dared to ask. Boss Zhu took the time to wipe his sweat and then gently knocked on the door. He didn't dare to use too much force. He didn't have the previous atmosphere. Please come in. Yang Ming said casually, thinking that it was another waiter who came to deliver something. However, seeing that it was still Boss Zhu who came in, he was a bit baffled. He didn't know what else he wanted. Brother Yang, I was neglectful just now. Please don't take it to heart. Boss Zhu bowed respectfully as soon as he entered the door. He was cautious and careful. What the hell are you talking about? Boss Zhu's move made Yang Ming really inexplicable. He didn't know what he was talking about. Brother Yang, I know that you are a great person. You are a great person who doesn't take it to heart. I just didn't know how to call you Brother Yang. I am really. Boss Zhu stuttered as he explained. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He looked at Boss Zhu and was a little dumbfounded. He said, just this? Boss Zhu nodded. Brother Bao said that he has to call you Brother Yang. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted him. He said helplessly, I didn't care about this at all. In terms of age, you are older than me. It's normal to call me brother. Okay, it's really nothing. You can go back. Then I will go back? Boss Zhu looked at Yang Ming. When he saw that Yang Ming wasn't joking, he breathed a sigh of relief. You can go back. It's really nothing. You think too much. Yang Ming comforted him. Boss Zhu left. Yang Ming sighed and looked up, but he found that Xianxia was staring at him. Her eyes seemed to want to see through him. He couldn't help but smile. Why are you looking at me? Yang Ming, what do you do? Xianxia asked seriously. Me? What can I do? Yang Ming said innocently, don't you know everything about me? Then Yang Ming, why did he call you Brother Yang? Xianxia didn't give up. This flaw was enough to reveal the shocking secret behind Yang Ming. Do you really want to know? Yang Ming looked at Xianxia lecherously and smiled. Xianxia nodded. Xiaoqing didn't know what the two were talking about. She wasn't a person in the underworld, and she didn't know what kind of power the name Bao Sanli represented. Therefore, he looked at the two of them in surprise. Yang Ming stood up, leaned to Xianxia's ear, and whispered, Do you want to know? Then I'll tell you tonight. When Xianxia heard Yang Ming's words, she was about to explode. She thought that Yang Ming didn't want Xiaoqing, who had never been in contact with the underworld, to know something, so he whispered to her. She didn't expect Yang Ming to actually say such a thing. Xianxia snorted in annoyance and turned her head. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming's smirk and Xianxia's somewhat embarrassed look. She knew that Yang Ming definitely didn't say anything good. She had to mediate in the middle. Well, why are you two like enemies? It's really unbearable to talk like that. I didn't. What I said was very clear. I just said to her. Yang Ming wanted to speak, but Xianxia glared at him fiercely. You shut up. Xianxia was already embarrassed. How could she let Yang Ming say it again? Yang Ming smiled and closed his mouth, but he still looked at Xianxia with a smile. His expression was like, if you want to know about my matters, you have to be obedient. However, Xianxia was really curious. Especially after the scene just now, she was even more curious about Yang Ming's life experience. Sometimes, curiosity can kill the cat, and it can also kill the elephant, and it can. So, Xianxia thought about it. At most, she would follow him once more. That was nothing. Anyway, they had already done it twice, so it wouldn't make a difference this time. At most, she would just lie on the bed and not move. She would close her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. She thought that he wouldn't be interested next time. However, the key problem was Xiaoqing. Xianxia was very sure that Yang Ming was planning something. He wanted to hug both women. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't make up her mind. It was true that she had a good impression of Yang Ming. Even if it hadn't reached the level of love, this kind of hazy feeling was enough. Xianxia gritted her teeth, found a wine-like thing on the table, picked it up, and poured it into her mouth. Originally, Xianxia wanted to drink some wine to boost her courage. If Yang Ming really did something absurd at night, she could blame it on being unconscious after drinking. However, when the wine just entered her throat, Xianxia coughed and wanted to spit it out, but it was too late. What wine is this? Why is it so strong? Xiaoqing thought that Xianxia was sulking with Yang Ming, so she advised, "Little Jia, what are you doing? Why are you drinking?" Xianxia quickly drank a few mouthfuls of lemon juice, and then she calmed down. She opened her mouth and exhaled. It was obvious that she couldn't stand the spiciness. Maybe it was because of shame, or maybe it was because of the wine, but Xianxia's face became red. Her small mouth opened and closed. Yang Ming felt a little hot. This was very similar to the first time he saw Xianxia in the bathroom. When he thought about the scene at that time, Yang Ming was a little excited. Xianxia's breath was a faint smell of alcohol mixed with some fresh lemon flavor. It hit his face, making Yang Ming more restless. If it weren't in the bar, Yang Ming really wanted to pounce on her. Xiaoqing didn't have the same reaction as Yang Ming. Seeing that Xianxia was very uncomfortable, she asked nervously, "Little Jia, are you okay? This wine is so uncomfortable after drinking." Xianxia wasn't the kind of girl who had never drunk wine, but this wine was too strong. After drinking it, it was like burning. What should I do? Yang Ming, you go and ask if there is anything to detoxify the wine. Xiaoqing quickly instructed Yang Ming. No need. Help me to the bathroom. I want to wash my face. It's so hot. Xianxia was sweating because of the spiciness of the wine. After Xiaoqing heard it, she quickly went to help Xianxia. Suddenly, she saw Yang Ming on the side, so she said, "You help little Jia. I will ask the waiter what kind of wine this is." Although Xianxia wasn't heavy, there was a man next to her. Did she need a woman to help her? Moreover, Xiaoqing also knew the relationship between Xianxia and Yang Ming. She knew that there wasn't much taboo between the two of them, so she directly let Xianxia lean on Yang Ming. The two soft lumps on her chest made Yang Ming even more unable to control himself. He secretly rubbed them gently. "You are still taking advantage of me?" Xianxia was too hot. She just wanted to wash her face and wake up. She was too lazy to care about Yang Ming taking advantage of her, but she still complained. There was a separate bathroom in the private room. Yang Ming helped Xianxia into the bathroom. Xianxia suddenly leaned on the wash basin, turned on the faucet, and washed her face. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, you can eat anything, but you can't drink wine indiscriminately. Yang Ming had long heard that there were super strong mixed wines such as Deep Water Bomb in many bars. Xianxia probably drank something similar by mistake. Xianxia washed for a long time before she felt a little better. However, the alcohol began to go to her head, making her a little confused. Her eyes began to blur. When she looked up, her face was still stained with water droplets. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. It was indescribably seductive. Yang Ming took a deep breath and couldn't control himself anymore. He aimed at Xianxia's small mouth and kissed her. It was true that wine could boost courage, but at the same time, it was also erotic. Xianxia was a little hot. After being kissed by Yang Ming, the desire in her body was immediately ignited. She hugged Yang Ming while breathing quickly. Her mouth also began to respond to Yang Ming. Although it felt like he was taking advantage of her, Yang Ming felt that he couldn't use normal means to deal with a woman like Xianxia. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a long time to deal with her. Ah! Xianxia screamed. This was the third time. Every time Yang Ming could give her extreme pleasure, and each time was stronger than the last. Xianxia couldn't explain why. Maybe it was only physical before, but now, it was partly psychological. Yang Ming didn't know if this was a bad taste, but the feeling in the bathroom with Xianxia was indeed particularly exciting. This feeling was similar to having an affair, which made him completely crazy. Xiaoqing went to ask the waiter and learned that this was the bar's characteristic. It was called boiling point of ice. It meant that ice could boil when it came into contact with this kind of wine. No wonder Xianxia had such a strong reaction after drinking it. This kind of wine was generally drunk by men. Brother Hui didn't expect Xianxia to be able to drink it. While apologizing to Xiaoqing, he was busy asking the bartender to prepare a cup of hangover tea and handed it to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing knew that this matter was definitely not his fault, so she didn't bother with him. She quickly returned to the private room with the hangover tea. Seeing that there was no one in the private room, she knew that Yang Ming and Xianxia were still in the bathroom. So, Xiaoqing walked to the bathroom with the hangover tea. She didn't knock on the door and directly opened the door. The scene inside made Xiaoqing shocked. Her hand trembled, and the hangover tea fell to the ground. Xiaoqing didn't expect that Yang Ming and Xianxia actually did that in the bathroom. At this moment, Xianxia's pants were completely taken off on the ground. Her whole body was leaning against the wall of the bathroom, panting. Xiaoqing was so embarrassed that her face was red. Although she had done the same thing with Yang Ming, and she was also familiar with Xianxia's body, when these two people were together, it made Xiaoqing want to find a hole to hide in. If she knew that the two of them were having an affair in the bathroom, Xiaoqing wouldn't have gone in again. This was awkward now. She couldn't continue to stay here, and she couldn't leave. But standing here, she didn't know what to say. Xiaoqing regretted it. She blamed herself for being too anxious. If she didn't listen at the door, she would have noticed this abnormality. After a while, Xiaoqing found that the two of them didn't bother with her at all. Thinking about it carefully, it was no wonder that the two of them weren't facing her. At this moment, they were extremely engrossed, so it was reasonable that they didn't notice her. Seeing that the two of them didn't have any abnormalities, Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left quietly. Then, she closed the door of the bathroom and didn't dare to make a sound. After closing the door, Xiaoqing patted her chest and then sat on the sofa. She only felt that her face was burning. I actually bumped into this kind of thing. Although she knew that Xianxia and Yang Ming had a relationship, knowing and seeing were two different things. But fortunately, they didn't notice that she went in. Otherwise, how embarrassing would that be? It was true that Xianxia didn't see Xiaoqing. She was drunk and confused, and her body was in a state of extreme excitement at the moment, so she didn't notice that someone came in. But Yang Ming was different. Although Yang Ming was also very excited at the moment, he always kept a clear mind. I have a lot of enemies now, so I can't be careless. Besides, multitasking is an ability that an assassin must have. However, although Yang Ming saw Xiaoqing come in, he didn't say anything. Not only did he not say anything, but he also pretended that he didn't notice Xiaoqing. Yang Ming knew that if he called Xiaoqing, it would only increase the awkwardness. Maybe when Xianxia reacted, she wouldn't let Yang Ming continue. Therefore, it was better to let Xiaoqing see it herself. After seeing it, she would leave. This would give her a psychological preparation for his actions at night. Sure enough, Xiaoqing quietly left after watching for a while. Yang Ming smiled and looked at the beautiful body under him. He couldn't help but work harder. Although the bathroom was soundproof, there was only Xiaoqing in the private room. The looming moans inevitably reached Xiaoqing's ears. At first, she felt a little embarrassed. After a long time, Xiaoqing's breathing became rapid. She closed her legs, blushed, and blurred eyes. Xiaoqing couldn't stand it anymore. She had to reach out and cover her ears. If it weren't for Xianxia, Xiaoqing really couldn't help but go in. Xiaoqing shook her head and thought, these two people, I don't know if they are doing it on purpose. Especially Xianxia, this little b***tch. She just said that she wanted to tire Yang Ming out so that he wouldn't have any bad thoughts. In the end, she couldn't hold it in. Moreover, it was actually in the bathroom of the bar. Xiaoqing complained and endured for a long time. Finally, there was no movement in the bathroom. Xiaoqing let out a long sigh of relief. It was really unbearable. She was afraid that the two of them would see that she was not normal when they came out. Xiaoqing quickly tidied up her hair and poured a cup of sobering tea in her hand, pretending that she had just come back. Xianxia gasped. She was exhausted. Although she didn't need to move much, just lying there was also very exhausting. Help me up. Xianxia's voice was lazy. It was different from her usual capable and astute manner, but it had a different kind of temptation. Yang Ming didn't feel anything. Instead, he felt more energetic. He reached out and hugged Xianxia. Where are you hugging? Haven't you taken enough advantage of me at this time? Xianxia complained. She stood up and patted away the two hands that Yang Ming placed on her chest. Then, she said, now you should tell me, right? Yang Ming was stunned after listening, but he immediately understood what Xianxia was asking. He couldn't help but sigh at this woman's shrewdness. She would never forget her business. However, Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled and asked, tell you what? What do you think? Xianxia glanced at Yang Ming charmingly. You promised me before. What are you doing? Oh? You are talking about this. Yes, I promised you that I would tell you at night. After Yang Ming heard it, he pretended to be suddenly enlightened and said seriously. You. Xianxia was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't wait to bite Yang Ming to death. She was angry. Do I have to do it again at night? However, the feeling just now was really comfortable. I was sweating, and even the alcohol was gone. My whole person was unspeakably relaxed. But if I do it again at night, can I stand it? Xianxia shook her head helplessly. She thought, this guy is really energetic. Now, he still looks like nothing happened. It seems that I should give up the idea of exhausting him. Otherwise, I will be the one who gets tired in the end. Xianxia tidied up her clothes and took out a small makeup box to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror. Then, she said, how long have we been here? Can Xiaoqing notice anything? Not long, right? I didn't look at the time. How would I know? Yang Ming shrugged indifferently. He thought, Xiaoqing not only knows, but she also saw it. However, he didn't say it to Xianxia. He just said, she knows. Everything. There is no need to avoid anything. Xianxia didn't know what to do, but she also knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. She had to make herself look more natural and calm. Then, she walked out of the bathroom and complained, this alcohol is really bad. After drinking it, it is really uncomfortable. Xiaoqing just stood up with the hangover tea at this time. When she saw Xianxia coming out, she quickly said, Little Jia, how are you? I looked for a long time before I found this hangover tea. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't let her know. Otherwise, how can I face her in the future? She took the hangover tea in Xiaoqing's hand and said, thank you, but I am much better. I don't need to drink this. That's good. Xiaoqing nodded and then asked, where is Yang Ming? In the bathroom. Who knows what he is dilly-dallying about? Xianxia knew that Yang Ming was cleaning up the battlefield, but she deliberately dealt with it vaguely so that it wouldn't arouse Xiaoqing's suspicion. It was also in line with her usual character. After a while, Yang Ming walked out and saw that Xiaoqing and Xianxia were chatting as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but find it funny. He thought, wait for me to expose today's matter in front of you two at night. Let's see how you react. Seeing Yang Ming come out, Xiaoqing and Xianxia both stood up. Xiaoqing said, let's go? Obviously, Xiaoqing and Xianxia had reached a consensus and planned to leave here. Yang Ming naturally didn't care. He didn't like this kind of place very much, so he nodded. The three of them walked out of the private room together. Dahui was waiting not far away. When he saw Yang Ming come out, he quickly ran over enthusiastically and asked a person around him to inform Boss Xu. However, he was stopped by Yang Ming. Don't bother Boss Xu. You tell him in a while that I thank him for his hospitality. I will visit him again when I am free. Dahui nodded. He knew that Yang Ming didn't like this kind of pretentious display, so he didn't say much. He just followed behind the three of them and sent them out of the bar. After a few steps, he was suddenly bumped into by a girl who ran over. The girl ran very fast. Fortunately, Yang Ming's lower body was relatively stable, so he wouldn't be knocked down. Dahui frowned and scolded him sternly, "How do you walk? Don't you have eyes? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Yang, or I will deduct 1 month of your salary." Yang Ming looked at the girl in front of him. The girl was wearing a bar attendant's suit. After being scolded by Dahui, she immediately lowered her head and explained with some grievance, "Brother Hui, the guest over there was touching me." "Forget it." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Don't blame her." How could Yang Ming care about a little waitress? "Xiaolu, if it weren't for Sister Ji's face, you would have been fired by the boss." Dahui saw that Yang Ming didn't care, and he was relieved. His tone to the girl was much more kind. It is inevitable to be taken advantage of by guests when you work as a waitress in a bar. As long as it is not serious, you just have to bear with it. Otherwise, how can you earn tips? It turned out to be here. "Little girl, what's wrong? Are you looking down on our director Wang? Let me tell you, there are many female celebrities who are fighting to sleep with our director Wang. They can't even get a number. Director Wang touched your butt twice, and you don't want to?" A drunk fat man walked over and pointed to the girl and said, "Let me tell you, if you serve Director Wang well, maybe you can also become a phoenix and become a big star." When the girl heard this, she glared at him. She was completely different from her careful appearance in front of Dahui just now. She scolded the fat man, "Get lost, I feel disgusted when I see him." "What did you say? You mother asterisk cur, don't be so shameless. Let me tell you, even if our director Wang kills you, he can find someone to settle it." The fat man was anxious when he heard this, and he reached out to grab the girl. Yang Ming looked at the fat man's evil face, and he couldn't help but frown. He looked at the girl again and felt that she was familiar. He didn't know where he had seen her. The girl was very beautiful, and her figure was charming. No wonder there were people who wanted to take advantage of her. However, the girl's shrewdness was somewhat inconsistent with her current dress. She kept calling herself Great Aunt, which made people feel a little strange. "Who is this person?" Yang Ming pointed to the fat man and asked Dahui. "A regular here. He drank too much today and forgot himself." Dahui explained. Yang Ming looked up at the fat man and said faintly, "Now you get out of here." "Fuck. Who are you?" The fat man was angry. He vaguely heard that this girl had friends in the underworld, so he didn't dare to be too strong. He just scared her, but the sudden appearance of Yang Ming made the fat man angry. He reached out and wanted to punch Yang Ming. Although Dahui and the fat man knew each other, he wasn't stupid to help when it came to a fight. He directly grabbed the fat man's hand and didn't let him be rash. "Brother Hui, what are you doing?" The fat man was stunned and looked at Dahui with some puzzlement. Dahui quickly whispered in the fat man's ear, "You and I can't afford to offend this person. He is Brother Bao's brother. If you don't want to disappear, don't make trouble." "What? What Brother Bao?" The fat man didn't understand. "What righteous Bao?" Dahui frowned. He thought to himself, why is this fatty so unreasonable? Just as he was about to persuade him a few more words, he saw tour guide Wang walk over. As he walked, he said, "Dahui, I'm taking your waiter away. Tell your boss. Director Wang, you're drunk. You should go back quickly." Dahui's current identity was different from before. His every move was related to the company's reputation, so it was impossible to beat people up. After all, there was a prior agreement. If the guest didn't do anything or didn't do too much, they couldn't beat people up. "I say, Dahui, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? Are you afraid that I can't afford it? Or are you afraid that something will happen?" Director Wang turned to the girl indifferently. "If you go with me, I can let you act tomorrow. Isn't it just a matter of words to give you a supporting role?" "She doesn't want to." "Why are you like this?" Xiaoqing couldn't stand it anymore and said to Director Wang. "Yeah? Director Wang narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoqing up and down. He couldn't help but show a lecherous expression. However, when he saw that Xiaoqing was dressed extraordinarily, he didn't dare to speak casually. He had to resist his desire. This is none of your business. I want to take her away. What does it have to do with you? Well said. Yang Ming looked at Director Wang and said coldly, however, in Songjiang, no one can take anyone away in front of me. Dahui, throw this guy out for me. Yes, Brother Yang. Before Yang Ming spoke, Dahui didn't dare to act on his own initiative. However, since Yang Ming spoke, he didn't have to worry so much. Whether it was his boss, Brother Bao, or Brother Ho, they wouldn't blame him. As soon as Dahui waved his hand, several underlings stepped forward and directly grabbed the arms of Director Wang and the fat man. They dragged the two people out in a very barbaric manner. Aren't you going to thank Brother Yang? Dahui said to the girl, this time, Brother Yang stood up for you. If the boss knows, he won't say anything. Thank you, Brother Yang. The girl wasn't submissive at all. She raised her head and smiled at Yang Ming, but then her face showed a surprised expression. You are Yang Ming? You know me? Yang Ming felt that this girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. He thought that he remembered wrongly, but at this moment, he heard this girl call out his name, which obviously meant that his feeling was right. It's me, Jing Xiaolu. The girl's face showed a happy expression. Jing Xiaolu? Yang Ming frowned. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't remember, Jing Xiaolu quickly reminded him, do you remember that you poured porridge on my head? In the school cafeteria. Yang Ming suddenly remembered who this Jing Xiaolu was, but he had some doubts. The Jing Xiaolu in front of him was very different from the previous Jing Xiaolu. The previous Jing Xiaolu was dressed like a turkey, but this one was pure and pretty. However, the characters of the two were somewhat similar. However, the original Jing Xiaolu, who was full of foul-mouthed words, today's rudest language was only I am your mother. This made Yang Ming very puzzled. Are these two people the same person? Brother Yang, after you taught me a lesson last time, I decided to turn over a new leaf and say goodbye to that Li Longshui. But you can rest assured that he didn't take advantage of me at all. Jing Xiaolu saw Yang Ming's doubts, so she explained. I can rest assured? Why should I rest assured? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming shook his head inexplicably and said, it's good to turn over a new leaf, but you are a student now, right? It's better to focus on your studies. Don't work in the bar if you can. It's too complicated. Then I won't do it? Jing Xiaolu looked up and blinked cutely. Yang Ming found it funny. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But he still nodded and said, then don't do it. He had to admit that Jing Xiaolu was still very beautiful after removing the scribbled makeup on her face. But if I don't do it, how can I live? I have to pay tuition fees, and I have to support my grandmother. Moreover, I have turned over a new leaf. I can't cheat money from rich guys anymore. Jing Xiaolu looked like she was in a dilemma. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. He thought, is it a glorious thing for you to hook up with rich guys? Or, Brother Yang, can I be your mistress? How about I be your mistress? Jing Xiaolu suddenly said. Huh? Yang Ming almost fell to the ground. Be my mistress? Don't I have enough mistresses? What's wrong, Brother Yang? I am very obedient. I will be a very loyal mistress. Really? Jing Xiaolu said seriously, moreover, I am a virgin. Sister Xinyao can testify. Cough cough cough. Yang Ming was speechless. His head was full of black lines. Don't joke around. If you don't have a job, then you can find Ho Zhenhan. I will ask him to arrange a clerical position for you in the head office. Then, there won't be so many problems. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener was interested. Except for Yang Ming and Xiaoqing, everyone present was shocked. Dahui naturally knew what Yang Ming did. Yang Ming actually said that he could do whatever he wanted. This was a commanding tone, which meant that Yang Ming's position was probably above Ho Zhenhan. Sun Jia was the same. she had doubts about Yang Ming's identity. At this moment, when she heard his words, she was even more certain that Yang Ming must have another identity in the dark. As for Jing Xiaolu, she worshipped him even more. She had a good impression of Yang Ming since the last time. In fact, Jing Xiaolu's childhood was very bitter, so she knew that it was difficult for a helpless girl, especially a beautiful girl, to gain a foothold in society. If there was no strong person to protect her, it was hard to say what the result would be. The appearance of Yang Ming made Jing Xiaolu very moved. This was the strong. Only he could protect her from being bullied. After that, she heard Xianxia vaguely say that Yang Ming didn't like her non-mainstream dressing. Later, she saw Lin Jiyun's refreshing appearance. Jing Xiaolu made up her mind to become such a girl. If she didn't cheat rich guys, there would be no money to subsidize the family and pay for tuition. Jing Xiaolu had to find a job through Xianxia's relationship to earn money. She didn't expect to meet Yang Ming by accident. The words that Jing Xiaolu said just now weren't said casually. She had been thinking about it for a long time, and she just happened to take this opportunity to say it. She didn't think that she could make Yang Ming interested in her. Although Jing Xiaolu felt that she was very beautiful and not worse than Lin Jiyun, what kind of person was Yang Ming? There were so many beautiful women around him. The two beside him now were stunning beauties in the world. Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming was very powerful. He actually knew the top figures in Song Zhong's underworld, but now it seemed that he didn't know them. It was simply a commanding tone. Jing Xiaolu's heart immediately became active. She had a good impression of Yang Ming. This time, she was even more determined to make Yang Ming fall in love with her. Although this idea was very unrealistic, there was a way where there was a will. Really? Jing Xiaolu knew that if she kept pestering him, it would definitely have the opposite effect. It was better to deliberately pretend that it was just a spur of the moment. Of course, it's true. Yang Ming said helplessly, so, I will call you. You can report to him tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Brother Yang. You are really a good person, said Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and dialed Ho Zhenhan's phone number. Hello, Big Ho? I am Yang Ming. It's like this. I have a friend who wants to work in the company. Can you arrange a more relaxed office job for her? Okay? That's it. I will ask her to find you tomorrow. Right, call her Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu was really surprised and happy. Yang Ming solved her job in one sentence. However, this wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that she and Yang Ming were in contact. Would she still have a chance to meet in the future? At that time, what reason couldn't she have? When she got her first month's salary, she had to treat, or something else. Jing Xiaolu was very happy when she thought about it. Well, you can go to him tomorrow. Say that I introduced you. Yang Ming hung up the phone and said to Jing Xiaolu. Thank you, Brother Yang. Brother Yang, you are so nice. Jing Xiaolu suddenly kissed Yang Ming's face. Ugh. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He touched his face, but Jing Xiaolu was laughing like a flower. With a sigh, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, don't mess around. Cherish this opportunity. I know. Jing Xiaolu said, Brother Yang, I was just too happy just now. I didn't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand. What did I misunderstand? Yang Ming was angry, but he couldn't say anything. He said and went out of the bar with Xiaoqing and Sun Jia. After Yang Ming left, Dahui looked at Jing Xiaolu, who was very happy, and sighed. Xiaolu, do you really want to pursue Brother Yang? What if I do? Jing Xiaolu straightened her back and said, am I that bad? That's not it, but I think this is not reliable. You'd better discuss it with Sister Gu first so that there won't be any problems. Dahui advised kindly. I will discuss it. Jing Xiaolu nodded and then said, Brother Hui, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will leave tomorrow. Hee, what's there to take care of? Sister Gu told me. Naturally, I have to protect you. It's just that Brother Hui is not the boss. Most of the time, I can't say anything. If you do something wrong, I can only scold you with a black face. Dahui laughed. I know. It doesn't matter. Jing Xiaolu nodded. No matter what, Xiaolu, if you are really rich in the future, don't forget brother Hui. Da Hui said in advance. This is all uncertain. Jing Xiaolu listened to Da Hui's words. Although she denied it, her expression was happy. She decided to call Xianxia in a while and discuss it with her. Da Hui smiled and said, Xiaolu, you come with me. I will find someone to calculate your salary, and then we will talk to the boss together. Okay. Jing Xiaolu happily followed Da Hui and went to settle the salary. Boss Zhu learned that Jing Xiaolu was leaving and that it was Yang Ming's arrangement. Not only did he not deduct Jing Xiaolu's salary, but he also gave her a full month's salary and said some words of blessing. Outside the bar, Sun Jiao looked at Yang Ming with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so popular. You can meet someone who wants to be your lover when you go out. How do I know? I just met her once, and I even poured porridge on her head. Who knows how she came up with this? Maybe she just said it casually? Yang Ming touched his chin and smiled bitterly. Xiaoqing naturally didn't doubt Yang Ming's words, but Sun Jia obviously didn't believe it. Just said it casually? Not necessarily, right? Sun Jia naturally didn't believe that Jing Xiaolu just said it emotionally. Sun Jia was much smarter than Xiaoqing. She could see Jing Xiaolu's eyes at a glance. However, it seemed that Yang Ming obviously didn't have any interest in Jing Xiaolu, so she didn't mention this topic. Yang Ming, did you just call Ho Zhenhan? When they got in the car, Sun Jia never forgot the question in her heart. It's him. What's wrong? Yang Ming was amused. Sun Jia also had times when she couldn't hold it in. Why do I feel that you seem to be ordering him? Asked Sun Jia. What's wrong with that? Asked Yang Ming. Sun Jia was speechless. She thought, do you really not understand or are you playing dumb with me? Obviously, Yang Ming was the latter. Sun Jia was very sure. What is your relationship with him? Do you want to know? Yang Ming asked again. What do you think? Sun Jia was annoyed. Just play dumb with me. Tonight. I'll tell you tonight. I'm driving now. Aren't you afraid that I'll be distracted and get into an accident? Yang Ming looked innocent. Sun Jia took a deep breath and resisted the urge to explode. This Yang Ming is really too annoying. Before, when he was driving, he could separate his hands to touch me and take advantage of me. I didn't see him get into any car accidents, but now he began to speak eloquently. The hotel should be full today, right? Sun Jia didn't want to take advantage of Yang Ming again. Just now, her bones were about to fall apart. Although it was comfortable at the time, the soreness afterward was really unbearable. I don't know about other things, but there should be a place in heavenly earth. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say why. Did you book it in advance? Sun Jia didn't believe that there would be a room without an appointment at this time. You'll know when you get there. Yang Ming didn't explain much. He parked the car directly in the parking lot of Heavenly Earth. The underlings here knew Yang Ming. When they saw the car coming, they were respectful. The leader personally opened the door for Yang Ming. Brother Yang, you're here? The leader of the underlings said quickly. N. Yang Ming nodded and went directly to the elevator with Sun Jia and Xiaoqing. Then, he called Guo Jianchao and told him to arrange a room. Although Heavenly Earth had bought Ho Zhenhan's company, Guo Jianchao was still responsible for the specific operations. After all, he was an old man here and was familiar with it. If it were normal times, Yang Ming wouldn't call him. The lobby manager here knew Yang Ming, but Yang Ming was also afraid that there wouldn't be a room today, so he called Guo Jianchao directly. When Guo Jianchao heard that Yang Ming was here, he quickly ran down from the chairman's office upstairs and came downstairs to greet Yang Ming. Brother Yang. Guo Jianchao saw Yang Ming from afar and ran over with a smile. He said eagerly, I have arranged the room. It's in the attic at the top. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Yang Ming nodded. What's so troublesome about that? We are all working for Brother Yang. If Brother Yang has any instructions, then that would be an honor to me. Guo Jianchao had a flattering look. After he finished speaking, he looked up and suddenly found that Sun Jia was also there. He was a little embarrassed. His face was red as he said, "Sister-in-law is also here." Xianxia was even more surprised. Since the last time she was drugged by Guo Jianchao in the private room, she didn't see any action from Guo Jianchao. Xianxia was still wondering if it had something to do with Yang Ming, but she didn't expect that Guo Jianchao seemed to be taken in by Yang Ming. This celestial world was originally the property of the Wang family where Guo Jianchao was. Now, could it be? Xianxia couldn't imagine it. How could a freshman have such amazing strength? However, it turned out that her guess was really getting closer and closer to the truth. "Jianchao, are you now relying on Yang Ming?" Xianxia decided to get information from Guo Jianchao. What rely on? It's just that Brother Yang didn't mind and used me as a dog. Guo Jianchao didn't dare to be arrogant. Bao Sanli had already frightened him, not to mention Yang Ming, who even Bao Sanli was afraid of. Guo Jianchao never felt that there was anything shameful about being a dog. Now, although he was a dog, he had a lot of face. In Songjiang, who dared not to give him face? Xianxia was shocked. Did Guo Jianchao eat the wrong medicine? He actually compared himself to a dog and seemed to be proud of it. As she was about to ask something, she heard Yang Ming cough. "You go back. Give me the room card. I will go up by myself," Yang Ming said faintly. Guo Jianchao was shocked and suddenly realized that he seemed to have said too much. His face immediately became pale, and even his legs began to tremble. The relationship between him and Yang Ming and Xianxia had some history, so Guo Jianchao wasn't sure if he had said something wrong. "Brother Yang, I was wrong." Guo Jianchao almost knelt down. He was very afraid of Yang Ming. He knew that if he had a little disloyalty, Bao Sanli could kill him in minutes. "What did you do wrong?" Yang Ming frowned. "You go back. I don't mean to blame you." He patted Guo Jianchao's shoulder and said, "Okay, don't be like this. Just do your own thing." Xianxia was even more surprised. Xiaoqing was also a bit inexplicable. Why is Yang Ming a bit strange with the owner of this hotel? Yes. Thank you, Brother Yang," Guo Jianchao quickly promised. After taking the room card from Guo Jianchao's hand, Yang Ming held the puzzled Xianxia in his left hand and the stunned Xiaoqing in his right hand. They went into the elevator together. Guo Jianchao looked at Yang Ming, who was holding the two beauties. He couldn't help but sigh. Really bad *SS. Even a lady like Xianxia had to share Yang Ming with other women. It could be seen that Brother Yang was really bad *SS. It was absolutely right to follow him. The interior suite was on the top floor of Heavenly Earth, which was one floor higher than Shuya's room in the inner attic. This place wasn't open to the public. Originally, only Wang Shifan occasionally visited. Later, the hotel moved to the Mingyang group. Because Yang Ming hadn't stayed there before, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't dare to stay there first, not to mention Guo Jianchao. Now that Yang Ming came over, Guo Jianchao naturally gave this attic to Yang Ming. Moreover, he also decided that this room would be Yang Ming's exclusive room in the future. "Why does Guo Jianchao seem to be doing things for you?" Xianxia asked Yang Ming in the elevator. "If I said that this hotel is mine, would you believe it?" Yang Ming smiled and didn't answer Xianxia's question directly. "This hotel?" Xianxia was stunned, but then she nodded and said, "I believe it." "Xiaoqing, what about you?" "I don't know, but if Yang Ming says so, then so be it." Xiaoqing smiled. She felt that Yang Ming wouldn't lie to her. Moreover, Yang Ming had a very important secret that only she knew. This was enough to make her very happy. Even if Yang Ming didn't accompany her on Valentine's Day, she wouldn't have any thoughts. "You really believe me?" Yang Ming shook his head and said, "But you are right. This hotel is now mine." "Guo Jianchao?" Xianxia continued to ask. Although she was a little surprised, the facts were in front of her. She couldn't help but believe it. He has said it himself. He's just my dog. Yang Ming smiled and said, "If it weren't for the fact that he helped both of us by accident, I wouldn't have used him." Cough. Humph. Xianxia snorted and said, "What did you say?" "I didn't say anything. You asked me, so I said it." Yang Ming shrugged. What about Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan? Xianxia asked again. Let's talk about it later. Yang Ming pointed to the elevator. At this moment, the elevator had stopped at the top floor. I haven't been here yet. Let's take a look together. This place was usually not open. Even if they went up, they couldn't open the door. But today, Yang Ming came. Xianxia temporarily deployed several high-quality waiters and security guards to serve Yang Ming at any time. When the elevator door opened, a waiter bowed and greeted, Mr. Yang, 2 madams, good evening. This was also what Xianxia called after Yang Ming went upstairs to inform them. He told these waiters that Yang Ming brought 2 women up. The waiter's address made Xiaoqing blush, but Xianxia accepted it very calmly. This attic was like a large, independent villa, but there were many entertainment facilities. There was a small swimming pool, a bowling alley, a gym, and so on. It seemed that Wang Shifan had put a lot of money into it. The attic above was a place to rest with independent rooms. Below was no different from the entertainment city. Mr. Yang, do you want to rest now, or do you want to play something? The waiter asked carefully. What about you? Yang Ming turned to ask Xianxia and Xiaoqing. Even Xianxia, who was a lady, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw such a luxurious attic in this hotel. However, what shocked her more was Yang Ming. In Xianxia's heart, there was already a faint answer, but she wasn't sure. The scenery here is really beautiful. Yang Ming stood on the rooftop of the attic and said to Xianxia and Xiaoqing next to him. Yeah, this should be one of the tallest buildings in Songjiang. Xiaoqing nodded. Look, you can see the Ferris wheel of the amusement park from here. Speaking of the Ferris wheel, Yang Ming's heartstrings suddenly moved. Yeah, I just sat on the Ferris wheel with Lin Jiyun. Standing here often, people's mood has become a lot more open. Xiaoqing sighed. Yes, but different people have different moods in the same place. For example, when a small character stands here, there is only excitement and longing, but when a king stands here, there is a kind of arrogance. Xianxia's point of view was always very different. However, most of the time, even the king of a city will feel lonely standing here. Just like your father, Uncle Sun, although he is already standing at the top of Donghai, he must have a lot of enemies, right? Yang Ming smiled helplessly. This feeling is really not very good. If it is possible, it is better not to have it. What you said does make sense, but sometimes we really can't help it. If my dad doesn't hold the power in his hands, then maybe our Sun family can only escape. Xianxia shook her head and didn't agree with Yang Ming's words. Of course, before there is absolute strength, some things can't be lost. Yang Ming sighed and turned to look at Xianxia. In fact, whether it is supporting Bao Sanli or Ho Zhenhan, it is a means of self-protection. But that's not the final goal. Furthermore, I'm also trying to gradually whiten this faction and make it legal. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. I think that Donghai should also refer to it. You mean? Although Xianxia had already guessed it, she was still shocked and covered her mouth. She looked at Yang Ming incredulously. It took her father decades to do it. How old was Yang Ming? Moreover, looking at his understatement, it was as if he didn't see his current achievements as anything at all. Instead, he saw them as a transitional process. No wonder father valued him so much. It turned out that the real situation was like this. Then, the various attitudes between Yang Ming, Bao Sanli, and Ho Zhenhan were easily explained. Xiaoqing didn't know what Yang Ming and Xianxia were talking about, but she also vaguely knew that they were talking about a big secret. Although Xiaoqing didn't quite understand, she didn't ask. She planned to wait for Yang Ming to explain to her later. Yeah, you see, Bao Sanli's security company is very effective. Although it is also a place for people, now it is stationed in those entertainment venues as hired security guards. This kind of gray and illegal business has become a formal legal industry. Yang Ming nodded and continued, actually, the reason we gathered these people in the beginning was to deal with the Wang family. Wang Shifan? Xianxia also roughly understood the process of Wang Shifan's downfall, but it was only today that she learned that there was the existence of Yang Ming in this. And, it's him. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This time last year, probably later, in March, because of Chen Mengyan, I had some friction with Wang Jitao, the son of Wang Jitao. At that time, I was just an ordinary high school student. As a result, I almost went to jail because of Wang Jitao. At that time, I was secretly determined to take revenge. Therefore, there was the integration of Song Jiang's underworld. Bao Sanli was also at that time, and I met him in the detention center. Jail? What happened? Even Xiaoqing didn't know the secret, so both of them asked with some surprise. Sun Jia was shocked when she heard Yang Ming's words. Less than a year. In less than a year's time, Yang Ming actually firmly controlled the underground forces of Song Jiang, and managed them in an orderly manner. It was also at this time that Sun Jia understood her father's thoughts. After all, Sun Hongjun was not young this year. He had to let go of those external affairs one day. This involved a very serious problem, the choice of the successor. Sun Hongjun only had Sun Jia as his only daughter, but his only nephew was not successful. How would he deal with the foundation of the Sun family after 100 years? Although Sun Hongjun knew that his daughter, Sun Jia, was indeed a person who could take charge of things alone, she was a woman. It was difficult to guarantee that she couldn't control the situation, and the people below would not be disloyal. Sun Jiwei was even more of a prodigal son. It was difficult for him to take on such a big responsibility. At this time, the sudden appearance of Yang Ming solved Sun Hongjuan's biggest problem. On the one hand, Yang Ming was not only the person his daughter admired, but what made Sun Hongjun even more surprised was that Yang Ming's identity was the same as his. They were both behind-the-scenes controllers of the city's underworld forces. Moreover, Yang Ming's means and approach made Sun Hongjun appreciate it very much. Sun Hongjun couldn't find such an excellent candidate who was well-matched in terms of social status. Now, he actually took the initiative to deliver himself to him. He would probably wake up from his dream with a smile. How smart was Sun Jia? Naturally, she immediately understood what her father was thinking. She also understood why her father valued Yang Ming so much. Sun Jia was speechless. If her father knew that these weren't the ultimate goal of Yang Ming, how would he feel? He regarded his forces as treasures. He didn't want them to decline after 100 years, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming didn't take them seriously at all. Even the forces in his hands were just a transition. Yang Ming really didn't mean to develop the underworld. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Bao Sanli and the others rush to whitewash it. After all, the title of underworld boss sounded very prestigious. However, if he married Chen Mengyan in the future, if someone investigated this background, it would inevitably implicate Chen Fei. With Chen Fei's integrity, he might not marry his daughter to him. This was naturally not what Yang Ming wanted to see, so Yang Ming worked hard to develop the industry on the one hand. On the other hand, he let Bao Sanli slowly whitewash it to prepare for the future. After all, there were several companies like Mingyang Heavy Industry. It was equivalent to having a foothold in the province. Anyone who wanted to touch him would inevitably have some concerns. Previously, the girl in my car, you all saw her, right? Yang Ming looked up and talked about his past. Her name is Lin Jiyun. She was with me because of that accident. How should I say it? At that time, it was also in Heavenly Earth. Wang Jitao pulled me to drink. I didn't have so many schemes at that time, so I followed. As a result, I didn't know what drug he put in the wine. I think it should be something like an aphrodisiac. Lin Jiyun was completely innocent. She was caught by Wang Jitao's people to frame me. As a result, they didn't expect Lin Jiyun to finally tell the police that I was her boyfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here today. Sun Jia and Xiaoqing both thought that the girl in the car was attracted by Yang Ming because he was a playboy, but they didn't expect the process in the middle to be so complicated. But it's okay. Everything is over. Now, I have the final say in Heavenly Earth. Wang Jitao, hee. Yang Ming didn't continue, but that kind of chilling expression could also let people guess that Wang Jitao definitely didn't have a good ending. After that, Yang Ming turned his head and said to Sun Jia, "Well, I have told you what you want to know. Do you still have any questions?" Sun Jia shook her head. Even if there were, it couldn't be explained clearly in a short time. Sun Jia just roughly understood the outline. It's really unexpected. No wonder you are so arrogant. You crippled the Ouyang second young master in my house, but my dad wasn't worried. Of course, your dad isn't worried. Now, the forces of the three main cities in Donghai, Songjiang, and Jiduan are all in our hands. Even if he uses all the underworld forces in Province P to invade, we are not afraid of him. Yang Ming smiled. What do you mean by we? Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming. I haven't confirmed my relationship with you yet, right? It doesn't matter. Now your dad has the final say. He thinks that he and I are a family. Yang Ming shrugged. Well, it's not early. Let's wash up and go to bed. If there is anything, we can talk about it in bed. Yang Ming didn't say much. Since they were all here, he wasn't afraid that they would run away. As for how to implement his plan at night, he would talk about it later. Yang Ming didn't need to worry about it. Yang Ming knew that these two people would take a long time to take a bath. Especially since they could steam a sauna here, it would be even slower. So, Yang Ming simply went downstairs to rest on the sofa. This Valentine's Day was really busy enough. From morning to night, I accompanied this and that. Although he was envied, only Yang Ming himself knew the bitterness. Suddenly, he thought of Xiaoying, the woman who made his heart flutter. Thinking of that emotional moonlit night, it was still unforgettable. Yang Ming hesitated and took out his mobile phone. He wanted to send a text message to Xiaoying. Originally, he wrote Happy Valentine's Day, but after thinking about it, he deleted it and changed it to Dear, Happy Valentine's Day, Yang Ming who loves you. Yang Ming didn't know that Xiaoying had already told her mother, Wang Guifan, so he sent this ambiguous text message. If Xiaoying questioned, then he could explain that it was to deal with her mother. The same text message was also sent to Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Lan Ling. However, Lan Ling didn't turn on her phone, so she couldn't receive it. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to receive a reply. When he opened it, it made Yang Ming surprised. The first reply was actually from Lan Ling. Hee, after waiting for a day, you finally came. I'm glad that you didn't forget me. Well, I can finally sleep peacefully. Lan Ling who loves you and misses you. Looking at the text message in his hand, Yang Ming's heart suddenly trembled. He had an urge to cry. This girl who loves me foolishly actually waited for my text message. Yang Ming quickly dialed Lan Ling's number, but there was a prompt on the other side, the user has turned off the phone. Yang Ming sighed. Lan Ling had been gone for 4 months. He didn't know how her learning was going. Did she inherit her grandmother's teachings? The phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming was shocked. He thought it was Lan Ling who called back, but when he looked at the number, it wasn't. It was an unfamiliar foreign long-distance call. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Little Yang? I'm Ying's mother. Wang Guifan's voice came from the phone. Auntie, hello. Yang Ming said politely, why are you looking for me? This is the case. Didn't I bring Ying to attend the wedding? As a result, someone here took a fancy to Ying and asked her out today. I just want to remind you. Don't let your rival take the lead. Wang Guifan had always believed that only competition could reflect the importance of her daughter. Therefore, when she found that someone was pursuing Xiaoying, she immediately notified Yang Ming. Although the person pursuing her daughter was from the Sui family, Wang Guifan had no interest in it. In her opinion, the strength of the Sui family was far worse than Yang Ming. Wait, Auntie, why did Xiaoying go? Didn't she say she wasn't going? Yang Ming asked. It just happened that she had just finished writing her report these few days. She had nothing to do, so she came with us. Wang Guifan said, right, we are going back tomorrow, but the tickets are not easy to buy now. Then, Auntie, I will pick you up. How could Yang Ming not understand the meaning of Wang Guifan's words? Really? Isn't that troublesome? Wang Guifan pretended to be troubled and asked. It's fine. Then, how about I come over tomorrow morning, asked Yang Ming. You can come over earlier. Ying misses you. Wang Guifan said. Xiaoying misses me? Yang Ming was stunned and didn't know what to say. He didn't know whether Wang Guifan was telling the truth or not. Okay. Yang Ming hung up the phone inexplicably and stretched. Valentine's Day was really hard to pass. Putting on a coat, Yang Ming came to the balcony and looked at Songjiang under the night sky in the cold wind. This was the city where he had lived for nearly 20 years. He wanted to light a cigarette, but he realized that he didn't know where he had lost his lighter. Maybe he lost it in the sea today, or maybe he didn't know where it was when he was in the hotel with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming had no choice but to put the cigarette back into the box. Suddenly, Yang Ming keenly noticed that someone seemed to be watching him. He turned his head abruptly and found that Xianxia was looking at him from another balcony. Yang Ming was stunned. He thought, am I not the only one on this floor? However, he immediately reacted. Xianxia lived on the top floor, and the attic where he lived was indeed one floor higher than Xianxia. Now, he was in the hall under the attic, which was parallel to Xianxia's room. It was just that half of the space on the top floor was changed into the hall under the attic. Why haven't you rested yet? When Yang Ming saw Xianxia, he was relieved and waved to her. Aren't you not sleeping? Why didn't you come to see me when you came here? Xianxia's voice was very calm. He didn't know what she was thinking. I just came. I thought you had rested. After all, Yang Ming and Xianxia were just ordinary friends. Yang Ming couldn't visit Xianxia every time he came to earthly paradise. Come and chat with me? Xianxia blinked. Now? Isn't it late? Another day? Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Why? Are you accompanying your girlfriend? Xianxia smiled. Yang Ming was helpless. He looked at the time on the phone and said, well, I'll go and sit for a while. And then you come over. I'll open the door for you. Xianxia said with some joy. No need. I'll go over from here. As Yang Ming said this, he jumped out along the edge of the balcony and climbed up Xianxia's balcony like Spider-Man. In a few moments, he stood steadily in front of Xianxia. Oh, your secret love affair skill is good. Xianxia smiled. Yang Ming almost couldn't stand still after listening. He smiled bitterly. I'm doing this to kill people. What does it have to do with secret love affairs? Are you busy on Valentine's Day? Xianxia asked with some sarcasm. How do you know? Asked Yang Ming. I guessed. Xianxia said, I'm leaving tomorrow. The concert here is over. You're leaving tomorrow? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't pay attention to the concert schedule. And I'm going to Macau tomorrow, and then I'll go back to the mainland, but it won't be Songjiang. I'll arrange it then. Xianxia said, thank you for your hospitality during this time. I'm very happy. Yang Ming was wondering why Xianxia wanted to chat with him so late at night. It turned out that she wanted to say goodbye to him. For a while, he was also a little emotional. He recalled the process of him and Xianxia getting to know each other, but it was also very legendary. In the association, Yang Ming was also very regretful about the mystery in his heart. Yang Ming couldn't connect Xianxia and Suya together, but these two people were surprisingly similar in some aspects. After being puzzled, Yang Ming could only attribute it to the world being full of wonders. If there were any similarities, it would be a pure coincidence. I won't say goodbye, but if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Yang Ming sighed and said. Hee, it seems that you really think of me as a good friend? Xianxia smiled. Speaking of it, it's my honor. I have a big celebrity as a friend. It's also very honorable to talk about it. Yang Ming also smiled and said, I'm far from it. If you talk about it, no one will know me. Why do you have to talk about it? Just remember it in your heart. Xianxia didn't care about this. She took a small package from the coffee table and handed it to Yang Ming. This is for you. Valentine's Day gift? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Are you secretly in love with me? Yeah, so what? Xianxia said with a smile, it's just a farewell gift. Open it when you go back. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, I didn't know you were leaving. I will give you the gift next time. It doesn't matter, hee. Xianxia said indifferently, well, go back early. Your girlfriend will be anxious in a while. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly, but what Xianxia said was also true. Sun Jia and the others should have taken a shower. Yang Ming stood up and returned to his room from the balcony. However, Yang Ming still overestimated the speed of Xianxia and Xiaoqing. They hadn't come out of the bathroom yet. Yang Ming even had an evil thought. Are the two of them doing something that is beyond friendship? He wanted to use X-ray vision to see, but he held back. Peeping at my woman is really tasteless. If you want to see, you should see it openly. He knocked on the door. After a while, Sunjia's voice came, "Who is it? What's the matter? Open the door. I want to take a shower too." Yang Ming said casually. "If you have the ability, you can come in through the wall." Sunjia replied seriously. Yang Ming scratched his head and looked at the thin door panel and the fragile door lock, but he was still embarrassed. There were waiters not far away. Although they wouldn't interfere with what he was doing, he was still embarrassed. At this time, he received a call from Xianxia. "Brother Yang, do you want me to ask the waiters to leave?" Yang Ming looked at the few waiters in the distance and looked at the door in front of him. He couldn't bear it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said seriously, "Well, I have to rest, too. Ask them to leave." "Okay, I will inform them." "Brother Yang, call me again if you need anything," said Xianxia. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the waiters' walkie-talkies to receive a short message from the inside. After they bowed to Yang Ming, they left the top floor. After waiting for these people to leave, Yang Ming carefully reached out to the bathroom door handle. Just as he touched it, the bathroom door opened with a click. Yang Ming was shocked. Before he could take back his hand, he saw that Sunjia and Xiaoqing had changed into pajamas and walked out. Xiaoqing was fine, but when Sunjia saw Yang Ming's hand in the air, she laughed mockingly. "Are you thinking about the story of how you are worse than a beast? But it's useless to think about it. The door was locked just now. You can't open it even if you pull." Yang Ming took back his hand awkwardly and smiled. "Are you done showering? Don't you want to shower too? We will give you a place," Sunjia said with a smile. Yang Ming despised in his heart. He thought, "Don't you know that I want to shower with you?" However, at this point, Yang Ming had to walk into the bathroom and close the door without locking it. He thought that Sunjia and Xiaoqing wouldn't come in. If they came in, it would be better. Yang Ming was injured, so he just wiped his body casually. He didn't take a bath or a sauna. Out of the bathroom, Yang Ming shouted twice, but he didn't see anyone. He looked upstairs and saw that a guest room had a "Do Not Disturb" sign. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Apparently, it had been locked from the inside. Yang Ming wanted to see if they were asleep, so he looked into the room with his special ability. He saw that Sunjia was lying by the door at the moment, looking at the movement outside through the peephole. Xiaoqing, on the other hand, was sitting by the bed, looking at Sunjia's somewhat funny behavior. Yang Ming was amused in his heart. It seems that Sunjia is observing me. So, Yang Ming didn't look at the room anymore. He went to another guest room and went in. Then, he lay on the bed and looked at the movement in Sunjia's room with the corner of his eyes. Sunjia thought that Yang Ming would sneak to the door of her room so that she could scare him, but she didn't expect that Yang Ming would enter the room next door. Xiaoqing sometimes wanted to become uglier because there were always some pursuers around her. They pestered her and made her breathless. From Jinggang last year to Zhouruoguang now, Xiaoqing was annoyed. However, sometimes, Xiaoqing hoped that she was more beautiful. Of course, it was when she was with Yang Ming. Because the women around Yang Ming were too beautiful, whether it was Chen Mingyan or Lin Jiyun, they were all first-class beauties. Xiaoqing had no advantage in front of them. Therefore, life was sometimes very contradictory, but if she could choose, Xiaoqing still preferred to be more beautiful. In fact, she was already very beautiful. It couldn't be said who was more beautiful. It could only be said that each had its own merits. Even Yang Ming thought so. Xiaoqing followed her parents to attend this cousin's wedding this time because of Valentine's Day. Xiaoqing was afraid that her mother would come up with another trick to let Yang Ming accompany her on Valentine's Day. In that case, Yang Ming might be disgusted. Because Yang Ming had other people to accompany after all, it was impossible for him to accompany her on Valentine's Day, so in order to avoid embarrassment, Xiaoqing simply came to Mount Jing with her mother and avoided this Valentine's Day. Jiaoying didn't know how to address her mother's third aunt's daughter. Why did she call her aunt? Or what? This kind of kinship was complicated and messy. Her mother's third aunt's daughter was only a few years older than her. If she called her aunt, Jiaoying was unwilling. Originally, her mother's third aunt's daughter, Lu Huishan, was quite dissatisfied that Jiaoying didn't call her aunt. However, since she learned that her man, Sui Guanheng's cousin, Zhou Ruoguang, was interested in Jiaoying, her attitude toward Jiaoying immediately became enthusiastic. Regardless of the seniority, she let Jiaoying call her by her name directly. She said that everyone had their own opinions. Jiaoying was not stupid. She naturally understood what Lu Huishan was doing. However, she was dismissive of Lu Huishan's family's way of pleasing the man. This Zhou Ruoguang was only Sui Guanheng's cousin. Sui Guanheng wasn't the direct descendant of the Sui family's helmsman, let alone Zhou Ruoguang. It could be said that Zhou Ruoguang was far away from the core of the Sui family. Probably, Sui Guanqi didn't even know who he was. However, Lu Huishan wanted to match him with Jiaoying. When Zhou Ruoguang heard that Jiaoying was also studying at Songjiang Industry University and was a graduate student, he was even happier. He was also a student at Songjiang Industry University. He was currently a junior, but he wasn't necessarily younger than Jiaoying. Jiaoying graduated from a teacher's college. After teaching for a year, she went to graduate school, so there was no gap with Jiaoying in terms of age. After Zhou Ruoguang saw Chen Mengyan last time, he was immediately shocked. However, he didn't expect to fail in his pursuit. Instead, he was troubled by the gangsters in the society. Later, he inquired that the gangster who troubled him was very famous in the underworld. Zhou Ruoguang was honest and didn't dare to harass Chen Mengyan again. However, he also told his cousin, Sui Guanheng, about this matter. Although Sui Guanheng promised to avenge him, he didn't take any action. Zhou Ruoguang was somewhat resentful about his cousin's lack of attention, but he also understood that Sui Guanheng was not the core child of the Sui family. Even if he had power, it was impossible to have too much power. The foundation of the Sui family was in Mount Jing, not Songjiang. Even if it was Sui Guanqi, it was impossible to make a move on the underworld of Songjiang. Therefore, although Zhou Ruoguang was somewhat dissatisfied, he couldn't help it. He also knew the difficulties in this. As time passed, this resentment had become a lot lighter, and he gradually forgot about Chen Mengyan. Unexpectedly, when he attended his cousin's wedding, he met the second woman in his life that he was crazy about, Jiaoying. Compared with Chen Mengyan's inexperience, Jiaoying had an indescribable charm. In particular, Jiaoying had worked in the underworld for a year. She was much more mature than Chen Mengyan in both her speech and expression. This made Zhou Ruoguang's heart that had calmed down become excited again. Zhou Ruoguang immediately found his cousin and cousin-in-law. After inquiring, he learned that the girl who made his heart beat was actually a distant relative of his cousin-in-law, Lu Huishan. Zhou Ruoguang was even happier. He still understood the principle of being in a favorable position, so he immediately told his cousin and cousin-in-law about his idea. Sui Guanheng didn't care too much. After all, he didn't have the mood to do this kind of pimping. If you want to pursue the girl, you can pursue it yourself. Why are you telling me? However, Lu Huishan was very attentive. She gave Zhou Ruoguang a guarantee that she would help him persuade Jiaoying. In fact, Lu Huishan had some thoughts. Jiaoying was more beautiful than her, which made her very jealous. However, what was the use of being beautiful? A woman couldn't be invincible just because she was beautiful. Why did so many beautiful girls become prostitutes, and many ordinary women become rich madams? Lu Huishan thought that she was a rich madam. Introducing Jiaoying to Zhou Ruoguang, she felt that it was also a disguised charity to Jiaoying. Moreover, Zhou Ruoguang wasn't a member of the Sui family at all. His family background was far worse than Sui Guanheng's. In this way, Lu Huishan could find a balance. Therefore, Lu Huishan found Jiaoying and bragged in front of her for a while about how powerful the Sui family was. Jiaoying was still very puzzled at first, but after listening, Lu Huishan finally said, "Jiaoying, what do you think of Guanheng's younger brother?" "His younger brother? Sui Guanqi? I don't know him." Jiaoying was a little stunned. "Not Guanqi, but Zhou Ruoguang, Guanheng's cousin." You saw him at the thank you banquet. He is your schoolmate. Lu Huishan explained. Zhou Ruoguang? Zhao Ying thought about it and finally remembered. At the thank you banquet, Sui Guangheng did have a cousin who was from Songjiang Industry University. At that time, she didn't pay attention to his name. She just nodded politely. Yeah, it's that young talent. He looks like a talent. Lu Huishan said, that day, after he saw you, he had a good impression of you. Because he is not familiar with you, he asked me to explore your intentions. What do you think? Ah? Zhao Ying was somewhat inexplicable. He has a good impression of me? I don't know him. If you don't know him, you can slowly get to know him. Lu Huishan said, the most important thing is that Zhou Ruoguang's family is also good. He is quite rich, and he is a cousin of the Sui family. He is also a figure in Mount Jing. If you follow him, you will definitely have a meteoric rise. Huishan, let's forget about this. Don't mention it in the future. I have a boyfriend. Zhao Ying didn't want to know any Zhou Ruoguang. Her feelings for Yang Ming were deep-rooted. Nothing could change it. Never mind that Yang Ming was now very rich and powerful. Even if he had nothing and was still an ordinary student, Zhao Ying would still love him. Zhao Ying, why don't you listen to my advice? Look at me now. What kind of life am I living? How many people are envious? Now the opportunity is in front of you. Why don't you cherish it? Lu Huishan saw that Zhao Ying was not tempted at all, and she was a little anxious. She made a promise to Zhou Ruoguang to persuade Zhao Ying, but she didn't expect Zhao Ying to simply ignore her words. At this time, Wang Guifan happened to pass by and heard Lu Huishan's words. So, she came over and said sarcastically, Huishan, don't try to match them up. You don't know. Yingying's boyfriend is awesome. Don't worry about this. If it were in the past, Wang Guifan would definitely be interested in Lu Huishan's current words, but now, what was the Sui family? Not to mention that Zhou Ruoguang. Lu Huishan listened to Wang Guifan's words, and her face suddenly pulled down. She was somewhat unhappy, but she didn't believe that Wang Guifan was telling the truth. She thought that Wang Guifan was just flattering herself. How could she believe that Zhao Ying's boyfriend was so awesome? She knew Wang Guifan's character. She also belonged to the kind of person with strong vanity, so she must be deliberately looking for face at this moment. Really? Who is it? I basically know all the awesome people in Mount Jing. Tell me, said Lu Huishan. It's not Mount Jing, it's Songjiang. How could Wang Guifan be afraid of her? She had seen Yang Ming's strength in Songjiang. Lu Huishan naturally didn't know Songjiang's Lu Huishan. Even if Wang Guifan casually said someone, she couldn't verify it, but she still said, really? How awesome is he? He bought a BMW for me and a villa for Yingying, said Wang Guifan proudly. Really? Lu Huishan obviously didn't believe it. What about the car? The license plate hasn't been put down yet, so he didn't drive it over, said Wang Guifan. Really? Lu Huishan snorted. Then why didn't he come together? He still has things to do, but when we go back, we can let him pick us up. Wang Guifan boasted. Although Wang Guifan said so, Lu Huishan still didn't believe her words. It was no wonder. If Zhao Ying had such a boyfriend, why didn't Wang Guifan say it before? She didn't believe that Wang Guifan could keep calm. Besides, when her mother called Wang Guifan before, Wang Guifan said that she was envious of them. In just 2.5 days, Zhao Ying found a rich boyfriend? Therefore, Lu Huishan didn't care. She told Zhou Ruoguang to pursue her. Zhou Ruoguang thought that Lu Huishan had moved Zhao Ying's heart, so he was very happy. So on Valentine's Day, not only did he buy flowers for Zhao Ying, but he also asked Zhao Ying to go shopping together. Zhao Ying naturally wouldn't agree, and she didn't accept the flowers. Zhou Ruoguang suddenly felt that he had lost a lot of face, so he complained to his cousin, Sui Guangheng. Sui Guangheng couldn't say much because Zhao Ying was Lu Huishan's relative. He looked at his cousin who was aggrieved and said helplessly, well, I will help you with this. Thank you, cousin. Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed and quickly asked, what should I do now? Isn't this simple? I tell you, the more beautiful a woman is, the more vain she is. Your attack is not in place. Sui Guanhing said disdainfully, later, I will lend you my car. You can buy a diamond ring. I don't believe she won't be tempted. Diamond ring, but... Zhou Ruoguang said in embarrassment, my dad will definitely not give me so much money. Hee, this is a bank card with 100,000 yuan in it. You can spend it first. Sui Guanhing took out a card and handed it to Zhou Ruoguang. This? I can't afford it. Zhou Ruoguang hesitated, but his hand had already reached for the bank card. Cough. I am your brother. Do you still need to return the money I give you? Sui Guanhing waved his hand and said, if it's not enough, ask me for more. Don't lose face for the Sui family. That's right, that's right. Brother, don't worry. I will go now. Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed when he heard that he didn't need to return the money. Wait, now that Zhaoying is not interested in you. If you ask her out, she will definitely not agree to you, but you can find other high-sounding excuses. Sui Guanhing waved his hand and called Zhou Ruoguang back. Ah. Cousin, what good ideas do you have? Zhou Ruoguang heard that it was indeed the case. If Zhaoying didn't go out with him, then what was the use of driving a good car? Of course, I have an idea. Sui Guanhing said, you are my cousin, and Zhaoying is a relative of your cousin-in-law's family, so you are also relatives. At that time I will talk to your cousin-in-law and let her tell Zhaoying that we have just gotten married. We haven't bought a lot of wedding supplies, so let her help to buy them. I don't think she will have any ideas. You can go with her at that time. After that, you will have to take care of yourself. This is a good idea. Zhou Ruoguang nodded after listening. Then it will all depend on your arrangement. Don't worry. You just wait. Sui Guanhing nodded. Yang Ming leisurely laid on the bed, using the corner of his eyes to observe the movements in the opposite room. At first, Xianxia thought that Yang Ming was confusing her. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't see Yang Ming come out of the room next door. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is this Yang Ming deliberately playing with me and Xiaoqing? How is it? Seeing Xianxia's angry look, Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming went to another room to sleep. Xiaoqing said in a bad mood. Isn't that good? Isn't that what you want? Xiaoqing smiled. I think he's playing hard to get. He wants us to take the initiative to find him. Xianxia analyzed. So what if it is? Xiaoqing didn't care. She and Yang Ming were considered an old couple, but she didn't know why Xianxia was still acting so reserved. The reason why Xiaoqing thought that Xianxia was pretending was because she saw an amazing scene in the bathroom of the bar before. She couldn't help but do it with Yang Ming outside, but she began to be reserved when she came back. Let's lock the door and sleep. Ignore him. Xianxia simply locked the door, then returned to the bed. She sat down, stretched, and said. Really? Do you really think so? There were only 2 women, so Xiaoqing's words became bold. This was also because she had a relationship with Xianxia before. Both of them knew each other, so they didn't have to hide their words. What else can I think? Xianxia was stunned and said, AI? I say, Xiaoqing, why do you seem to have a hidden meaning in your words? No, I just think that you can't help it. Xiaoqing snickered. Your needs are stronger than mine, right? Hey, then I will look for you, not him. Or, let's revisit our old relationship? After Xianxia heard it, she was not shy at all. Instead, she joked. It was understandable. With the previous relationship between the two, there was nothing to be shy about. I don't want to. Xiaoqing shook her head and said, don't even think about it in the future. Now that I think about it, we can still do such a boring thing with relish. It seems that after you and Yang Ming, you can't extricate yourself. Xianxia said sarcastically. You're still talking about me? Aren't you the same? Xiaoqing didn't have her usual calmness at the moment and argued with Xianxia. What about me? I don't even have time to guard against him. Although Xianxia felt that the feeling was very good, before the relationship was confirmed, Xianxia felt that Yang Ming was more like violating her. Liar, I don't know who it was. In the bathroom of the bar, the scream was going to kill me. Xiaoqing saw that Xianxia didn't admit it, so she exposed Xianxia's behavior. Anyway, Yang Ming wasn't in front of her, so she didn't avoid it. Xianxia was shocked, but she didn't expect Xiaoqing to know what happened in the bathroom today. She was suddenly embarrassed and couldn't speak. She just vowed to guard against Yang Ming, and it became a joke in a while. Moreover, it seemed that not only did she not guard against Yang Ming, but she looked for every opportunity to have an affair with him behind Xiaoqing's back. That's because I was drunk. Xianxia stuttered and explained. What's the saying? An explanation is a cover-up. Besides, when I saw it, you were very immersed. I dropped the glass on the ground, but you didn't notice. Xiaoqing didn't believe Xianxia's words. Xianxia couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. She was blushed by Xiaoqing's words. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ming was convulsing with laughter next door, dancing with joy. He had been paying attention to the movement in the next room. Although he couldn't hear the sound, he could read lips. Yang Ming didn't expect that the docile Xiaoqing and Xianxia would say such amazing things when they were together. Looking at Xianxia's little sun-like face, Yang Ming almost passed out from laughter. Yang Ming thought, since the two of them have already talked about it, isn't my opportunity coming? Yang Ming stood up quietly and walked to the door. However, he still paid attention to the movement in the next room. Xianxia was angry. She got into the quilt and didn't come out. Xiaoqing covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. This kind of door lock was not an obstacle for Yang Ming at all. He easily opened the door lock with a paperclip and then swaggered in. Yang Ming? How did you get in? Xiaoqing was stunned. She thought, could it be that Xianxia is overflowing with lust? She said that she locked the door, but in fact, she left the door open for Yang Ming. Yang Ming closed the door gently, and then he instantly locked the door and destroyed the door lock. It was impossible for anyone to run out in a while. It was the first time. He always had to be tough. After the first time, the second and third time would not be a dream. Little Jia, Yang Ming is here. Xiaoqing patted Xianxia, who had gotten into the quilt with her whole body and head. Liar. I locked the door. How could he come in? Xianxia didn't believe it. You are lying to me. I won't be fooled. Really, I didn't lie to you. Xiaoqing smiled bitterly. Who would believe it? I think you are probably crazy thinking about Yang Ming and hallucinating. Xianxia was just humiliated by Xiaoqing. How could she believe her at this moment? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Xiaoqing said helplessly. I won't look. Xianxia refused. If you don't want to look, then don't look. If you don't look at me, then I will look at you. Yang Ming suddenly said loudly. Hey. Xianxia was stunned and said with some surprise, I also have hallucinations? However, Xianxia immediately got out of the quilt and stared at Xiaoqing. Say it. Did you secretly open the door and let him in? Xianxia was confused by Xiaoqing's anger. She didn't expect that Xiaoqing was sitting next to her from beginning to end. If Xiaoqing went down to open the door, how could she not know? Okay, you two don't suspect each other. I opened the door. Yang Ming raised the paper clip in his hand and gestured. However, unfortunately, although the door was opened, the door lock seemed to be broken by me. Yang Ming's sentence made Xiaoqing and Xianxia blush. It seemed that they were indeed oversensitive, but they underestimated Yang Ming's means. The door lock is broken? Xianxia frowned. Did you deliberately break it? Whatever you think, but it seems that the three of us have to sleep in the same bed tonight. As Yang Ming said this, he reached out and turned off the light in the room. The room was suddenly dark. The sudden darkness made Xiaoqing and Xianxia panic. They couldn't see where Yang Ming was. However, Yang Ming could see them. Yang Ming walked to the bed and lay in the middle of the big bed. He said to himself, the night is long, and I can't sleep. And, who should I be intimate with first? Xianxia has already come once today. It should be Sister Xiaoqing. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Yang Ming's thick skin made Xiaoqing and Xianxia blush. Both of them moved to both sides of the bed at the same time. They didn't want Yang Ming to touch them. However, when Yang Ming made up his mind, how could it be so easy to change it? Instead of saying that Yang Ming was forcing it, it was better to say that Xiaoqing was giving in half-heartedly. Although Xiaoqing was shy, she knew that Yang Ming wouldn't let her go so easily. She simply gritted her teeth and thought, anyway, it's dark. Xianxia can't see it. At most, I can just hold it for a while and not make a sound. Since she had this mentality, Xiaoqing didn't struggle anymore. Yang Ming pushed her to the bed and began to enjoy Yang Ming's gentleness. However, Xiaoqing's idea was good, but the actual situation was completely different. Especially Xianxia, how could she easily let her go? Xianxia was embarrassed by Xiaoqing just now. She was angry in her heart because she couldn't find a chance to retaliate. Now that there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could she not take revenge? With a paw sound, the light in the room suddenly lit up. The dazzling light made Xiaoqing's eyes blank. Before she could react to what was going on, she heard Xianxia's gloating laughter. You looked at me during the day. Now I look at you. Is this fair? Yang Ming had actually noticed Xianxia's action long ago. Although it was in the dark, what could be hidden from Yang Ming's eyes? However, Yang Ming did not stop it, but let Xianxia continue to mess around like this. If the two of them were of one mind, then Yang Ming was really helpless. The current situation was exactly what Yang Ming wanted to see. Xiaoqing was shocked and quickly grabbed the quilt on the side to cover her body, but she found that she grabbed nothing. It turned out that Xianxia was prepared and took the quilt to the side. After turning on the light, Xianxia didn't even check whether the door lock was really broken. Instead, she walked over with a smile and stared at Xiaoqing, looking up and down. Xiaoqing was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She and Yang Ming were doing this kind of thing, and they were actually watched by the side. It was really embarrassing. She covered her face with both hands, but it was useless. However, at this time, Yang Ming was a little faster, causing Xiaoqing's body to twist unnaturally, and her mouth couldn't help but let out a burst of moans. The natural reaction of the body made Xiaoqing unable to stop, but the shame in her heart made her hate Xianxia. Didn't I just take a look during the day? And I immediately backed out. Now you're good. You come and look with the light on. However, this kind of situation similar to an affair made Xiaoqing reach the peak faster. Although her body was exhausted, Xiaoqing resisted and got up. When she saw Xianxia laughing over there, she clenched her teeth and pulled her directly to the bed. She told Yang Ming, it's her turn. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Xiaoqing to help him continue to push down Xianxia. He shook his head in amazement and smiled bitterly. It seems that when a woman loses her mind, she can really do anything. Xianxia was complacent. She didn't expect Xiaoqing to pull her to the bed. She was struggling, but Xiaoqing held her down. This time, the tables have turned. It's my turn to look at you. Xianxia was shocked and remembered that she was indeed a bit too much. No wonder Xiaoqing would be so angry, but it was too late to regret. Yang Ming had already pressed her down. Xianxia finally understood what it meant to be doomed to self-destruction. Just now, she was still smiling and looking at other people's Western mirror. Now, retribution was on her. Since Xianxia was not like Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't as shy as Xiaoqing. What's more, she had already been seen once today. Now, she was just going for broke. The proudest one was Yang Ming. The little conflict between the two women benefited him. Although the final result was not perfect, Xiaoqing and Xianxia would rather stand and not sleep than let Yang Ming's idea of sleeping with them succeed. Yang Ming had no choice but to kick open the broken door lock and leave alone. To Yang Ming's surprise, the next morning, Xianxia and Xiaoqing walked out of the room while talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. It was as if the scene last night had never happened at all. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. The friendship between women is really weird. It's hard to figure it out. He wanted to send them back, but Xianxia refused. Xiaoqing also got in Xianxia's car and watched them leave. Yang Ming shook his head. Last night's situation, I don't know if there will be a second time. After eating breakfast in a hurry, Yang Ming drove to Mount Jing. Wang Guifan had called several times to urge him. She said that Zhao went out with the love rival and asked Yang Ming to come over as soon as possible. Yang Ming was a little surprised. Why would Zhao go out with that man? After asking, he knew that it was a trap set by the other party. The incident at that time was like this. Early in the morning, Lu Huishan began to complain, this wedding was too rushed. I didn't buy a lot of wedding supplies, especially a change of bed sheets. I don't have them. Isn't it just a bed sheet? Can't you just buy some? Sui Guanhing said disapprovingly. Who is going to buy it? Are you going to buy it? Lu Huishan asked in annoyance. Of course, I can't go. There are so many guests to accompany. If I leave, what will happen? Sui Guanhing shook his head and said. What should I do? Am I going to buy it? I still have so many relatives and friends here. How can I leave? Lu Huishan retorted, right, today my high school buddy, Xiaosong, is coming over. I definitely can't leave. Then just make do with it. Isn't the bed sheet newly laid a few days ago? Sui Guanhing said casually. Make do with it? You can make do with it, but I can't. Lu Huishan suddenly got angry. Besides, why should I make do with it? I just got married, and you asked me to make do with it. I don't know what will happen in the future. Maybe you will ask me to live in the garbage station. What do you mean? What garbage station? Sui Guanhing was angry when he heard Lu Huishan's words. Can you not speak so crudely? What does this have to do with the garbage station? As a result, the two people quarreled at home early in the morning, attracting the onlookers of the relatives and friends who lived here. Lu Huishan's mother, Wang Guifan's third aunt, also rushed over and quickly persuaded, Huishan. Don't quarrel. Isn't it just a bed sheet? Is there a need to quarrel like this? I will buy it for you. Isn't that enough? Mom, I don't mean that. I just like to be clean since I was a child. I don't want to make do with it. Lu Huishan said with some embarrassment. I will buy it. I will buy it. Don't quarrel. Third aunt waved her hand and said, you two have a good life. Why are you quarreling? Yeah, right, I can't leave today. Your dad's sister-in-law is coming over today. Why don't you buy it tomorrow? Tomorrow. No, I really can't make do with it. Lu Huishan said with some embarrassment. Right, Ying, are you okay? Third aunt suddenly turned to look at Zhao and asked. Me? Nothing. Zhao was stunned and said. How about this? Can you help Huishan buy a few bed sheets and quilts? Sorry to trouble you. Third aunt asked politely. No matter what, this third aunt was her own elder. Moreover, she was an elder of 2 generations. Since she asked for it, Zhao couldn't refuse. So, Zhao quickly responded, okay, I will buy it, but if it's not to your liking, don't blame me. How can that be? Third aunt smiled and said, right, you are unfamiliar with Mount Jing. Find someone to be your driver. That's fine too. Zhao didn't think much about it and nodded. Let Zhou go. He is little Sui's cousin. I am relieved if he accompanies you. Third aunt waved to Zhou. Little Zhou, come. You accompany Ying to buy bed sheets. How about it? Is there any problem? No problem. Don't worry. Auntie. Zhou walked over with a normal expression, but he was happy in his heart. My cousin's idea is really great. Ah. Zhao was stunned. She didn't expect this third aunt to ask Zhou to accompany her. Zhao immediately didn't want to go, but in front of so many elders, it was unreasonable for her to go back on her words. If others asked why, and she said that it was because Zhou pursued her, it was obviously a bit too pretentious. Zhao couldn't be helped. She nodded and went out with Zhou. Zhou had learned his lesson from the last time. He didn't show too much interest in Zhao. Instead, he acted according to his cousin's words. He acted like a gentleman, just like a noble young master. Miss Jiaoying, please get in the car. Zhou Ruoguang opened the door of the Audi A4 and made a gesture of invitation. This car belonged to Sui Guanheng. He wasn't the core child of the Sui family. The car he drove couldn't be too ostentatious, so this Audi A4 was his most proud car. Jiaoying couldn't be helped. She only wanted to buy the bedsheets as soon as possible and then come back to report. After getting in the car, Zhou Ruoguang drove the car to the largest commercial building in Mount Jing. However, after looking for a long time, he didn't see a parking spot, so Zhou Ruoguang parked the car directly at the entrance of the commercial building. Just stop here? Jiaoying looked at the place where Zhou Ruoguang stopped. She couldn't help but frown. This was the main entrance of the commercial building, and it was also the main passage for the flow of people. Whether this car was parked here properly or not would affect others. However, Jiaoying's sentence made Zhou Ruoguang misunderstand. He thought that Jiaoying was surprised by his arrogance, so he smiled and said, "Hey, in Mount Jing, isn't the Sui family's car parked wherever they want? If they want, they can also park in the pedestrian street." Jiaoying was speechless for a while. She thought, this person is really unreasonable. I have seen a lot of rich and powerful people, but none of them are as arrogant as him. Jiaoying didn't say much, lest he started to brag again. She just wanted to buy the things and leave as soon as possible, so she got out of the car and walked into the commercial building. Zhou Ruoguang locked the car and ignored the passers-by who looked at him with contempt. He strode behind Jiaoying and entered the commercial building. After Jiaoying left, Wang Guifan quickly called Yang Ming and told him that Jiaoying and Zhou Ruoguang went out together. She also told Yang Ming the address of the commercial building where they might go, as well as Zhou Ruoguang's car type and license plate number. She asked Yang Ming to go directly. Yang Ming listened to this somewhat far-fetched reason and knew that it must be that Sui Guanheng and Lu Huishan were acting. What a joke. How can a newlywed not buy bedding? Since one set was bought, why couldn't they buy another set? However, when he heard the name Zhou Ruoguang, Yang Ming was somewhat familiar, but he forgot where he heard it, so he didn't care too much. He was just a cousin of Sui Guanheng. Even if there was a conflict with him, the Sui family was unlikely to stick up for him. Then again, even if Sui Guanqi stuck up for him, would Yang Ming be afraid of him? Driving all the way, Yang Ming soon came to Mount Jing. This was the first time he came to Mount Jing, but the prosperity here made Yang Ming marvel. Songjiang could only be regarded as a small developing city compared to here. It was comparable to the provincial capital, Donghai. According to Wang Guifan's prompt, Yang Ming drove the car in the direction pointed by the navigation. Yang Ming drove to the city's largest shopping mall. After looking for a long time, there was no parking space. Yang Ming had to sigh at the average living standard here. So many people who owned cars came here to shop so early. If it were Songjiang, there would not be so many cars in the parking lot. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only go around another street, park the car in front of an office building, and then walk back to the mall. Yang Ming was very contemptuous of those who parked on the side of the no parking road or in the middle of the pedestrian passage of the commercial building. Even in Songjiang, Yang Ming's car had some privileges, and it had never violated the rules. Although Yang Ming's eyes were good, it was very difficult to find a car in this huge parking lot. However, Yang Ming saw Zhou Ruoguang's Audi A4 at a glance because it was too conspicuous. This guy parked the car in the middle of the pedestrian passage of the shopping mall, and there was a big no parking sign next to it. Yang Ming secretly despised this Zhou Ruoguang once again. Not only did Yang Ming despise him, but the customers who couldn't walk back and forth often scolded him. Yang Ming came to the front of the car and looked inside. There was no one there. Obviously, this guy and Jiaoying entered the mall together. Yang Ming wondered if he should add something to his car. For example, deflating the tires or breaking the door lock. As for the dangerous thing like breaking the brakes, Yang Ming didn't dare to do it. If Jiaoying still took this car back, it wouldn't be a normal F***ck. As Yang Ming was thinking, someone patted him on the shoulder. Yang Ming was stunned. He turned around and saw a traffic policeman standing behind him. What is it? Yang Ming asked. This is your car? You can't park here. The traffic policeman pointed at the Audi A4 and said. I can't drive away. Yang Ming was stunned and said helplessly. The car wasn't even his, so where was he going? If you don't drive away, I'll give you a ticket. The traffic police said with some displeasure. Go ahead. Yang Ming nodded and said indifferently. Of course, it didn't matter. The fine wasn't Yang Ming's money. What kind of attitude is that? Seeing that Yang Ming didn't seem to care about the fine at all, the traffic police immediately said angrily, you parked illegally and have a bad attitude. Do you know that I have the right to tow your car? Oh. Yang Ming looked at the Audi A4 and said with a sinister smile, okay, if you have the ability, you can tow him away. Okay. The traffic police was speechless. He originally thought that he could scare Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't care at all. So, he took out his walkie-talkie and asked the command center to send a tow truck over. After a while, a tow truck drove over aggressively. The traffic police looked at Yang Ming and then looked at the tow truck. I'll tow it away? Hey, you really called for it. If you have the ability, you can tow it away. Yang Ming said indifferently. Seeing Yang Ming's attitude, the traffic police didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and the tow truck came over and towed the Audi A4 away. Yang Ming shrugged and sighed. You can't blame me. Who told you to park illegally? Yang Ming was too lazy to look for Zhou Ruoguang. In a public place like the mall in broad daylight, Zhou Ruoguang wouldn't dare to do anything inappropriate. Yang Ming found a bench on the side of the road and sat down, waiting for them to come down. Zhao just wanted to quickly buy the bedsheets and leave, but Zhou Ruoguang was looking left and right. He walked and stopped and commented on the counters that he passed by. Look at this bonsai. How beautiful. When I get married in the future, I will definitely put a few on display at home. This is called life. Zhou Ruoguang boasted, my wife has to live the life of a noble lady. Zhou Ruoguang hadn't stepped into society, so his thinking was very naive. In addition, he usually watched some messy soap operas and thought that girls would fall in love with noble young masters. So, now he kept boasting about the so-called life of the upper class. Zhao wasn't the kind of girl who loved vanity. Besides, her thinking wouldn't be so simple. How could she listen to Zhou Ruoguang's boasting? At first, because of the relationship between relatives, she had to agree. In the end, she was impatient. She coughed twice and said, let's go buy the bedsheets. They are waiting for us to go back. Zhou Ruoguang saw that Zhao Ying's expression was really impatient, so he stopped. However, he still didn't give up. When he passed by the jewelry counter, he couldn't help but say, Zhao Ying, what do you think about this ring? This diamond is big. Zhao Ying frowned. She couldn't help but look in the direction that Zhou Ruoguang pointed. The ring was quite beautiful, and the diamond was quite big. However, Zhao Ying wasn't in the mood to appreciate these with Zhou Ruoguang, so she said perfunctorily, it looks very good. Then, should I buy it for you? Zhou Ruoguang was overjoyed. He thought that Zhao Ying was tempted. However, Zhao Ying was indeed a little tempted, but it depended on who bought it for her. If Yang Ming bought it for her, she would gladly accept it. However, if it was Zhou Ruoguang, then she wouldn't accept it at all. Zhou Ruoguang, the two of us can only be said to know each other or be schoolmates. We can't even be considered friends. Do you think that if you buy something for me, I will accept it? Zhao Ying's face became serious. What's wrong with this? If you like it, I will buy it for you. Can't you just treat me as your friend? Zhou Ruoguang said. Well, I am going to buy the bedsheets. If you want to follow me, then follow me. If you don't want to follow me, then forget it. But I don't want to listen to you talk to me about these useless things. Zhao Ying finally blamed him mercilessly. Zhou Ruoguang was embarrassed by Zhao Ying's words. He could only follow behind Zhao Ying and walk with her to the counter of the bedding products. After buying the bedsheets, Zhao Ying ignored Zhou Ruoguang. She went straight down the elevator and walked to the entrance of the commercial building. Zhou Ruoguang followed behind with an unhappy face. He was thinking about Zhao Ying's reaction just now. Why was Zhao Ying not tempted after listening to what he said? Outside the commercial building, Zhou Ruoguang just took out the remote control of the car and wanted to open the door, but he suddenly found that his car was gone. He was shocked and shouted to the passers-by on the side, "Where is my car? Where is my car?" Zhao looked at Zhou Ruoguang's appearance. She looked down on him in her heart. He didn't have any bearing in calmness. The difference between him and Yang Ming wasn't just thousands of miles. It was even farther. Zhao. Yang Ming stood up from the bench at this time and waved to Zhao. Yang Ming. Zhao was thinking about Yang Ming. Suddenly, she heard Yang Ming's voice. She was suddenly happy. She looked up and saw Yang Ming waving to her. She didn't care about Zhou Ruoguang next to her and quickly ran over here. Zhou Ruoguang was depressed because of Zhao in the commercial building. Now, his car was inexplicably missing. His mood was even worse. When he heard that a man called Zhao, and Zhao ran over happily, he suddenly became angry. He rushed to Yang Ming and pointed at Yang Ming. "Who are you?" When he was pursuing Chen Mengyan, although he had a chance to meet Yang Ming, how could he remember? So, except that he felt that Yang Ming was familiar, he didn't know who he was. "I am Ying Ying's boyfriend." "Why? Do you have any advice?" Yang Ming smiled and held Zhao Ying's hand. Boyfriend? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned, but then he looked at Yang Ming up and down. Yang Ming didn't put him in his eyes at all. After saying a sentence, he ignored him and said directly to Zhao Ying, "My car is parked over there. Let's go." Unlike this guy, it was parked in the pedestrian passage and was towed away by the traffic police. "What? My car was towed away?" Zhou Ruoguang was shocked after listening to Yang Ming's words. This car wasn't his, it was Sui Guangheng's. He would inevitably be scolded when he went back. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at the few cars next to him. They were just stuck with tickets, but they weren't towed away. He wondered, why is my car being towed? "Oh, I was standing next to your car. A traffic police came over and asked me to drive the car away. I told him that I couldn't drive it away. Then he said that he wanted to issue a ticket, so I let him just stick it. He was angry, so he towed your car away." Yang Ming pretended to just remember and said to Zhou Ruoguang with sympathy. F***ck. Zhou Ruoguang was about to explode when he heard it, and his eyes were burning. However, Yang Ming had already walked away with Zhao Ying. Zhou Ruoguang was furious and chased after Yang Ming. Suddenly, he remembered that Yang Ming also drove. At this moment, there was only a broken van parked in the direction where Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were going. Zhou Ruoguang subconsciously thought that this car was Yang Ming's. He rushed over and kicked the car. He scolded, F***ck, you still have the nerve to drive this broken van out? You lost my car. I won't let you have an easy time. Do you believe that I will smash your car? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Ruoguang's action in amazement. He wondered in his heart. Whose car is this guy trying to smash? But then he understood that Zhou Ruoguang misunderstood. Just now, when Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were talking, he pointed to this side and said that his car was parked here. Then, he and Zhao Ying walked over here. No wonder Zhou Ruoguang misunderstood. In fact, Yang Ming's car was parked in front of the office building at the next intersection in front. Yang Ming found it funny. He looked at the car and looked at Zhou Ruoguang. Okay, you can smash it if you have the ability. You think I don't dare to smash it? I will smash it. You dare to come out with this broken car? I'll teach you to harm me. Zhou Ruoguang thought that Yang Ming was mocking him for not daring. He was anxious all of a sudden. He looked around the roadside and saw a board. He bent down and picked it up. With a loud sound, the windshield of the van was smashed by Zhou Ruoguang. Is this really your car? Zhao Ying had seen Yang Ming drive a broken Jetta that was almost scrapped, so it wasn't very strange for Yang Ming to drive a broken van at this moment. However, Yang Ming let Zhou Ruoguang smash the van? I don't know whose car it is. Yang Ming shrugged and said, AI, it's really pitiful. Yeah, how can you be like this? The owner of this car is so pitiful. Zhao Ying frowned and looked at Yang Ming with some blame. I'm not talking about the owner of this car. I'm talking about him. Yang Ming pointed at Zhou Ruoguang sympathetically. Ah? Him? What's so pitiful about him? Zhaoying looked inexplicably at Zhou Ruoguang, who was smashing happily, and asked curiously. You will know soon. Yang Ming sighed. He died young. Zhou Ruoguang smashed until his whole body was refreshed. The biggest difference between people who entered society and those who didn't was the attitude of dealing with people. Zhou Ruoguang was now completely impulsive and impulsive. He didn't care about the consequences at all. Hey, I will smash it for you. If you don't ask me to drive, I won't ask you to drive. Zhou Ruoguang said proudly as he held the board. Oh, you're really good. If you have the ability, continue to smash. Yang Ming said with a look of pity. Seeing Yang Ming's expression, Zhou Ruoguang suddenly misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming was distressed about the car. He was more satisfied and smashed harder. AI, you can't live with the evil you bring upon yourself. Yang Ming shook his head. When Zhou Ruoguang heard Yang Ming's words, he thought that Yang Ming was sighing to himself. He had his Audi A4 towed away by the traffic police. Now it was his turn to be smashed, so he sighed and said, if you knew it would be like this, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Yeah, why, you are really capable. Yang Ming nodded in agreement after listening. And? Zhou Ruoguang was a little surprised. He was wondering if Yang Ming was stupid. Suddenly, he heard a scream. D*MN. Who is smashing my car? You don't want to live? A burly man ran over and saw that Zhou Ruoguang was about to continue smashing the van. He immediately widened his eyes, swung his arm, and slapped Zhou Ruoguang's face. Zhou Ruoguang was knocked to the side. Then, he looked at the van that was smashed even more. He tenderly stroked it and said, my beloved van, how did you get smashed like this? Zhou Ruoguang was stunned. He blankly covered his face. Looking at the macho man who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was at a loss. You, who are you? D*MN, UF*, King smashed my car, and you still ask me who I am? The macho man turned his head. His eyes were full of fire. Why did you smash my car? This car is yours? Zhou Ruoguang was even more surprised. However, looking at the macho man's distressed look, it didn't seem to be fake. Zhou Ruoguang looked back at Yang Ming and saw him shaking his head innocently. Zhou Ruoguang immediately understood that he was fooled. This car was not Yang Ming's at all. Nonsense. It's not mine. Is it yours? The macho man was furious. This is the only thing left for me by my brother who was hacked to death. Now that you have smashed it like this, my brother won't be at peace underground. D*MN, if I don't smash you like this today, how can I face my dead brother? When Zhou Ruoguang heard the macho man's appearance, he was immediately scared. I don't know. I thought this car was his. You think? Why don't you think you are Ultraman? The macho man said sarcastically, today's matter is not over. Big brother. I really don't know. He is the one who harmed me. Yes, he is the one who told me to smash it. Zhou Ruoguang was anxious and began to bite back at Yang Ming. Big brother, I am at best a thug. He is the mastermind. You go find him. What? When the macho man heard that there was a mastermind, he immediately turned around and questioned Yang Ming, is what he said true? You believe what he said? You believe him when he says he is Ultraman? Yang Ming said disdainfully. D*MN, I don't care. You are also one. Don't think about leaving today. As the macho man said this, he reached out to grab Yang Ming's collar. Hey, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You go find the person who smashed it. Yang Ming grabbed the macho man's wrist and said coldly. You. The macho man was just about to scold, but he was shocked to find that his arm was grabbed by Yang Ming and couldn't move at all. He was suddenly shocked. He hesitated and forced a smile. Yeah, this has nothing to do with you. Humph! Yang Ming snorted and let go of the macho man's arm. The macho man knew that he couldn't afford to offend this person in front of him. He turned around and vented his anger on Zhou Ruoguang. D*MN, you dare to lie to me? Let's go. As he said this, he picked up Zhou Ruoguang and threw him on the van that was even more dilapidated. Even the windshield was broken. Then the macho man also got on the van, started the van, and left. Yang Ming, will something happen to him? Zhao Ying looked at the macho man's fierce look and was a little worried. Didn't you go overboard? What did I do? From the beginning to the end, he was acting alone. Yang Ming smiled and said, don't worry. He definitely won't die. The Sui family in Mount Jing is not a pushover. Oh. Zhao Ying also knew that the Sui family had a lot of power in Mount Jing. If Zhou Ruoguang said that he was a member of the Sui family, then the macho man would not embarrass him. However, she ignored that Zhou Ruoguang had little to do with the core of the Sui family. Let's go. Yang Ming had been holding Zhao Ying's hand, but he didn't let go at the moment. Zhao Ying hesitated and wanted to break free, but in the end, she didn't move. She was obediently pulled forward by Yang Ming. Why? Are you wronged here? When they got in the car, Yang Ming had to let go of her hand. If he continued to hold it, it would be a bit outrageous. Not really, but Zhou Ruoguang is very clingy. Zhao Ying said helplessly, over there, Lu Huishan always wants to match the two of us. Hee, then we won't stay here anymore. Let's go back to Songjiang. Yang Ming smiled. I will call my parents. Let's go directly. Zhao Ying said, I don't want you to see that family. Otherwise, my mother will definitely brag about it. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming really didn't have the leisure to come all the way here to cooperate with Wang Guifan. Yesterday, Yang Ming was really tired. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. It was really tiring to accompany so many lovers on Valentine's Day. However, the two wanted to rush back to the Sui family, but they suddenly realized that they didn't know where to go. Zhao Ying came to Mount Jing for the first time. She didn't recognize the road at all. When she came, Zhou Ruoguang drove her. How could she remember the road? Yang Ming was even more so. He hadn't even seen the Sui family's shadow. He was not as good as Zhao Ying. It couldn't be helped. The two had to stop the car again and let Zhao Ying call Wang Guifan. When Wang Guifan heard that Yang Ming had come, she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She tried to ask Yang Ming to come to the Sui family. Zhao Ying naturally refused. Fortunately, Father Zhao also didn't want Wang Guifan to show off these useless things. He stopped Wang Guifan from talking about it. Only then did Wang Guifan give up. However, Yang Ming came to pick them up, but he didn't come up to sit. Lu Huishan and the third aunt misunderstood that he didn't dare to come up. He was afraid that they would expose his identity, so they watched Zhao Ying's family leave with some mockery. In the car, Wang Guifan was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said resentfully, isn't this looking down on people? Ying, you too. Why don't you give face to your mother? Mom, it's not like we're here to compete with others. Why are you being so calculative? Zhao Ying said indifferently, since they look down on us, let's not interact with them. Did you hear it? Ying is the one who understands the truth. What is the meaning of you bickering with those people, said Father Zhao, Zhao Dequan. As they were talking, Yang Ming was about to drive away, but he saw the third aunt come out. After glancing at Yang Ming's car, she was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming's car to be a BMW. However, there were a lot of car rental companies these days. Who knew if it was a rented car? Zhao Ying, where did Zhou Ruoguang go? Why didn't I see him come back with you? Asked the third aunt. Yang Ming secretly laughed at the Sui family's reaction speed. They only found out that one person was missing after such a long time. It could be seen that Zhou Ruoguang's position in the Sui family was really not good. Probably Sui Guanheng remembered his Audi A4, so he thought of Zhou Ruoguang. Oh, you mean that man? Yang Ming didn't wait for Zhao Ying to speak and said first, he had epilepsy on the roadside. He smashed someone's car and was taken away by that person. What? He was taken away by someone? The third aunt was stunned. Who took him away? What the hell is going on? How do I know what's going on? I don't even know him. How can I know him better than you? Yang Ming snorted. What about his car? The third aunt continued to ask. He parked illegally and was dragged away by the traffic police. Yang Ming said, I think he may have a problem with his brain. You should take him to the psychiatric department. I haven't seen anyone park the car deliberately on the pedestrian walkway. It would be strange if he wasn't dragged away. The third aunt was stunned by Yang Ming's words. She began to wonder if this Zhou Ruoguang was crazy. However, this was the Sui family's matter. She couldn't control it. Just now, her son-in-law Sui Guangheng suddenly remembered that the car was still with Zhou Ruoguang, so she ran out to ask. Is it okay? Then let's go. You should hurry up and rescue that kid. The big guy who caught him looks very fierce. Yang Ming said with a face full of regret. The third aunt didn't dare to delay. She quickly went back to find someone to discuss it. Yang Ming directly started the car and left the Sui family. What happened? That Zhou Ruoguang really went crazy? Wang Guifan asked in surprise, wasn't he fine before? What are you talking about? Isn't it Yang Ming who harmed others? Zhao Ying glanced at Yang Ming and said with some dissatisfaction. After all, Zhao Ying was Yang Ming's original teacher. As a teacher, she couldn't condone Yang Ming's wicked ideas. However, although she said so, she wasn't angry because she already knew Yang Ming's character. When he dealt with Jin Gang, he also harmed the other party miserably. Ah? Yang Ming harmed others? Wang Guifan suddenly became interested. She was interested in these things, so she quickly asked, what happened? Tell me about it. Zhao Ying was helpless. She had to tell what Yang Ming did. When she talked about Zhou Ruoguang smashing the car and being taken away by the car owner, she couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a bit too funny? Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, Wang Guifan laughed until tears came out. Even Zhao Dequan, who had always been serious, showed a smile. However, Wang Guifan's next words were a bit arrogant. Serves him right. This Zhou Ruoguang is simply asking for trouble by competing with little Yang for a woman. He is not little Yang's opponent in terms of property and power. Even his IQ is not good. He is really useless. Okay, Guifan. Even if he is not good, it is not good for us to slander him behind his back. Zhao Dequan couldn't listen anymore and dissuaded Wang Guifan. Hey, you were pretending to be a good person at this time? Wang Guifan said disdainfully, didn't you see the attitude of their family? Are you not angry? What is there to be angry about? He is rich and powerful. Zhao Dequan said casually. He is rich and powerful? We don't have it? Wang Guifan immediately retorted, when it comes to money and power, who can compare to our family's little Yang? Zhao Ying listened to her mother's words and blushed. How did Yang Ming become our family's? Mom, can you not compare yourself to others? What's the use? Zhao Ying said unhappily, if you're like this, aren't you the same as those people? Although Wang Guifan didn't listen to Zhao Dequan, she still listened to what Zhao Ying said. She was counting on her daughter for the rest of her life, so she smiled and said, aren't I just saying? I didn't stoop to their level. Zhao Dequan thought to himself, you want to lower yourself to their level, but if Yang Ming doesn't enter the house, how are you going to do it? Driving back to Songjiang, Yang Ming remembered that Shi gave him a gift yesterday, but he left in a hurry this morning. He didn't take it with him and left it in Heavenly Earth. It just so happened that Zhao Ying's family was also very tired. After Yang Ming sent them back, they all wanted to have a rest. Yang Ming did not bother them and went directly to Heavenly Earth. After many inquiries, Sui Guangheng finally found Zhou Ruoguang. However, Zhou Ruoguang was beaten until he didn't look like a human anymore. His face was dented. Originally, Zhou Ruoguang wanted to say that he was from the Sui family, but before he could speak, he was stuffed by the macho man and beaten up. After that, he was given a chance to speak. Zhou Ruoguang quickly said that he was from the Sui family, and the macho man stopped. However, this beating was destined to be in vain. Sui Guangheng really couldn't afford to provoke this macho man. This big man didn't have any special identity. He was just an unemployed hooligan. However, this macho man's brother was the driver of his uncle, Sui Guanqi's father. When Sui Guanqi's father was besieged, the macho man's brother tried his best to protect Sui Guanqi's father, but he was hacked to death. Therefore, his uncle took care of the younger brother of the driver. He gave him a large amount of living expenses every month. With his uncle's support, he was not afraid of anything. With this layer of history, Sui Guanheng was helpless. Wasn't touching this person equivalent to slapping his uncle's face? Therefore, he had to endure this, but he put this account on Yang Ming. Don't worry, Ruoguang. Brother will remember this account. If there is a chance, I will definitely get it back for you. I can't let you be beaten for nothing. Sui Guanheng said angrily. As for the car, Sui Guanheng didn't care much. He just paid the fine and drove it out. The Sui family was rich. They didn't lack this. Zhou Ruoguang listened to his cousin's words and knew that hope was slim. Yang Ming had returned to Songjiang. How could he find someone to settle the account? The power of the Sui family couldn't spread to Songjiang. Just like last time, he was beaten for nothing. However, Zhou Ruoguang's heart hated Yang Ming. He wondered if he should find a way to retaliate after returning to Songjiang. Yang Ming came to earthly paradise. As he was about to go upstairs, he suddenly felt a person running behind him. Yang Ming immediately became alert. When the person approached, he turned around abruptly, then grabbed the person's arm and asked, "What are you doing?" "Ah." The person was also shocked, and then said quickly, "Let me go. I have no malice." You are Yang Ming, right?" Yang Ming nodded, but he looked suspiciously at the chubby man in front of him. He was vaguely familiar, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen him. "Who are you?" Yang Ming did not answer the man's words, but asked instead. "My surname is Su Haikua. We have met before," said the chubby man. "Ah." Yang Ming was stunned after hearing the name, and then he suddenly remembered. Isn't the Su Haikua Suya's father? No wonder he looks familiar. Su Haikua was not as chubby as he was now, so it was reasonable that Yang Ming didn't recognize him for a while. However, knowing the real identity of the person in front of him, Yang Ming suddenly became excited. Seeing Su Haikua, then Suya. The Su Haikua in front of him was Shu Haikua, the father of the big star, Xianxia. The reason why he hurried to send her off was that he heard from Suli that his daughter hadn't negotiated the proxy cooperation until she left Songjiang. Xia's explanation was very simple. She just said that Ming Yang was very cautious about the qualification selection of agents, especially the agents in Hong Kong. In the end, Xia did not lay her cards on the table with Yang Ming, so she did not use that private relationship. Shu Haikua was angry. He hated that his daughter didn't lay her cards on the table with Yang Ming. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it was snatched by others, Shu Haikua would cry. Therefore, Shu Haikua couldn't care about other things. He rushed to Songjiang by plane in the early morning, but he still couldn't catch up with his daughter's trip. When he came to Heavenly World to ask, he learned that his daughter had left for a few hours. Shu Haikua was at his wit's end. He planned to find Yang Ming, but when he came out of Heavenly World, he suddenly saw Yang Ming. The reason why he knew Yang Ming was that Suli secretly sent Yang Ming's photo to him. Therefore, Shu Haikua could recognize Yang Ming at a glance after many years. When he saw Yang Ming, Shu Haikua was overjoyed. He felt that it was more convenient to communicate with Yang Ming than with Yang Dehai. The person who liked his daughter was Yang Ming. Yang Ming would more or less take care of him for the sake of the monk and for the sake of the Buddha, but Yang Ming was different. He had squeezed Yang Ming in the past. Now, if he asked him again, it would be strange if Yang Ming agreed. "You are Uncle Su? Little Ya's father?" Yang Ming resisted the excitement in his heart and asked Su Haikua. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to recognize me." "It's great." Su Haikua smiled. "I haven't seen you for so many years. The young man has become so tall and handsome." Now that Su Haikua had a favor to ask from Yang Ming, naturally, he would not hesitate to praise Yang Ming. Now, Su Haikua was indeed very fond of Yang Ming. He was not only handsome, but his family background was also good. It was really perfect to be his son-in-law. Yang Ming laughed twice and thought, "I don't know who ridiculed me in the past." However, because of Suya's affection, Yang Ming did not say anything inappropriate to Su Haikua. He just smiled and said, "Uncle Su, I haven't seen you for so many years. I didn't expect you to come back to Songjiang. Because he was eager to know the news of Suya, Yang Ming had to chat with Su Haikua. Yeah, I've been gone for so many years. Songjiang has completely changed. Right, Yang Ming, have you eaten? Su Haikua looked at his watch and said, it's already noon. Let's find a place to eat and talk. My treat. And? Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. If Su Haikua had just returned to Songjiang, it was normal to meet an acquaintance like himself on the street. But Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled that Su Haikua wanted to treat him to a meal so soon. Su Haikua's impression of me shouldn't be good. He hasn't contacted me for so many years. Why does he want to treat me to a meal? Could it be that he has found his conscience? Of course, Yang Ming knew that this situation was almost impossible. Seeing Yang Ming's puzzled look, Su Haikua suddenly understood that he was too abrupt. He quickly explained, no, I actually came here to ask you for a favor. Let's talk while we eat. That's fine. Let's eat here. Yang Ming pointed to Heavenly World and said, we don't have to go far. Although he didn't know why Su Haikua wanted to ask him for a favor, Yang Ming also wanted to learn more about Suya from him. However, Yang Ming was still somewhat vigilant when he went to eat with Su Haikua elsewhere. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Yang Ming was harmed by Wang Jitao once. After that, he began to be cautious. Although almost no one could threaten Yang Ming with his current strength, it was still better to be safe. Heavenly World was now his territory. He wasn't afraid that Su Haikua could play any tricks. Su Haikua really had a favor to ask from Yang Ming. He didn't care where to eat, so when Yang Ming said to eat here, he also agreed. Okay, then let's eat here. Brother Yang. When Yang Ming entered the earthly paradise, a waiter quickly came over to greet him. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Find me a private room. I want to have some lunch here. Okay, Brother Yang, please wait a moment. The waiter quickly ran back to the bar and called Guo Jianchao. Originally, the waiter here thought that Yang Ming was only familiar with Bao Sanli, so he was very respectful to him. However, yesterday, he heard directly from Chairman Guo that when Yang Ming came here, he had to be more respectful to Bao Sanli than himself. The waiter was surprised about the identity of Yang Ming, but he didn't dare to ask. Moreover, Guo Jianchao also instructed that if Yang Ming came again, he must call him. Therefore, the waiter quickly called Guo Jianchao and told him that Yang Ming was here. Yang Ming didn't care about what the waiter was going to do. He thought that the waiter was going to book a room. Su Haikua saw that the waiter here called Yang Ming Brother Yang, and he was slightly surprised. It seems that Yang Ming is really not the same as before. From the original poor boy, he has become today's rich young master. However, Su Haikua was still a little uncomfortable with Yang Ming's young master style. After all, he didn't want his daughter to marry a prodigal son. However, Su Haikua didn't show it. Instead, he said with a smile, the environment here is really good. When I left, this hotel wasn't here yet. Is this built later? And it was built the year before last. Now that the hotel had become Yang Ming's own property, Yang Ming naturally knew its history better. Yes, it seems that the consumption level of Songjiang has also increased. The boss here must be very profitable, right? Su Haikua sighed. Brother Yang, you are here. Yang Ming wanted to answer, but he saw Guo Jianchao walk out of the elevator quickly. Hee, the boss of this place is here. Uncle Su, why don't you ask him if this place is profitable? Yang Ming pointed at Guo Jianchao and laughed. Hey, Brother Yang, with you here, how am I qualified to be the boss? I'm just a worker, a doorman. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Ming glared at him. Obviously, Yang Ming didn't want him to talk too much in front of Su Haikua. Guo Jianchao was shocked and quickly shut up. Then, he respectfully said, Brother Yang, I'll take you to the private room. Although Guo Jianchao didn't finish his words, Su Haikua had been in the business world for many years. He was very experienced. His ability to judge people and listen to people was top-notch. He began to have doubts in his heart. Guo Jianchao's attitude towards Yang Ming was not just the kind of respect one would have for a young master, but also a kind of fear and reverence. And after hearing what he said, Su Haikua was even more shocked. It wasn't respect at all, but it was belittling himself and elevating Yang Ming. The decoration and taste here are good. It's not worse than those world-class metropolises. Su Haikwa couldn't help but praise when they got on the transparent elevator. Su Haikwa decided to talk about his daily life and see if he could hear anything from Guo Jianchao's mouth. Guo Jianchao was just glared at by Yang Ming, so he still had a lingering fear. He didn't dare to simply continue. He just nodded perfunctorily and said, "Thank you for the compliment. I don't dare to accept it, I don't dare to accept it." Su Haikwa hesitated for a moment. Obviously, he saw that Guo Jianchao was afraid of Yang Ming. He didn't dare to say more, so he had to give up. In the elevator, Yang Ming was also hesitating. How much should he let Su Haikwa know about himself? For a snobbish person like Su Haikwa, naturally, the more he knew, the more he would value him. Then, there would be more hope for the matter between him and Suya. However, Yang Ming was a little angry in his heart. He wasn't willing to use this method to get close to Suya. After all, the relationship between the two was pure. There was no trace of interest. In the end, Yang Ming's bad taste prevailed. He decided to scare Su Haikwa. After entering the private room, Yang Ming asked Guo Jianchao to leave. He didn't order but let Guo Jianchao prepare. This was difficult for Guo Jianchao. He was afraid that if he didn't prepare well, Yang Ming wouldn't be willing. If he prepared too much, he was afraid that Yang Ming would say that he was putting on airs. So, he had to go to the kitchen personally and order the chefs to make a few signature side dishes. Why didn't anyone come to get the menu? After entering the private room, Su Haikwa was a little puzzled because no waiter came to serve them for a long time. I asked them to simply make a few special dishes. Yang Ming smiled after listening. When Su Haikwa heard Yang Ming's words, he knew that Yang Ming had the intention to treat him. He quickly said, "Didn't I say that I will treat you?" "Hee, Uncle Su, don't argue. In fact, this hotel is mine. How can I let you pay for it?" Yang Ming suddenly told the truth. Sure enough, Su Haikwa was a little caught off guard. He was stunned. However, Su Haikwa still reacted quickly. When he thought of Guo Jianchao's attitude just now, he was relieved. The doubts in his heart were also solved, but he was still surprised. "This is also your father's property?" "It's not my father's. It's my own." When Yang Ming said this, it was as if he had vented his anger in his heart. The anger that he had suffered in the past was finally resolved now. "You." Su Haikwa was surprised at the moment, but he didn't expect that this hotel would be Yang Ming's own property, and it had nothing to do with his father. "Well, these are trivial matters. If Uncle Su is interested, I will take you to see my other properties in Songjiang when I am free." Yang Ming was very relaxed. He seemed to be indifferent to these. "Let's talk about business." Su Haikwa looked at Yang Ming in front of him. He was really regretful. Why did he look down on the father and son of the Yang family? Now, they had become powerful figures. For a time, Su Haikwa felt that he was nothing in front of others. Not to mention Yang Ming's Mingyang heavy industry, even Yang Ming's hotel was worth at least 100 million, and Yang Ming had other properties. Su Haikwa's brain turned quickly, trying to find a breakthrough. After thinking about it, he decided to play the emotional card. From the first few words Yang Ming asked about Suya, Yang Ming should still have a daughter in his heart. "Yang Ming, Uncle Su has done something wrong in the past. Please forgive me." Su Haikwa sighed and said. "Uncle Su, let bygones be bygones. The parents' views and the views of their children are always different. This is understandable." Yang Ming waved his hand and said. "Originally, I was too embarrassed to look for you, but you said that little this child, I wanted her to tell you, but she didn't say anything, so I could only run here. I didn't expect this child to leave." Su Haikwa complained. "Little You mean Suya?" Yang Ming listened to Su Haikwa's words and suddenly frowned in doubt. "She came to Songjiang?" "Yeah, didn't she look for you?" Su Haikwa had already planned to betray his daughter, but this was nothing. Anyway, his daughter also liked Yang Ming very much. Doing this was to help her get happiness as soon as possible. "Look for me? When did she look for me?" Yang Ming was even more surprised. Listening to Su Haiqua's words, Xianxia seemed to have looked for him. She just left today, Su Haiqua said, and isn't her concert organized by your father's group? What? Yang Ming stood up in shock. You said that she is Xianxia? Ah? So she hasn't told you yet? Su Haiqua pretended to be surprised and nervous. What should I do? Yang Ming, you have to keep it a secret for me. Don't say that I said it. Wait, Uncle Su. You asked me to keep it a secret. This isn't a problem. The key is what is going on? Yang Ming really couldn't believe that Su Haiqua was telling the truth. You mean, Xianxia is Xianxia? The two of them are the same person? AI, forget it. Since I have spilled the beans, then I might as well tell you. But you must promise not to tell Xianxia that it was me. Just say that you guessed it yourself. How about it? Su Haiqua lowered his voice and said. Okay, Uncle Su, you can say it. Although Su Haiqua's expression was very pretentious, Yang Ming's mind was now thinking about the truth between Xianxia and Xianxia, so he didn't care about these details. That year, after that incident, I took Xianxia to City Inn. However, Yang Ming, don't blame Uncle. As you said, Uncle is looking at these things from the perspective of a father. I naturally won't allow my daughter to fall in love early, so I made some extreme actions. Su Haiqua explained again. It could be seen that he was now very concerned about Yang Ming's opinion. Okay, Uncle Su, you should talk about Xianxia. How come the Xianxia I see is different from the Xianxia of that year? Yang Ming was eager to know the truth, so he naturally wouldn't care too much about these trivial matters. Besides, he just scared Su Haiqua, and he also vented his anger. Okay, look at me. I was a little emotional. Su Haiqua shook his head and continued, after I arrived in City Inn, I also did business. At first, it was smooth sailing, and I made a lot of money. However, later, because of some things, I offended another local boss. The background of this boss was very complicated. He colluded with the local underworld. After offending him, he often found people to come to my company to make trouble. At first, it was just a small matter. Later, I couldn't do business normally at all. This was not the end of it. The boss found someone to pass a message to me. He asked me to take out 50 million, or he would find someone to kill my entire family. Over there, I was unfamiliar with the place. His people were everywhere. I couldn't confront him head-on. I could only choose to escape. Hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. What does this have to do with Xianxia? However, he still held back and did not interrupt Su Haiqua's words. He continued to listen patiently. There was no way. I could only choose to escape City Inn. However, I was afraid that Xianxia would be scared if she knew, so I didn't tell her. Until I bought the train ticket and was ready to go to school to pick up Xianxia, then I told her the truth. However, there was a problem in the middle. The other party also thought that I would escape because my whereabouts were uncertain. If they found me, it would be troublesome, so they went directly to the school gate to stop Xianxia. They were ready to capture Xianxia first and then threaten me. They were not afraid that I would not comply. When Su Haiqua said this, he seemed to be immersed in the memories of the past. His face showed an expression of anger and hatred. When Xianxia was mentioned, Yang Ming was interested in Su Haiqua's words. However, he was also worried about Xianxia and asked, what happened later? AI, Xianxia, this child, has a good life. When Su Haiqua said this, there was a gratified smile on his face. Speaking of it, I still don't believe that what I saw was the truth, but it really happened in front of me. I really have to believe it. In this great world, amazing people are really everywhere. What do you mean? Yang Ming only felt that the next thing must have a lot to do with Xianxia, and it was a very secret thing. The reason why Su Haiqua told Yang Ming these things was that he wanted to get the qualification of an agent through Yang Ming's relationship. This was one of the reasons. The second reason was also his worry. His daughter's infatuation made Su Haiqua very difficult. Now that he was honest with Yang Ming, maybe this marriage could be facilitated. However, what was certain was that Yang Ming at least would not betray Xianxia. I always thought that all of this was hidden from Xianxia, but I didn't expect that Littleya had already noticed something. What happened that day was like this. A past that was similar to a fairy tale slowly floated into Yang Ming's ears. That day, after Suya finished school, she saw a few fierce-looking strangers at the school gate. Originally, these things had nothing to do with her, but Suya recognized one of the strangers. It was because Suya once saw this stranger in her father's company. He brought a group of punks to make trouble in the company. Connecting it to the recent events, Suya was a little afraid that these people were coming for her, so she left the school gate and ran home desperately. Although Suya was very careful, these people with sharp eyes still found Suya. With an order, these people all chased after Suya. Suya saw that these people had cars, so she ran into the small street. Although Suya was familiar with the terrain of the school, she couldn't stop these adults from chasing. Finally, they forced Suya into a small alley. Seeing that there was no road ahead, Suya was anxious, but she couldn't do anything. When she was in despair, there was a kind voice behind her. "Little girl, you look very panicked. What happened?" Suya was shocked and quickly turned around, but she saw that the door of the small house at the end of the alley was opened. An old grandfather was looking at her kindly. You are Grandpa's son, who is scavenging near the school." Suya recognized the person in front of her. It was an old man who was scavenging near the school. She quickly said, "Grandpa's son, is this your home? Can I go in and hide?" "Of course, you can." The old man let Suya into the house. At this time, there was the noise of someone chasing. After closing the door, Suya breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That was close." "What happened? These evil people seem to be coming for you?" The old man let Suya into the house and asked. "I don't know. It seems that my father offended someone when he was doing business. Among them, I have seen some of them. They went to my father's company to make trouble." Suya shook her head and said. The old man nodded and didn't ask more. He just sighed, "These evil people will get their retribution sooner or later." Originally, Suya thought that these people would leave if they couldn't see her. However, she still underestimated the patience of these people. Among these people, the leader was called Lu Xiaodan. He was the leader of the small gangsters and the brother-in-law of the big boss that Su Haikua offended. Where did the little brat go? Lu Xiaodan looked at the empty alley and frowned. Damn, there is no way. Could it be that she can be invisible? One of Lu Xiaodan's men scolded. Invisible my ass. I think she is hiding in a house. Another of Lu Xiaodan's men, nicknamed Shihulu, searched the house with his thieving eyes. That makes sense. Lu Xiaodan nodded in agreement and kicked the man with a buzz cut. You are King ignorant and incompetent. How can you be invisible? Do you think you are a robot cat? Brother Xiaodan, why don't we break into each house and take a look? The man with the buzz cut was scolded and said quickly. Break into each house? Are you stupid? What if they call the police? Besides, who will open the door for you? Lu Xiaodan scolded. It's not wrong to say that you are stupid. Don't ruin my brother-in-law's big plan. Watch me. Lu Xiaodan rolled his eyes and took the megaphone from an underling behind him. He was born in the barbaric violent demolition business, so the megaphone was one of the necessary equipment for traveling. All the residents here listen. All the residents here listen. I am Lu Xiaodan. I am Lu Xiaodan. Lu Xiaodan shouted with the megaphone, Who am I? What am I doing? I think you all know it clearly. I won't say what the consequences of going against me are. The residents here naturally heard of Lu Xiaodan's notoriety. Lu Xiaodan was the one who led the demolition of the bungalow in front of them. The violent and bloody scene at that time was still vivid in the minds of the people here. Well, I won't say anything unnecessary. I will ask you one thing now. Who took in a little girl named Suya? If you hand her over to me now, I won't blame you. Nothing will happen between us. If you don't hand her over, I will destroy your family and make you restless. Lu Xiaodan threatened fiercely, From now on, I will count to 10. If you don't hand her over, 1, 2, 3. Lu Xiaodan's words were clearly heard by Suya and Old Man's son in the house. Suya glanced at Old Man's son with some fear, and then said, "Grandpa-san, I can't implicate you." "Implicate what? What are you talking about? You have a good heart and always help me. If I am afraid of implicating you, I have lived for so long in vain." Old man's son said indifferently. In fact, Suya didn't help old man's son with anything. She just saw that he was very pitiful for scavenging near the school, so she took the initiative to call on her classmates to collect the remaining mineral water and drink bottles and give them to old man Sunday unexpectedly. This move made old man's son very moved. He praised Suya for having a good heart. Lu Zhadong counted to 10, but he still didn't see anyone come out of the door. He was a little angry. Why? My words don't count? Or do you have a fluke mentality and think that you can hide from me? Well, I won't leave today. I will wait here. If you have the guts, don't come out forever. If you come out and I see you, I will kill your whole family. After that, Lu Zhadong asked his men to get a few broken chairs from somewhere. He sat there with the crew-cut man, Shihulu, and others. What should I do, Grandpa-san? Suya was a little scared. What if Lu Zhadong kept guarding like this? Old man's son didn't say anything. He was deep in thought. After a while, he said, "Little girl, you and this old man are fated to meet. This old man will give you something. It can help you get through this difficult time." Ah? Suya looked at old man's son in puzzlement. She saw old man's son take out a pair of sunglasses from a pile of miscellaneous items. The appearance of the sunglasses looked very fake. "Come, put it on." Old man's son handed the sunglasses to Suya. Suya was stunned, and then she was speechless. Could it be that Grandpa-san picked up these broken sunglasses from somewhere? Wearing sunglasses can hide from the eyes of Lu Zhadong and the others? Obviously, it is impossible. This is simply deceiving oneself. Although this thing still has some flaws, it is enough to hide from these people. Old man's son said to himself. Is it okay? Although Suya felt that this was really unreliable, she couldn't bear to reject Grandpa-san's kindness. She had to wear the sunglasses on her face. Well, now you look at this photo and imagine yourself like this. Old man's son casually pulled out a magazine from a pile of tattered newspapers and pointed to a little girl on it. Ah? Suya was really somewhat inexplicable, but she still did as old man's son said. Not bad. Old man's son nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Let's go. Let's go out, but you don't have to talk much. Just pretend to be my granddaughter." That's it? Suya was a little dumbfounded. Although she felt that old man's son's usual words and actions were normal, at this moment, he was a bit like a madman. Why can't it be? Hee, come with me. Old man's son smiled and took Suya's little hand, but after thinking about it, he felt that the clothes on her body would easily arouse other suspicion, so he grabbed a tattered small windbreaker and put it on Suya. Then, he pulled Suya to the door with satisfaction. Suya's heart was very perturbed. Are we going out like this? Isn't this equivalent to sending ourselves to death? Wearing sunglasses and a tattered windbreaker can hide from the eyes of the evil people outside? However, since there was no other choice, Suya could only give it a try. Maybe a miracle would happen. Creak. Old man's son pushed open the door and held Suya's small hand as they walked out together. You too. Wait a minute. When the buzzcut guy saw an old man leading a little girl out, he quickly stopped them. Who is this child? Who are you? I want to take my granddaughter to cram school. Old man's son showed a very scared look on his face. Your granddaughter? Brother Zhadong, take a look. Is this child Suya? The buzzcut guy turned to Lu Zhadong and said. It seems to be the same height. Lu Zhadong also became interested. He looked at Suya a few times and said, Child, look up. Suya was startled. She raised her head in trepidation and leaned toward old man's son in a panic. She looks different. Lu Zhadong looked at Suya, but he shook his head in disappointment. He waved his hand impatiently. Okay, let's go. Wait. Shihulu's eyes turned, but he said, Brother Zhadong, is this child wearing makeup? It makes sense. After Lu Zhadong heard it, he looked at Shihulu approvingly and said, "Child, wait a minute. Look up." Suya was shocked. She thought she could hide it. She didn't expect Shihulu to be so difficult to fool. He actually had doubts. However, it was impossible to escape at this moment. These people were blocking the way. Where could she run to? Shihulu smiled and walked forward. He reached out and pinched Suya's face to see if there was anything on her face. Pain. What? Suya was already scared. Now that Shihulu pinched her face, it hurt. She couldn't help but cry. When Suya cried, Shihulu was confused. He took back his hand and said to himself, "This face doesn't seem to be fake. Young man, you are already an adult. Why are you bullying a little girl?" Old man's son shook his head and said, "Okay, let them go quickly." Lu Zhadao couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted the old and young to leave quickly. At this moment, he also realized that this child was not Suya at all. Lu Zhadao came to catch Suya because of his brother-in-law. But at this moment, he bullied an old man and a little girl for no reason. If this spread out, where would Lu Zhadao put his face? How could he survive in the underworld? People in the underworld were also particular about rules. It would be strange if they didn't die of ridicule if they bullied the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Thus, he said somewhat anxiously, "All right, stop crying. Hurry up and leave." Seeing that Suya was still crying, Lu Zhadong finally couldn't stand it. He took out 10 yuan and handed it to Suya. Here. This is for you to buy candy. Don't **king cry. Thank you." After old man's son took the money for Suya, he quickly pulled Suya away. **ck. Lu Zhadao scolded, "It's really **king bad luck. Shihulu, why did you provoke a little brat for no reason? Her crying annoys me. I was also thinking that it is better to be safe than sorry. Who knew that her face was so tender? She cried when I pinched her." Shihulu said with some grievance. "Forget it. You are just in case." Lu Zhadao waved his hand and said, "Let's continue to watch." Old man's son led Suya far away until they exited the alley and came to a place where there were no outsiders. Only then did they stop their footsteps. He touched Suya's head comfortingly and said, "Okay, it's okay. Don't cry. Be strong." Suya was also frightened and in pain for a while, so she cried. Now, when she heard old man's son's words, she calmed down and recalled the strange things she had just experienced. She couldn't help but wonder, "Grandpa's son, they didn't recognize me?" Of course, they didn't recognize you. I think that even the person closest to you can't recognize you now." Old man's son said with a smile. When he mentioned the person closest to her, Suya's heart hurt for no reason. She suddenly thought of Yang Ming. Her heart was melancholy and depressed. "I don't know if the two of us will have a chance to meet in the future." However, this thought was quickly interrupted. Old man's son took out a mirror from nowhere and handed it to Suya. "If you don't believe it, take a look yourself." Suya took the mirror suspiciously and looked inside. She was shocked when she saw it. "The person in this mirror, how is it me? It is exactly the same as the little girl I just saw in the magazine." Suya was shocked. This is me? If it's not you, who else can it be?" Old man's son smiled and said, "Now you know why they didn't recognize you, right? But, what about the original me? This isn't me, right?" Suya was a little anxious. "Am I going to look like this in the future?" "You just have to think about your original appearance." Old man's son shook his head. "But, you must wear glasses." Suya doubtfully thought about her original appearance according to old man's son's words. Then, she looked at the small mirror again. Sure enough, she had returned to her original appearance. Suya was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. She was at the age where she liked fairy tales and fantasies. At this moment, she couldn't help but think that the old man in front of her must be a celestial being who was playing in the human world. "Grandpa's son, are you a celestial being?" Suya couldn't help but ask. "Celestial being?" He. Old man's son couldn't help but laugh after listening. If you think so, then I am. In fact, Old Man Sun was playing in the human world, but he was indeed not a celestial being. As for the identity of Old Man Sun, I won't say it for the time being. Everyone can guess for themselves. This pair of glasses is actually a magic weapon, right? The smart Xianxia immediately guessed that her changes originated from this pair of magical glasses. It was because of this pair of glasses that she could learn spells similar to the 72 transformations like Sun Wukong. You can say that, but it's not perfect. Since we are fated, I will give it to you. Old Man Sun nodded and said, okay, go home quickly. Otherwise, your family will be anxious. I should go too. Wait, Grandpa Sun. Suya's heart moved, and she called out to Old Man Sunday, is there anything else? Little girl? Old Man Sun turned around and asked in a kind voice. Grandpa Sun, since you are a celestial being, you must be able to predict the future, right? Then, I want to ask you something, okay? Suya looked up and looked at Old Man Sun eagerly. What is it? Old Man Sun hesitated, sighed, and asked. Some things, even if you know, can't be said carelessly. I have a good friend called Yang Ming. Do you think I will meet him again in the future? Suya asked. Oh. If fate allows, you will meet. Old Man Sun didn't want to say too much, so he said vaguely. Then what is fate? Suya asked anxiously. For example, my meeting with you is fate, or one day, your friend and I will meet. This is also fate. Old Man Sun said, when I meet him, it won't be long before you meet again. That night, when Suya came home, she told me what happened to her. If I hadn't seen this magical ability with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Su Haikwa took a bite of the food on the table and said. Where did that old man go? Yang Ming suddenly asked. If someone else was the audience, and this person was not Yang Ming, they would definitely think that Su Haikwa was talking nonsense. Because this was simply a fantasy story. However, the person who heard these words was Yang Ming, and Yang Ming believed it directly. Because this kind of weird thing didn't just happen to Suya, but also to him a year ago. Old man, glasses. These two very sensitive words touched Yang Ming's heartstrings. Intuitively, Yang Ming suspected that the old man who gave Suya glasses and the old man who gave him glasses were the same person. This possibility was simply too high. Therefore, Yang Ming was very concerned about the whereabouts of the old man. I don't know about this. Su Haikwa shook his head. Probably he is really a god. That night, we fled City An and illegally went to Hong Kong. What happened after that, you can imagine. Little Ye used another imaginary face to become a star. Is that pair of glasses still with Suya? But I saw that Shuya usually didn't wear glasses? Asked Yang Ming. It's strange. In the beginning, she did have to wear that pair of glasses, but suddenly one day, the glasses disappeared. However, Little Ye's strange ability is still there. Su Haikwa also shook his head in confusion. Fusion. Yang Ming secretly exclaimed in his heart. It was surprisingly similar to him. Yang Ming didn't know if Old Man Sun came to him because of Suya and gave him a pair of the same magical glasses, but what was certain was that Suya was actually Shuya. No wonder the habits and hobbies of the two were so similar. What was even more ridiculous was that he actually wanted to kill her to silence her. Yang Ming secretly thought that it was a close call. If he really listened to Fang Tian's words at that time, he could only cry today. The association recalled the sentence that Shuya said on the Alice at that time. Yang Ming suddenly realized. She might want to tell me that she is Suya, and that ring is even easier to explain. Originally, I gave it to her. It is normal for it to appear in her hands. However, coincidentally, I actually bought it back. It seems that this thing is destined not to fall into the hands of others. Fusion? You can probably say so. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the glasses disappeared, but Little Ye's ability did not disappear. Su Haikwa nodded and said in agreement. Yang Ming, on the other hand, gave a meaningless hum and fell into deep thought. All of this was actually such a coincidence. Yang Ming thought that he was the only one in the world with this magical pair of glasses. What he didn't expect was that Suya had another. As for the reason for changing the name, there are many reasons. Su Haikwa saw that Yang Ming did not speak, so he continued, "At first, I wanted to avoid the eyes and ears of Lu Xiaodon's group. At that time, although I was far away in Hong Kong, I had to be cautious. Now I think about it too much." Later, when Little Ye entered the entertainment industry, she used her current appearance. She didn't want to use her original name, so we didn't change it back. Little Ye said that when she withdrew from the entertainment industry one day, she could restore her original identity without being disturbed by fans. Yang Ming nodded. Su Haikwa's words were reasonable. Just Lu Xiaodon made him so scared. It was a bit too much. But then he thought about it. Su Haikwa was not him. It was impossible for him to be tough with those gangsters. Moreover, he had to take care of Suya's safety. Later, when I arrived in Hong Kong, I secretly supported a gang. I was also afraid of repeating the same mistake. Su Haikwa was very frank. He revealed all his background in a few words. In fact, Su Haikwa seemed to be frank, but when he thought about it carefully, if he wanted to take over the Hong Kong agency of Ming Yang Heavy Industry, Ming Yang would definitely send someone to investigate all of Su Haikwa's background. At that time, it would be clear even without him saying it. That would not be good, so it was better for him to say it himself. Yang Ming listened to Su Haikwa's words and couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't expect Su Haikwa to play in the underworld these years. No wonder Suya didn't have any resistance to his identity at that time. "Okay, I have told you everything about Little Ye and me." Su Haikwa said, however, since Xiaoya didn't tell you, she probably felt that the time wasn't right. "Don't tell her that I told you this." Yang Ming wasn't stupid enough to run in front of Suya and say, "Hey, are you Suya? Your father told me everything." That kind of nonsense. Therefore, when Su Haikwa asked him to keep it a secret, he naturally agreed. As for Suya Haikwa's request to be the agent, he had to do it out of consideration for Suya's sake. Although Su Haikwa was a little snobbish to him before, he was still Suya's father. This was something that couldn't be changed. What's more, Su Haikwa had told him such a big secret, which made Yang Ming very happy. Therefore, he decided that if Su Haikwa really had the ability to be an agent, it wouldn't hurt to let him be the agent. "Uncle Su, I will go first. You can eat here." Before Yang Ming finished speaking, Su Haikwa was anxious. "Yang Ming, how can you say this? How can you just leave like that?" Su Haikwa thought about it. He didn't say anything to offend Yang Ming. "Uncle Su, I am in a hurry to go to Macau to find Little Ye. We can talk about other things when I come back, okay?" After Yang Ming knew the truth, he really couldn't wait for a moment. He just wanted to go to Macau as soon as possible. Then, the agent's matter. Su Haikwa breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his daughter was still very important in Yang Ming's heart, but he still asked with some concern. "I will find someone to talk to you in a while. Whether it is successful or not depends on you." However, after Yang Ming finished speaking, he changed the topic. "Of course, if you are qualified, I will consider you first." Although Yang Ming didn't say that it was definite, Su Haikwa knew that this agent was definitely in the bag. If Su Haikwa didn't have this strength, he wouldn't have thought about fighting for this agent. Therefore, since Yang Ming said this, he was relieved. He smiled and said to Yang Ming, "Then you go quickly. I will enjoy the feast here by myself." Yang Ming smiled and made a gesture of "see you later" and left the private room. He called Ho Zhenhan and asked him to get a ticket to Macau as soon as possible. If it really couldn't be done, he could charter a plane. With the current financial resources of the Yang family, it was not a big deal to charter a plane. Recently, Yang Ming handed over some of the things that couldn't be done in public to Bao Sanli, which shared a lot of Ho Zhenhan's burden. Ho Zhenhan didn't feel anything, but Bao Sanli was grateful. Otherwise, if Ho Zhenhan always controlled the power, it would be difficult for Bao Sanli to have a successful day. But after all, Bao Sanli was a rough person. He wasn't as meticulous as Ho Zhenhan. If he was asked to do something on the surface, he would naturally do it properly. However, he wasn't so good at business socializing or some trivial schedule arrangements. Therefore, Yang Ming directly asked Ho Zhenhan to do these things. Ho Zhenhan quickly responded and hung up the phone. He began to contact the plane tickets. 10 minutes later, Ho Junhan called after contacting the appropriate person. 2 hours later, there was a flight to Macau at Donghai International Airport, but it only had a luxury first-class cabin. However, these didn't matter. Ho Junhan directly booked the ticket. Yang Ming hesitated again and again. He decided to explain to Chen Mingyan. After all, he had already regarded her as his fiancée. Yang Ming didn't want to hide these things from her anymore. These days, Chen Mingyan had also changed a lot. She was no longer so calculative and jealous. Although she occasionally complained to him and acted coquettishly, Yang Ming could tolerate these. Not only could he tolerate them, but Yang Ming also felt that this was in line with Chen Mingyan's character. If Chen Mingyan became a yes man and listened to him, then she wouldn't be the Chen Mingyan in his heart. Hello? Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan quickly picked up the phone. She was a married woman yesterday, so she woke up very early in the morning. Her heart was full of Yang Ming, but she resisted the urge to call Yang Ming. She thought that Yang Ming must be with Lin Jiyun in the hotel now. Since she strongly wanted Yang Ming to accompany Lin Jiyun, then calling him early in the morning seemed to be deliberately disturbing them. Therefore, Chen Mingyan hesitated again and again. She just stared at the phone screen in a daze. She hoped that Yang Ming could take the initiative to call her, even if it was just a text message to greet her. However, Yang Ming really called, and Chen Mingyan quickly picked it up. Mingyan, how are you? Did you sleep well yesterday? Yang Ming asked with concern. I am very good. Chen Mingyan wanted to say that how could she sleep well without his company? However, she changed her words when she was about to say it. If she said it like that, Yang Ming would definitely feel uncomfortable, and it would seem that she was too stingy. She obviously asked Yang Ming not to accompany her, but she still complained. That's good. There, does it still hurt? Yang Ming asked in a low voice. You're so annoying. What do you think? Chen Mingyan shyly spat at Yang Ming and said, let's not talk about it seriously. Is Sister Lin next to you? No, she went home. Yang Ming said. Why don't you accompany her for a while? Chen Mingyan frowned. I said that I'm fine. No, Mingyan. In fact, I want to tell you a very important thing. Yang Ming hesitated. Without waiting for Chen Mingyan to speak, he continued, I found Suya. Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned, but fortunately, she was already mentally prepared. After a short shock, she immediately returned to normal. From the day they recognized Suya and revealed their cards to each other, Chen Mingyan knew that Suya was destined to enter Yang Ming's life in the future. Whether she was willing or not, this had become an indisputable fact. Therefore, instead of opposing Suya, it was better for Chen Mingyan to choose to live in harmony. Because she really didn't have the confidence to win against Suya. I know this is very sudden, but I think I should tell you. I'm going to find her now. Yang Ming naturally couldn't see Chen Mingyan's expression. Although he had special abilities, he didn't have the hobby of observing others from thousands of miles away. Tell me? Just tell me? Chen Mingyan deliberately said angrily, if I don't tell you and don't ask you to contact her, you won't contact her? I think you just want to inform me. Ugh. Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. Indeed, after thinking about it, he really had this idea. Whether Chen Mingyan objected or not, Yang Ming would still go to Suya. Hee. Chen Mingyan suddenly smiled. I promised you something. Naturally, I have to keep my word. I don't want to become Pinocchio. After that, Chen Mingyan hung up the phone. Yang Ming held the phone inexplicably. He didn't know what happened to Chen Mingyan. Judging from Chen Mingyan's attitude, Chen Mingyan must have agreed to it, but what did she mean by the promise she made to him? What did she promise me? Recalling that after Chen Mingyan heard the news that he had found Suya today, Yang Ming was even more surprised. Why wasn't Chen Mingyan's reaction as intense as he imagined? Chen Mingyan's words seemed to be vague, but there was another meaning. She had promised Yang Ming that if he pursued the celebrity Suya as his lover, she would definitely not object. Now, Suya was Suya. Since Chen Mingyan knew that it was only a matter of time before Suya entered the door, it was better to be generous and find a reasonable way out for herself. It was just that how could Yang Ming think so much? However, since Chen Mengyan didn't object, Yang Ming was really relieved, so he could leave with peace of mind. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mengyan was a little happy. In any case, Yang Ming began to tell her about his matters. This showed that Yang Ming began to really treat her as a close person, unlike before when he hid everything from her. In addition to calling Chen Mengyan, Yang Ming also called Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun didn't ask so much. She just told Yang Ming to be careful. This was Yang Ming's third official trip. The first time was to Yunnan, the second time was to Hong Kong, and the third time was to Macau. As for the trip with Fang Tian, it was relatively secret and couldn't be exposed. He just asked Bao Sanli to send him to the airport, and Yang Ming boarded the plane to Macau alone. If it were a year ago, sitting in the first class of the plane, Yang Ming would be very excited. After all, this kind of extravagant behavior was simply out of reach for Yang Ming at that time. But now? Yang Ming closed his eyes slightly. All of this had become common and common. Yang Ming couldn't help but recall his previous life. He had some nostalgia and some emotions. If possible, Yang Ming still wanted to return to the original plain life, accompanied by beautiful women, and there was an endless amount of money to squander. In fact, Yang Ming didn't have the intention to dominate the underworld. He wasn't interested in these things. When there was the right time, he would get rid of all of this and live a life of paradise. "Sir, do you want a drink?" A clear and pleasant voice came over and interrupted Yang Ming's emotional thoughts. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked up. He saw a girl in a stewardess uniform standing beside him. She was pushing a cart full of drinks. The girl's eyes were big, and her appearance was very sweet. Especially when she wore the flight attendant uniform, it couldn't help but make people think about it. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Beer." "Okay, sir." The flight attendant picked up a can of Songjiang special canned beer from the cart and handed it to Yang Ming. She said sweetly. The reason why Yang Ming chose beer was because he was reminded of the past. He wanted to drink some beer to pay his respects. That somewhat sweet voice made Yang Ming even more restless, but Yang Ming also knew that now was not the time to flirt, so after receiving the beer, he only lightly said thanks. Huang Lele looked at the handsome young man in front of her who seemed to be full of worries and felt a little strange. Huang Lele was very confident in her appearance. A normal man would look at her twice, but the person in front of her didn't mean to look at her again. However, although it was strange, Huang Lele naturally would not be angry because of this matter. The guests in the first class generally came from extraordinary backgrounds. They had high standards, so it was normal for them to look down on her. UF** King B** TCH, when you see a handsome guy asking for wine, you give it to him, but when I ask for it, you won't give it to me? A voice that was not so pleasant sounded. The guests in the first class cabin all looked at Huang Lele. Huang Lele frowned, but her good professionalism immediately restored her calmness. She smiled and said, "Sir, you have drunk 3 cans of beer. According to the rules, you can't drink anymore. Otherwise, you will be in danger of getting drunk." "Rules? Who made the rules? Did you make the rules or did your mother make the rules?" The man who spoke said carelessly, "I think you're in love, aren't you?" There was a trace of anger on Huang Lele's face, but this man really said Huang Lele's heart. Indeed, Huang Lele had some feelings for Yang Ming. But it couldn't be said to be in love. "Sir, this is the airline's rules. I hope you abide by it. Otherwise, we have the right to ask you to get off the plane." Huang Lele's words were still very polite, but there was a trace of sternness in her words. "Ask me to get off the plane? Hey, how can you ask me to get off the plane in the sky? You can land just for me once." The man laughed disapprovingly. Yang Ming looked up impatiently. He glanced at the stewardess and looked at a man sitting behind him on the left. The man looked like a hemp pole. His face was red. He obviously drank too much. If you continue to dawdle, I will throw you off directly." Yang Ming's words were very plain, but the threat was full. "Ha, kid, you are distressed. Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty?" The hemp pole man glared. "You are still inexperienced. If you know what's good for you, stay here honestly. Don't get yourself into trouble. As the hemp pole man's words just finished, two macho men beside and behind him stared at Yang Ming. Apparently, they were with this hemp pole man. However, these two people couldn't enter Yang Ming's eyes at all. It was the same whether they were there or not. Yang Ming suddenly picked up the can of beer on the table and threw it at the hemp pole man. Bang! Although the hemp pole man reacted quickly and dodged to the side, the can still hit the hemp pole man's shoulder. The hemp pole man screamed. You are F***king looking for death. Without waiting for the hemp pole man's instructions, the two macho men next to him opened their seat belts and stood up. They came over to teach Yang Ming a lesson. At this time, several air marshals rushed over. It turned out that Huang Lele took advantage of the chaos to quickly inform the flight attendants. What's the matter? What are you two doing? A flight attendant went over and pushed the two macho men back to their seats. Seeing that the police came, the hemp pole and the two macho men did not dare to make trouble again, but the hemp pole pointed to Yang Ming and said, he threw a beer at me. Is that so? The flight attendant turned to look at Yang Ming. He drank too much. Most likely, he was hallucinating, right? Yang Ming said innocently, why would I hit him? When Huang Lele hid and used the in-flight intercom system to inform the flight attendant, Yang Ming could not hear what she said, but he could see that Huang Lele only said that someone in the first-class cabin drank too much and was making trouble, but she did not say that Yang Ming and the hemp pole man had a conflict. The flight attendant saw that Yang Ming did not admit it, and he didn't know whether it was true or not, so he turned to ask a first-class passenger next to him, did he just hit the passenger over there with a beer can? The passenger sat very close to the buffed man. Along the way, the buffed man talked to the people around him, and his mouth was dirty. It made him very upset, so he simply said, I didn't see anyone hit him, but he started drinking as soon as he got on the plane. He drank a lot. You motherfucker. The hemp pole man just wanted to open his mouth and scold the passenger who talked nonsense, but he was stopped by the flight attendant. You take him to the infirmary and give him some sobering medicine. The leading flight attendant said to another flight attendant next to him. Although the hemp pole man was unwilling, he was forcibly taken away. Most of the passengers in the first-class cabin had some opinions about the hemp pole man, so no one spoke up for him. The hemp pole man was taken away. The two macho men wanted to follow, but they hesitated and did not follow. Both of them stared at Yang Ming with resentful eyes, but Yang Ming did not care. The beer was used to hit people. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and continued to close his eyes. Sir. The voice of the flight attendant sounded again next to Yang Ming. Do you want me to get you another can of beer? Yang Ming did not open his eyes. He just waved his hand and said, no need. Thank you for just now. My name is Huang Lele. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. Huang Lele continued. This time, Yang Ming didn't even wave his hand. He just gave a soft N. Huang Lele was a little annoyed with Yang Ming's attitude. What kind of person is this? I'm talking to you, but you don't even open your eyes? It seems that you are helping me, but in fact, I am helping you, okay? If I didn't inform the flight attendant in time, wouldn't the two people around the hemp pole man kill you? She still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming didn't look up or struggle. Huang Lele had no choice but to walk away resentfully. Yang Ming didn't open his eyes, but it didn't mean that he couldn't see what was going on outside. After Huang Lele left, Yang Ming sighed. If it weren't for the fact that he had too many love debts, it would be good to chat with this beautiful sister. After a while, the hemp pole man came back, but his face was not so red. It seemed that the hangover medicine had taken effect. When he walked to Yang Ming, the hemp pole man said fiercely, Kid, you wait for me. Let's wait and see. The hemp pole man was sober, so he didn't dare to make trouble on the plane. But after getting off the plane, it wouldn't be too late to mess with him. Huang Lele gritted her teeth and returned to the work cabin angrily. Several flight attendants saw Huang Lele, but they teased, yeah, Princess Huang also has times when she is tempted? What did I do? Huang Lele was shocked and stuttered. Who knows? The person who spoke was a girl named Wang Mei. These girls all flew the same plane, so their relationship with each other was relatively good. The joke was the most direct. My name is Huang Lele. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. Huang Lele repeated Huang Lele's words just now, but her tone became coquettish. Are you eavesdropping? Huang Lele was shocked, but then she said, I'm not wrong. We are originally serving the passengers. Why didn't I see you telling others what your name is? Another flight attendant, Lu Xiaoran, also teased, I remember that a passenger asked you what your name was, but you told him your number. What happened today? If I don't tell him, he can see it from the name tag on my body. Huang Lele quibbled. What needs? Does it include physiological needs? The one who spoke was Jinyu. She was the only married girl among them, so she was naturally bolder. Huang Lele's words attracted a group attack from her sisters. Fortunately, these people had things to do. After a few words, they dispersed. Huang Lele originally had nothing to do with Yang Ming, but when her sisters said that, she involuntarily began to pay attention to Yang Ming. For the threat of the buffed man, Yang Ming didn't care at all, but the dialogue of these air stewardesses made Yang Ming dumbfounded. Yang Ming was also curious. He wanted to see where these air stewardesses usually stayed, and he happened to see a few people talking about him. However, at this moment, Yang Ming could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Whether Huang Lele had that kind of feeling for him or not, Yang Ming couldn't have any connection with her. The buffed man was probably reprimanded by the flight police, so he was a lot more honest. The second half of the journey was not so troublesome. Yang Ming closed his eyes and listened to the songs in the MP4 with headphones. Speaking of which, this MP4 was taken from Sun Jia. Recalling his shock when he first saw the content of the MP4, Yang Ming felt a little funny. The plane stopped once to refuel on the way, which delayed some time, so about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the air stewardesses began to distribute dinner. This time, it was not Huang Lele, but another air stewardess, Wang Mei, but Yang Ming didn't care much. When passing by Yang Ming, Wang Mei asked Yang Ming what flavor he wanted. Yang Ming looked at the sign on the dining car. There were 2 flavors of fish and beef, so he said, I want beef. In fact, fish is also very delicious. Wang Mei smiled slyly. She took a box and put it on Yang Ming's table. Looking at Lele's face, I will give you 2 boxes. Lele? Huang Lele? Yang Ming didn't know that this was Wang Mei's joke. He thought that the air stewardess was really interested in him, so he was somewhat helpless. He shook his head and said, then thank her for me. In fact, in the first class, in most cases, if a passenger wanted 2 meals, as long as there was enough left, it would be given. However, Yang Ming was in first class for the first time. He had no similar experience before, so he naturally didn't know. Wang Mei nodded and left. She continued to distribute dinner to other passengers. However, Yang Ming was indeed hungry. He didn't eat anything at noon, so he didn't care so much. He finished the 2 boxes of rice like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. As for what Wang Mei said to Huang Lele after she went back, it was not something that Yang Ming could control. It was true that there were many romantic encounters during the journey. If it were in the past, Yang Ming was naturally looking forward to something happening. But now, Yang Ming didn't dare to provoke too much trouble. However, Yang Ming did not want to provoke trouble, but trouble just had to find him. Most of the passengers had finished their dinner. Wang Mei pushed an empty cart to collect the garbage. When she walked to Yang Ming handed 2 empty boxes to her. Wang Mei took them and said, how is it? Are you full? For Wang Mei's enthusiasm, Yang Ming was embarrassed to ignore her, so he nodded and said, thank you. Why are you thanking me? If you want to thank someone, thank Lele. Wang Mei smiled and lowered her voice. I have just told Lele that you want to thank her and treat her to a meal. How is it? Is it enough? Enough? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. If he didn't have a girlfriend, he would naturally be happy to have dinner with a beauty like Huang Lele. But now, Yang Ming couldn't wait to hide. How would he dare to take the initiative to invite her? However, since Wang Mei said so, it would be a bit unreasonable if he flatly refused, so he just said perfunctorily, okay, no problem. He promised, but Yang Ming knew that after getting off the plane, the hope of seeing Huang Lele again was very slim. He promised first. If he didn't meet her, then he wouldn't break his promise. What he didn't expect was that after Wang Mei went back, she said that Yang Ming wanted to treat Huang Lele to a meal. Huang Lele suddenly blushed, but she did not refuse. Huang Lele's impression of Yang Ming was not bad. She felt that he was not the same as other men who pestered her when they saw her. At least, he belonged to the category of decent men. If Yang Ming knew that Huang Lele classified him into this category, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I say, Lele, among us, you are the only one who doesn't have a boyfriend. I think the handsome guy in the first class is good. Why don't you try to develop a relationship with him? Lu Xiaoran urged eagerly. But our Lele's vision is high. I don't know how that person's family background is. Can he match our Lele? Chen Yu was married. Naturally, she was not as simple as those unmarried little girls. It was not enough to be handsome. The most important thing was the family background and economic conditions. Who said that? I don't care about this. Huang Lele saw that Chen Yu made her sound so snobbish, so she quickly denied it. That is to say, you are really tempted this time? Wang Mei asked. Relentlessly. I'm not. Isn't it because of you guys? Huang Lele was very helpless. She felt like she was trapped. However, in any case, Huang Lele's impression of Yang Ming was really good. Since he invited her, Huang Lele was also willing to give him a chance. Anyway, even if there was no intimate development, it was good to be an ordinary friend. Although she thought so, Huang Lele still took the time to go to the bathroom to touch up her makeup to make herself look more radiant. She thought that she could hide it from these sisters, but these people were together every day. Who didn't know each other? Wang Mei saw the change in Huang Lele at a glance and joked, Lele, are you going to go to the date? Did you touch up your makeup? Huang Lele was embarrassed. I didn't. Isn't it normal to touch up my makeup during work? I have to maintain my image in front of the passengers. TSK, this is not a shameful thing? Isn't it just a date? Wang Mei said disapprovingly, Lu Xiaoran is living with her boyfriend. You are the only one who hasn't even been in a relationship. Huang Lele was blushed, but she did intend to go to the date in her heart. She had to lower her head, ignore Wang Mei, and do her own thing. How would Yang Ming know this? He was still anxious to see Suya, so when the plane just landed, Yang Ming rushed to get off the plane in front. Anyway, he didn't take any luggage with him on this trip. In this day and age, a credit card could settle everything. After guiding the passengers on the plane to get off the plane, Huang Lele looked at the first-class cabin reservedly, but she found that there was no one inside. Huang Lele's face immediately collapsed. This person wanted to treat me to a meal. Why did he leave as soon as the plane landed? Wang Mei and Lu Xiaoran also saw Huang Lele's displeasure. They knew that she must be angry because Yang Ming was not there, so they advised, Lele, don't worry. He must be waiting for you at the exit. Lu Xiaoran also said, yeah, he is not our crew member. How can he stay here and not get off the plane? Huang Lele thought about it for a while. The other passengers had gotten off the plane. Yang Ming couldn't stay here and not leave. She eased her expression, but she said, who wants him to wait? He wants to treat me to a meal. I don't want to go. When they got off the plane, Huang Lele deliberately dawdled for a long time before she got off the plane with Wang Mei. Lu Xiaoran's boyfriend came to pick her up. She was naturally anxious to leave first. Chen Yu's sister was married and had a child. Naturally, she was more anxious to go back and see the child. I say, Lele, I think he is very good. If you don't want him, just give him to me. When they got off the plane, Wang Mei teased Huang Lele. Then I will give him to you. Who wants him? Huang Lele said disapprovingly. Look, you still admit it, right? Wang Mei laughed. Admit what? Huang Lele was stunned. Admit that you like him, said Wang Mei. When did I admit it? Huang Lele was somewhat inexplicable. He is not yours. Why do you give him to me? Wang Mei teased, you must have already regarded him as your own in your heart. That's why you said such words. I. Huang Lele was anxious. Isn't it you who tricked me with words? I didn't mean that at all. When the two of them came to the exit, they didn't see Yang Ming's figure. Huang Lele was so angry that she almost cried. When did she get tricked like this? She had always stood others up, but this time, it was others' turn to stand her up. Looking at Huang Lele's gritting teeth, Wang Mei quickly persuaded, Lele, don't be angry. It must be that we dawdled for too long. He was anxious and thought that you didn't want to keep the appointment, so he left first. Humph. Huang Lele snorted with grievance. Let's go. Wang Mei's boyfriend's family was also very rich. When they left the airport, her boyfriend picked her up and got in the car. Huang Lele, on the other hand, got in another BMW Z9 sports car angrily. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? In the driver's seat of the BMW, a handsome young man asked with concern. I'm fine. Huang Lele pouted and didn't speak. Anyone could see that something was wrong with her. Sure enough, the young man continued, Little sister, did someone bully you? Tell second brother, and second brother will vent your anger for you. Is it your captain? Again? It's not him. The last time our captain reprimanded me, he was beaten black and blue by you. You still have the nerve to say that. How do you want me to work in the future? Huang Lele said helplessly. Who told him to scold my little sister? The young man said disapprovingly, then tell me what's wrong with you. I'm really fine. Although Huang Lele was close to her eldest brother and second brother since she was a child, how could she tell them about this kind of girl's mind? Seeing that Huang Lele didn't speak, the young man couldn't help it, but he had a unique skill. He planned to call his little sister's best friend, Wang Mei, and ask. Back to the stalwart man, he was thinking about teaching Yang Ming a lesson after getting off the plane, but Yang Ming had already left. The stalwart man couldn't find him for a long time. He couldn't help but scold, You're lucky. You run fast. But don't let me see you again, or I will break your legs. Young master. As soon as the buffed man left the airport, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 macho men. The buffed man was already accustomed to it. He didn't even make a sound. He strode to an RV behind them and got in the car. These macho men were the servants of the buffed man. This time, the buffed man went out to travel to Songjiang. He heard that the ice lanterns in the mainland in winter were very beautiful, so he took a few men to walk around. The buffed man's family was also a famous family in Macau. They opened a casino, and the buffed man was the only male in the family. Naturally, he lived very comfortably. It was just that the buffed man was not fond of women. Otherwise, it was impossible not to know Huang Lele. How many young masters did not know the baby daughter of the Huang family? Unfortunately, the buffed man was addicted to alcohol. He had no interest in other things except for drinking. Huang Lele was sullen all the way. Huang Lele's second brother couldn't do anything. He had to wait until he got home and then call Wang Mei to inquire about the news. Finally, when Huang Lele went back to the room to change clothes, second brother Huang dialed Wang Mei's phone. Hello? Is this Wang Mei? I am Lele's second brother. Second brother Huang lowered his voice, and his eyes swept to Huang Lele's room upstairs from time to time. He was afraid that she would suddenly open the door and come out. Second brother, hello. Wang Mei and second brother Huang were very familiar with each other, and her boyfriend was also a business friend of the Huang family. They met through second brother Huang's introduction, so she was at ease as a little spy. Are you asking about Lele? Hee, you are still smart. Second brother Huang smiled and said, Is Lele being bullied today? Why is she always sullen when I see her? Hee, second brother, I will tell you, but you must not tell Lele that I said it. Wang Mei hesitated and smiled. Of course, I can't say it. I'm not stupid. If I say it, won't she guard against you next time? Then what other news can I get? Second brother Huang said quickly. Then I will say it. I tell you, Lele is probably in love this time. Although Wang Mei knew that second brother Huang couldn't make a phone call in front of Huang Lele, she couldn't help but lower her voice. What? Are you in love? Second brother Huang was stunned after hearing it. He said inexplicably, "What love? Does she have a boyfriend?" "That's not it," Wang Mei said and told second brother Huang what happened on the plane. "Ah? So that's the case." Second brother Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Wang Mei's words. He didn't expect that the little sister in his eyes had grown up and began to be tempted by boys. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, his little sister was 20 years old this year. It was normal for her to fall in love. Second brother Huang, why don't you help Lele find that handsome guy? Wang Mei suggested. Second brother Huang could only smile bitterly. The person that his little sister was attracted to was a bit too coincidental. He was just a passerby on the journey, where could they find him? However, second brother Huang didn't take it too seriously. He thought that his little sister had just reached the age of love and would be moved by outstanding boys, not a specific person. Therefore, this was easy to handle. Didn't he know a lot of young talents? There were some in Macau, and there were some in his hometown in Singapore. When there was someone that he felt was good, wouldn't it be fine to introduce him to his little sister? After figuring this out, second brother Huang was no longer worried. He was going to find opportunities to take his little sister to attend more banquets. Yang Ming could be said to be unfamiliar with Macau. The character who could summon the wind and summon the rain in Songjiang was also clueless here. However, fortunately, Yang Ming's adaptability was extremely strong. He had also learned the official language of Macau, Cantonese, from the CD that Fang Tian gave him. With the increase of mainland tourists in recent years, most of the service industries in Macau began to speak Mandarin. Yang Ming stopped a taxi. After getting in the car, he said to the driver, "Help me choose a hotel. I'm here to travel." "Okay, sir." The driver naturally agreed. It was already an open secret in the industry that he could get a high commission by pulling customers to the hotel. Yang Ming's industry was also involved in the entertainment industry, so he was also clear about these industry rules, but he didn't care about this. If he wanted to get some information from the driver, he had to let him get some benefits. "Right, Xianxia is going to hold a concert here." Yang Ming began to try to talk to the taxi driver, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the driver. "Oh? Are you also here to watch Xia's concert?" The driver said, "In the past 2 days, I have pulled a lot of Xia's fans. They all came here to watch the concert." "Yeah, I also like Xia very much." Yang Ming didn't lie. Now, liking Xia was equivalent to liking Suya. "Hee, that's fine. I will take you to the hotel closest to the hotel where Xia is staying." The taxi driver said, "However, it's in a different direction from now." "The fare? It doesn't matter how much the fare is. I won't give you less." Yang Ming certainly didn't care about this. "No problem." The driver saw that Yang Ming was straightforward, and he was very happy. The car turned around and drove out quickly. Soon, the car passed by a luxurious and spectacular hotel. The driver pointed to the hotel and said, "Xia is staying here, Jianye Imperial City." Yang Ming quickly noted the location of the hotel. The driver said that the hotel was close to here. In fact, it was about 1 kilometer away. The reason was very simple. Other hotels that were closer were full, and there were no vacant rooms. The people who stayed in these hotels were basically Xia's fans. Yang Ming paid the fare and gave the driver some extra tips. The driver smiled and handed Yang Ming a business card, saying that Yang Ming could contact him at any time if he needed a car. Yang Ming didn't have a private car in Macau, so he naturally accepted the business card and put it in his pocket. After getting a room, Yang Ming took a comfortable hot bath, then he picked up the newspaper provided by the hotel for free and read it. He turned to the entertainment section, which was almost full of large reports about Xia. From the entertainment report, Xia would stay in Macau for about a week, but the specific schedule was not disclosed. It was impossible for these news media to have exact information. Looking at the bustling scene of the streets and alleys outside the window, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. The nightlife here was much more lively than Songjiang. This was a real city that never slept. All the casinos were almost open 24 hours a day. There was no time to close. Yang Ming had to wait until there were not many people on the streets before he took action. Yang Ming's action tonight was to find out the room where Suya was, and then study the terrain of the hotel where she lived to see if it was possible to sneak in and meet with Suya. In fact, this was not Songjiang. There was almost no possibility of meeting at the concert because no one would let Yang Ming go backstage unless he forced his way in. However, in Macau, a place that was not his territory, Yang Ming didn't dare to be too rash. Until early in the morning, the taxi and tourists on the street did not show any signs of decreasing. It was no wonder. This was a commercial area, not a remote residential area. If he was impatient, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He could only make do and act according to the situation. After stopping a taxi, Yang Ming came to the Xianxia Imperial City Hotel. He wanted to pretend to be an ordinary tourist to inquire about the hotel. He didn't expect that when he was about to enter the door, he was stopped by a few bodyguard-like people in black. "Sir, please stay. There are no vacant rooms here. Sorry, we can't receive you. I'm here to find a friend. He lives in this hotel." Yang Ming scratched his head and quickly found an excuse. "Friend? This place has been booked. I think you must have made a mistake." The bodyguard still blocked Yang Ming and didn't let him enter. "Ugh. My friend is Shuya. You can call her to confirm. She will definitely let me go up." Yang Ming had no choice but to say so. "I'm sorry, sir. Every day, there are too many people who say that they are friends of Miss Xu. We can't confirm them one by one. If you are really a friend of Miss Xu, you must know Miss Xu's private phone number. You can ask Miss Xu to send someone to pick you up," said the bodyguard. Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the bodyguard's words. It seemed that he was not the only one who came to find Shuya. But thinking about it, those crazy fans could definitely do this kind of thing. Yang Ming didn't have Shuya's phone number in Macau. He wanted to call Su Haikua and ask, but he found that it was already early in the morning. He guessed that Su Haikua should be asleep. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to forget it. Now, even if he saw Shuya, he wasn't mentally prepared for a while. He didn't know how to speak. He couldn't hug Suya as soon as they met and then push her to the bed, right? Looking at the security work of the hotel, it was not worse than that of Songjiang. It was almost impossible to sneak in secretly. If he climbed up from the outside of the building, he would be seen. Therefore, Yang Ming simply gave up the idea and turned away from the Jianya Huangqing Hotel. For Yang Ming's behavior, these security guards were already used to it. They thought that Yang Ming was also a crazy fan. After Yang Ming returned to the hotel, he found the hotel service department and asked them to help him get a ticket for Shuya's concert tomorrow. Of course, it was best to get a VIP ticket. The price didn't matter. The hotel and the organizer naturally had a relationship. For Yang Ming's request, they guaranteed to meet it as much as possible. After all, a financier like Yang Ming was not common. He could get a good price of 100,000 yuan at once. Although time was tight, it was not difficult for the people in charge of booking the tickets in the hotel. They not only had connections with the formal companies of the organizers but also with the underground scalpers. This was not Yang Ming's territory, so when he did things, Yang Ming couldn't be as unscrupulous as he was in Songjiang, and he couldn't be as unscrupulous as he was on the Alice. After all, Yang Ming came to Macau through formal channels this time. He was a legitimate tourist with a name. If he forced his way in or sneaked in, it would become a lot of trouble once he was discovered. Therefore, when Yang Ming learned that only Suya's group was staying in the hotel, he gave up the idea of continuing to explore. Because even if he knew which room Suya was staying in, it was useless. However, what Yang Ming couldn't figure out was why Suya didn't bring her domestic mobile phone here. Suddenly, he remembered the gift that Suya gave him when she left, and he suddenly felt helpless. Originally, he wanted to go back to Earthly Paradise today to get the gift, but he met Su Haikua at the entrance of the hotel. He was so distracted by Su Haikua that he actually forgot such a thing, which made Yang Ming regret it. However, compared to the gift, the information that Su Haikua provided him was more important. Back in the hotel room, Yang Ming called Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun to report that he was safe. After hanging up the phone, he found that the mobile phone could actually search for the mainland's mobile signal. It must be from Zhuhai. He also tried the private number that Suya gave him, but it was still turned off. He called the front desk and asked if there was a computer with internet access. He got a positive answer. The hotel provided laptops for rent, but he had to pay a deposit. However, these didn't matter. Yang Ming asked the waiter to send a laptop of the latest model. The keyboard of the laptop was covered with a brand new layer of disposable silicone mold, and the mouse was also brand new. It seemed that the hotel had fully considered the issue of hygiene. Yang Ming logged into QQ. The network speed here was much faster than at home in Songjiang. Yang Ming used the music box to download a few of Suya's albums. When he learned that Suya was Suya, Yang Ming began to be anxious to know everything about Suya. After the QQ login was successful, Yang Ming was eager to see if I Am a Superstar was online, but unfortunately, the avatar was gray. Yang Ming tried to send a "Are you there?" message, but there was no reply for a long time. In disappointment, Yang Ming wanted to turn off QQ, but there was a beep 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 sound from the laptop speaker. Yang Ming quickly stopped and opened the message window. "Bro, is that you?" This message was sent by Zhang Ben. "Zhang Ben, it's me." Yang Ming touched his hair and suddenly found that he hadn't contacted Zhang Ben for more than a month. He didn't know how he was doing recently. This was one of his few good buddies. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "How is your injury?" "Hee, you see that I can type in chat. Do you think I'm good?" Zhang Ben didn't take his injury seriously. "I was bored to death in the hospital for a while. It was too boring." Voice. Yang Ming felt that typing couldn't express his feelings, so he sent a voice invitation. Zhang Ben directly refused. Yang Ming was surprised, but Zhang Ben sent another video chat invitation. Yang Ming was stunned, then he smiled and clicked the accept button. Yang Ming's laptop also had a camera. Zhang Ben saw the scene here and blurted out, "Bro, where are you? Why do I think it looks like a hotel?" "I'm in Macau." Yang Ming said with a smile, "What about you? Have you been discharged?" D***MN, how did you go to Macau? Zhang Ben said with surprise, "When did you go?" "I just arrived today. I did stay in the hotel." Yang Ming explained. "I'm at home. I have nothing to do." "Why did you go to Macau?" "You should have said so earlier. I would have gone with you." Zhang Ben said with disappointment. "What about Zhao Cici? Didn't she accompany you?" asked Yang Ming. "These days, the jewelry company is so busy. How can she have time to accompany me?" Zhang Ben shrugged and said with a bitter face. "I came here to watch Xia's concert. Are you coming too?" Yang Ming didn't talk nonsense. He did come here for this purpose. "Ah? No way, right? Bro, when did you become a fan of Xia?" Obviously, Zhang Ben was a little surprised by Yang Ming's approach. In his opinion, Yang Ming couldn't become a crazy fan. Probably this morning." Yang Ming smiled mysteriously. "What? This morning? This is too fast. You became a fan in the morning, and you went to Macau at night?" Zhang Ben opened his mouth wide. "I'm convinced. How is it? Are you coming?" Yang Ming asked casually. "Come? Why don't I come? I am a fan of Xia." "Bro, you are going. How can I not go? What's more, I really don't mean anything. You wait for me. I will book the ticket now. I will probably be there in the middle of the night." As Zhang Ben said this, he picked up the mobile phone in a hurry and looked for the airline's ticket booking number. Yang Ming didn't expect Zhang Ben to be so fast. It seemed that he really stayed in the hospital for too long, and he was bored. After a while, Zhang Ben returned to the front of the screen and said, "Okay, it's done. I am going to the airport now. Wait for me." "Okay." Yang Ming turned off the video and thought about it. He called the service desk again and told them to book one more ticket for Xia's concert. Of course, the price was still indifferent. He slept until about 5 o'clock in the morning. He received a call from Zhang Ben and learned that he had arrived in Macau. Yang Ming told him the name of the hotel and asked him to come directly by taxi. Yang Ming booked a double standard room. It didn't matter if Zhang Bin stayed in it. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ming glanced at it. It was really Zhang Bin. Suddenly, when he saw Zhang Bin appear in front of him again, Yang Ming felt emotional. There was an indescribable emotion in his heart. He hugged Zhang Bin and patted his back. Zhang Bin was shocked by Yang Ming's sudden action. He stuttered, "Bro, you don't like broken back, right? Get lost." Yang Ming laughed and said, "I just haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you a little bit. It's my fault that you were hospitalized, but you can rest assured that I will avenge you sooner or later." Hee hee. Zhang Bin said indifferently, "It's okay. I just treated it as recuperation. It's just that I am a little tired of it after a long time. So, I ran out just as I was getting better." "Uncle Zhang knows that you came to find me?" Yang Ming asked with some worry. "Of course, my dad heard that I was coming to find you. He personally helped me find someone to book a ticket. Otherwise, how could I come here so quickly in the middle of the night?" Zhang Bin nodded and said, "You shouldn't have slept, right? Rest for a while. The concert is tomorrow night. I asked the hotel to help me book the tickets. I don't know if I can buy it." Yang Ming said. Zhang Bin didn't hold back. He nodded and said, "Then I'll sleep. I'm so sleepy. Just now on the plane, the chick next to me kept talking to me. I couldn't sleep well even if I wanted to." "No way? You just got out of the hospital and you want to have a one-night stand again?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, it's not that I want to. I can meet her when I go out. Can you blame me?" Zhang Bin said innocently, "Bro, why don't you play too? Your conditions are better than mine. There must be a lot of sluts who are willing." Yang Ming shook his head and didn't respond. "If I find another one back, wouldn't Chen Mengyan blow up the temple?" Yang Ming didn't want to get into trouble again. Although Yang Ming was a bit of a playboy and had more than one girlfriend, Yang Ming thought that he was a more conservative person in the end. He was passionate but not promiscuous. Yang Ming couldn't tolerate the woman who was related to him to have sex with others. The night was silent. Yang Ming woke up early in the morning, but when he saw Zhang Bin sleeping soundly, he closed his eyes and fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was already noon. The two were woken up by the phone in the room. It turned out that the hotel called to tell Yang Ming that the VIP tickets had been obtained. 2 tickets cost 200,000 yuan. Yang Ming didn't care about whether there was any underpricing in it, but he was very moved that Xia's concert ticket price was actually so high. After thanking, they agreed to pick up the tickets in a while. After eating casually in the restaurant, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin took the tickets and left the hotel. They came to the streets of Macau. There were still a few hours before the concert began. If Zhang Bin didn't come, Yang Ming could go online at will in the hotel to pass the time. But now that Zhang Bin came, the two went out together. Macau wasn't big, but it was world famous. The reason was naturally that its gambling industry was quite developed. Its ranking in the world could be said to be second only to Las Vegas. Most of the tourists who came here wanted to see the casinos in Macau. Here, gambling was legal, and so was gambling. Therefore, people who were rich one day and penniless the next could be found everywhere. Of course, there were also people who became rich overnight, but the probability of this was very small. 9 out of 10 gamblers lost. This was the unchanging law. Otherwise, all the casinos would have closed down long ago. Yang Ming didn't know if the King of Gamblers tournament on TV existed, but he knew that gambling masters did exist. Almost every big casino had 1 or 2 masters. In the CD that Feng Tian gave him, there was also an introduction in this regard, and even a detailed tutorial of gambling. However, Yang Ming basically didn't need it, so he ignored it. What was certain was that Yang Ming's skills were only better than those people, and he wouldn't be worse than those people because Yang Ming had an innate advantage that no one could surpass. "Let's go to the casino?" Zhang Bin was the kind of person who was restless. When he came to Macau, his hands naturally began to itch. After all, the gambling industry here was legal. Zhang Bin had no sense of guilt. Go now? Yang Ming had no interest in gambling. Yang Ming was not a gambler. He was not interested in these. However, rather than saying that Yang Ming was not a gambler, it was better to say that Yang Ming basically had no fun in gambling. In the case of winning every time, gambling was no longer gambling. It had become a one-sided mechanical sport of plundering. Yang Ming was not short of money, and he did not need to rely on gambling to make money, so in his opinion, if it was not necessary, he would not touch these things. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming's lack of interest and couldn't help but say, "Bro, what's wrong with you? I think you should like these things very much, right? At that time in Yunnan, didn't you like to gamble on stones? How can that be the same as this?" Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly after listening. This is pure gambling. That can only be regarded as a kind of bulk purchase. As he was talking, Zhang Bin's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Bin picked up the phone and glanced at it. His face immediately showed a very lascivious expression. "The little girl I hooked up with on the plane." Yang Ming shook his head and watched Zhang Bin pick up the phone. The two people seemed to be making an appointment, but Yang Ming did not care about this. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bin scratched his head embarrassedly. "Bro, she asked me to go out." "Then go." Yang Ming was unwilling to accompany Zhang Bin to gamble. Now that he could be free, how could he not agree? But he said, "Don't miss the concert tonight. I will call you." "No problem. I will try to make it quick and take her directly to the hotel." Zhang Bin smiled after listening. Then he stopped a taxi and left. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was strolling alone on the streets, enjoying the peculiar atmosphere of a foreign land. Although this place had been returned to China for many years, many of the buildings on the street were very westernized, which was different from the mainland. "Sir, do you want to play?" A small man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Ming and made a dice-throwing gesture with his hand. Yang Ming was stunned. He was a little puzzled. Why is there someone pulling guests for the casino? But Yang Ming understood all the words of the small man next. "No matter how much it costs. I don't have any requirements. Even a few dollars is fine," the short man said in a low voice. "Go and play a few rounds." "It's okay." The small man was a little reluctant. "Try your luck. Maybe you can make a fortune. There is really no need." Yang Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. The small man probably didn't want to let the business run away. When he saw Yang Ming turn around, he grabbed Yang Ming's coat and didn't want to let Yang Ming leave. "You wait." Yang Ming suddenly became a little impatient. He just felt that this small man was not easy to make a living, so he didn't bother with him. But at this moment, he was clinging to him. Yang Ming frowned and wanted to force him away. "Hey, don't go with him. They are liars." Before Yang Ming could do it, a delicate and sweet voice came over. The voice was very familiar. It made Yang Ming slightly stunned. He looked up and really knew it. It was the flight attendant, Huang Lele, whom he met on the plane. Huang Lele was now with another stewardess named Wang Mei on the plane. The two of them were holding hands and were looking at this side. Huang Lele also came closer and saw that the person on this side was Yang Ming. She was also stunned, but Wang Mei's eyes were very good. She had already seen that the person on this side was Yang Ming. Otherwise, she would not deliberately lead the topic to someone who was a liar. The local people almost knew that these people of the small man's group were liars. They opened an illegal gambling den and sent some henchmen to attract foreign tourists. After they came to the gambling den, they cheated the tourists and won all the money. Most tourists did not understand the local laws. They thought that it was normal to lose gambling. Even if they called the police, it would not help. In fact, these illegal gambling dens did not have operating licenses at all. They were the targets of a severe crackdown. Huang Lele belonged to the kind of girl with a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, Wang Mei would not take the initiative to tell her this. It was because she knew that Huang Lele would speak up to stop it. Wang Mei did not tell Huang Lele when she saw that the person on the other side was Yang Ming. Instead, she let Huang Lele find out for herself. In fact, these henchmen were still very afraid of causing trouble. At this time, when they saw that a local person exposed their identity, they quickly left after muttering a few words. They were also afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Huang Lele did not expect to meet Yang Ming here. She was shocked and immediately remembered that she was stood up by Yang Ming yesterday. She was angry and stared at Yang Ming with her eyes wide open. However, Huang Lele's appearance belonged to the sweet and lovely type. Even if she was angry now, there was no clue on the surface. Instead, her eyes were wide open, which made her look more beautiful and moving. Yang Ming had already put the matter of treating Huang Lele to a meal at the back of his mind. When he saw Huang Lele's appearance, he thought that she was really interested in him. Yang Ming was not such an arrogant person, but since he had special abilities, the beautiful women around him really made him feel complacent. What's more, Yang Ming really did not want to provoke any love debt. For all the facts that could happen, Yang Ming had to be careful. Actually, I have a girlfriend. Yang Ming looked at Huang Lele's blinking beautiful eyes. His breath was short for a while. She was so beautiful that it could kill. After Huang Lele listened to Yang Ming's words without rhyme or reason, she was inexplicable. However, after thinking about it carefully, she immediately understood what Yang Ming wanted to express. Huang Lele was going to explode. What does this guy mean? Does he really think that I want to pester him? Huang Lele clenched her teeth, and her body trembled a little. Since childhood, I have always rejected others. This is great. It's my turn to be rejected by others. But I don't mean that at all. Although Huang Lele's initial impression of Yang Ming was good, it did not mean that Huang Lele really liked Yang Ming, and she was anxious to have some follow-up with Yang Ming. Yang Ming saw Huang Lele's appearance and thought that he rejected her and hurt her heart. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Actually, I'm not a good person. In fact, Yang Ming was not such a dull person. But today, Huang Lele was really charming, which made Yang Ming somewhat unable to control himself. Secondly, Yang Ming was really afraid that he couldn't control himself and bring another girl back. Therefore, Yang Ming's thinking was a little confused, so he made such a mistake. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. This saying was not false at all. Huang Lele really didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. Looking at Yang Ming, she really wanted to trample him to death. After a heavy humph, she turned and left. Wang Mei was also shocked by Yang Ming's words. She wanted to create an opportunity for Yang Ming and Huang Lele, but she did not expect that it would be the current result. You already have a girlfriend. Why do you still want to provoke our Lele? Wang Mei rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and threw out a sentence. Then she went to chase Huang Lele. These brainless words made Yang Ming very depressed. Did I provoke them? Who did I provoke? Is it wrong for me to take a plane? Huang Lele walked forward angrily, but Wang Mei followed her closely and persuaded, Lele, don't be angry. Aren't there plenty of men? When did Huang Lele suffer such grievances? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Although she didn't really pursue Yang Ming and was rejected, it also made Huang Lele feel disgraced. She was rejected by a man in front of her good friend. This was such a shameful thing. Huang Lele had cursed Yang Ming 1,000 times in her heart. What kind of person is this? I'm not thinking about men. Huang Lele was afraid that Wang Mei would misunderstand, so she explained, he is really narcissistic. He actually thinks that I like him? Yeah, Lele, wait for a few days. I will find you a handsome man, one who is more handsome than him. Wang Mei nodded. I don't want to. How could Huang Lele still have the mood to think about a handsome man? She was so angry that she was going to die. It was a rare holiday, but her mood was ruined on the first day. She wanted to go shopping with Wang Mei, but she was not in the mood. Huang Lele apologized and said goodbye to Wang Mei. Wang Mei knew that Huang Lele's mood wasn't good, so she didn't say anything. Instead, she sent her to the taxi and watched her leave. Wang Mei sighed. This Yang Ming really doesn't know how to do things. Other men try to pretend to be single in front of Huang Lele, but he is good. He directly said that he has a girlfriend. I have to say that this person is really unique. However, how could Yang Ming think so much? This time, he came to Macau mainly because of Xianxia, so he had almost no thoughts about other women. Looking at the time, there was still a long time before the concert. Yang Ming simply found a coffee shop and went in to ask for a cup of coffee. Then, he read the restaurant DM magazine that was provided for free here. Originally, he was reading this magazine full of advertisements to pass the time. However, when Yang Ming turned to one of the pages, his eyes suddenly widened. He stared at a message in the corner of the page and slowly frowned. This was a code word. Yang Ming had systematically learned code words in Fengtian CD and in Europe. Although Yang Ming didn't understand the meaning of this code word, his keen intuition told him that this was definitely a code word deliberately left by someone. Yang Ming held the magazine in his hands and looked at the code words on it, but he couldn't understand it. At this time, the waiter came over with the coffee. When he saw that Yang Ming was looking at the advertisement in the DM magazine, he smiled and said, "Sir, what you are looking at is meaningless." Meaningless? Yang Ming was stunned. Yeah, there are them in every issue. They are all published by people who have too much money and don't know where to spend it. The purpose is to tease others. The waiter gently put the coffee in front of Yang Ming and said, "Oh?" Yang Ming raised his head suspiciously. There is one in every issue? Are they all published by the same person? That I don't know, but the locals think that this is a prank made by a bored guy. Sir, you are a tourist here. It is normal that you don't know this. The waiter continued to explain. Do you still have the previous issues of the magazine? Yang Ming took out a tip of 100 yuan and gave it to the waiter. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I will show it to you. The waiter received the tip and immediately smiled. He quickly went to help Yang Ming get the magazine. As he walked, he thought, the hobbies of rich people are really different. Over there, they use advertising money to publish some useless garbage. Here, someone is also using tips to look for the previous magazines. However, this had nothing to do with him. He would do what the customer was happy with. When he came to the utility room of the coffee shop, the waiter turned over the previous issues of the DM magazine. He took one for each issue and brought it to Yang Ming's coffee table. Sir, it is all here. It was published from the 3rd issue of this year. Yang Ming looked at the magazines handed over by the waiter. There were about 6 or 7 of them. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Thank you. It doesn't matter. If you need anything else, just call me at any time." The waiter said respectfully and left. DM magazines were different from ordinary periodicals. The release time was not fixed. It was an industry magazine published by some media and advertising companies. It was not sold publicly. It was only distributed for free in public places such as bars, coffee shops, barber shops, and so on for customers to read. Yang Ming didn't have a deciphering dictionary at hand, so he couldn't see anything from these messy words. They were all nonsense. Yang Ming didn't believe that someone would be so bored as to spend money to publish some inexplicable things. It just so happened that he happened to run into it, so he naturally had to investigate thoroughly. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and took photos of the words in each issue of the magazine. He planned to study them carefully when he returned to the hotel. When the waiter saw Yang Ming picking up his phone to take a picture, he couldn't help but find it funny. There were really all kinds of people. However, he didn't interfere. Who cares? What did this have to do with him? After taking the photos, Yang Ming neatly stacked the magazines aside and put the coffee money on the table. He then got up and was about to leave, but he bumped into an acquaintance. Brother Yang Ming. A young man was pushing open the door of the coffee shop and walking in. When he saw Yang Ming, he was surprised and happy to greet him. And? Yang Ming didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in Macau. When he looked up, he saw that the person was actually Huang Rongjin, whom he met in Songjiang. Brother Huang? Why are you in Macau? Huang Rongjin was a little puzzled as to why Yang Ming would appear here. Yang Ming seemed to still be in Songjiang the day before yesterday, right? Hee, I came to Macau to attend Xia's concert. Yang Ming didn't lie to him. This was also one of the purposes of Yang Ming's trip. Oh? I didn't expect you to be a fan of Xia. Huang Rongjin was surprised. Just like my friend Ji Xiaohe, the concert in Songjiang just ended, and you flew to Macau with me. It turns out that you were also here to watch the concert. Yang Ming suddenly nodded. Not all of it. There are many of my family's businesses in Macau. I have troubled you in Songjiang, but it's good to be here. It is also my territory. If you need anything, just tell me. Huang Rongjin patted his chest and promised. Not yet, but if I really encounter trouble, I won't be polite with you. Yang Ming smiled. That's natural. If you are polite, you are looking down on me. Huang Rongjin also smiled. I have an appointment with a guest today, so I won't talk to you more. How long will you stay here? It's hard to say, but I should stay for a few days. Yang Ming wasn't sure. I will hold a small banquet at my house next Saturday. If you are free, do me the honor and come over. Let's have a good chat then. As Huang Rongjin said this, he took out an invitation from his small handbag and gave it to Yang Ming. Okay, if I don't leave, I will definitely go. Yang Ming took the invitation. His impression of Huang Rongjin was not bad, so it was good to make such a friend. Huang Rongjin had an appointment with several important customers of the Huang family today to discuss business, so he couldn't accompany Yang Ming. Originally, Huang Rongjin was not responsible for business matters, but his elder brother was so busy in Singapore that he couldn't get away. He happened to come to Macau, so this responsibility fell on him. What's more, he still had some shares in the company, so he couldn't ignore it. Huang Rongjin's character naturally didn't like to be in power. This was also an important reason why the two brothers could be harmonious. Huang Rongjin's elder brother, Huang Rontian, was the kind of person who was more fanatical about controlling the overall situation in business, and he was happy to see his younger brother like this. Otherwise, when the two brothers were in charge of the company, it would be difficult for the people below to decide who to listen to when there were differences of opinion. In this way, the company would collapse sooner or later. Now, Huang Rongjin only held shares and dividends, and the operation of the company was controlled by his brother, Huang Rontian. The Huang family's business was getting bigger and bigger. Of course, Huang Rongjin couldn't ignore it at all. After bidding farewell to Huang Rongjin, Yang Ming immediately returned to the hotel and entered a group of photos taken today into the computer. Then he opened his own network hard drive, which stored many useful electronic tools that Fang Tian gave him. Some dictionary of code words were also stored on it. Yang Ming downloaded the dictionary and then translated it one by one according to the text on the photo. As a result, the translated content shocked Yang Ming. This was actually a message for a bounty to hire someone to kill. The message in the first 3 issues of the magazine was the same message, offering a bounty of 10 million patakas, Macau patakas, to kill a person. In the 4th issue of the magazine, there was another message after this message. The content of the message was also very simple. The translation was only 4 words, except the mission. It seemed that no one responded to the message in the first 3 issues. When it was published in the 4th issue, someone posted the same password in the same position and accepted this killing mission. Of course, if it weren't for a professional like Yang Ming, no one would understand this messy text. Even if the 4th issue had a few more words than the 3rd issue, no one would association anything. Sure enough, starting from the 5th issue, the text in each issue of the magazine was different. It seemed that these two people began to use this text to communicate. In the 5th issue, it should be the message published by the hirer. He left the information of the person to be killed. The name of the person to be killed was Jing Xiaopeng, the chief dealer and senior consultant of Macau's Huawei Casino. He was also a celebrity in Macau's gambling industry. As for the reason for killing him, it was not mentioned in the message, but these were not important. Yang Ming was not the kind of person with a sense of justice. As an assassin himself, Yang Ming couldn't destroy the business of his peers. And this Jing Xiaopeng was definitely not a good person. Generally speaking, people in his position had harmed countless people. Therefore, Jing Xiaopeng's life and death had nothing to do with Yang Ming. What made Yang Ming curious was that this hirer actually used the exclusive password dictionary of the assassin industry. This made Yang Ming very surprised. Generally, ordinary people would never use these passwords, but this person did. It could be seen that this person was a person who understood the assassin industry very well. At the very least, he had a friend who was an assassin. However, if this was the case, then why did he need to publish an advertisement to hire an assassin? This was what aroused Yang Ming's suspicion. Since there were doubts, Yang Ming naturally did not dare to delay. He told Fang Tian what he had seen and heard, and all the analysis. After all, the older the wiser. Yang Ming's experience as an assassin was still very insufficient. It couldn't be compared with Fang Tian. Fang Tian listened to Yang Ming's narration, but he didn't say much. He just asked, what password did he use? The 99th password in the dictionary, said Yang Ming. 99th? Are you sure? Fang Tian originally had an indifferent attitude. At this moment, when he heard Yang Ming say that it was the 99th password, he immediately put his heart into it. Yes, it's the 99th password. What's wrong with it? Asked Yang Ming, puzzled. The 99th password is not the universal password of the assassin world. Fang Tian suddenly said anxiously, that is the password created by the butterfly family. Butterfly family? Yang Ming was naturally not unfamiliar with this. His training in Europe was carried out in the butterfly family. Now you try to find out who published this message and how the matter has progressed. I am going to contact my old friend. Things may not be so simple. Fang Tian hesitated and said. Although Yang Ming didn't know what was going on here, when he heard that this password was not a circulating password, he felt that things were definitely not so simple. Not far from the coffee shop where Yang Ming was, the window of a limited edition Ferrari slowly opened. A thin man threw out the cigarette butt in his hand and sneered, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone this time. The last message was published by the hirer. It was agreed with the hirer that the next issue of the magazine would publish the place where Xianxia would go that night. The hirer would wait for the opportunity to make a move at this time. Although the magazine was printed a few days in advance, the release time had been set. For a person like Xianxia, his daily schedule should be fixed, and it was very likely that it would be arranged until a few days later. Therefore, it was not strange that the hirer could know his whereabouts in advance. Originally, it was a matter that had nothing to do with him, but after Fang Tian's explanation, it became a matter that was related to him. Although Yang Ming did not admit that he was the son-in-law of the butterfly family, it was undeniable that his and Fang Tian's survival status in the assassin world was closely related to the butterfly family. Since this matter had become strange and involved the butterfly family, Yang Ming naturally had to figure it out. The most critical question now was the publishing time of the next issue of the magazine and the identity of the owner of these two messages. As for the identity of the owner of the information, Yang Ming actually didn't have much hope for it. Since he chose this way to hire someone to kill, he wanted to hide his identity. How could such a person expose his identity? Yang Ming checked the address of the organizer of this DM magazine on the internet. This magazine was hosted by a website called Australian Street Shopping. The office address was in a building not far from here. Yang Ming wrote down the address, then turned off the computer and left the hotel. Downstairs of the hotel, there were already many waiting taxis. Yang Ming got in a taxi and went to the building where the website was located. According to the recorded address, Yang Ming easily found the office of the website. This website seemed to be quite large. It occupied a whole floor of the office building. It was divided into several departments. Yang Ming asked at the front desk and came to the editorial department of the DM magazine. Yang Ming contacted the editorial department as a reader. The editorial department also set up a separate reader's opinion exchange area with a special editor in charge. This kind of DM magazine, which focused on advertising, attached great importance to the opinions of the readers, because every reader could become a customer of the website and the website sponsor. Therefore, Yang Ming did not have to go through much trouble to receive a good reception. Hello, Mr. Wang. Welcome to the editorial department. Do you have any comments or suggestions for our magazine? A gentle editor received Yang Ming. Of course, Yang Ming did not use his real name when he came here. He just casually wrote Mr. Wang. It's like this. I read several issues of your magazine in a row, but I found that there was a strange message in each issue. Yang Ming picked up a magazine on the coffee table, turned to the page with the code, and pointed to it and said to the editor. Oh? So it's this. The editor helplessly revealed an apologetic smile. Regarding this, many readers have already called to ask about it, but you're the first one to come here. I'm really sorry for causing trouble for your reading. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "There is no trouble. I'm just curious. I want to know what the published thing is." "Actually, I'm not sure about this either," the editor said with some embarrassment. "Some of the advertisement columns in our magazine are mobile. They are provided to some people who need to advertise for a short period of time. This advertisement was requested by someone else. Although we don't know the specific meaning, the other party has already sent the advertisement fee over. We can't refuse because this is not against the law after all." "Then who published these things?" "I am a curious person. I want to find the owner of the publication to ask." Yang Ming tried to make himself look more harmless. "Hee, the other party did not leave any contact information, and I don't know his specific identity. The advertising fee and advertising content for each issue were sent through letters." The editor smiled apologetically. "You are not the first reader to ask this. There are also many curious readers who want to get to the bottom of it. However, it may be that some people deliberately want to fool the public. It turns out to be like this." Yang Ming nodded. "Sure enough, as I expected before, these people will not show up." "Right, I want to ask. Is this information published by the same person in every issue?" "I don't know about this." The editor shook his head. "We can't understand the meaning of these messages. How do we know if it is published by the same person? However, there is an issue that is very strange. We received 2 such publishing requests at one time. I think a reader also wants to play a prank." "It is possible." Yang Ming pretended to be very disappointed. He sighed and stood up. "Forget it. Since there is nothing, then I will leave. Mr. Wang, take care. You are welcome to come here again to give us opinions." The editor also got up to send him off. "Right, when is the next issue of the magazine released?" Yang Ming pretended to be very casual and suddenly asked. "The day after tomorrow, hee." "Mr. Wang, you can leave the address. I will send someone to send it to you." The editor didn't need to hide these things, but if Yang Ming asked this when he came up, it would be too abrupt. "No need. I have it in the coffee shop downstairs." Yang Ming waved his hand and left the editorial department. The most important information he got this time was that the new issue of the magazine would be released the day after tomorrow. In other words, the day after tomorrow was the day of the assassination of Xianxia. At that time, according to the information published in the magazine, Yang Ming could come to the place where Xianxia went to in advance to wait. Perhaps he could find some clues. At least he could intercept the assassin who came to assassinate Xianxia and see who he was. Out of the door of the building, Yang Ming called Feng Tian and reported the information he got to Feng Tian. "I have also contacted the butterfly family. This mission doesn't seem to be taken by the people of the butterfly family, but you still have to follow up." Feng Tian said, "This is also an opportunity for you to gain experience. Contact me at any time if there is any situation." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. "I will go to the place where Xianxia appeared the day after tomorrow and find a way to figure out the situation." Since it had nothing to do with the butterfly family, Yang Ming was relieved. He just had to wait and see. At this time, Zhang Bin also called. "Bro, I am done here." "Where are you?" "I am going back to the hotel." "You should come back too. Pack up. It is almost time for the concert to start." Yang Ming looked at the time on his phone and said, "Okay, see you later." Zhang Bin hung up the phone. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Macau Variety Hall, the first concert of the second leg of Xia's national tour began. The scene here was obviously much grander than the concert held in the Songjiang Stadium. After all, Songjiang was only a second-tier city. Naturally, it was not as well equipped and spacious as Macau, an international city. The hotel's VIP tickets were obtained from the scalpers. Although the price was high, it was indeed a good position. Although it was not the first row, it was quite close to the front. It was in the middle aisle of the second row. It was also worth the money. Zhang Bin's position was next to Yang Ming. Zhang Bin was not the kind of fanatical fan. Although he also liked Xianxia, it was impossible for him to fly to Macau to watch the concert. For Yang Ming's behavior, Zhang Ben did not understand. "Bro, I don't think you are the kind of fanatical groupie." "Hee, is it strange?" Yang Ming shrugged. In fact, if he didn't know that Xianxia was Suya, Yang Ming would not do such a crazy thing. "It's a bit strange." Zhang Ben shook his head. "Bro, don't you know? It's okay to like celebrities, but it's not good if you are too obsessed with them. After all, they can't have any intersection with us." "You are right. I came here this time, to pursue Xianxia." Yang Ming suddenly whispered in Zhang Ben's ear. "Pursue, what?" Zhang Ben was stunned and looked at Yang Ming in surprise. "Bro, are you kidding?" Yang Ming touched the ring in his pocket and then smiled at Zhang Ben. "Of course not. I'm serious." "Are you sure?" Zhang Ben was still a little incredulous. Although there were often news of rich young masters pursuing celebrities on the internet, and Yang Ming was now considered a rich young master, Zhang Ben still felt that these things were a little distant from him. "You are going to have a celebrity sister-in-law soon." Yang Ming patted Zhang Ben's shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Zhang Ben was confused by Yang Ming, but he was still very impressed by Yang Ming's ability to pick up girls. At that time, Chen Mengyan was the campus belle, but Yang Ming easily pursued her. Then, Lan Ling and Lin Jiyun were also the beauties of the beauties. There was still some time before the concert started. Zhang Ben began to talk about his one-night stand today. He kept talking about how coquettish the woman was. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. "You know, I don't like to do this. Why don't you try it too? This feeling is really good. You don't have to be responsible, and there is no psychological burden." Zhang Ben suggested. "Yeah. I don't have to be responsible." Yang Ming shook his head, but he really couldn't do it. He thought that Sun Jia would become a one-night stand, but now. The lights in the venue gradually dimmed. The concert was about to begin. There was a burst of screams and applause in the variety hall. Xianxia's fans were in a state of extreme excitement, enthusiastically shouting Xianxia's name. Because Macau was an international metropolis, the number of people who came here was obviously twice as much as Songjiang. This was also thanks to the variety hall being much larger than the Songjiang Stadium. The exquisite and gorgeous lights suddenly shone on the stage. A fog dispersed, and a lift slowly rose. Xianxia's beautiful figure appeared in front of the public. The audience immediately boiled up. They waved the light sticks in their hands and shouted Xianxia's name loudly. What's more, they put up huge slogans and danced in the venue. "Dear friends, good evening." Although Xianxia had been accustomed to such a scene, she was still infected by the enthusiasm of the fans. She also responded enthusiastically and brought the most sincere greetings to the fans. Yang Ming was not as crazy as others. He smiled very calmly, but his eyes were fixed on Xianxia's face. "Is this a face wearing a mask? Why can't I see any flaws?" Yang Ming had always been very confident in his eyes, but when he knew that Xianxia was actually wearing a similar pair of glasses, he began to shake a little. Perhaps, these two things were like contradictions. The two pairs of glasses that belonged to the same weird old man should have the function of guarding against each other, right? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little funny. These two pairs of magical glasses were actually his and Suya's. "Bro, you don't look like a fanatic fan, right?" Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming's indifferent look and wondered, "Why are you so unenthusiastic? Does enthusiasm have to be written on the face? Besides, my love for Xianxia is different from theirs." Yang Ming shook his head. D***mn. Zhang Ben said contemptuously, "You love her, but she doesn't necessarily love you." Zhang Ben didn't know the twists and turns of the past between Yang Ming and Xianxia. He thought that the two were just strangers. Do you know who Xianxia's first love was?" Yang Ming didn't answer Zhang Ben's question but asked instead. "How would I know? Do you think I'm a paparazzi? Are you trying to say that you are Xianxia's first love?" Zhang Ben said jokingly. "Probably." Yang Ming smiled mysteriously and didn't continue. This was because the concert had already started. The opening song was a Cantonese song, which was different from Songjiang. However, most of the fans here were from Guangdong and Hong Kong, and they were more proficient in Cantonese. However, although it was Cantonese, Yang Ming could understand it. What's more, Yang Ming had downloaded all of Xia's albums in the past 2 days. He was familiar with almost every song. Yang Ming knew that Xia might not notice him on the stage, and it was impossible for her to think that he followed her to Macau. Yang Ming didn't know why Xia didn't recognize him when she was in Songjiang. Of course, it was impossible that Xia didn't want to recognize him. Because now, when he association recalled the various times when he was with Xia, he recalled it. For example, when the two of them drank fruit tea together and sat on the side of the road to talk, Xia was hinting at him. It was a pity that he believed in his own eyes too much at the time. Although he doubted these hints, he just regarded them as coincidences. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps Xia didn't recognize him because he already had a girlfriend, or because the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and he had changed a lot, making Xia feel that he had become a stranger. But one thing was certain. Xia still had the intention to recognize him, otherwise, she wouldn't frequently hint at him. The next song is the title song of my new album. It's called Our Anniversary. Xia just spoke halfway when she suddenly remembered that this should be an interactive activity. There was such an activity at the concert in Songjiang. It should be arranged in Macau, so the record company arranged this song as an interactive program with the audience. I want to find an audience to sing this song with me. Is anyone willing to come on stage and try? Xia looked at the audience under the stage and said softly. Sometimes people were really strange. When they were in Songjiang, Xia invited Yang Ming, but Yang Ming directly refused. At this moment, Xia invited the audience to sing with her. Yang Ming began to look forward to it again. Yang Ming was afraid that others would take the lead, so he didn't wait for Xia to call his name. He stood up directly and walked to the stage. Fortunately, he was in the aisle, so it was more convenient to move. Originally, Xia didn't notice that Yang Ming would be here. She didn't expect that Yang Ming would appear here. When she saw a person standing up in the audience, she frowned first. Why didn't I say who should come on stage, and this guy took the lead? But when she saw that this person was actually Yang Ming, she couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Ming actually appeared in Macau? Appeared in my concert? Moreover, looking at Yang Ming's intention, it seems that he wants to sing with me on stage? Xia couldn't believe it because when she was in Songjiang, she invited Yang Ming to come on stage, but Yang Ming refused mercilessly. Now, he can take the initiative to come on stage? Ah. Right, is Yang Ming going to the bathroom? Xia suddenly thought of a possibility. She felt that Yang Ming was unlikely to sing with her, but he wanted to go to the bathroom. No, I let him go last time. This time, I can't let him go again. Xia said in her heart, who asked you to stand up at this time coincidentally or not? Humph, just admit that you are unlucky. This gentleman, it seems that you can't wait. Xia smiled and looked at Yang Ming. She reached out and pointed at him. Then you. I will give you this opportunity. Yang Ming guessed that Xia would invite him as long as she saw him, so he wasn't surprised. However, other people looked at Yang Ming with envious eyes. They regretted that they were slow to react. They didn't stand up like Yang Ming and get Xia's favor. This time, Yang Ming didn't object. Instead, he walked towards the stage in a dignified manner. For Yang Ming's move, Xia was also very surprised. Did he just give in like that? Last time in Songjiang, although Yang Ming refused Xia's invitation to sing, no one could remember him. What's more, this time in Macau, there weren't many fans here, so no one recognized that Yang Ming was the person who had rejected Xia in Songjiang. Do you know how to sing for our anniversary? Xia was afraid that Yang Ming didn't know how to sing and would make a fool of himself on stage, so she asked in advance. The song is not fixed. It can be changed. Yes, let's sing this song. Yang Ming smiled, took the spare microphone handed by Xia, and then nodded. Xia looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. What happened to him this time? However, on the stage, naturally, she couldn't show her familiarity with Yang Ming. After a little surprise, she returned to normal. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. The music sounded softly, and Xia's sweet and pure voice crossed the sky, echoing in the huge variety hall. This song was written by Xia for Yang Ming. Therefore, halfway through the song, Xia actually became more and more immersed, and she grabbed Yang Ming's hand. However, this action was a bit bold in the eyes of the fans under the stage, but it was not an overboard action because many stars would hold the hands of their fans, although this was Xia's first time. I remember that day, you put the ring on my finger. This is our anniversary. Singing until here, Xia suddenly realized that the ring finger on her hand that was holding Yang Ming was slightly cold. It seemed that something was put on it. Xia was shocked. She quickly pretended to raise her hand and looked at her hand, but she couldn't believe that the ring that she regarded as a treasure had returned to her hand at this moment. Xia thought that she would never see this ring again, but she didn't expect that it would return to her hand. Moreover, it was Yang Ming who put it on her hand again. How did this ring run to Yang Ming's hand again? Did he already know who he was? Xia resisted the excitement in her heart and almost sang the wrong lyrics. If it weren't for so many audience members looking at her, she immediately wanted to ask. She looked up and looked at Yang Ming in astonishment. Yang Ming smiled at her slightly. That's right, this was indeed her own ring. This ring had accompanied Xia for so many years. Xia could recognize it with a gentle touch. She was sure that this was the original ring and not a replica. However, how did Yang Ming get this ring? In this case, Yang Ming should have guessed my identity long ago, but why did he pretend not to know? Xia's mind was in a mess. She almost sang the wrong lyrics several times. After the song was finally over, Xia wanted to take the opportunity to turn off the microphone and ask, but Yang Ming had already left the stage and returned to his seat. The concert still had to continue. Even if Xia was anxious, she could only hold back the doubts and curiosity in her heart and smiled at the fans under the stage. However, she often looked at Yang Ming with doubts and tenderness in her eyes. D*MN, bro, there is definitely something fishy between you and Xia. Yang Ming returned to the stage, but Zhongbin began to doubt, especially when Xia frequently looked at this side, which made Zhongbin even more suspicious. Zhongbin suspected this because of Yang Ming's previous words, and others naturally didn't know, so they wouldn't think in this direction at all. Otherwise, Yang Ming was likely to become the public enemy of the entire venue. I have known her for a long time. Do you believe it? Yang Ming turned his head and whispered to Zhongbin. Before? What do you mean? You already knew her in Songjiang. Zhongbin knew through Zhao Sisi that Xia had served as the advertising spokesperson for the jewelry company, so he said so. No, I mean earlier. Yang Ming shook his head and said with emotion and nostalgia. Earlier? What do you mean? Zhongbin was somewhat puzzled. Hehe, I will tell you when the time comes. Yang Ming waved the light stick in his hand and put an extra effort. When he saw Xia's tender eyes, Yang Ming knew that Xia had feelings for him. In the second half of the concert, although Xia was already performing very hard, she was often absent-minded because she was thinking about the ring on her hand. Fortunately, the audience did not notice Xia's abnormality, and the atmosphere at the scene was still very warm. Finally, the concert was over. Xia wanted to immediately run to Yang Ming's side and ask, but because she was wearing a stage costume, and there were too many outsiders now, she could only look at Yang Ming's side with her eyes. She reluctantly returned to the backstage. Let's go. Yang Ming knew that after the concert, Xia must be busy with the organizers. Perhaps the company would give her a celebration banquet, so Yang Ming didn't bother her, but he spoke to Zhongbin next to him. There is definitely a problem. Zhongbin walked and looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Bro, what the hell is going on? Let's go out for a walk. Yang Ming looked at Zhongbin, his best brother. He didn't intend to hide Xia's matter from him, because this matter couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to hide it. Zhongbin would know sooner or later. Yang Ming patted Zhongbin's shoulder and went out of the entertainment hall with him. Zhongbin knew that Yang Ming must have something important to say, so he didn't say anything. He just silently walked beside Yang Ming. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, but the streets were still brightly lit. The two of them casually entered a good-looking bar on the side of the road. Yang Ming intended to talk to Zhongbin. Sir, please show your membership card. The security guard at the door stopped Yang Ming and Zhongbin. Membership card? Yang Ming was stunned. We don't have one. Don't we receive ordinary guests here? I'm sorry, sir. We only accept members with membership cards, or you can be brought in by a member. We are not open to the public, the security guard said politely. I see. Yang Ming said helplessly, can I get a membership card? The membership card is issued once a year. There is a review of qualifications. You can't apply for it now, the security guard explained. Then forget it. I will just go to another bar. Yang Ming shook his head. It was not a big deal. There were such membership-based places everywhere. Without a membership card, he couldn't enter. Hey! It's you? As he was about to turn and leave, Yang Ming turned around and saw a familiar person. It was Huang Leilei's friend, the flight attendant on the plane, Wang Mei. What a coincidence. Yang Ming looked at Wang Mei's side. He didn't see Huang Leilei's figure, so he was relieved. Unexpectedly, Wang Mei's second sentence scared Yang Ming. Hee, you are quite good. How did you find out that Leilei is here? Do you want to ask her to drink as an apology? Huh? Yang Ming was stunned and said, Huang Leilei? She is here too? Yeah, you don't know? This time, it was Wang Mei's turn to be baffled. I made an appointment with Leilei to meet here. I thought you were looking for her. I just found a bar with a friend. I didn't expect that this place would require a membership card. Yang Ming said casually. Hee, it doesn't matter. I have a membership card here. I will take you in. As Wang Mei said this, she took out a card from her delicate small bag and handed it to the security guard. After the security guard checked it, he respectfully returned the card to Wang Mei. Wang Mei put the card back into the bag and then said to Yang Ming and Zhang Ben, let's go. Let's go in together. We don't need to, right? Yang Ming was now very afraid to see Huang Leilei, so he didn't want to join in the fun with them, so he wanted to leave. Let's go together. It's more lively. We will apologize to Leilei later. Leilei is actually a very good person. Wang Mei said. However, Zhang Ben, when he saw Wang Mei, began to have dirty thoughts again. Seeing that Wang Mei kept inviting them, his heart was a little itchy. Without waiting for Yang Ming to answer again, he agreed. Okay, then let's do it here. Seeing that Zhang Ben had already agreed, Yang Ming couldn't help it. He couldn't not give face to Zhang Ben, right? In desperation, he had to bite the bullet and walk into the bar together. However, halfway through, he whispered to Zhang Ben, there are many people now. Let's talk about what you want to know next time. Zhang Ben woke up. Compared to the nonsense of the one-night stand, Yang Ming's matter was serious. Zhang Ben also wanted to know about the past of Yang Ming and Xianxia. He couldn't help but regret it, but he had already entered the bar. How could he withdraw? Zhang Ben touched his scalp embarrassedly and then said awkwardly, I'm sorry, bro. Forget it. Let's talk about my matter when we go back. Yang Ming didn't want Zhang Ben to blame himself too much, so he smiled indifferently. Under the leadership of Wang Mei, the three of them walked to a card seat in the mouth. Sure enough, they saw that Huang Leilei was already sitting there, fiddling with her nails and painting them with nail polish. Leilei! Wang Mei called out. When Huang Leilei heard Wang Mei's voice, she quickly reached out and waved, but when she saw that Yang Ming was also there, her face suddenly sank. Why are you here? Huang Leilei asked coldly. He came to apologize to you. Wang Mei didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak and spoke first. She kept winking at Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't need to provoke Huang Leilei, but he didn't feel that he had offended Huang Leilei. However, since Wang Mei said so, Yang Ming also held the attitude of a good man who didn't fight with a woman and nodded. Huang Leilei saw that Yang Ming came to apologize, and her face was a little better. Humph, let's see how you perform. You dare to offend me. I won't let you have a good time. My name is Zhang Ben. I'm Yang Ming's buddy. Zhang Ben introduced himself. Seeing that Huang Leilei was so beautiful, Zhang Ben almost drooled. The key problem was that it seemed that his boss, Yang Ming, didn't seem to like this Huang Leilei, so Zhang Ben's heart was a little excited. This is the best. If I can be with her. Zhang Bin couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. My name is Wang Mei. She is Huang Lei. Well, everyone knows each other. We are good friends. Let's sit down. Wang Mei mediated the atmosphere. Huang Lei had been waiting for Yang Ming to apologize to her, but after Yang Ming sat down, there was no movement. Huang Lei couldn't help but be annoyed. Is this guy fooling me? Cough, cough. Does someone have something to say? Huang Lei was a little girl in the end. She didn't have any shrewdness. She couldn't help it and began to use words to hint. Well, if I have offended Miss Huang before, I hope you can forgive me. As Yang Ming spoke, he raised the wine glass in front of him and then drank it. That's it? Huang Lei thought that Yang Ming would say something. Do you want to fool me with such a meaningless sentence? What do you mean by offending me before? Don't you know how you have offended me? In this case, Yang Ming's apology was better off not saying it. After saying it, Huang Lei was even angrier. She was going to die of anger. Who is this person? Why does it seem like I am? A delicious cake? Who wants it? Who do you think you are? I, Huang Lei, am also a princess of a wealthy family. You still put on airs with me? Wang Mei was also very helpless. Yang Ming's words were really difficult to not make people angry. She quickly mediated, well, Lei, Yang Ming also apologized. You don't have to be angry with him. I'm angry with him? Heh, who wants it? Huang Lei said as she snorted. Yeah, Lei. My boss is like this. He is usually cool. Zhang Ben had been looking for an opportunity to talk to Huang Lei. At this moment, he finally found an opportunity. What does that have to do with me? Huang Lei did not look at Zhang Ben. She sat there angrily. Zhang Ben was not a fool. He had his own way of flirting with little girls. When he heard Huang Lei's current tone, he knew that there was no chance, so he changed his target to Wang Mei. Wang Mei's character was very open. When she was in the flight attendant school, she had several boyfriends. On the other hand, she was very open with Zhang Bing. Zhang Bin saw that Wang Mei was easier to get along with, so he began to attack. He kept talking about some humorous topics, which attracted Wang Mei's laughter. However, Huang Lei did not laugh. She had been staring at Yang Ming as if she wanted to eat Yang Ming. In this regard, Yang Ming was also very helpless. In order not to cause more trouble, Yang Ming did not dare to talk to Huang Lei. Zhang Ben was chatting with Wang Mei. Yang Ming had nothing to do. He could only drink beer by himself. I think some people want to drink to death. Huang Lei saw that Yang Ming was stared at by her and did not dare to look up. He drank beer by beer. She was a little happy in her heart, so she said sarcastically. Yang Ming did not expect Huang Lei's temper to be like a child. He shook his head helplessly and did not dare to speak. Originally, Huang Lei was very happy when she saw that Yang Ming did not dare to look up and only dared to drink. However, after she said a few words, Yang Ming was still like a taciturn gourd. He did not say a word. She was a little bored. She snorted, is someone mute? Yang Ming sighed and had to look up. Lei, the words that should be said have been said. We are really not suitable. You. Huang Lei listened to Yang Ming's words and almost died of anger. What do you mean by the words that should be said have been said? What do you mean by we are really not suitable? Why does it seem like I am shamelessly sticking to you? Huang Lei had long seen that Yang Ming did not really want to apologize. It must be that Wang Mei happened to meet him halfway. This guy is really arrogant. Does he think that I like him? What kind of person is he? Huang Lei was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She stared at Yang Ming with her eyes wide open like a little lion. After staring for a while, her eyes hurt. Yang Ming lowered his head and did not speak. Huang Lei was aware that she was not interested. She was so angry that she also drank. Wang Mei was not a conservative person. With the help of alcohol, she began to put her arm around Zhang Bin's shoulder. Huang Lei saw it in her eyes and did not feel that there was anything wrong. She had seen a lot of such people. The reason why Huang Lei was not like Wang Mei was that her vision was higher, and she had not met the person she liked. Coupled with Huang Leilei's family education, she always felt that girls should be more reserved. However, today's Yang Ming made her so angry that she was confused. How could she care about being reserved? The more Huang Leilei drank, the angrier she became. The more she thought, the angrier she became. This Yang Ming, is he really arrogant? Does he think that no one wants me? On the other side, Zhang Ben and Wang Mei were talking and laughing. On the other side, Yang Ming and Huang Leilei were drinking alone. Leilei, you two are really like a couple. Both of you are so silent. Wang Mei made a joke with the help of alcohol. Wang Mei, don't joke anymore. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Huang Leilei wanted to say, who is a couple with him? But Yang Ming took the lead. This time, she was so angry that she trembled a little. You two drink slowly. I will go first. Wang Mei's face was full of lust. Zhang Ben smiled and supported her. Yang Ming shook his head. This Zhang Ben is really good at this. But I have some resistance to one-night stands. Otherwise, this Huang Leilei in front of me is a good choice. Originally, Yang Ming was a little moved by Huang Leilei. At this moment, he thought of these messy things. With the help of alcohol, his eyes began to blur as he looked at Huang Leilei. Huang Leilei was sulking over there. Thinking of Yang Ming's attitude, Huang Leilei's tears almost came out. Since childhood, when had she been humiliated like this? Looking at the backs of Wang Mei and Zhang Ben, a crazy idea suddenly emerged in Huang Leilei's mind. Huang Leilei grabbed the remaining half glass of wine on the table and drank it in one breath. Then, she wiped her mouth beautifully. She suddenly stood up and reached out to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was pulled by Huang Leilei. He was suddenly inexplicable. He raised his head and looked at Huang Leilei. Follow me. Huang Leilei couldn't help but drag Yang Ming forward. Yang Ming didn't know what Huang Leilei wanted to do, but being pulled by Huang Leilei's soft little hand, Yang Ming's heart throbbed. Originally, Yang Ming was a little drunk, so he followed Huang Leilei in a daze. It was better to say that Yang Ming actually felt guilty for rejecting Huang Leilei, and Huang Leilei couldn't bring any danger to him, so Yang Ming followed Huang Leilei. Following Huang Leilei upstairs, Huang Leilei took out a card from her handbag and skillfully opened the door of a lounge upstairs. Obviously, it was probably Huang Leilei's fixed room here. Peng, after Yang Ming entered the room, Huang Leilei closed the door and locked it. For Huang Leilei's action, Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable, but he wasn't nervous. After all, with Yang Ming's current strength, Huang Leilei couldn't pose a threat to him. Of course, Yang Ming didn't expect Huang Leilei to have such a crazy idea. He just guessed that Huang Leilei was probably angry with him and wanted to find a place where no one was to talk to him. Since he was here, it was good to talk about some things. Although Yang Ming also thought that Huang Leilei was very beautiful, even more than Chen Mengyan, Yang Ming knew that he couldn't provoke any more, or he would be finished. That. Leilei, do you want to talk about it? Yang Ming sat on the bed and looked up, but he met Huang Leilei's gaze. Huang Leilei suddenly tore off her top, revealing the underwear inside. Then, she rushed to Yang Ming's body. Her small mouth approached Yang Ming's mouth. I'll let you pretend to be serious. I'll let you pretend to be serious. I'll give it to you for free. Do you want to? Huang Leilei's temperament was still very childish. She didn't consider the consequences when she did things. She just thought that Yang Ming was too arrogant. His disdain for her made Huang Leilei annoyed. In order to suppress Yang Ming's arrogance, Huang Leilei came up with such a method. She wanted to see if Yang Ming could still be serious. Yang Ming was shocked and shocked. He subconsciously wanted to push Huang Leilei away. What are you doing? Pretend. Continue to pretend. Huang Leilei just wanted to test it out, but after being rejected by Yang Ming, her competitive spirit suddenly rose. She couldn't care much. She hugged Yang Ming and kissed his mouth. Yang Ming was not a gentleman, and Yang Ming had never regarded himself as a gentleman. Huang Leilei's girlish body fragrance seeped into Yang Ming's nose, making Yang Ming's breathing become rapid. This Huang Leilei, what is she doing? Isn't she forcing me to commit a crime? If Yang Ming had not been moved by Huang Lele, then it would be fine. However, Yang Ming was already moved by Huang Lele. He just didn't want to cause trouble again, so he had been restraining himself. But now, as long as it was a normal man, he couldn't help it. How would Huang Lele know how to kiss? Her experience came entirely from the soap operas on TV. However, it was also so inexperienced that it made Yang Ming's heart even more itchy. Huang Lele just kissed Yang Ming's lips desperately. She would not put her tongue in, but the more it was like this, the more reluctant Yang Ming was to let go. His mind was hot, and he couldn't help but start to guide Huang Lele to kiss. Suddenly, she felt Yang Ming's tongue probing over. Huang Lele was shocked at first, but then there was a burst of joy. Humph, let's see if you can still be serious. You can't help it? How would Huang Lele seduce a man? It was just that she was very seductive, but the way she played was too dangerous. Huang Lele stupidly thought that she had suppressed Yang Ming, but she didn't consider that she was taken advantage of by Yang Ming. In for a penny, in for a pound. She simply tore off all the clothes on her upper body. She just wanted to see what would become of Yang Ming's dignified appearance. How could Yang Ming bear it? Coupled with the effect of alcohol, he gritted his teeth, turned over, and pushed Huang Lele down on the bed. Ah! The deep tingling and tearing feeling made Huang Lele, who had a sense of accomplishment, frown suddenly. What? Why is it so painful? It's so painful. This Wang Mei and Lu Xiaoran can really lie. They lied to me and said that it was comfortable to do this with a man. They are really two big liars. Huang Lele really wanted to call them now to scold them. However, looking at the obsessed and crazy Yang Ming on her body, Huang Lele showed a satisfied and victorious smile. Humph, let's see if you can still pretend with me. So, Huang Lele endured the pain and let Yang Ming manipulate her. However, slowly, the pain disappeared, and it was replaced by a very wonderful feeling. Huang Lele couldn't help but moan. After the joy, Yang Ming's mood was extremely heavy. Looking at the blood on the bed, Yang Ming was very guilty. Huang Lele didn't feel anything at all. First, it was because the friends around her had a relationship with her boyfriend. Second, she was immersed in the joy of suppressing Yang Ming's arrogance at the moment. She didn't think about the consequences of this matter. However, Yang Ming was Yang Ming after all. After a moment of contemplation, he said directly, Lele, I will be responsible for you. Ah? Huang Lele thought that Yang Ming would say something like he was ashamed, couldn't resist the temptation, and didn't dare to pretend to be noble. She didn't expect that he would say such a sentence. Responsible? Did I say that you are responsible? Listening to Yang Ming's tone, Huang Lele was angry. What do you mean? It seems that I can't get married after doing it with you once. Can't you stop pretending? Who wants you to be responsible? It's funny. Huang Lele sneered. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, you're just this lady's one-night stand. After I finished using you, I dumped you. Let me tell you, there are many people who have been dumped by me. Don't think too much. Yang Ming was speechless. He looked at Huang Lele in astonishment. After a while, he pointed to the blood on the bed and said, Okay, Lele, I know it's your first time. Who is the first time? I did it today. Huang Lele was nervous at first, then she said affirmatively. Well, I admit it. I was wrong before. I like you, okay? Yang Ming knew that Huang Lele was angry in her heart. Anyway, there was only one person here, so he had to put down his face to apologize. It's funny. You like me? I don't like you. Huang Lele quickly put on her clothes and walked to the door. I'm leaving. You lock the door yourself, see you never. After taking 2 steps, Huang Lele let out an ah and almost lost her footing. The pain between her legs was terrible. In order to show that it was not her first time, Huang Lele gritted her teeth and insisted on limping out of the door. Yang Ming was stunned as he watched Huang Lele walk out of the room. His face was stunned. He smiled bitterly, carefully put away the sheet on the bed, and then put it in the closet here. He was afraid that the waiter would take the sheet to wash, so he put it away first. After that, he quickly chased out. Since it happened, Yang Ming had nothing to regret. He just felt that Huang Lele was too impulsive. She didn't consider the consequences when she did things. How could she lose her first time so casually? And she actually pretended to be indifferent and said that it wasn't her first time? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Let's solve Xia's problem first, and then find a chance to solve Huang Lele's problem. Yang Ming's feelings for Huang Lele were mostly his love for her appearance and body. He didn't know much about Huang Lele herself. When he walked to the hotel door, he just saw Huang Lele get on a yellow Porsche Boxster and leave. This car was quite suitable for Huang Lele. The yellow color was quite cute. He stopped a taxi and returned to the hotel. Zhang Ben hadn't come back yet. Yang Ming was lying on the bed of the hotel and was somewhat helpless. Chen Mengyan was right. Every time he went out, he would get into a love debt. He didn't know how to tell Chen Mengyan about Huang Lele's matter. He could only take one step at a time. He fell asleep in a daze. In the middle of the night, he heard the sound of the door opening. It turned out that Zhang Ben was back. D***MN, it's really cool. Zhang Ben closed the door and said to himself, this chick's kung fu is really not ordinary. Can you be a little quieter? I was asleep, but you woke me up. Yang Ming said impatiently, hurry up and sleep. What time is it? Hey. Bro? You're actually here? Zhang Ben didn't turn on the light when he entered the room, so he didn't know that Yang Ming was in the room. I thought you didn't come back. Weren't you and Huang Lele? What happened to her and me? Yang Ming was a little nervous subconsciously. Did Huang Lele say something to Wang Mei? Then Wang Mei told Zhang Ben. I thought the two of you would drink until dawn. Zhang Bing didn't hear anything about it. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't wait to eat me. Why would she drink until dawn? When the words came out, Yang Ming thought, isn't this eating? It's true. Hee, that's true. Zhang Ben nodded after listening. He said with some regret, bro, what's wrong with you? If it were me, I would develop Huang Lele into a lover. Such a beauty. It's such a pity. Lover? Yang Ming's heart moved. It was indeed a very cool thing for Huang Lele to be his mistress, especially since Huang Lele's home was probably in Macau. It was just a flight route between Donghai and Macau. If she really became his mistress, there would not be many opportunities to meet each other. He was not afraid that Chen Mengyan and the others would notice. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was really tempted. Yang Ming, how did you become such a person now? Yang Ming couldn't help but blame himself. He actually thought of such an evil idea. That Wang Mei seems to have a boyfriend. We're not familiar with this place. It's best not to cause any trouble. Yang Ming didn't say much. He just told Zhang Ben. I know. That girl went to her boyfriend after she finished with me. Zhang Ben smiled and said, it seems that you're still not satisfied. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Zhang Ben is a good person, but this habit is really not good. It has been like this since high school. Right, bro, don't talk about me. Can you tell me what happened between you and Xiya? Zhang Ben took a shower and lay on the bed. He began to chat with Yang Ming. I say, do you still want to sleep? Yang Ming was just a little sleepy, but he was awakened by Zhang Ben's voice. Ugh. I'm not very sleepy. Talk to me. Zhang Ben said with some embarrassment. D***MN, I really can't sleep. Yang Ming couldn't help it, but he was woken up twice in one night. He really couldn't sleep anymore. Yang Ming picked up the drink by the bed and took a sip. Then he sat up. Say it, say it. Hee. Zhang Ben laughed twice and said, bro, did you and Xiya know each other before? She and I don't just know each other. When Xiya was mentioned, Yang Ming was a little fascinated and remembered the past. Don't just know each other? Did you and her have? Zhang Ben listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Since she and Yang Ming had something, why have I never heard Yang Ming mention it? Do you remember what I told you before? It was when I was in junior high school, I and a girl named Suya. Yang Ming didn't directly answer Zhang Ben's words, but he said it himself. Suya? Zhang Bin was slightly stunned, and then he exclaimed, D*MN, bro, you don't want to say that Suya is the Shuya, right? Yang Ming ignored Zhang Bin's surprise and nodded. He said, it is her. Ah? But why didn't you tell me before? Zhang Bin's mouth was wide open at the moment, like a crocodile. Previously, I didn't know. For some reason, Suya's face changed a little, and I couldn't recognize her. Yang Ming shook his head and said, it was after that, I met her father, and I knew her identity. Her father? Isn't he the person who stopped you from being together? Why would he tell you this? Zhang Bin was a little baffled. Things are sometimes so strange. As Yang Ming said this, he felt a little funny. Suya's father actually wants to be the agent of Ming Yang. Heavy industry. No way, right? Ha ha ha, this person, Every dog has its day. He probably wouldn't have thought of such a day in the past, right? After Zhang Bin heard it, he also laughed with relief. Yang Ming waved his hand. You can't say that. After all, he also looked at the problem from the perspective of a father. I don't hate him. This is also true. When Shuya was in Songjiang, didn't you recognize her? Asked Zhang Bin. She hinted at me, but I thought at the time that a person's face couldn't change so much, so I didn't take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, she had a purpose at the time. A purpose? Ha, you two are really funny. Can't you just say it directly? What are you hinting at? Zhang Bin said with amusement after listening. It's probably because I already have a girlfriend. Yang Ming guessed. Bro, your luck with women is too strong. D*MN, it's amazing. You actually have a celebrity wife. Zhang Bin really admired Yang Ming. I guess she will be very busy these days. Wait. Let's have a meal together and introduce her to you. Yang Ming said. That's a must. Zhang Bin nodded. After chatting for a while, the topic of the two changed from women to casinos in Macau. In fact, it was the result of Zhang Bin's intentional guidance. Yang Ming wasn't interested in these, but Zhang Bin was itching in his heart. Bro, I heard Wang Mei say that Huang Leilei's family runs a casino? Her family? Runs a casino? Yang Ming frowned and smiled bitterly. How can I know this? But it has nothing to do with us whether she runs a casino or not, right? Wang Mei said that she can take us to her family's casino. It's not a big game, so we don't have to spend money. Zhang Bin said with some yearning. Yang Ming was really helpless because of Zhang Bin. If you want to try, then go and try. I really have no interest. I can accompany you. Really? Zhang Bin was delighted. Then, tomorrow? Tomorrow? Okay. Yang Ming thought about it. Maybe I can see Huang Leilei. At that time, I will talk to her and see what she wants. Zhang Bin got a positive answer from Yang Ming and went to sleep contentedly. Yang Ming couldn't sleep. Fortunately, Zhang Bin also slept late. Yang Ming didn't sleep until the morning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Bin was awakened by the ringtone of the mobile phone. He was impatient, but after glancing at the caller ID, he immediately became energetic. It was Wang Mei who called. She asked Zhang Bin to go to Huang Leilei's casino to see. Zhang Bin was excited all of a sudden. He pulled Yang Ming and went straight to the hotel. He stopped a taxi and went straight to the agreed place. Huawei Casino? Yang Ming looked at the sign of the casino and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is this name so familiar? After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized. Jing Xiaopeng, who was offered a bounty for assassination, belonged to this casino. Is this casino owned by Huang Leilei's family? Yang Ming looked at the bustling entrance of the casino. Originally, Yang Ming was still holding the attitude that it was none of his business. He was watching this assassination from a distance. But now, he had no choice but to consider a deeper level of things. Does the bounty hirer have a personal grudge with Jing Xiaopeng or a grudge with the casino? If it was a personal grudge, it would be fine. But if there was a hatred with the casino, then Yang Ming couldn't sit idly by anymore. After all, now that he had that relationship with Huang Leilei, Yang Ming couldn't ignore it. Bro, what are you doing? Zhang Ben saw that Yang Ming was in a daze and pulled him puzzledly. Nothing. Yang Ming recovered. Although he and Zhang Ben were best brothers, there were still some words that couldn't be said to him. Zhang Ben. Not long after, he saw Wang Mei come down from a taxi and waved to Zhang Ben. When she saw Yang Ming, she didn't feel anything abrupt. Instead, she smiled and asked, "You and Lele, what happened in the end?" Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. "It's okay. Hee, I was wondering why Lele was not angry when I mentioned you this morning. Instead, she was very happy." Wang Mei also smiled. "It seems that you reconciled with her." Happy? Yang Ming thought that Huang Lele would regret it after she figured it out. After all, a girl's first time was very precious, but he didn't expect that Huang Lele would actually be happy. Yang Ming really couldn't understand what Huang Lele was thinking. End of Chapter 823. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.